Well, day one of playoffs certainly did not disappoint, and I hope day two can match it, but honestly, with how great yesterday was, it will be a tall task. I'm Lynx, joined by Stokes, and we're starting off the B stream again. We had a nice little start yesterday, of course, the FaZe Los game, but here, a matchup I don't think any of us expected to see ever. Sam?
Honestly, yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that one, Carter. FearX versus W7M, in a bout that's bound to be interesting, especially from FearX's perspective. I mean, they have a huge mountain to climb in this scenario.
Yeah, and then we have a lot of interesting games still today, though. Of course, Liquid coming down to the lower bracket. Los Bleed on the A stream that's going on right now. I think probably at least my matchup of this initial bout of 4 that we'll see to start today. And unfortunately, Bliss versus Fury, 2 teams we've seen really on the come up. One is guaranteed to make it through, but that does mean one will have to go home. Fury's lost to NIP yesterday, and I think at least today we had sort of the G2 FaZe game where such a great team was knocked out, but right here, this is sort of our lower bracket equivalent. 2 teams that have been struggling to make a name for themselves with a lot of really interesting moments, a lot of good matchups, a lot of close calls, and now one has to go home. It's one of those sad realities of a tournament.
Yeah. I hope you guys have your emotions in check, or maybe some tissue paper. Whatever is your option, whatever your vice is, because there's going to be a lot of people booking their plane tickets today. And as you said, Carter, it's never a good day for quite a few of these teams, and that's what we have here for day 2 of the playoffs. So make sure you guys got your popcorn as well. It's bound to be action-packed, but we're going to be walking you guys through things initially here on the B stream. What are you thinking about FearX up against W7M? For me, obviously, I'm thinking W7M more than likely takes this. Nothing against FearX, but W7M is coming off an amazing 2023. They've been a little lackluster so far this event, but I mean, it's do or die right now, and I highly doubt that the Bulls die.
And when we're talking about W7M having a bit of a weaker performance, they were weaker in comparison to their previous run because they had first place in their group until the last day where Virtus.pro got it, not by beating them, but just by points on the last day, launching themselves into first place. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tall task to say, yeah, W7M, they're weaker than they were before. They just look a bit more human, maybe. They still look like a very strong team, and the game against Wolves yesterday required multiple comebacks from Wolves to secure that victory. Now, to be fair, there were a lot of good adjustments, but W7M are still a very, very strong team to fight. And this matchup for me, again, no disrespect to FearX, at least I casted their game where they 2-0'd GK in stunning fashion, 7-0, into a 6-round comeback to win 7-5. They absolutely were the better team in that matchup. But this is a team who, W7M, sure, we did not expect them to be in the lower bracket. Even though we still think they're a great team, we didn't expect them to be in this spot so early on. FearX, we didn't expect to be here at all.
No.
I think a lot of us before GK's collapse in the group stage, given their performance in the quarterfinals, in taking not 1, but 2 maps off of W7M at Atlanta, who ended up winning the whole tournament, we expected them to be here over FearX. None of us really anticipated just how dramatic the fall-off would be, and so FearX got a good win. Won't deny that. But again, we didn't expect them to be here, and going against W7M, a team that might be a little weaker, but has their ducks in a row to a much greater extent than GK did. I'm not a gambling man, but I would not even take the riskiest and most high-paying gamble on this one.
All right, well, let's roll the dice and see what we have for these map bans, shall we? Well, Cafe off the board, Oregon Lab, Skyscraper, so we won't have to deal with more of our defensive-oriented things. Bank and Chalet, though, will make its way through, and W7M actually going to be rolling things around on Chalet for that second pick. I really like this pick, especially for them, but the bank rolling through for FearX, a little interesting. You and I were touching on this off camera, but FearX picking into W7M for this. The last time we saw W7M on this map was all the way back when they played against Los in Atlanta.
Yep.
And that was the only map that Los got off them in the finals.
And that map as well came with a lot of big moments. Cameraman's big 1v4, one of the biggest plays of the playoffs and the tournament overall, happened on that map. Now, Los definitely were very close, but still the better team on that map. It still was a great showing from W7M, just as most maps are great showings for W7M. Chalet as the second pick. I remember watching this game, coming down from my room, because I don't believe I was working that day, when they were playing Virtus.pro. In the first 3 rounds of their game against Virtus.pro, I met Jesse in the lobby, and I said, I believe I've just watched 3 of the most perfect rounds of Rainbow Six I have ever played. It looked like every man on that roster knew their place, knew exactly not only what they were doing in that round, but what all of their teammates were doing as well. And of course, I don't believe they dropped this map in SI24 so far either. This is a very good map for W7M. And starting out on Bank, it is Furex's pick, and you expect them to be comfortable there, obviously. And given the fact that they were able to win that 2-0 over GK, we know they have workable parts. Rin, especially on map 1, was a real standout in a performance that's been very difficult for him so far. But Bank is also a map where W7M have shown so much strength in the attacking side this entire year. A map that they should also be able to play very well. Sure, they're 1-1 on it, but Los were having such a heater tournament. You expect them to maybe drop a map to them, and they still were able to win 7-4 over GK when they were at their height. So this is very much still a strong map for W7M. Yeah,
and a good reminder as well that Bank throughout the history of Rainbow Six Siege has been a Brazilian map. I mean, a lot of teams really enjoy this, so just because you're not seeing it out in, actual functioning matches doesn't mean that they're not working on this in the background up against some of these Brazilian squads. So with that in mind, I think the last thing we got to touch on before we hop in here has got to be the fact that KZ dropped 50 kills yesterday in an L up against the Wolves, which is just absolutely insane. He's plus 35 right now, and funny enough, actually, Carter, in between these two squads, their stat lines are actually decently similar. Furex with Good Boy a 1.14, KZ, guess what he's got? A 1.14. Herds does have a 1.04, and Philippox with a 1.01, whereas Furex don't have anybody else above a 1.0, but it's actually a lot closer than I think a lot of people are going to give it credit for. So we'll see what Furex can produce on their map choice of Bank here as we load things up right now. W7M are going to be removing the Blitz. That's a very interesting one here on Bank, as we've seen a good amount of shield play here, especially centralized around the Monty. So obviously Blitz just allowing you to do things a little bit quicker, but at more of a risk. Won't have to worry about that though, as Furex as well as W7M will complete their ban phase. We're going to remove Solus as well as Tubarão on the defense.
I think the Solus is a solid ban from Furex. I mean, Solus is a commonly ran operator on a lot of maps, and on Bank, no exception. But I have noticed a lot of the Brazilian teams love to run Solus specifically when defending that CEO bomb site to try and deny plants from below. And for a site that is typically the one attackers pick up, that can be one of the main forces that undo an attack if they try to go for a CEO plant or just a plant inside of either of the bomb sites. So I think that's a solid ban from Furex, able to read into that. Then, of course, the follow-up with the 2-round ban from W7M. A little bit easier to open up those walls.
Well, before we get too far into this, we will touch on these ops as well. Azami and Valkyrie have made their way through. You still have access to that Fenrir as well. Yokobi's going to get banned out on the offense. She's one of the most highly banned operators right now, as she's a follow-up to Ying. 44% for Doke. Ying, obviously, at 45%, but she's made it through here. So Yokobi more than likely passing Ying just due to the game that we literally have in front of us right now. And obviously, Mephi, you speak of it, it's going to show its face. It's going to be Ying here. We're more than likely going to be seeing her very, very often on this side. More than likely going to be seeing a little bit of Monty too. Not this time around. You can see Arakaze's already switched off of that over to the Twitch. And now it's going to be Furex working with this clear, as W7M is going to extend themselves over into staff room and open area.
I think this might be my favorite iteration of the Bank extension, because it makes the best of both worlds. You have the castle and the mirror to hold upstairs and open area, but you also have those Vulcan packs and the smokes to waste time on the site. And if you have a team like W7M that is so good on the defenses, normally they play very spread out, not necessarily on Bank, but they're known for Herds, for example, going for those very wide roams. On Solus as well. Probably another reason why Furex decided to ban that operator. But here, when you have something a bit more concentrated, W7M also play off each other very well. Now, destroying that Mira is a very good pickup for Furex. So early on, Philippox will have to play a bit more conservative of a position. An open area is not easy to take now, but just a little bit more so.
Yeah, for Furex, and I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but this entire round is going to weigh on how good you are at clearing this map quickly. Look at the setup, Carter, especially with these operators that we've chosen for the basement. You have those Goyo canisters. You have smoke. If they end up accessing this at a very low time, then the round's more than likely already shot. We'll have to find out what happens, though. Turds will move his way in. Furex making some solid progress here, though. You don't have to worry about some players around E2, but as soon as I say that, Philippox will get our very first kill of this series onto Rin.
Unfortunate for Rin right there. Had the intel on Herd, specifically inside of stock, but opportunity escaping itself. Demic able to find one, bringing that Osa. Usually we'll see the Osa broad to hold garage like this, and it's good they got that kill, because with one drone remaining as we entered a minute 30, now about 15 seconds old, likely one of the only kills FearX might be able to find depending on what happens, because everyone from W7M has rotated back down to the bomb site. Finding any of these defenders getting aggressive upstairs or retaking before the execute is incredibly unlikely. Because of the setup we mentioned earlier, you have the Vulcan packs, the smoke canisters, and all likelihood a couple F-Knots as well to make it much more difficult to push in. So W7M don't need to start going for a retake or going for a flank until FearX start pushing down.
So far, Locker CCTV is the most played site on Bank. Big shocker there, I'm sure, for a lot of people at home. But it is also the most defender-sided as well, sitting at 61%. So, that being said, let's see if W7M can continue to add to this heap. A Goyo canister, like I said very early on in the round, this is more than likely going to be a W7M round just based off the precipice of this utility. FearX losing bodies on the entry as well. Nade seeing one over inside a vault, recognizing where at least one person is. Mephi trying to deal with a multitude of different angles. He'll get gunned down as Arakaze will get the second kill, the follow-up there for FearX, and now W7M with a successful basement defense.
The sad part of it is I actually think FearX made the right call there. They were running out of time. They know based on the setup. They spotted herds on the Goyo. They likely knew, just because Lockers has a lot of smoke being brought on this bomb site, that if they try to go for the normal server plant or even just dropping down the hatch and planting against the wall, there was going to be all that utility in their way and potentially even a C4, depending on what remaining defenders they had or what intel FearX knew. So they dropped down through the vault hatch instead, and that should, in theory, dodge a lot of the utility, and it did. There were no Vulcan packs, there were no C4s, but there were the F-Knots that JV92 were bringing, and that made the momentum FearX were trying to gain halted. Because they're blind, they have to turn and shoot it, and JV92 had already got 2 kills and pretty much dispelled that attack completely, but any further kills that could have been acquired was stopped because Nade had time to react. Here's the sound cue, FearX are blinded, able to shut that down pretty quickly as well.
Carter, one of my favorite movies growing up was the Shrek series. You know what I mean? And there's something inside of Shrek that I think really applies to the defenses of Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm really curious where this is going.
And it's onions, man. It's onions. You want to know why?
Why?
Because onions have layers. And that's what the defensive setup is in Rainbow Six Siege. You're layering things, right? In W7M, that's how those basement defenses work. That initial kind of cache that they have built up in open areas meant to hold things back. Really trying to fight FearX for the timing there, and then make them deal with everything that's set up on the actual site. Things like those fear gas, F-Knots, and smokes, and Goyle canisters, things along those lines. Layering all of that up makes it super, super difficult, especially when that timer's eating at you. To have that early recognition. The site, though, could be a little bit of a change of fate here for FearX as they have to deal with this top floor. I brought the OSA. Good shout here, especially for the top of square. They get some access to these walls, potential to set up a few of these barriers, assist themselves with these longer range gunfights.
Just a pretty classic beginning to attacking the CEO site. So the Flores will be very much appreciated for FearX to do that very thing. OSA 2 rounds in a row as well. As before we saw on the Lockers bomb site, OSA moves into garage, plants the Talon shield, and tries to cut off any rotations inside of the site. This time, you could have her go CEO windows, or you could have her go top square. Do this very thing. Start pushing forward, kind of act as a pseudo-Monty in a way, crouching instead of being able to stand up fully extended, but still just to dodge these head holes made in the CEO wall and actually acquire control in this position. Herds tries to get aggressive, but good reaction by FearX. They have Demet covering the OSA, make sure that nobody can, well, do exactly what Herds ended up doing. 2 rounds in a row. Now, Rin finds themselves as the early kill, and a 1-for-1. Hazy hops out the window, cuts down Demic, and because of that kill onto Rin, it gets them the advantage.
Yeah, Claymore kind of a telltale sign of what happened over there, huh?
Yep.
Arakaze, inside of top square. The biggest thing right now for FearX is that Rin is gone, and having those Rotero drones would have mattered so very much, especially for that position that was built up over in the main hallway up here. Nice discovery there from Good Boy.
Nice.
Following up on a little bit of info game off those drones. You can see Ren and Demic flying back and forth off those right now. Now sub-minute. FearX really needing access to a portion of this bomb site. Luckily enough, they still do have Arakaze, but Herds is on the flank, limit testing what they can potentially do. You have what I believe is Buck. Yes, good boy. Working his way across open area. Beepers goes off. Arakaze paying a little attention to what's happening. Nitro sell out. Won't be able to find too much. And that's going to pull good boy back over to the bottom square.
Herds is playing this so well. He used the C4, activated the beepers just to try and distract FearX, but now he might actually have to make a play. Going for this flank. Now the FearX have got a 3v2. Philippox is alone on the site. He needs to win these fights. He needs to hold out or at least run away. They can cover the plant as Arakaze gets it down. Good boy opens the wall, but falls to the MP5. Hertz now activates his flank, but the round has fallen to pieces for W7M because of those kills acquired by FearX. On such low HP, Arakaze can watch that. Very nice, slow, sure, but very nice. Nonetheless, recovery by FearX, able to tie the score very early on.
FearX's patience really working out into their favor, especially with that flank coming in from Herds. It just did not work out the way that he wanted it to. You know, he gets that initial beeper and tries to bait a couple of people to pull their vision over there, but as soon as he doubles back to actually hit the flank, there's not a single person home. And not only that, but FearX also with the capability to take the full site pressure, be able to at least get rid of Omite, making things a lot more easy for them to get that plant down. And past that, all I really had to do was worry about that flank. I knew exactly where Hertz was going to be coming from as that beeper was activated once again. FearX with a solid round there, all things considered. Now for W7M, going to switch gears and still head over to open area, not feeling things once again inside of CEO.
We have the classic mirror roam on the top floor. We've seen it so many times now. Hertz bringing it on CEO. While Hertz bringing it this round as well, and the Mira also being present in round 1 from Philippox inside of open area. So, pretty consistent fixture on a lot of bomb sites, on a lot of maps, but on Bank in particular, this and Castle, Mira and Castle, very, very commonly used. And in conjunction with these F-Knots, it can make for a pretty difficult picture. And then that doesn't even get started on the Azami. The defense has so many tools to use on a variety of maps. But on this particular map, so many of the tools revolve around taking the bomb site and just adding 4 rooms to it, saying, all right, we're defending these 2. We're also going to hold CEO. We're going to hold stock. We're going to hold this hallway, this area. And because you have the castle barricades and the mirror windows and the Kiba barricades in this case as well, KZ bringing the Azami, it makes it so much easier, whereas on other maps, it doesn't feel as almost methodical as it is on Bank. A bit more loose, a bit more fluid, but on Bank, it literally feels like we're just doubling the bomb site from 2 rooms to 4.
You know I had to double it. Oh, big fight here as Methy flies high, but soars a little bit too close to the sun, and that's more than likely a W7M round. That's really it right there. A little bit of damage dealt to these people. It's going to require a lot of heavy lifting here from FearX. Demic with the first moment, able to find at least one. Has some solid damage on Philippox as well as Nade here too, but W7M are so good in moments like this. They know exactly what buttons to press, what they can and can't get away with. Demic as well as Arakaze more than likely going to try their best to rat things out here. Crouch in behind. Oh, big moment. Arakaze. 2 ships in the night. Philippox. Nitro Cell. Will be able to land. Mandela out too. Flashes him very, very well here, but look at the angle that's already been adopted. Arakaze has to double back. Philippox will go down. The smoke out here to try at least thwart his game plan. He'll be able to find one. Nade's going to take down Arakaze, though. Into the 1 versus 3 for Demic. He does have the case on his person. Going to throw down that Selma, but it's going to be a find here from Herds in a W7M round. Built off those early picks from across, well, really the whole map. Had one going on over in the stairwell, a couple over towards lobby, I do believe, and one over towards top square.
Yeah, I had a whole, 45-second point about how, Bank tends to be these more methodical clears, often sparked by, the defense expanding their territory room by room at the start of the round. And then we just had an Amaru fly in a big window, die immediately. Rin presumably walking in and dying as well. And then Good Boy also, a third player just to make it a 2v5. So, a bit more of a fluid and chaotic round than I was anticipating, but one that still W7M can thrive in.
And what else can you ask for when there's an Amaru on the board? You know? I mean, eventually she's going to fly in somewhere. That's the whole point of bringing this operator. So, unfortunate for FearX. It happens. Yeah, it does happen, but I mean, you have to consider what happened later on in the round too. Maybe if you have one extra body, 2 people maybe still alive, there's a really, really good consideration, especially after those picks that they were able to get. But also that begs the question, how aggressive did W7M get because of the situation they had in front of them, right?
And also, I think it's important to note that we're seeing the reemergence of a pretty consistent trend for FearX that disappeared a bit in the GK game, but is now kind of appearing again. The only reason Rin was not the opening pick that round was because the Amaru flew into CEO window and died about 1.5 seconds prior. Immediately after that, Rin was the first pick, and Rin has been the first pick the previous 2 rounds. So, while not the opening pick that time, 3 rounds in a row, Rin has died extremely early on, and that has been a very problematic trend, only countered a little bit by that Oregon game against GK.
Yeah, and Rin currently is 10-18 on entry, so not the greatest stat, especially now that it's, well, given those circumstances, practically, 0.5. So it'll be, what is that, 10-20, so a little rough.
But before that game, Rin got 3 to 4 opening picks off of spawn peeps in the defense. So
a little creative, I guess, in that regard. It's going to seal up the door here for Blue. Very fast acting here from FearX.
They are moving very quickly, and they were in a good spot, but because of this Azami barricade, Good Boy trapped on server stairs. You have to give credit, though, able to find this position very early on before either anybody from W7M could take it, or W7M seeded it entirely. But with these Kiba barricades and 2 more in Herds' pocket, despite this control that FearX thought they could acquire, they can't really do it, because if one of those Kibas breaks, Herds can start firing shots down dirt. If the other one breaks, you have KZ right around the corner with a shotgun. This is a really nice play by W7M. They baited FearX into taking that control and have basically forced them off completely with 2 Kiba barricades. That's one of the most powerful uses of Azami I've ever seen.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you how powerful these Kiba barriers are. Able to seal up not only dirt, but also the bottom of Blue. KZ will find Good Boy here, as he more than likely finally got frustrated and broke that Kiba barrier. But also KZ could have just smacked it and found him in Blue too. See it later on down the line as KZ is now on the rotation. I do believe that they were able to see him as he worked his way in through that door, but he's going to continue rolling around, trying to run amok of things here inside of Archives. Nobody occupying that camera, as Good Boy will be on one of the defaults that was stolen by Rin earlier. But FearX, they're just trying to find a way into this actual bomb site. After getting thwarted earlier and a lot of damage going on to Demic and Arakaze, it's not such an easy route forward, especially with so much solid utility still built up for the defense. They can handle Arakaze so easily here.
They can, and FearX in about the same spot they were last time, betting it all on a Vault drop. C4 goes out. Arakaze blown sky high. Another 2v5 for FearX to find their way out of. A much slower death in round 4 compared to round 3. But no kill gained. Even if it was impactless, at least Arakaze found 1 on the previous round. But this time it's a flawless for W7M in strategy and execution.
Yep, absolutely. Every single step of the way, there was not a single moment where you go, oh, FearX have a moment to try and work their way back into this round. W7M constantly putting obstacles in front of them, literally, especially with that initial part there in server. And FearX trying to find a pick, looking where W7M will potentially give them a gap. But that's the thing about the Bulls. They never allow these moments. The only time that they're going to get hyper-aggressive is when they know that the opposing squad doesn't really have an opportunity to try and frag out and win these big rounds back. Kind of like what we saw in, I believe, round 2 a little bit earlier on. But now, W7M, they're going to throw it upstairs. This was the successful offense that FearX was able to garner. So we'll see what they're capable of this time around. Now, the big thing is it's going to be a little bit of a game plan change here, a little bit of a line shift for them. No Osa. We will have Arakaze on the glass of all things, though.
We'll see if he sticks it.
10 seconds remaining.
No. Goes back to the Osa.
Don't have to worry about a Warden, so not honestly the worst thing in the world. And they're actually going to shift a couple of other things around.
Very
bring
late change.
in, yeah, absolutely. The Monty here. Also got the Rotero drones coming in, as well as Cali.
I mean, I'm clocking a main stairs take here. Usually when you see the Monty on this site, they go up spiral staircase, and if you have the Cali as well, I mean, I can just... It's so easy to picture the Cali going on those main lobby rappels and using that sniper to hold a very long angle either through Canto Wall or top spiral in general to facilitate the Monty push. We'll see if that changes. You could also maybe just have the Cali go on the main lobby rappel and the rest of the take comes from the backside. Who knows? Jake is losing his mind right now.
Yeah, the Aussies are getting a little energy over there.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I love the energy.
absolutely.
On here we go. Yeah, main lobby.
And nobody was very appreciative of our energy yesterday.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I don't know if they can hear me. I think Jake, Guz, and Fox are doing a great job.
I do as well.
Shout out to Jake, Guz, and Fox. Try casting on the A stream.
And screw Parker.
Parker is making fun of us. He's like, "Why are stinks so loud?"
I don't know. Did you watch the game? Because I can tell you why we were loud.
Oh, we were getting mobile that game.
Oh, absolutely. My voice was at about 11 p.m. was like, Stokes, why did you do that?
I had to stop myself from talking because I'm like I yell, like I talk really loudly. Some people might not know, and I actually need to stop talking because I won't be able to control myself. Either way. Point being, we do have the main lobby push we foresaw, and, well, that's the power of the Chalet in that particular position. Nade just completely deleted off the face of the earth with one very, very nice shot. Oh, Effie actually, at the moment, not to the main lobby repel. Instead, on this antechamber window, Elapox trying to wrangle the Monty with these impact and Kiba grenade combos, but that Cali's going to be an ever-present threat they have to worry about. Tevek almost finding one! But it gets away from him. KZ's able to trade on the good boy as well. I thought with that Monty pressure and the Chalet kill, we might see a lot of FearX momentum, but at the moment, they are pretty much at a stalemate on top Spiral.
I can never not laugh when I see somebody repel on Skylight and Lobby. It's such a high risk versus reward because people rarely do it. You can find some pretty unique angles that people just aren't accounting for, and Arakaze don't have as much assistance from the window as you think, my friend. Some of these angles are pretty difficult to try and work in against, and now Mephi's had to get off repel. Nice shots here. So far, so good with the sniper rifle.
I gotta say, the op minister right now.
Welcome to the church.
Church of the one-shot body shot. Oh, okay, hold up. I didn't know you were built like that. Can we go for 4? Yes, we can. Might need to start seeing Caliran more often because Mephi single-handedly brings the round back from Oblivion. 3 kills, 2 with the 4 kills, excuse me, 2 kills with the sniper, 2 with the SMG-12, and 2 CEO rounds that honestly FearX had no business winning.
Yeah, pretty wild that they were actually able to muster that. The first one made a heck of a lot more sense. That second one, W7M just kind of throwing themselves directly in front of the train. Is FearX and specifically Mephi ready on these angles. And, I mean, that's the power of that rifle right there. When Chalet first came out, a lot of people were like, oh, this op is just going to sit here and hold an angle, and if somebody crosses, they die instantaneously. Yeah, exactly. And that's what you get. What you see is what you get. Mephi, some nice shots there. Also, I like the use of the lance as well. Sometimes we see Ash brought to try and counteract these castle barricades. You can also see Zofia with the lifelines as well. But people forget about Chalet. She gets a lot of those lances. I think she gets 3 or 4 of those darn things. So, just a really smart consideration to be able to bring her to break up a lot of these castle barricades.
Plus, if you have someone actually get kills with the sniper, it's very entertaining.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm just here for that, really. Like, the actual utility, I mean, that's whatever. If I can watch Mephi just, like, one-shot people with a sniper, one of them at very close range.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Where's the phase skin for that gun? Like, why are we trolling?
I was about to say, are there actually... I don't think there are any skins for that gun because they always pick skins that, like, on ops people use, right?
I want to say, and I might be off base about this, but I want to say there's one.
Listen, if there's not one, there should be. Like, there's a... I just got word. There's a Virtus Pro skin on that gun.
There it is.
And you know what? We were actually... Sam and I were paying...
Shout out VP.
Yeah, Sam and I were paying massive compliments to the Virtus Pro skin we saw in the R6 share ad. A great combination of artistic license while incorporating the brand. And they picked Cali Sniper for a skin.
Yep. VP's winning, man. I've always loved Virtus Pro, but that's because I've loved FPS games for a really, really long time, and they're one of the most known organizations in Counter-Strike. So as soon as they signed up for Siege, I was like, oh, hell yeah! You can say the same thing about Rin as well. We'll take down KZ. FearX, we got an opportunity now. The door is open, and we try and claim round 6. W7M, man, this tournament has just looked so weird for them in certain moments. Just like things like this is not what you're expecting. An early pick here that kind of goes sideways, nobody really around to try and assist, especially on a Rooney.
Yeah, one of those moments where KZ clearly reacted to the Maru flying in. I think maybe I expected her to be coming top square. Instead, went in the window right next to it. That drops you down to bottom square, and then just lacked the direct intel in that moment. Not entirely his fault, but still, as you said, caught off guard in a way that we're still not quite used to for W7M, especially KZ having such a monstrous game yesterday. 4-4 at the moment, 4-3 before that death. See how FearX capitalize off of it, as this is one of the first times they've truly had an untraded advantage. Mephi following up with a second 3-3 half. Very possible for FearX now. You could argue maybe a 5-1, given that W7M threw 2 of those CO attacks away, and, well, one being opened up by a Mephi 4K, but here, that's just a very nice angle, and that's not even the 3rd kill acquired. Rin, a double. JB92 falls. Herds now finished off. A flawless round for FearX to end that half. You can disagree with the CEO rounds all you want. That was a great attack to end the half.
That was very clean. Very, very clean. W7M not having a single read on the situation ahead of them. And again, we go back to these rotations coming out, these flanks that they're attempting on the top floor. They get bodied on the entry. I mean, we legitimately saw Mute's corpse just smack the floor in the hallway upstairs because FearX have these things shut down. That's the find there from Ren is on the fly-in, but, I mean, everything else really just going the way of FearX. Every time W7M tried to pitch a fastball, Fox was knocking it out of the park.
We're in one of those spots now where I'm actually kind of worried for the rest of this game because...
Dude, can I just be honest with you?
Sure.
I'm worried for the rest of this event for W7M. I'm gonna make a call right here, right now. I don't think that we see him on Grand Final Day. I really don't.
Oh,
I really don't.
I don't know if I'd go that far. They still have such
clip it, ship it, folks.
They still have a very strong performance to rely on the year, but the reason I'm worried for the rest of this match is it's not anything particularly analytical, but when you see rounds like FearX got, those 2 CEO attacks, which W7M were in the lead and ended up either giving it away or somebody overperformed from FearX and got gifted 1v1s. That, to be fair, they won, but still a situation where W7M kind of gave away the advantage a little bit. Those rounds in a particularly close game could end up making the difference for a team that maybe was in behind and maybe shouldn't have won, and then end up winning if they have a strong half to follow up those big plays. And so, depending on how FearX's defenses go, we could find ourselves in a spot where those rounds might make difference between a W7M victory early on, or it ends up being a very close affair. We'll need to turn our attention to this Locker's bomb site, though, and see how it starts. KZ uses both of his exothermics immediately because W7M see that server is completely clear. FearX are fully extended on the top floor, and Rin is cut down, but FearX are able to fight back for just a second and follow it up with a 3v3. Again, the lead not fully acquired, but KZ fully solidifies the advantage for W7M. C4 goes out, but Nade baits it out perfectly. Arkaze without that secondary utility, and now the Candela's flying into Red Hall. I was about to say, I think FearX might have had a little bit of a chance, but with this expert usage of the utility and the coverage behind this Talon Shield, this is looking like a W7M victory on their first bout on the attack.
Yeah, Fox just put it all on black, and it definitely does not work out on the roulette wheel, does it? They'll immediately lose that round based off those 4 big engagements that happened around top square, electrical, and bottom. So, with that being said, W7M with a pretty quick round there. Really like what we had to see, especially with kind of the setup that they had going for the basement. I'm just kind of surprised that FearX put so much value into that square hold, especially with them having a little bit of, inkling as to what was going on over inside of server. But based off the positioning of FearX, right, if they do end up winning out those engagements, more likely they're around. So, not the biggest thing in the world. FearX more than likely will just make some adjustments down the line. But, I mean, if you look at the lineup for W7M initially inside of that round, you could definitely tell that it was just going to be a decently quick execution. They didn't have any globals, no real assistance for the info game, just some fairly straightforward operators with Ying. So obviously more than likely going for that pretty immediate plant. FearX not feeling the basement anymore, are going to bring it over to staff room and open area.
5 seconds left.
Where we will likely see more of a clear from W7M, because on Locker CCTV, of course, you need to defend some of those server stairs, make sure that the attack can't get control of hatches, but on open area, there's some actual more soft destruction that can be done besides hatch angles.
Did they reinforce the hatch in open area? Did they? Did they do it? No, they didn't. All right.
Nope.
Well, we know where Herds is more than likely going.
This is sort of the, yep, here we go.
Man, I'm clairvoyant, let me tell you.
Remember when we saw the FaZe G2 game? We were like,
you remember when we saw
Alamo
Yardy do this a year ago?
Oh, we do, yeah.
on Beast Coast?
I do remember that. I made a TikTok about that round.
Wait, you have a TikTok?
I do. We've actually seen that strategy used quite a few times since then. I think Beast Coast might have got it from another Brazilian team, but that's almost 2 years ago now. I can't exactly remember. But yeah, as Sam is talking about, if you have the open area hatch open, an Amaru, in this case Herds, might fly up it and try to get the bomb down, but he's not actually the one with the diffuser, so I don't know if we'll see him go up the open area hatch. Instead, might try to go up through small office and go for kills instead, whereas Nade, the guy with the diffuser, will be going more for a cafe plant while opening up the quad wall. It's really just a normal execute from this area, but using an Amaru.
Yeah, exactly. He's just here to kind of flank as all of these explosives, gun fodder, and everything else goes off. So we'll see if he can try and produce something pretty magical. Nitro Cell out will deal a lot of damage to Fleepox. Izzy will take down Good Boy. They know where at least one target is. More Candela's in, and Herds ready on the bottom floor.
Here we
He's going to fly through right now. A nice find on the Mira. Should be able to open things up a little bit, but he's immediately sent to the sword. Him and Mephi, one of the only two remaining right now, and make that just one, as Nate will find the last player there. Very well done from W7M. Not trying to force things down, keeping the gunplay active, and making sure that they have the opportunity to try and take out these Fear X players.
All right, so this is the W7M we know, right? I mean, we had one very good read, where similar to the FaZe Los game we saw yesterday, where Los in round 1 saw that server was free for the taking. They slowly take in, acquire control of server stairs and server itself, then are able to get a plant in the default plant spot inside of lockers. Basically same thing round 1, just not with a blitz like we saw with Los. They move in, find that server stairs is clear, open up both the walls, use the OSA, get the bomb down, job done, even though it's a bit hectic on taking some gunfights with those offsite players. That round, sure, there was a read. We saw that the open area hatch was open, but that wasn't the focal point of the strategy like the server control of round 1 was. This time, it was just, we're going to go for a fast, not a rush, but a fast clear of open area. We'll counter the bandit trick, we'll open up that wall, push the Monty in, and while they're distracted, Herds will go up one of the hatches. In this case, he actually did end up going up through the open area hatch instead of the small office hatch. Use the distraction as they're focused up front to take them out from behind. And even though he only got one kill, W7M are always and usually favorites in the gunfights they take. So, not a huge, brilliant macro play there, but a nice little small strategy with solid fundamentals. 4 on one side, they take the attention, 1 on the other with the backstab.
Yep. Yeah, they're not trying to reinvent the wheel. The operator list that they bring, it just makes sense for the strategy that they're going for, right?
Simple,
it tells the tale, exactly. So, let's see what they can get going this round, as we're going to have Finka in for the very first time. I really, really like Finka, especially for teams like W7M. They're a little bit more gunfight heavy, but we're not going to be seeing her too much. I think they were trying to bring her along just because a lot of people try and batter and bruise Monty whenever he is in play. We saw that earlier with W7M on their defense, as they were constantly trying to smack things down on that shield, and Finka could have assisted in moments like that just to add that extra health pool, but I digress. In round 9 we go with a little bit of a different operator list here for W7M. They're going to bring the map. We also have the secondary hard breach here on Capital, so these hatches should be pretty easy, but it more than likely will be JV92 having to get rid of the hardcore hatches, the more mainline ones, just because of those electro claws. You touched earlier on how Rin really likes those opening spawn peaks, but this time the shoe is on the other foot.
Not necessarily going for a full-on spawn peek, you know, hugging the window and looking out. This time, trying to take a gunfight with the player hopping in for the window, and it's cut down very quickly. I believe that is now 1 and 4 for Rin.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah, let's say 1 and 4 on opening picks. Still very aggressive, but much more like the Rin that was struggling in the early parts of this tournament, not so much the Rin that was able to get away with those spawn peaks against GK. That also allows Herds to take control of open area within 30 seconds, and now KZ will follow up. You mentioned the Twitch pick, and on this bomb site, it's almost a must for me. Of course, you maybe could find those F-Nots if you have a Bravo or something like that, but the Goyos are the real star of the show here, and Twitch is the perfect counter to that. If you can drive the shock drone in, especially if there's no mute, shock them and get rid of them, that takes the server execute from potentially impossible if you execute late enough to doable at any point in the round, so long as you're also able to bait out those smoke canisters. So, good read by W7M, no hesitation in picking it. And now we're probably going to have a very quiet mid-round unless we see some action over by server.
JV92 is going to be, well, doesn't have to do double shift, does he? You have the EMP here working its way in from Fleepox, so have to get that one hatch there inside of the office, and honestly, that's really, really good news, because getting that hatch in open area as Maverick is so risky, because you kind of have to stand over top of it, and there's a bunch of different angles you have to deal with. Here's KZ getting rid of a lot of those Goyo canisters, as you were touching on. A fantastic option to try and deal with those. Nade, almost able to shoot out that smoke, but Furex so far able to delay things out in a pretty proper manner.
Pretty proper manner, but by choosing to put the smoke in this position with how liberal Mephi has been with the smoke canister usage, not only does he almost lose his life, he's now used all of his smoke canisters. That means the only real denial Furex have left is the C4s and maybe the impacts from Good Boy. Furex now pushing on in, or pushing up, I should say, as Mephi's able to take down KZ on the push down server stairs, but Herds goes in for the trade, and now we're in the difficult position. Only 35 seconds left, but all W7M really need to do is bait out that C4 from Arukaze. Good Boy will be in a very exposed position once he goes for those impact grenades. The C4 from Gold is a lot safer. The impacts from Garage are another thing entirely.
Most definitely. W7M know that they have to deal with Arukaze. It's very obvious that he's implemented there for that Nitro cell. Nobody's tossed it. Smokes in. Nade should more than likely follow this up as well. Felipox is going to go for it. Off-kilter plant. Exactly. That's exactly what you want to go for. Hertz is going to go down. A little bit of a misread on the scenario implemented in front of him, but JV92. Damn. 3 kills out of him in the M4 there on Mav, and some pretty clean mechanics as well. You and I got to see that on the other monitor there for a split second. Beautiful stuff out of him. But what else would you expect? JV92, a very confident player for W7M, and they'll reach match point.
And I feel silly for saying that I was even a little bit worried for W7M after those attacks. Not because I think the point was unfair. When you see big rounds like that, you have to worry, oh, if this side isn't great, those might end up costing you, letting the CEO rounds slip away. But right there, look at how well thought out that execute was. They had 30 seconds left, and like I said earlier, they had burnt all those Vulcans. The smoke had used all his toxic canisters, so all that was left was that C4, and W7M had the perfect counter for it. First, the smokes to make sure that the gunfights or the utility the defense wants to use is used a little more hesitantly. They don't have exact intel on the attack's position, and then they add another redundancy. They move KZ to an off-plant spot that the smoke is covering. JV92 is also dropping down the right hatch to make sure that nobody can just swing him and get an angle on him past the smoke.
I still can't believe that the Bucks stepped up when they knew the Nitro cell was there. He was like, I'm just going to step to this door real quick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. But still, it was just an excellent, it was a very well thought out execute for W7M. And now on match point, these attacks have looked like everything has gone according to plan, even if something turned out to be a complete unconsidered factor by W7M. They were completely surprised by it. It has not looked it. It has looked like they've accounted for everything. Furex has given them a lot of opportunities, both in Rin dying early and a lot of important utility being destroyed or used early on. It looks like everything is what W7M could have wished for.
Yep, absolutely. Furex a little too aggressive in certain scenarios, and W7M, definitely a team that you don't want to give a lot of opportunities like that because they'll run away with it. That's what we're seeing here. So, let's see what W7M can attempt to muster on potentially our last round as KZ will drone out the top floor. They've already got Felipox up here as well, but not a single soul from the Fearless Foxes around the area.
I definitely think this is a bit of a mistake. I mean, you need to at least pressure this top floor a little bit. I'm not saying you need to hold it extensively for the entire round, but look what can happen.
Look at the time.
Yeah, not even a minute into the round, KZ was inside a CEO, inside of the meeting room, just opening up that floor with a skeleton key. There's a reason you need to control and contest part of the map on Bank, because if the attack, despite it being a large map, if the attack can get control of a lot of the map quickly, you've wasted a lot of potential to potentially save and execute. There are factors on the site that could go Furex's way, depending on how many F-Nots are downstairs, if the Warden is able to find himself in a good position, the C4s could land from Good Boy and Arukaze, but W7M, they might, in another world, have been opening up that wall with such low time, but now, as they're also opening up the stock hatch, so much has been accomplished at literally zero cost to the attack.
The janitor hatch open. Small stock. The verticality working its way in here for W7M. Using that timer to its fullest advantage. I mean, again, Carter, look at this. You still have an entire minute remaining. The entire top of this site has been ripped to shreds. Also allowing them to add some other things into the fold. Mephi will now be stuck here inside of this elevator unless, well, obviously we'll be able to get down that hatch now. That they lift secondary, opening that up, so making this life a tad bit easier, but seemingly aware that he could still be trying to persist. Nice little find there from JB92 as Mephi goes hunting, but will immediately get cut down. Another find from Leapox of all people there on the shield. They'll be able to pick up one. Almost gets a second as well. A lot of damage on to Ren, but Ren can shoot back too. Leapox dealing quite a bit of damage with this shield as active gunplay, the pistol out. And that's usually a huge distraction when it comes to Monty, and Herds will make the most out of the situation.
7-3. Just like that. Didn't even feel like a victory that round. Even though it got down to a 2v2, it still felt like W7M were in control the entire time. The one thing I was worried about, all right, we do have 5 people all around open area. What if W7M funnel into choke points, lose gunfights that they should be winning? And again, to be fair, they got to a 2v2. 2 of those remaining 4 players were downed. But because of all the control W7M were able to acquire early on, Sam, it didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, most definitely not. And honestly, I think that's down to the game plan here from Fearless Foxes. I think that they needed to force W7M on a couple of these things to really deal with the site setup, deal with some more crossfires. Instead, we saw a lot of roaming, we saw a lot of risk taken from them, and that's not something that you want to give the reins over to W7M. But folks, that's going to do it for our first map. We've got Chalet up next. We're going to send you to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
His army, so that is a massive kill to start the round for Loss.
Loban jumping in while playing Habana. I mean, the confidence in his teammates to isolate that one player. He knows that he can jump into Ego balcony and pretty much push on the backside, and he's confident in taking that gunfight. Especially if he goes down, he loses so much hard breach ability. So the confidence for him to do that, the trust in his team to go for an aggressive play like that to take down Hoven, who, as you mentioned, guys, is having a phenomenal game. He has been one of the main slayers on Bleed's side. It gives them a good amount of position to now just focus on opening up the top floor, and the Habana is getting open the hatches. Bleed's gonna have to look to potentially flank here from the kitchen bomb site. They have the mirror, but it just got opened.
Yeah, Reeves tried to make a play through Piano, but cameraman droned him out about 20 seconds ago, so that play didn't really come into fruition. Of course, the Solace of Turd was nearby as well, so he may have spotted out additional intel gathering tools from the attack that just made that retake a little bit more challenging and something that Bleed don't feel comfortable committing to. Positive signs, though, for Loss that they have been able to maintain this map control. Turd still on the first floor, so he could be a key playmaker later on in the piece. But Bleed are happy to sit back and wait, and in this kind of meta we're seeing it time and time again where the defense doesn't necessarily have to aggress at this point of the round. They can sit back, wait, and force the attack to flush out these spots.
It looks like Los is just trying to get a little bit more information on where all the Bleed players are before the attack comes out, and Reef's gonna get a good pick on the stairs. He's gonna get dropped onto and traded. Mentalist is gonna get one to make things worse. Bleed slowly taking a group out of an advantage of the way that the site is going. Loban's gonna push out to get one. Shots are gonna fire back, but the pitch is gonna come through from Dash.
Really strong for a Lost one. Clearly, you can see a little bit of susceptibleness in the defense when it comes to Bleed, especially on a site like Basement. They opened themselves up, and losing Hoven early on meant they were severely weakened from the get-go. You don't have the Azami for the late game play. Certainly you don't have your top fragger in this particular match. And then obviously you're down a player, stretches that defense thin. It's a really good start for Lost One, and I think clearly we've seen enough now. Heading into the 8th round, it's a 4-3 scoreline. These teams, we built this as a very close affair, 50-50, hard to really split it. Well, the scoreline right now is suggesting that. Bleed have been great in their attacking rounds. A little shaky to start their defense. Obviously for Los, great start in that opening round as well. And feels like a blessing, guys, a blessing. We're getting some really good attacking siege.
Yeah, and throughout the tournament so far, especially some teams in particular have struggled in that regard. So yeah, certainly a nice switch up and a good start for Lost. Let's have a look back at the replay package from round number 7. There's that opening kill, quick and snappy from Loban. And despite bringing it back to the 4 versus 4, the 2v2 here, very awkward from Bleed, stacked towards that pillar position, deep inside of Wine. Splitting the attack really nicely there, a loss in pinching those players. I don't know if they had, obviously, a read as to directly where they were. They probably did at that point in time, but really good reactive attacking there from Loss. And especially on a side that can be difficult to get yourself into, as obviously you need to show initiative on attack. A great way to kick things off for.
The Blackbeard was a big question mark for me. Where were we going to see it? Where were we going to see him push in? And he was just in the big garage, just trying to abuse the washing machine angles, the head glitches, to just give him a little bit more of an advantage so that he's able to win that gunfight. Fortunately for him, he went undetected. Dash was able to sneak through the back and get a nice little 2K to make the round just one more on Los's ladder to climb back into this game on the attacking side.
So pretty quick entry here over towards main garage for Lost, and Loben lurking over towards Ego Bulk. Poses a threat to Hoven. Dash has got a West main control as well, so Lost sprawling across the map on this attacking side. Bleed, again, not really eager to contest too much off site. And as mentioned,
wow, that's a concern.
Hoven in that key position slain, and once again it's the Azami to fall first.
Yeah, really strong from Lost One, and the fact that 2 rounds in a row they've been able to get the kills onto Hoven, onto an Azami. At that point you have to kind of ask there, Hoven, the positioning on such an operator that really do need alive as long as possible, basically until the end. Get those keeper barriers generating, get them out into the map, especially on bar games. You want to be really locked down defensively. You cannot afford to be losing players early. But that goes to the credit of Lost One in their approach here on the attack. It's very easy down 4-2 coming into your own attack here in the defender side of meta to just kind of drop your head a little bit, but they look amped up. We saw it in the player cams before. They're really taking the challenge here. Trade back eventually for Asfi, a little bit delayed in that, but still got it anyway. Onto Dash, onto the Ace, in terms of hard breach. Not sure if that will be a factor.
Well, utility coming through then for the attack, looking to clear the remaining key barriers and key positions for the defense. Loben does fall. Officially now a 3 versus 3 as Mentalist able to confirm that pick. Cameraman low and Bleed arguably with the positional advantage.
Bleed's doing a great job at slowly moving around the map. They're going through the basement to retake position that Los isn't playing. They're keeping a track of where every member from Los is so that they can play where they aren't.
40 seconds remains. And a pivotal 8th round here with Bleed being able to offset the loss of Hoven this time around, unlike the round prior. They've got themselves into a position where they look a little stronger defensively, a bit more cohesive, and now forcing Lost One slowly towards the site in needing to clear out some of these key positions. A frag grenade in hand for Dots, but no EE1D. Thrown out, but of course it's nerfed, it's not that strong, and the swing from Reeves comes through anyway. Good drop down from Cameraman to at least get the trade, but as soon as he makes his way into the hallway, he meets his demise, and Bleed have been able to bounce back and answer that 7th round pretty comprehensively here on Bar Games.
Very nice lockdown from Bleed. They did a great job at playing exactly where Los weren't. They waited for Los to drop into the site. The trades came, but the trades went into Bleed's favor just because of the positioning of where they were. They're so hard to pinpoint and track down on the side of Los. They're constantly moving. I gotta commend Bleed for the way that they're able to move around the map without being marked. They're doing a great job at shutting down the information game on Los's side.
Yeah, as Bar has developed in the meta, it has become quite a difficult site for the defense to find safe positions to play, and then you add on top of the fact that the Azami is taken down rather so early on into the piece. It is a credit to Bleed in repositioning, finding safe havens to play, good presence of mind, good game awareness, and as mentioned, denying information as well. So confidence builder for Bleed, and a bit of frustration boiling underneath the surface there for Lost.
The operator lineups we see Lost bringing is a lot. It is pretty much to pick off the players on Bleed. It doesn't look like they're bringing too much utility. It is set to get that advantage, get that early pick against Bleed, and they did get it last round. But Bleed did a great job at trading it back and keeping everything close and tight grouped, and then forcing Los to go for this execute. And that's where the operator lineup that Los is bringing ends up struggling because they don't have the utility that Bleed had on their attacks. They aren't able to open up stock. They aren't able to open up all the hatches on the floor to make Bleed have to move out of these hard solidified positions.
So Kitchen and Dining, 9th round. And Bleed now on the verge of a potential map point. Of course, it is their map pick, and we've prefaced this a lot. They're very good at winning their map so far at the 6th Invitational. That's become quite a common theme. As the ram rush here from Loben through the Ego Pelt. The swing isn't effective immediately, but almost somehow Hoven stays alive. I thought it was going to be a 3rd round in a row where he'd lose his life early, but it's trades that come through in a flurry for Bleed. One back from Cameraman makes it that 1 versus 3, but the rush from Lost One has been an utter failure. But until this point, Cameraman has slowly brought it back. The drop down, not good enough. The Mentalist will punish him for missing those shots. Shots that were missed initially though on Hoven to begin with from Loben on the entry. How in the world did that man survive? Beyond me. But the consequence now is very much this, it's map point.
looked like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, being able to dodge all those bullets through Piano. I don't know how the hell he was able to survive and create the buffer for the trade. Laughs all around as I think both teams sensed that that was a very, very messy round. We could see it from our perspective, and I'm sure inside of the server as well. That was a difficult one to track, but 6-3 the scoreline. And we'll see if Bleed can back it up with another defensive round.
The execute onto the top floor looked promising from the side of Lowe's. They were able to get into office without anybody knowing they had a player on the bathroom window. But Hoven here just somehow staying alive. Loben unable to getting a pick onto any of the players in Piano. Goes just pretty much bit them on the back. They gave the opportunity for the rest of Bleed to just get those kills onto Lowe's. They had to find an opening pick onto the site, onto the top floor before attacking into the site, and they just couldn't. Unfortunately, it was just due to that door frame just being as hard as it was. It stopped all the bullets.
I mean, Hoven's on a heater, don't get me wrong, but one bullet more lands onto him there, the round would have played out entirely different. He gets a 2K off the back of it, plus that buffer of time that was awkward inside of buffers created an opportunity for a third pick. So that was just super unfortunate for Loss.
Certainly was. The rush attempt, valiant, but falls short. Bleed able to stop it dead in its tracks. And now they got themselves 3 map points on their map pick to begin in this elimination series. Again, a reminder, if you lose this series, you are out of the 6 Invitational here into the playoffs to begin day 2. We begin our elimination games. And right now, Bleed are on the verge of maybe getting themselves a 1 map advantage against Lost 1.
Well, at the half, I was a little worried, Sam, it might be a bit closer than we thought. And then W7M treated us to another one of their classic attacking masterclasses. 7-3 for W7M on their opponent's pick of bank. And now what we have, what I would say is one of their best maps. Coming up next is map 2.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of risk taken by FearX on their defenses and immediately slam dunked by W7M. I mean, not able to hold a candle consistently to the squad, able to find some tidbits here and there, but it was mostly just breadcrumbs at the end of the day, not a full meal. And now we sit on the precipice of a 2-0 here from W7M, walking into Chalet, and as you already said it, my friend, one of their best maps in their whole pool. FearX have to be pretty fearful, heading home right now.
Especially given how dominant that scoreline was on bank. Again, a map that I said is still very good for W7M as well. 1-1 on it at Atlanta, dropping it to Los in the grand finals and beating GK on it. Still 7-4 with a 6-0 half on the defense, might I add. So a bit tougher time on the defense today, but still a very easy time overall. And one of the big factors that we saw was not only those very well thought out attacks from W7M, but Rin still has a major problem, and it is poor positioning on the defensive side. Always seemingly in spots, either by his own volition even, that W7M or good teams can consistently exploit, whether it's spawn peaks or aggressive gunfights. Rin throughout this tournament, save for one particular game, has always seemed to have a very, very disappointing entry stat line.
Currently, Rin is sitting at 11 and 22 on entries.
Not great.
Not fantastic. And not only that, but quick math right here dictates that half of Rin's deaths were the opening kill for W7M in that series right there. Not exactly what you want. We'll see what they can do now that they're on Chalet. Bodies meaning quite a bit as well to the defensive end. You do not want to give up early bodies on Chalet. You want to try and force W7M into these clears, force them to fight for map control, and most importantly, try and dwindle down that timer. That's the biggest thing with Rin dying early on in these rounds, Carter. You can't play the map the way you want to just because there's so much more risk now, because you're practically doubling down in that regard.
That's my big concern on Chalet going into this, because if you have Rin playing a power position like Library or Library Stairs, and Rin dies in the first 15 seconds, that's going to be a huge problem. Thankfully, Chalet is a smaller map than Bank, so if Rin dies, you could theoretically trade him out a bit more consistently than you might on Bank, which is a much larger map with more expansive hallways, rooms, and so on. But even with that on Chalet, if Rin is dying so early, and FearX are placing him in important positions, sure, a 5v4 is bad enough, but if W7M then have basically a easy clear into Library with barely any cost to themselves, well, they perform better when there are greater obstacles in their way. they're going to perform even better if there are no obstacles whatsoever. But let's get into Chalet. We have the bans coming through, like the Ying ban from Fear X, just to make sure that that powerful execute operator is off the board. With the Blitz gone as well, we saw that Fear X tried to use some of those cheeky operators to get a couple rounds in the attack, and aside from some big either kills from Mephi or a bit of over-aggression from Herds, it was still a very strong defensive half for W7M. So denying those operators to maybe get a couple free, not necessarily free wins, but get a couple easier wins than you might if you just had to full clear, makes sense.
Yep. Getting the Blitz away for the shield plays and also taking out Fenrir, taking that away from Good Boy. Like the Solus ban here as well, just so there isn't something so detrimental to the drone game. You're actually allowed to drone during prep phase. I know, it's a big shocker. Round 1 on the docket now here for Fear X. They're going to go to Kitchen Dining first. Let's check in on the Chalet stat line, shall we? It's actually going to be the second most played map currently in the map pool. Clubhouse has actually been our most played at 17 plays. Chalet was 16. Chalet currently sitting at a 57% overall defensive win rate. Most defended site as well as the most defendable site. Bar Gaming at a 62%. It's had 58 rounds played so far. In the follow-up, Wine Cellar Snowmobile all the way downstairs. 50 plays, 58% defensive win rate. So see how this works out for Fear X is obviously they'll be going with the former. It's going to be, oh, actually, not even the former. They're going to Kitchen Dining. Apologies on that. That's actually the least defender-sided one at 51%. So have to see if Fear X can try and escape that fate, as W7M will be pretty happy about that. They're also going to go for the line shift for the offensive perspective, no longer bringing that Kali, IQ and Flores along for the ride, as well as Thatcher, just to make sure that getting open the main wall for Dining is a heck of a lot easier.
I am concerned by Rin's position on the Wamai. I want to see...
Already getting scared, huh?
I was about to say, I want to see a bit more patience. I don't want to see the poor positioning that we saw previously, because that Wamai is very important, and same with the Azami, that regenerating utility. Sure, the Legion has generative utility as well, but the Wamai catches projectiles. The flashbang is gaining renewed importance since the frag grenade nerf, and those key barriers, well, I don't need to explain to you why those are important. This, by the way, this right here is why I was worried for Fear X on Chalet, because W7M will move in so quickly. But Herd's exposing himself a little bit on that soft wall. Very, very good counter by Arukaze. That counter being pre-firing through the soft wall at prone level.
Get him a kill. Arukaze will persist, although on a bit less HP. Top floor position still adopted here from Fear X, and they should be trying to maintain this for as long as humanly possible. Exothermic down on the wall to assist W7M with this clear, as they'll create a massive hole in the side of Office. He's going to try and play things out here from the half wall. You have one here right to the right-hand side, looking for that kill, but the risk versus reward definitely falls onto risk. As KZ will take down one, tries to hit the flick. He's on very, very low HP, doubling over back outside of the breach.
Able to bring that advantage back, but the Azami still fighting a lot of barriers to W7M's entry into Piano. They've at least opened up this Office wall, so making sure that defenders can't retake across the top floor is easier, but you typically want to push the defenders out of Piano as well, because Good Boy can very easily, assuming he had a Kiba, just move across the doorway, rotate into Office, and still take a fight with the players playing outside and holding, because a lot of the attack is going to move down to the bottom floor. You can see 2 up top, 2 on the bottom. Good Boy does rotate. In turn, though, there'll be Arukaze and right up top, and, well, never mind. Arukaze on the bottom, and very much dead. Good Boy is able to get the refrag onto KZ. Nade not scared by the plan, but this is what I was worried about. Rin is able to completely retake the top floor. JB92 trying to finish him off. Intel and very low HP makes the Wamai easy fodder for Flores. Where is that final bit of intel? JV92 does have one drone in his pocket. One flashbang as well. No diffuser control, but 40 seconds left. He can easily find this. His drone is all the way down below Sam.
It'll be easy, though, because the stairwell over here for West. Definitely no goo mines persisting, because that's the one thing you definitely don't want inside of a 1v1. You step in a door, step on one of those things. You can hear that drone rolling around. He knows he's in the main hall right now, so more than likely get a pre-fire. Yep. And see if he swings out main, checks the kitchen. Are we going to swing this, Good Boy? I really hope not. Flash out. Stun him a bit. 10 seconds, though. And JV92 more than likely just going to try and bait for the frag. Good Boy creeps up. JV92, a little bit of damage dealt to him. He's going to have to sprint in here, though, with very minimal time, and Good Boy uses that to his fullest advantage. Very well done from Good Boy, as he plays that out to practically perfection.
By far and away the highest rated player on Fear X, and if there was ever an MVP for Fear X so far this tournament, it would be Good Boy. Very solid showing from him. Kind of the parallel of Woogieman on D plus Kia, a team that is very much struggling, but both those players, Woogieman at one time, I believe after the first couple days of groups, was actually the 3rd highest rated player at the tournament in the group stage. Good Boy not having the same level of success, but still a very, very strong player on a team that has been struggling in a lot of these matches. So excellent 1v1, but also Arukaze as well, able to punish Hertz for not necessarily over-aggression in terms of positioning, but maybe not the best way to take that engagement. I get what he was going for, staring through those prone holes, trying to see if somebody rotates in front of them early. I think that itself was the good idea. Once you kind of start shooting and staying prone, if you have someone just pre-fire through that wall, it's very, very difficult to get away. So good punishment from Fear X for that. But also, really, the game changer of that round wasn't that. It was Rin's retake at the top floor. W7M, even though they had accomplished a lot, never fully pushed those defenders back, never fully took control of Piano, or had accomplished... What is it?
No. JV, no, not like this. Ah.
What's wrong?
We got nobody to see through the smokes on the offensive perspective, and Meppy is playing Warden.
I don't see the issue.
Yeah, me neither, honestly.
I'm
completely off base in what I'm saying.
I can't see...
Oh, Meffy.
Oh, no.
Meffy, for the love of God. Oh, Meffy.
Almost.
He's going to take out KZ, and indeed, very almost. This Meffy.
I could see it happening, though. You just start ranting about nobody on the attack can see through the smoke, but Warden can, and then Meffy dies in the spawn peak, and it's like, well...
That's
not
my
a
life,
problem
brother.
anymore.
Yeah, every time it's like, yo, this strategy we hear is pretty sound from the defense, especially, you know, some exploitation routes that they can take. Oh, wait, he's dead? Well.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
But still, that's the opening pick for Fear X. Mephi's run out working outside of West Main. And another round, 2 rounds in a row now, where W7M have lost a kill very early on. Philippox trying to go for the lurk up West Main, I imagine.
I don't think Mephi is going to be allowed to persist very long on Solarium Stairs if you guys saw those yellow pings coming through the wall. See, though, have some angles built up. Obviously, do have that verticality still here for Fear X as well. A nice find, but he has to get the kill. A stun in, and Philippox still just walking across West Main. This has worked out very well so far, but Good Boy, he's going to hit the flank. The exact route that we saw taken from Philippox, he will use to kill him. Oh, what a shot out of Good Boy. He'll take down Herds as he's been at the helm so far at battling back up against the Bulls.
JV92 praying that wall to his left was a little bit further back so he could get an angle onto Rin. Oh, the timing right as Rin moves away.
So interesting. W7M, Akaze is going to get this kill. Flawless round sitting at the feet of Fear X. They just have to reach out and grab it.
We didn't even mention there's a clash.
Yeah, I mean, it's because Demic really hasn't had to do anything at all. He's just existing on the top floor, and here's the thing. This is what I was going to touch on. W7M didn't attempt to clear anything. Oh. What they really did is they just set up for a cutoff over on Trophy side and then tried to apply pressure in through West Main, trying to sneak in Philippox, maybe a couple stuns in upstairs, but that was really about it, Carter. They really weren't trying to play into the setup of Fear X, and, well, the setup got him killed.
Yeah, and I think, well, assuming that Nade doesn't clutch a massive, I was about to say massive 1v5, flawless round for Fear X, and I think what really made that round for me was Good Boy hitting the rotate down the hatch and up West Main stairs, of course. We saw the clear, what they had planned for. I was worried that the Azami was just going to have a complete angle on Philippox, and we'd have a very unceremonious end to that push up West Main. But they have the flashes come in through bathroom window to allow him to make that rotation in the first place. But Good Boy, very quick on his feet, drops down the dining hatch, rotates up West Main to counterflank Philippox. And then, of course, you combine that with the very nice flick onto, I believe, JV92? No, Herds.
Yep.
Walking up that hallway outside of dining. Herds had the drop on him. Good Boy reacts quicker. And 2 very quick reactions. 1 mechanical, 1 strategic, but definitely the MVP of that round for me, countering W7M completely.
Him and Arakaze are doing their damnedest right now to try and light up this scoreboard against W7M. And 3 players from W7M so far do not have a kill.
Yep.
Herds cooling off. KZ, I mean, he's got some frags, but even in this series, he does not look like what he did yesterday.
Still 0-2 on the opening picks as well. This was a very different position than we sometimes are used to seeing W7M in. First time, Herds got very quick control, but was pre-fired through the wall after giving away his general position to Arukaze. The second time, Mephi just goes for a spawn peek and wins the fight against KZ, who was anticipating it, but still lost it nonetheless. Another attempted spawn peek by Mephi, but nobody taking that vertical angle all the way outside of Narnia just yet. So he will back off.
I think W7M are a little fed up with FearX being able to at least around their initial plays and get in front of them, thwarting them in a lot of these entries. You can see the globals now working their way in. You got the Lion, you got the Dokkaebi. This is going to make things a lot more difficult for them. Good Boy gets completely caught off guard on the double peek there as KZ will burn him.
This is a classic, by the way. When I mentioned the Chalet against Virtus Pro, this is basically the exact attack we see. Herds walks up library stairs to go for the lurk. KZ hops in the trophy window, sprints all the way into bar and games. They're going to try to time it with the E1Ds and make all of these parts collide at the same time.
It's a really, really smart play, especially given the circumstances and what FearX has been going for, because they've been a little loosey-goosey in certain regards, especially on these openers, as they've constantly been trying to keep W7M at the gates. But with the utility that they have, as well as the gunpowder that they're bringing, it definitely opens up a lot of options for them. So we'll have to see what they can do with that, as they're going to adjust things across this top floor, trying to bring in new layers to assist with this clear. You have to worry about that man all the way up top, but they're also going to discover a player here inside of Fireplace too.
Here we go.
Fleepox will hop in, E1D out, Rin's already gone, and this player should be dead to rights. Very well done from Fleepox. Herds will find another one as well. It's down to Demic to try and stop the back-to-back flawless, but not in the favor of FearX.
And this is what I mean when W7M's attacks at their peak are basically perfect because, well, it's a flawless round for W7M as their first attacking win of the game first and foremost. But look at that communication. We could see it happening in real time. KZ takes control of dining, Herds moving up the library stairs to basically backstab the defense from garage up to the first floor. Fleepox hopping in the office balcony window. Probably the library window position, the piano position, so many different pressure points that W7M are applying, and it all happens at exactly the same time. We see the E1D go out, and once that final one hits, Fleepox hops in. Herd starts pushing up the stairs. KZ holding the trophy window. It all works perfectly, just as it did in that game against Virtus Pro, and just as it did right now. We've had a couple, sure, problematic starts for W7M, sure with some good clears, but still some great rotations by FearX and great reactions by FearX. But this is still the team you're facing, the team that can do that after losing 2 rounds in a row.
That's the thing about W7M, man. When they decide to pull the gloves off, everybody should be fearful. I've had a couple of complications this tournament, but still, are one of the best when it comes down to it. B7M, go for a line shift here after recognizing that it is going to be a kitchen offense. Now, the thing that should be standing out to all of you at home is that there is no mainstay hard breacher inside of this lineup. And in fact, there is no hard breach for W7M at all. They have a couple options to be able to bring that. Really, the one obviously standing out to everybody should be Nade here on the Grim. You can get those secondary hard breaches on him, but W7M not feeling as though they need those to try and take this site.
Depending on what they go for, they don't necessarily, but they're sort of boxing themselves into a solar-sided clear. You have those Grims to burn all of those magnets alongside maybe some of the flashbangs from Fleepox or KZ or the concussions from JV92. So you have a lot of the utility burn figured out, but Fleepox, well, he's not clearing anything whatsoever. He is going for, I was thinking maybe the same West Main lurk, but that was figured out on the previous, at least, not kitchen dining attack, but when he was moving up through kitchen dining in that master bedroom site. Instead, this is another position we've seen W7M take. Go for the lurk down out or in the blue hallway. Dokkaebi moves in, goes for the calls downstairs to help coordinate the push up above.
Logi bomb out. Fleepox knows there's somebody playing around the blue stairwell based off of that vibration in their pocket. First minute expended. So far, so good for W7M. And oh, good boy. We'll turn it back on to Fleepox. That sprint. Only thing that is a separation there. JV92, we're going to trade on to Demic, though. So, able to at least make progress on this top floor. Herd's going to get rid of a castle barricade, but those frag grenades is a little bit more difficult to keep in place to be able to do things like that. He's going to burn both of those, actually, to be able to get rid of that one barricade. Now, for W7M, more than likely begin wrapping themselves around this top floor, coiling to make sure that FearX can't persist in a lot of these areas on these crosses. Now, we're going to be able to get another one here. Nice find, though, from Mephi to be able to take down Herds on the main window. This will open up things a little bit for him. Is Ren actually with a follow-up here? Nice shot, though, from Nade and KZ to take down the last player on this top floor. But as soon as I say that, Carter, we actually have Good Boy all the way over on the fireplace stairwell right now.
This was the player that stopped Fleepox on his push-up library stairs. Something I don't think they fully appreciated in setting up this attack, but touch on that later. He's going for the flank to try to win FearX's third round of the defense, push the scoreline up 3-1. Spots nade, but has to back off. This gunfight, either of these are going to be very risky, given the damage Philippox did to him earlier on. Be able to shoot a drone, deny a bit of intel from W7M, keep his positioning a mystery for a little bit more time, but even without that Z-ping, KZ, it's a reasonable assumption to think Good Boy will play this hatch, will try to find an angle on one of these attackers. Indeed, he does. Puts nade to 1 HP. So KZ instead goes for the retake upstairs and should catch Good Boy off guard, who is tunnel visioned on these floor holes. KZ instead waiting patiently, not taking the fight. Still waiting. Nade's able to get the bomb down at the moment, and once Good Boy goes for the hatch, we have the finisher from W7M. Not a clean attack by any means, a strategy they've done before, and the Azami almost disrupting it. But aside from some gunfight wins, it was still one that W7M had the coordination and the foundation solid enough to pull through.
Yeah, well within the right to be able to take that one. It's going to be a tactical pause here, as I do believe we got a timeout from FearX. Yes, indeed. And honestly, in good timing. 2 nice rounds there from W7M. FearX have had at least a few chances to be able to pick up some rounds, and they've done exactly that, but now they need to try and retool themselves to put their head back in the game, especially with KZ and JV92 making some really big moments right now. KZ 7-2, JV92 4-3. And, well, FearX, yeah, they've got some solid considerations, especially for Good Boy, but Demic not doing the most right now. 0-3-1 for him, respectively. So, FearX more than likely seeing if they can try and get a little bit more coordination, as W7M have been taking this very long stick and smacking them in the head with it.
I do think, I mean, obviously it's a 2-2, but I do think that this game has been pretty close this entire time so far.
All things considered, absolutely.
Yeah. Aside from the flawless round from W7M, with that attack, they, of course, send the Dokkaebi to flank up Library Stairs. You have heard supporting from Library itself to try to pinch that player. But I don't think the Azami was necessarily given the respect that I think she deserves in that position. I also think it's great that Good Boy was there, because he's shown that on this roster, if anybody's good to take fights against very, very talented players, Good Boy's been that guy. He's very much been that boy this entire time. And when you're taking a fight behind that Kiba barricade, it's very difficult. Philippox is not, you know, he's not horrible for messing up that fight. I mean, the Azami's behind a Kiba barricade. He can easily pop out, take a few shots, fall back into cover as you expend half your mag trying to find him, then pop back out to go for the finisher, and Good Boy still almost fell. But that's still a pretty advantageous position for Good Boy to hold, and was very well crafted to stop that very lurk from Philippox. I wouldn't be shocked if it was some semblance of counter-stratting as well, knowing W7M like to go for that style of play.
Well, Rin, that's FearX. More than prepared for everything. W7M really enjoying this lineup right now, Carter. Especially with the Bees working their way back in here for Philippox. There's so many different options you have for secondary utility on Grim. He's so easy to work into lineups right now, and you get so much value out of these Bees, especially when you're trying to, clear out those hard-to-reach areas. Think things like half wall on border, or things like the half wall that Good Boy's standing next to right now. You can make areas preventable, or rather just really difficult to play at the end of the day with all that information pouring in on your location. So we'll see where W7M want to try and apply these. So far, it's just been the drone game early on, as it should be on this clear. Herd's backing that info up as well as he's worked his way in through Library. He's more than likely wait for Nade to try and work his way across and get this off his wall. Clash stepping all the way out on Eagle Balcony. Demic not wanting to risk things too much, but solid recognition as to what the situation is ahead of them.
Solid recognition, certainly. Arakaze solid positioning, too, able to destroy some of that hard-reaching. Herds might not be having the best game so far, but he does always find himself in these positions that are a little unaccounted for by FearX. Always these very tiny gaps. But Arakaze, I was about to say, putting up those 2 Kiba barricades will allow him to rotate across and take a gunfight with anybody inside of office. He's the one that finds Herds. And if he traded out, so it is only a 4v4. W7M stalling out at the moment, in no small part because of this clash. Philippox trying to melee the shield, but Demic is taunting him at this point, just pushing out, pulling back in, knowing there's nothing he can do besides meleeing the shield and trying his best. KZ, the main guy keeping W7M in contention against FearX. 9-2 at the moment.
Nice
3
find.
kills, the only ones for W7M, but he's traded out by Good Boy. Nade now going in for the plant. His coverage is only JB92. Demic spots him at the last second. He's able to cut down Philippox, spots another. There were a couple of opportunities for Demic to maybe deny that plant right there, but W7M still able to keep the pressure consistent and take the lead away from FearX.
Yeah, I think Fox honestly did a great job of slowing down the play, but the big thing is there, Carter, is that they weren't able to secure the frags. If they get some kills there, especially on the ace, that could be a really game-changing moment there, but W7M instead will pull ahead for the very first time on their map pick.
Now pull ahead for the first time, certainly, but as these have gone on, I'm glad we saw that flawless round to show what W7M are still capable of. But this is still very much this tournament. You know, a team that's playing very well, don't get me wrong. A team that has a lot of success, had a lot of close games, in easily the most competitive group at SI24, but is still finding themselves very susceptible. And I think because some players have been cooling off, while KZ has been great this tournament, Herds, who has been one of the best players of the past year and a half, has had a bit cooler of a tournament. A little bit from what we are used to seeing of him. Philippe, Pox, and Nade are usually on the back line, so they're not always the stars of the show, but JV92 as well has been having a solid tournament, but before it was 3 players playing out of their minds at absolute peak form, while their team was also playing at the top of their game strategically. And throughout this tournament, W7M have been more at 80% capacity instead of at the 100% we've seen them at Atlanta, at Copenhagen, where it was like, oh, this team's winning it. Not really a conversation.
Yep. And that's most definitely due to the changes that we've had in game. You know, you don't have access to the frag grenades the same way you do on the offensive side. New changes here and there on the defensive end, but still been very, very powerful. And yeah, and here's the thing. Now we actually get to test this out, because I'm firmly convinced that W7M have kind of an issue going on right now when KZ dies early. So we're gonna see if my little experiment has any value to it, folks. Again, can be completely off base, but there's vibes you get when you start casting these teams a lot. You've been watching their play for some time, and that's just one that for some reason, Carter, it's been sitting in the back of my head for the last couple of days.
I mean, like, this team should not be making that kind of mistake. I mean, we have a drone in front of him, so it's not a complete lack of intel, but KZ's so close to it, and the drones just got there. There was no time to actually relay the intel that somebody's close to that wall. I think there's a little bit of a desync right there, and it might end up being a small mistake, but it could end up costing the round, as you said. KZ 10-4. If he does not get that 3K in round 5, it might very well be Fearx up 3-2 right now. He was the guy to open things up and allow Nade to get into that position to go for the defuse. Now they're on kitchen dining. Before, Fearx were able to win this round off of retaking the top floor when it was a much more even and neutral position. Now they have a 5v4. Half the round is gone. The office wall might be opened up, but W7M are in the disadvantage, which gives Fearx a very good position to make another successful retake.
More than likely going to be looking to Herds to try and tear this can open. Gonna be Mephi, though, that takes down Philippe Pox, as W7M have been stunted. They've got these gates open now, but no one looking for this aggressive look. The air jab will pick up one, but he can't even kill him. JV92. He rarely has these occasions where things will go sideways like this, but it's happened. Demic finally gets found, but it's because Herds, once again, just as we touched on, was the one to step forward. But look at this timer. More needs to be done. A great find from Good Boy, and he knows that the other player is over here on Ego Balcony. He'll seal the door again. Won't be able to win the fight against JV92, but some solid damage, all things considered.
Able to get the finisher on the Azami, but the round is so difficult from here. Rin and Mephi still on the top floor. They can not necessarily play the trades, but if Rin is unaccounted for, just like the castle was earlier, we're in a difficult spot. But the flashbang goes in, and Rin still wins it! The flash goes too far! Nade in the 1v3 now. 2 different players that were up top. Orikaze and Mephi both tagging together on the solar stairs. This is such a good late round from Fearx, and they're going to end the half 3-3. There's nothing Nade can do unless Fearx throw it away. And the credit you need to give them, Fearx or not, they're holding strong and fighting tooth and nail against W7M.
KZ is literally the first domino. He falls over, and then W7M just don't try and recreate what's happening. The strategy that you guys had initially have, it's out the window, guys. Your drone play didn't work. KZ is dead. We have to try and apply something else to this top floor and assist, and they just don't, Carter. They're trying to bully their way in through Piano, bully their way in through the breach and Ego Balcony. There's nobody trying to grab master window. There's nobody trying to play the bathroom window. There's nothing. And here's the thing. You can't say that W7M aren't good enough to see that. They need to make those adjustments. It's a huge part of this top floor, and they simply didn't do it. They still had 4 bodies bodies to be able to apply anywhere. Just add one extra angle. That's all you need. You can still have 3 people work the front breach in the office and everything else, but they just don't. The one thing that they had going for them is after that weird air jab interaction, KZ walks in, or rather, oh my goodness gracious, Herds walks in and gets that kill on IQ. But that's really all she wrote. That's all they had going for themselves on that top floor. FearX are allowed to persist, and they body W7M on the rest of the entries.
And I think the worry for W7M right now is, again, this is a good team. This is a team that can play very well and gave us an incredible performance, even in a loss against Wolves yesterday. But these Chalet attacks, a map that, again, they have not lost since, I think, Copenhagen.
Jeez.
These attacks have been pretty unimpressive. We got that flawless, undeniably, an incredible round.
Great coordination.
But since then, not only have we seen in the last round a complete lack of angles to really deal with that Azami, and I imagine that is an example of the nade change hurting them. Normally see someone go on that window, toss nades in. You can't really do that anymore.
Yep, same thing with the half wall position.
But there's a lack of problem solving going on in these rounds, and it seems if either KZ dies or if the strategy isn't working, those attacks weren't going well. But to be fair, we've done a lot of basically saying W7M are not playing where they should. But FearX have also been playing well. They've been able to win gunfights against W7M. I think specifically that Azami to counter that previous round was a great counter strike.
Nice,
and look at
Demic.
this. They're basically doing to W7M what they did to FearX. We see the opening pick from Demic, but then JV92 is able to fight back. A 3v3, but make that a 3v2 as we see an incredibly well-coordinated flood. But W7M are still threats in their own right. They're playing a close defense. They're playing a good defense. They're able to get that trade. But with the momentum FearX have gained and the intel they still have remaining, 1 drone for each of these players and the Bees as well, there is time to reset and find these remaining 2 defenders.
Yeah, there's so much time still on the clock for FearX, and both these respective players still have a drone that they can activate. They'll be able to at least show us off one of those. It's in sight right now. The Bees will hold back this bar stock player, but they have plenty of angles working their way in towards this hatch. So I think Mephi's actually going to try and drop for this. This could be the moment here for the round. Good Boy is actually the one with the case as well, so he definitely has to try and be this main push, this main assault, as he needs to get in sight. But more than likely, Carter, it's going to be down to the kills. Yes, indeed. They know where the last player is as well, but they don't want to risk it. Beauty of the situation, they've killed the bar stock player. Now Mephi just has to worry about where Philippox will try and push through. They've discovered him, and Fox have the lead on the offensive side.
With an extremely good execute. Genuinely, a great round in attack. And defense from W7M. Both of these teams played well in that round. We see the same countdown, 3, 2, 1, push in, and FearX are all on the same page. I was going to say, as I was about to finish talking about FearX's positives, that we saw this on Bank. A 3-3 half. We were worried it was going to be a close game, and then W7M won 4 rounds in a row, and it wasn't a contest. But these rounds that FearX have won have looked way closer than the ones they won on Bank, where it was a 4K, a bit of over-aggression from Herds in the late round that still needed to be a 3v4 comeback from FearX. The rounds they've won here were generally rounds they outright won, and that being another good example. Sure, FearX have the great execute, they have the coordination, but W7M play the trades well too.
Yeah.
But this is the most impressive part for FearX, a team that has probably been one of the most lambasted teams in the international scene. They don't get over-aggressive. They reset, they find the intel, they go for the plant, and maybe you can criticize the Grim putting himself at a bit of a risky spot in that 1v1 with JV, but we're reaching a point where nitpicking.
Exactly.
We haven't reached that point for this squad before. It has been a lot of broad criticism, overall philosophical disagreements.
Yes.
The fact that we're at a nitpicking stage against one of the best teams in the world, the 2-time major champs, we actually have a game on our hands at the moment.
Oh, man.
And there's
Who
another
cooked
great
here?
example.
Who cooked here? Good Boy's got the chef hat on. Herds, he's going to be thinking about that one for a moment, my friend, because I can tell you the one thing that FearX do like, they like these spawn peaks. This early info game for FearX is working out beautifully. And, I mean, the thing that I love so far, Carter, is that they're not scared to adhere to their strategy against W7M.
No.
They're hitting the big red button and are like, listen, we know what our setup is going to be. We know what we're going for. Let's just play this out and see what happens. And just like in that last round, yeah, W7M, they're solid on the trades, but keeping things at an equal footing still makes it to where there's opportunities for both squads respectively. And so far, FearX have had the firepower to be able to take it to W7M. And look at the scoreboard right now. KZ and JV92 doing so much to try and assist W7M at the current moment. Good Boy, he's going to get tagged up a little bit as KZ will dash back in towards Kitchen. Still a lot of time here for FearX to work with.
A lot of time. I was worried Good Boy might have been a little ahead of the rest of the team, but I believe he does have support, yes, from the Brava behind, but there is intel for W7M onto this position. Talent Shield is good, but I was about to say we need to see these vertical angles come into play from Nade, and indeed we do. Takes down Mephi and Good Boy. So the quick entry into Trophy does not work. KZ now at 12 kills this map so far. The attack completely stopped by W7M on this hold of the site and the upstairs position. Rin and Demic now in a very difficult spot to work their way out of this. One on the rappel, one, I believe, rotating all the way downstairs and caught completely off guard. This is a round we needed to see from W7M after that loss in round 7.
Yep, and don't worry. The main thing about W7M that you must remember is although FearX are winning rounds, W7M are still an amazing team. Yes. I mean, look at that understanding of map pressure right there, Carter. Okay, Rin.
He knows Nate is there.
Whoa, that was a heck of a shot onto KZ. Nade's got a little bit of damage dealt to him. SMG-11 on Nade, but you have that ump on Felipox. I'll be honest with you, Carter, this is doable. It will require quite a bit of heavy lifting, but more than likely going to be the kills going Rin's way in order to do this, as that case is down in Trophy.
It has to be the kills. I mean, I'm assuming Fireplace Cam is up because of how much a presence was Solar Side. They see the Yana clone as well, so they know Rin is on this part of the map.
Oh.
As he's going in, the castle on the opposite side. Flashes go out. Does it stun the castle? Spots one through the soft wall. There we go. We do have the finisher from W7M. I got a little nervous there with the knowledge of Nade upstairs in that position, but W7M are able to react to the rotation. We have a tie game once again.
Yep, their understanding of map control is what wins them that. As soon as they gain access to Trophy, you see the SAS operator shift across the top floor, pop those, few holes in the ceiling, and that's really it. As soon as the case goes down and they get those 2 big kills, there's nothing really that FearX are going to be capable of, especially with the utility that they had on the top floor. The Solarium window player can't even do anything about what is happening on the actual, area. Like, look at the positioning here for that SAS op. It's really, really difficult for them to try and do too much, as Nade was just constantly persisting there, overwatching that case. So it really had to come down to them trying to gather control in other means. But W7M, they find the accelerator at the proper moment. I especially love that run out there by the Legion downstairs to really nip it in the bud. Well. Yeah, exactly. Those are the kind of limit tests that you really, really want to consider, and the things that people, at home more than likely are like, oh, they would never do this in a competitive setting. Oh, no, they absolutely will. They're just going to choose the right moment.
I think that's what makes JB92 such an impressive player to me, because KZ Hurt's obviously talented, obviously intelligent players, and, well, Hurt's not having a great game, but still the potential he has and the record he has, relatively unimpeachable. But I think the reason JB92 is so impressive is he typically takes a bit slower of a role, but also individually still has that knowledge and sense to know when to dial up the pace and know when an aggressive play like that, a run out in a 4v2, isn't actually what is normally thought of to be a really dumb decision, but in that case is a particularly good way to make this a 4v1. He knows it's an 80-20, knows he can get away with it, and is able to make it work. I do think that round also we saw a bit of still the inexperience from FearX. Not accounting for the Azami and the shotgun upstairs, but we'll see how it goes in this round. 2 very early smoke bolts on this mirror window, and maybe 92 on this Warden can look through it and not feel impeded whatsoever. Reloading! Curious what the impact of that was, maybe to try to bait out some rotations from W7M, but whatever the intention was, FearX rotating away completely, using 2 smoke bolts, and then, I was about to say, not facing a whole lot.
That is so much damage onto Mephi. Heck of a shot there from Nade. Dude, that Vector will rip you to shreds in close proximity. It's insane. Oh, good boy. Jumps right in the line of sight of KZ, and that's the last person that you want on the other end of a fight. Fortunately enough, they won't have to worry about that any longer, but KZ, I'm near a 2.0 KD here on Chalet. Top floor going over to FearX. Mephi will be able to pick up one. Rin goes down. A nice find here from Nade is once again they've been able to find these gaps in the FearX offense as these counts start to dwindle. Still a good info matrix up for FearX, but with Mephi on very low HP, this is going to require a lot out of the roster. Should be able to at least shift a few gears, maybe find some extra info, but as of right now, it doesn't seem like anybody really wants to try and dedicate themselves. And triple kill here for Nade, and more than likely the round going the way of W7M.
Okay, we are starting to get more to that bank half. There were a lot of worries after that first round, but looking a lot more clean from W7M.
Man, this full clear seriously punishing FearX. I think that they They did not exactly figure out everything that they wanted to on that top floor in certain regards. W7M kind of able to catch them off guard and use that to their fullest advantage.
I have to agree as well. Definitely seemed in stark contrast in round 7. Much more separate affair for these Fear X players. Nice shot onto Nade, ending the Mira's Reign of Terror, 3K, that Nade was able to acquire. But given the damage done to Mephi early on that Vector, this 1v2 seems very unlikely. Does have one drone remaining, so could find intel, but he's still moving on to that top floor, looking to regain that diffuser.
Yeah, but time.
Yeah, time.
In a way.
Lack of intel. He's still concerned about a lot of these angles on the top floor, pre-firing things. W7M should be able to close this. Holding these proper angles, playing these crossfires. Unless there's a massive over-aggression, which there isn't, W7M are able to now take the lead 5-4. Just to remind everybody, this is an elimination game. That's why I started to really get worried for W7M after FearX won a very solid attack. But as they're now fighting back, it's again FearX. We're slowly and slowly creeping towards that elimination point.
I think this is a little bit closer than any of us really thought it was going to be, especially after Bank. Chalet has looked like FearX have come to play. W7M sent reeling in certain regards, but still able to persist and still able to find these key rounds to try and find them some success. Nade, though, with a big moment there after KZ did end up getting traded out, so more than likely very happy with that result.
Very happy with that result, indeed. Of course, FearX also already used their tactical timeout, if I recall correctly. So I think there are some points that, seeing how FearX play this attack, I think the coach is wishing he could talk about specifically how separated those players from FearX were on that full clear. As you mentioned, a lot of openings for W7M to slip their way in, find a kill or land a pre-fire, and take just an isolated 1v1 where they had the advantage. I think there are definitely points that I imagine Dark would really, really wish he could fix in the comms right now. We'll see how FearX, if they can solve it in round. If they do not, W7M could very well take match series point. FearX would be one round away from elimination if they aren't able to fix these issues. Yeah,
I mean, you just got to really think about it from FearX's perspective in that last round. There was a huge depth of strategy there from W7M. I mean, it was a triple-layered cake. You have everybody working that top floor, that mid floor there with the Mira, as well as people holding things down on site so that FearX can't just bull rush in and try and get a plant down. And FearX trying to deal with that Mira setup. That's what they were attempting to do, but the top floor matrix was a little bit too difficult for them to try and stomach. And especially as the man count dwindled, that's what you always see out of W7M. As soon as the kills start pouring in, you start to see these very aggressive, calculated risks taken where they can get these really big kills and practically shut a round down on a moment's notice.
We'll see if they're able to have that same success. Nade catches the drones moving up solar stairs, and I imagine he hears the clanking of Monty up the stairs as well, so it'll indicate to the defense what the attack wants to focus on in the early game. A little bit of a misplay right there. Or at least maybe it's a... Might actually... I mean, it could allow Nade to be sheltered in that tub behind the Kiba barricade, but intentional or otherwise, Nade will hop over. He says, I don't really care. I'm going to flank this Monty from behind, who had no idea he vaulted over.
Oh, no, Mephi!
Just such a good play from Nade right there to counter the Monty execute. Mephi doesn't take the 1-for-1. Great individual decision-making by W7M. Likely a flawless in the making. Dispelling Salmon Eye's concerns at the side swap. That burst attacking round for FearX is looking like all they might get. Improvement after improvement for W7M. Not perfect, maybe, but still performing at what you would hope is a world-beating team.
Yep. You do have to point it out, though, W7M kind of getting away with murder on that Solarium hop.
100%.
Yeah. Huge missed position there from Mephi. You could see him rotating off around outside, but everybody's already in upstairs. Look at the silhouette. He got here so late. You have to have somebody on this window when people are already in position inside of Solarium. Otherwise, something like this can happen. That's why these players upstairs, they might have even heard like a thunk underneath them. Not a single one of them blinked because they're like, oh, there's no way that this person has gotten to Solarium stairs. But it's the truth. Mephi was not on the cross. And that entire round was built up on that Solarium push, and it immediately gets washed away with the tide, all because of a miscalculation on the window cross for Trophy.
Got to give credit to Nade for still making that play.
Oh, absolutely.
Taking that risk, but also really, really coming into his own on this defensive half on Chalet. Had that 3K on the Mira, had that huge kill on the Monty in the round we just saw. Really struggling the attacking side, as were Philippe Hawks and Herds. Nade stepping up alongside KZ and JV92 in the series so far. FearX now run 1 round away, being eliminated from the 6 Invitational 2024. Not our first team eliminated, but our first team eliminated in our playoff section. We do still have the Bleed Los game going on the A stream at the moment. Bleed winning map 1, 7-3, I believe, and map 2 currently underway. See if FearX were able to hold on a little longer. We have the same success as Bleed are on the other stream against a Brazilian powerhouse. 30 seconds in, we're back to the bomb site where FearX gave us that promising start, that excellent rush in through Library and on the top floor. Since then, it's been anything but. Maybe they can channel some of that former glory and bring us a little closer to OT.
Little discovery work on this top floor. We've seen how solid KZ can be at defending this position. Multiple angles for him to work, but also the same can be said for FearX. Effie in, grenade out, might help him mask that noise. They know he's around the space. Good Boy's working his way in through the bathroom. And KZ, he is off on his own island, all except for Herds over here inside of Office, is trying to apply another layer, but KZ gets gunned down. Fed to the Wolves here, and disregard the Foxes, to be able to at least get security over that Office position. But here's the thing. Missed shots like that going to matter a lot, especially as this clear continues on. W7M, they fully extended themselves across that top floor to get in front of FearX, making things take quite a while when it comes down to Library.
Such a risky pocket reinforcement right there from Herds, and we see the player on Office balcony almost land those shots. Rin wishing he could have got that kill, punished him for that, but W7M still in a 4v5. How are they going to clear this? There's only one player up by Library. The real rest, the bulk of the push. Overcoming in from Piano. No. Excellent shot by Herds. The intel not really doing a lot of good for FearX on that gunfight, but on all the other ones, it works out. Top floor now cleared. Nade and JV92 below. JV watching the Library stairs, and Nade with another very good rotation. JV's got to hold down, but Nade going for a very long rotate, it seems. Not in the dining position, if I'm correct. At least JV a little isolated as the attackers are starting to swarm around the site. Rin might hear the player rotating into stock. JV now put to 1 HP. Nade going for that long rotate, but he falls to Arukaze, and Rin with a nice finisher. Half the job is done, but that's only 2 wins on the same site for FearX. They'll have to get 1 more on a site they've lost to bring W7M to overtime.
I love that from FearX. They're able to clear out the top floor, but instead of immediately trying to shift this into an execution here, they allow this timer to be utilized by them. They keep the play open. They keep these angles live, especially on the flank. They are trying to see what W7M's response is going to be, Carter, and they practically let the W7M squad eat themselves, right? They think, oh, FearX, they've already got all this set up. It's clear that they're going to want to try and plant this case, but obviously not. They wanted to see what W7M's next move was going to be. Sometimes, my friend, it just takes a pawn push to win a chess game.
Still finding ourselves in a position I don't think many of us are really fully grasping at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, honestly, especially after Bank. I mean, I hope a decent amount of our audience was here for that, because FearX, and especially Rin, could not get it figured out on that map.
And W7M had their attacks figured out. To their credit, their defenses were falling to some individual plays from FearX, but it was overall very much a W7M map. And we're like, all right, this team, maybe they're not fully back at 100% capacity, but they're back to play in the lower bracket. And they still are. They have good rounds. They're having good performances. KZ, easily one of the MVPs of the tournament so far, putting up a great performance against Wolves. Another great performance of map 2 against FearX today. FearX, while they are playing well, W7M are still playing below, well below where we've seen them perform at their championships in Copenhagen and Atlanta, and FearX are playing up to the level they need to beat them. It is a combination of a good team rising, W7M falling a little bit, drone in front of Good Boy to try to find this opening pick. KZ only tagged a little bit. The timing not fully going Good Boy's way, so KZ will be able to fall off very successfully. Use these Kiva barricades to lock up the bathroom and the piano position. W7M now relying on their trades and their closeness on this top floor. Keep FearX out of the bomb site.
So I was a little distracted for a second, you know.
And he came in to take photos of us.
Yeah. Emmy's beautiful face. I'm in through the door here in the B room, but back to business, Carter. I gotta focus up. I got a job to
That's
do.
why they
damn
call
it.
it. That's why they call it the B room, because we're here for business.
I'm making money right now. I can tell you that.
KZ certainly is.
Oh man.
You got to parlay on KZ's performance. He's doing very well right now. 16-8, 2-0 KD at the moment. But Fearx in a similarly struggling position, completely locked out by the W7M players. So much potential for greatness. Such a close Chalet game, but with Arukaze endemic now in a 2v5. If Fearx have been able to get the lead over W7M, they could often capitalize, but it's when that momentum is stopped, when they do not have an opening, and when W7M instead get the advantage like this, that the prevailing structure works, the underlying foundation remains strong, and where KZ, only at 16-9, might have been able to shut Demic down, but there is a firing squad inside of Piano and Office. Demic will just wait out his remaining moments, savoring his final at max 40 seconds at the 6 Invitational. AV falls.
Yep. Oh, and there it is. Erds, he'll nip it in the bud. W7M 2-0. What a game in between these two. All things considered, I think Fearless Foxes have a lot to be happy about with this event. They have a lot to build upon, a lot of things, especially even in this series, to go back and be able to kind of work their way through and make some improvements to this team. I mean, they should most definitely have their heads held high, especially after a max regulation Chalet up against our recent major champions.
Two-time major champions, Sam.
Yeah, don't miscalculate.
And I heavily agree with you. I mean, we not only see one of the other map wins for this squad inside of this year, only winning one map at Copenhagen, not winning anything in Atlanta, even with some close calls. But then in SI24, in Sao Paulo, we see not only a map win, but they beat GK to get to this point. And honestly, there was a winnable Chalet in there somewhere. If Fearx, maybe we see this team work, and who knows what we'll see in 3 months or 6 months' time. But if we see that team against this W7M today, I genuinely think that team could beat them. If they continue on this trajectory, W7M are in a weaker spot right now. They are beatable. Where even in Copenhagen, Atlanta, they weren't a team to 2-0 every series, but they were a team that seemed to always win the long game, always win the BO3s 2-0 or 2-1, always win the BO5s. Exactly. They'd outlast the opposition, and sure, maybe they drop a map, series 3-1, but they're still the one with 3 maps by the end. And I think in many ways this team still has that potential. But there are much more gaps. Herd's starting to cool off. Some individual mistakes on the attack that as the floor of teams, the quality, the bottom quality we see is raising. The quote-unquote worser teams are getting a lot better. W7M, maybe because of the meta, maybe because of individual performances, or just a slump that happens in teams, we are starting to see some of these teams actually realize that W7M are truly just 5 humans.
Well, we have a beautiful situation ahead of us, Carter, because guess who W7M has to face up next?
Would it be some very sleepy ninjas?
Hopefully not sleepy, but they most definitely will be wearing pajamas. I know that's a little weird, but yes, they will be playing ninjas in pajamas later on today. And honestly, I think that game is going to be a knockdown drag-out. A heck of a lot more than I think a lot of people thought. Look at that stat line here. I'm excited to see what the stat line is over the entire series. But KZ with 16 big kills here up against Fox.
And those opening kill stats are so crazy. Fearx with so many openings, but everyone else, aside from KZ, that map, negative on the entry. Either no entry duels at all, or 0-1, 0-3, and KZ not even positive, 4-4. That's what we're saying when there was a winnable game in there for Fearx, that maybe with some slight improvements, they could have won. Over the series overall, obviously KZ the MVP. JV92 definitely a good solid as well, but KZ with that map performance on map 2, really bringing things back. And if you think about it, remember that 3K?
Yeah.
that could have been the difference between OT for FearX and this 7-5 for W7M.
It could have been, my friend. And you know how earlier on I said that W7M and FearX's stat lines were a little bit closer than I think a lot of people were looking into? Well, what if I told you that Ninjas in Pajamas is even more so? I mean, it is neck and neck. And after this series, I mean, it might be actually truly a mirror. I'm really, really excited to see this Brazilian bout later on inside of round 2 of the lower bracket.
I am as well, and of course, we do have 3 Brazilian teams in the lower bracket, W7M and NIP playing later. We have the Liquid Falcons match later on today, and then, of course, not a Brazilian team, but there is still the ever-present threat of G2 down here. They're on opposite sides of the bracket, but whether they win all their matches or lose, there is a chance W7M and G2 could face each other later in this bracket, Sam, and that is still the #1 thought in my mind whenever I see this graphic pull up.
Absolutely, my friend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for the very first game of the day. We're going to throw you to a quick break, but before we do that, we've got some intel highlights for you.
Dash still up above towards Plank's top white control that he's got in terms of those stairs as there's pressure coming over towards Piano. Mentalist just a little swing from Pixel. Doesn't want to try and play off of that ping information. Maya finds another kill. Has started to really step up as well for Los. They do lose Dash though on the Wamai. They will Magnus to generate as well throughout the round. A couple of flashes available as well for Bleed. They will be prevalent. Minute and 13 seconds left. A 3 versus 4. Could this be Los' elimination in this round, or cameraman Maya Dot, can they make a hero of themselves to keep this game going?
4 versus 2 though. Reaps continues to drive this home, and now cameraman all alone in the 1v4.
And that probably compounds a fall from grace for Los. Unfortunately, from the heights of Atlanta, they've not been able to emulate that here at 6 Invitational. Turb with the plant, the flashes towards bot red. Cameraman, as great as he is, as historic as he is as a player, this may be the toughest moment he's had to deal with in a 1 versus 3 retake scenario. And even on the Solus, that information isn't really going to aid him too much. Time, the biggest factor. The 1v3, the second biggest factor. And for Los, yes, Atlanta was amazing. Second place is great, but unfortunately, the 6 Invitational, they have crashed, bottomed out here in the lower bracket already. We say goodbye to Los, but we say hello to one of APAC's representations of Bleed, who move forward to take on SSG. They look formidable. They look strong as ever. And with Joel and the mannequin by their side, who can really take down Bleed? For Los, it is unfortunately devastation.
And you can see the emotion from Lost. This is a really difficult loss to swallow for them, not even being able to capture their own map pick. But on the side of Bleed, obviously Group C, such a challenging group, yet they continued to fight their way through it. Now here in the lower bracket, I'm very intrigued to see how far this run will go.
Los has had a phenomenal year leading up to this point, so of course the heartbreak settles in that they won't be able to play inside of their home crowd of Brazil in front of the stadium. But fortunately for Bleed, showing a lot of promise from the APAC region, slowly getting better and better throughout this tournament, they'll have another monster to face within SSG.
It's devastating for Los as we see the scenes here and how much it clearly means to them. But it really does sort of highlight, one, that Los were giving it their all. They gave everything they had, but how much has this Bleed roster continued to improve? They didn't even make Copenhagen. They made the big splash at Atlanta, and an even bigger one now developing here at 6 Invitational as they send Los packing, the team that finished second at the Atlanta Major, that looked so strong coming into this event. Unfortunately for Los, we say goodbye. Fortunately though for APAC and for Bleed, they continue on as we go to the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, Bleed is victorious. Lost, knocked out of the tournament here in playoffs. And I'm Lost, but with me are 2 former teammates. They've been reunited here on the desk in some way. Alfama and, of course, Mentalist here joining us.
What's up?
Congratulations, Mentalist. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, actually. Didn't expect the games to be a little bit one-sided like that. But yeah, I guess anything can happen in a lower bracket game. So yeah, played too many close games this event, so kind of expected more. But now I feel kind of empty.
Yeah, that's one thing that I was figuring out actually, is that you seem to not be that confident when coming to the game. Actually, like you expected this to be closer than it actually was. And that's the question I had is, we're all saying here, we said it multiple times on the desk, that it feels like you guys are having a lot of fun because everything here is bonus. Like you weren't expected to go that far. That's the statement that most people make, but is it really the statement that you guys have in mind? Did you expect to go that far?
I think realistically we know that we are capable, but obviously it's hard to prove yourself to yourself, right? Because in Asia Pacific, even in practice, in official games, it's very often you feel like there's something lacking and you don't feel that prepared. So even though maybe on some maps we are strong, we don't feel like we are. So over here it's like a proving ground for us. We're tested against the best opponents in the world, and we're gonna see like if we're actually good or not. And if we're not, we're gonna prepare and improve.
This makes a lot of sense, actually. I had one more point, and I think it's more personal, is, when we used to team together, that was one thing that was quite obvious to me. You always had leadership and charisma to become a leader, and I think right there, like, you still had the game vision. Like, it was obvious at some point you would become a leader, and you've made that transition coming into Bleed. Like, how does it feel for you to be in that position now?
I feel like I wasn't really thrust into the position. I was more like kind of like gradually guided into it. After I left IG as well, I led a team of like with Crit J and like the former Direwolves players as well. That's why I first started like feel like I was capable of leading a team. And obviously I learned a lot along the way, and now I'm like the captain of the team, and I feel like I could confidently say that, I feel like a parent to them sometimes.
Yeah, it feels like this in game, actually. Like, I could hear you calls, like, literally you're the one that is calling the reset whenever they're getting overhyped or when they're about to throw around. You're the one that is keeping the sanity there, and that's already a thing you were doing on Fnatic. So yeah, overall, not surprised.
What's Julio doing now on the squad? Because of course, legend in his own right. What does he bring to the team? Dude,
Julio is doing so much. Like, he does the analysis, he does like the personal guidance as well in terms of individual play. He does so much. I cannot stress enough how important he is in this event. Like, I think he single-handedly carried like the strategic aspect of the team, and I think it's incredible.
How much do you think he's helping you kind of figure out Brazilian teams, especially?
Oh, it's good. Like, the info he has is perfect in terms of their play style, like how they think about the game. In order to counter an opponent, you kind of have to first understand how they think about the game.
Absolutely.
And by knowing that, like, you can then figure out like how you want to deploy your strategies. So I think he does that for me, and I think it's perfect.
Well, with that done, I guess it is time to say again, congratulations, Mentalist and Bleed and all of APAC on this victory. Anything you'd like to say to the fans out there, you can go ahead to
well, thanks for supporting Bleed Esports, and I hope you guys can continue supporting us for a bit longer. We still have a game against SSG, I believe, later on today, so hopefully we can brave through that as well, and yeah, we'll see what goes from there.
Go Joel.
Yeah, go Joel. Wait, where's Joel?
Where's Joel? Joel.
Jeremy, where's Joel?
Joel, bring Joel.
Oh, he's here.
There you go.
Didn't
there you go, we got Joel.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
You really are like their father.
Yeah. Actually, Aspie is the father of the fish, and I'm the father of the mannequin.
That makes
it's our idea, so yeah.
So that makes you like his uncle, or?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I guess.
That's such a big family, and we are a big family on here. Mentalist, congratulations again from one member of the family to the other here in Rainbow Six, and good luck in your rest games. There you go. Great plays from Bleed. They 2-0 loss, and they move it forward. Now, before we actually start talking about, break things down for this map and this entire series, I would like to remind everybody of one very specific thing that I will repeat in a moment. Also, for those that have not done so and don't know about it, there are 6 Invitational predictions game that is live for everybody to participate in. Do you want to support your favorite teams and also win a lot of in-game prizes? It's actually quite easy. Go to ubisoft.com/rainbow6 and just put in what teams do you think will make it through and win. We had this in the group stage. If you did actually participate in that, then make sure that you tweet it at us and let us know what you went for. Let us know also what you're focusing on for this second week. There you go. Now back in. Anne, hello, welcome.
Hello.
More radiance on our desk as always. what happened there? They look so good, Bleed.
Yeah, well, first about the predictions, I hope that people have been voting for these Epic teams because they're really giving it a show. I'm not trying to give any spoilers for what's going on the B stream as well, but I've heard that Fearx are really taking it on to W7M at the moment. But going back to this game, indeed, a very strong performance from Bleed. It was really nice to see how, despite sometimes losing the opening engagement, they were still able to win out so many of these situations. This play as well from Reeps, I mean, we'll get to it later on, and then in the second round, or later on, sorry, in round 4, that was an amazing play coming out from him. And once again, what we saw here from Bleed was consistently taking those 2v1 gunfights and engagements, always making sure you push with that body system and have someone else to cover your 6.
Yeah, that's something that's actually quite recurrent with them, is exactly when you get in that middle of the round, they will, if they're in a mad disadvantage situation, they will find and seek an opportunity together, and they will flood 2v1, 3v1, whatever they need, they will flood with all their resources to try and get back that man advantage. And it worked again and again and again against Lost.
And that's helping a lot because they weren't always winning out these entry engagements. The conversion, once again, was a big segment during our first pros desk. And now, once again, here, Lowe's had a 25% conversation of getting the opening pick and then converting that into a round win. Bleed, once again, 80% on that. So really, you know, converting those rounds that they already get the opening into a round win as well. And sometimes you're like, okay, well, if you have a cafe round, for example, library, and you go for a retake after post-ban, ideally you want to have that top 4 control. But there are rounds where Bleed didn't even need that top 4 control. They were contesting gunfights from below in situations where they shouldn't be winning them, and then they still managed to win out these gunfights.
Yeah, and I want to point out that Lost did try to adapt. They did try to bring something new. They did try to stay more grouped, actually, to try and refrag more, and still it didn't work. They were slow and methodical at the early of the map in attack. They were staying grouped and preparing a late round execution. They were still playing against Fenrir and Solis that made hard and difficult this execution, and on top of that, even though they had the full map control, I don't think they really exploited it. Thinking of that round, for example, where Rips is getting that clutch, they are all flooding one by one at the doorway instead of using the vertical pressure in the laundry hatch to have multiple pressure points.
So it seems like Lost definitely trying to kind of hit the site all at the same time, but you don't want to conga line into it, right? You want to use that spread. It's like the next step from what you mentioned earlier this morning was, hey, you spread out, cool, you can do the split theory. I won't say it 3 times, I don't want to play that game. But then immediately move into site, and it just looks a bit conjoined and convoluted.
You did all the hard work. You got all the control that you needed, but you did not capitalize on it. It makes no sense. You have vertical control, you have laundry control, you have pillars control. Use that.
So now we leave you with our Intel play of the game. Let's pray. One day I'm going to be able to like play of the game, really play it that way. There it is. What a beautiful, beautiful play from Melbourne.
Yeah, and it's the exact same round. This is the actual.
Yeah.
Hello, and welcome back to the B stream here with another elimination game, as they are pretty much all day. Happy Fluke.
Yeah, gonna send someone home.
Yes. There you go. Don't yes it. We can see the bracket here. We've obviously had our first victims in the bottom left. Vurex to W7M and loss to Bleed. So sort of swapped success stories there across the Brazilian region versus Korea and SEA, or ones from the sort of wider APAC region. And we are unfortunately about to guarantee a wider APAC region team to go home here. Bliss versus Fury. In the bottom left is the showdown on this stream. Who will survive to fight Wolves?
Yeah, that's true. How do you spell bracket, Emmy? Just
I don't. BRACKET.
Okay, yeah.
Is how it's spelled.
That's correct.
Correctly. Our producer spelled it wrong earlier.
But yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup between the two of them. And I think that it's also a matchup where two of them were maybe expected to go out in groups, and now they find themselves in the lower bracket here in an important fighter, because whoever wins is going to go on to play later. So they're not even safe if they win today to live and fight another day.
Lower bracket run, baby.
You live to fight later this day.
Live to fight later this day, and obviously one of these teams fell to this position yesterday, and one of these teams has been sat here waiting. That is the one that you see on screen right now. Bliss, the Australians, are going to see if they can try and wave that OCE flag, the only team to represent from that region for A, a very long time, and B, on any of the sort of major stages as well. This year, they have great performances. They've been so bitterly close on so many occasions, on so many maps. Now's the time to try and bring all of that together here. It starts with a run against, obviously, people that you've played before. Fury, who didn't quite find the success yesterday.
No, they didn't. I mean, the first map looked really good for them. The second one, it started to be a bit wobbly. And that last one, just basically completely outplayed by their opponents. So Fury definitely are looking to improve themselves today, to go back onto the mistakes they've made and make sure that they can keep up the momentum that they were building on after that first map last night. So again, one of those teams that maybe a lot of people would have expected to go out in groups. And, you know, I'm going to be honest here. I actually had them on my pick'ems as going out in groups as well. So,
really?
Yeah, they surprised me.
You're not a believer.
They made sure I'm not going to get the full alpha pack.
I didn't even do my pick.
You did? Do you pick it? You can still do them for the playoffs.
Whoa, I gotta get on my pick'ems for the playoffs. What do we have to get on? Well, probably soon we'll find out where these two teams are playing. Now, I sort of alluded it to before. Here it is. Chalet, Border, and Consulate. They have met once upon a time, a long time ago, in a best of 3. None of these maps were the options they went with. This is fresh territory and at least the head-to-head consideration.
Yeah, I mean, that was last year for SI23 qualifiers of their respective regions. So it's literally quite a long time ago. There's been roster changes since then. There has been changes in the map veto since then as well. Plenty of time to get yourself accustomed to the other maps, or, you know, maps that usually weren't in your map pool.
Getting the pump on.
Just gonna get the hype ready, you know. Get the blood flowing.
How good are you at flags?
What?
I'm pretty sure that's a Korean flag, right? I'm terrible at geography. I'm just gonna set that up first.
It's a Korean flag, yeah.
That's technically the only Korean representation we have left in the tournament, I believe, after what happened with Fearex earlier.
Yes. As far as I know, you are correct.
Not to put more pressure onto this team. That's the sort of point I'm alluding to here. Because of the result that's just happened, I was setting you up. I thought you were a flag guy.
No, I mean, I just didn't know where you were going with that. But yes, it is a Korean flag that was that we saw.
Last bit of Korean representation is also covered by the only bit of OS representation as well. Here they're really...
It's not the only bit of OS representation.
Okay,
the Virtue. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the casters for a second.
No, I mean, we also have
Virtue's been naturalized now. He's European. He's ours now. We have to claim him. We need the best players. It's like in rugby. If you live somewhere for a certain amount of time,
and long enough, you
can play the part of the national team. It would be weird.
Is that how it works in rugby? Because I think, like in football, for example, you choose what nationality you want to play for.
Football, you can
when
choose.
You're like 18.
In rugby, I'm sure Fresh is somewhere saying I'm right or wrong. In rugby, when you live and play for a league for a certain amount of time, you can then play for the national team. AKA Virtue is European. Take that. Take that, cousin Xenox. Rob, if you're awake.
I'm not sure if Virtue agrees with it himself.
Virtue. Yeah, take that, Virtue. You're allowed to choose which European country you're from, but you have to be
European.
EU. We need that. We need that win. We'll be in. Let's start. Chalet, what are your thoughts here on the first map?
Well, you know, we've seen it quite a bit here and there. We've actually seen it 3 times from Fury, and they've won it 3 times as well, pretty consistently. I mean, NIP yesterday, of course, managed to get a 7-4 victory against Scars as well, against Falcons 7-1. So, I believe it was Bliss's pick. Yeah, it is. So that makes me wonder a little bit. Have they watched and have they found whatever is the secret ingredient to beat Fury here? Because they played it twice and only managed to take it home once, and that was against D+, which was a 7-3 victory. And they lost it against Wolves on a 8-6. So, mixed results for Bliss. Fury, on the other hand, just dubs for now.
Just dubs for now? So what makes you think it's confident enough for Bliss to be the one to pick and drive it?
It might be that they've seen, you know, the play, and they realize that there is counters to it. Of course, yesterday when we were watching this game against NIP left a lot of open ground out there, left a lot of opportunities that could be utilized by the side of Fury, and that really allowed them to just, you know, start flying into that map. So maybe if they play a bit more of a compact game, maybe that is how you can stop Fury from shining that much in the map.
Here we go. Find ourselves sliding in here with a very balanced 47 to 53. We haven't really had too many actually balanced predictions. I think the most level I've seen across all the series that I've covered here.
I've had a 50-50.
You had a 50-50?
I've had a 50-50.
Who is it between?
I don't know anymore, but okay. I've had a 50-50.
I'm glad it had a
day 2 or 3.
A lasting impression.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I just know it was a 50-50. I just don't know who it was anymore.
Okay.
That's a lot of series now. It's like, and there's 3 maps per series, and every single time it changes. I don't know.
Right. See, usually when you interact with the point, you're supposed to then follow up with the point.
I just said it.
I noticed. We're already losing it. The game hasn't even started. I think it's the mania that's left in this room after the W7M Fearex game.
It felt great.
Okay. You want to bet Jesse's jacket on it?
Yeah, I'll bet Jesse's jacket on it.
You now get Jesse's jacket.
Oh yeah. Need a new jacket.
I don't know if it'll fit you. Yeah. Sorry. Jesse is a
bit smaller than I am.
A little bit more narrow. Wine Cellar Snowmo. We start here, and as you sort of alluded to, it's not that this is statistically a wipeout for Bliss. It's something where there is some play here, there is some wiggle room, there is some back and forth. What are we going to get? A sense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Every operator at this tournament has been played.
Yeah, that went quite quick. because I remember some tournaments where it takes until like the pocket strat to come out in like quarterfinals or something.
Yeah.
We've had everything in groups, and I think we've had every single side as well that was played so far. So really showing that everything is really possible. Yeah, got plays on every single site. So
beautiful, perfect.
Now, are they all successful? That's always the other question. But we are headed towards Snowmobile, and because it is that basement site, we do often see that first floor. It's important. Verticality is often a name of the game, and we see Sledge to be brought out. Not an operator we have seen much ever since the nades have been nerfed. We've seen more Buck as a result of it. Ash as well being out there, so plenty of opportunity to open up the floor. Of course, some heart reach to open up, well, either on the wine cellar side of things, depends on what kind of a take you want to go for. That's a very tight angle like trying to go for there, yeah. Don't have to be afraid that you're taking some shots back, because well, there's definitely some cover out there.
There's some physics answer for what makes that easier to get some control of here. I'm curious as to the expectations of this being the first lead-in site. Obviously, as we said, you know, they have success on this, even as close as yesterday. It was the one map they took in their showdown against NIP Fury, so they're kind of happy to be back here so quickly. They had a better run statistically on the defense. Crit J is almost able to open it up. They did open with their attack yesterday. The officer plays the little pocket attacks. Crit J caught. Perfectly executed, both in position and well execution there. Sage over the top. Lycolis has taken shrugs of damage, slowly creeps their way back via West Main towards the site itself as the rest of the clear happens on the top of the stories.
UND pops off, nothing really following up on it. Just making sure that that top floor is going to be completely theirs before they start headed down towards the complete first. Blue Mine's out there, but well, that is what it is. Pull those out. I mean, you know, it does a little bit of damage, but
it is what it is.
It's just a little bit of damage. Doesn't do much more. There's no one to follow up on it.
It is what it is.
No, just a 10 damage. What it is, yeah. A little damage on Lycolis as he's going to be leaning into the trench area. Be facing off against a DMR as well with his slug shotgun, basically very similar to the behaving guns out there. Fisho spotting out the shoulder of one of the players, goes for the pre-fire, not able to connect to anything though. Have opened up onto Wine, and it seems like a Wine execute is close as I9 goes down to about 5 HP as well. The grenade might actually follow him off. It's forced out. Brendo shuts him down.
They're going for the plant. They've tucked themselves in towards the default. It's a bit of a tricky retake here. As you can see, they're double stacked. The C4 will thread, but it won't get the catch. Not sure if it was shot out. Oda gets a lockdown. PG Man gets one back. Huge gun that cannot quite find the angle, and a strong opener here for Bliss. They're able to take their first attack round.
Yep.
How far can they get before things start to become a little bit of a statement piece here?
Well, the thing with Bliss is that they don't do blowouts. They always want to go to like 7-5 or what was it, 8-7, 8-6.
I don't know if they want to.
No, they don't want to, but they have a habit to.
They
right?
do.
It's like they just somehow end up there every single time. It is truly one of the miracles of competitive Siege, but it just keeps happening. But a beautiful opening from them here. They didn't take more than they needed. They had the hatch under control. They opened up the walls that were necessary, and you know, the grenade being used there to dislocate the person right back into your crossfire was a beautiful way to play it as well. Finding those kills, locking them off, having the opportunity to then get that plan down. So good execute from Bliss. Again, not having to extend over the entirety of the map, just taking what's necessary, focusing on that plant, which is kind of the playbook that Fury had yesterday as well. They take what they needed, they went for the plant, that was successful. Bliss now bringing it against them.
Chalet is always a map that can start to build momentum as it goes on. You have short snappy takes, but you look at how that works structurally from the side of Bliss. Very quick. It's getting into the top floor and getting that pinch onto the trophy player. They made sure that they had at least 3 around and circling and sort of ready to cook against Fury. Fury themselves, they need to get their heads on a swivel. That was the biggest punishment they suffered yesterday against NIP, who just always seemed to have an awareness in the second 2 maps of where Fury were A, trying to be, or B, wanted to try and survive in. It was the shutdown of the pushes, the movement, and then also just the capture of the back line that became a big consistent problem for them. Bliss They've learned lessons. They've read the book and had a look to see where they think they can shake that out. And it is in that drive. Very quick routes and rotations round. Oda, yeah, jabs. Might get himself set up with some security. Straight through, there's that yellow pings. I talked about the knowledge on the player position. Can they get themselves a second strike here onto Dark?
Falling off, actually, even though they have the pings, instead deciding to go for a air jab and cover off the flank. So, he had the opportunity to try and strike onto the very first, deciding to not waste his life for it yet. And also calling the fact that it's maybe not that important to really have control of that as early on. Retiro manages to make it all the way through and take down the Kiba.
Twitch drone as well moved in as he was focused on the Retiro. I think it's solo on my disc. Maybe even the Moot Jammer if it's very lucky. I9 is trying to steal someone's life. They're hoping this hasn't gone double checked as a player has already rotated and is blowing open box as we speak. Shows making this territory a little bit more dangerous. They haven't given I9 the fight, but BG Man's willing to take one of his own. Does he know that they're just over the top of the soft? Misses it. The chassis of the site blocks out the player. The fire starts to pop in. It's Wettables. It gets caught first. BG Man goes for the swing, gets the revenge. It's back and forth, blow for blow, and dancing in a very narrow area. It's like Goldus has gone for an adventure with a shotgun labeled. Ow, unfortunately, Brendo wins it out. 2 versus 1 was going to be one or the other, and it's in their favor with 45 seconds. Dark. Usually the first point of impact is the last. Bliss, 2 in a row, but a lot more contested that time.
Yeah, of course they were focusing themselves through the small opening that they've made into the breach as well. And as a result, not the full droning, not the full information of the door onto the balcony, not knowing that there was someone right behind the breach. That makes things a lot more scrappy. Just those 2 pieces of information could have changed the entire round. Could have just made them snowball. So a good play from Fury there in trying to involve themselves into positions where they were unknown. I9, first of all, prone out there. BG Men playing on the breach before the fire came through, able to pick up some huge kills. Fortunately, though, for Fury, Bliss, able to just fight it back, bring it back, showing how resilient they can be. Because that's the second attack round done now. So definitely some good progress being made here by Bliss. If they find a third, then statistically, they're doing better than most teams were during SI.
Another rotation. They're going to make sure they find themselves on new sites every single time. Keep the game going, keep the game in motion. And it's still that sort of statistical surprise of this map coming here. It's the decision, I guess, double down. Fury were probably quite happy to see it as the option and the opt-in, and that will weigh against you. At what point do you think, well, we probably need to talk about this. We are on our defense. Yeah, we've had success on our attack. They were technically better than the defense yesterday, at least in the most recent memory. However, they've just not really seemed to find themselves cleanly in an engagement. It was BG Man getting 3 kills that got things really as close as it was from aggressively pushing and peppering against Box itself. Brendo get himself just some drones back of the library if he can get a read on Dark.
And these are pretty similar strategies that we're seeing from the side of Fury on their defense. So Bliss really had the opportunity, due to the fact that they had an off day yesterday, to both scrim, but also to watch the game, prepare, see how they set up, and to be like, if it does come through in the veto, which they would imagine it would if you beat a team like NRP on this map, the opportunity to strike true as Oda opens up. Finds Grit J. That's going to be the Izami gone. No more regenerative Kiba barriers to be tossed up. And losing a Legion, losing an Izami, any operator like that is always such a big hit, especially if it's early in the round.
Still holding on towards Rafters at this point as the pressure starts to come across. We saw NIP unable to force Fury out of these positions last time. Had to go for the swap, and it might be where the backer Sage is coming onto the rotate on towards Box. You have Wet, who's going to go for the swing at the same second as the E1D. They charge in all the way around. Oda gets one. Wet does get taken by I9. Fisho getting another. It's suddenly back and forth. Top of blue is there. Single player left. Like Colas. He's being forced out by the Bees, but what a great execute that turned into from Bliss.
Again, perfectly working together, not taking more than they have to here, and they know around where Lycolis is. Lots of damage being done to him from the vertical, and eventually it is a crossfire to coming from the window and the door as well. 3-0 Bliss. And are we going to see a tactical timeout from Fury right now? Because they are just nowhere to be found to the same levels than compared to yesterday.
I mean,
yes, there you go. Mike goes down.
It's rough. It's rough so far because Bliss haven't given Fury anything. Fury have struggled to awaken to this engagement, struggled to awaken to this map. Only 2 players on the side of Fury have kills, I9 and BG Man. You're looking at the huge potential of Dark. You're looking at, obviously, CritJ with the sort of confidence he usually has on defense as well, and what he was able to do yesterday against NIP. Not even on the map yet. In the meantime, Brendo 7-1 over these opening 3 rounds. When you're sort of point man, when you're tip of the spear, when that first person in the building is in that much control, you need to sort of go, okay, this is not our game right now. We got to reset.
That's it, and there's only so much you can do during this tactical timeout, but we really need to see Fury get back into it right away. And as I said, they're just holding off the right angles, forcing them into the right places, and the trades are on point for Bliss. It's not like they're taking 1v1s, it is 3v1s, 2v1s that are happening because they're isolating these players and manipulating the space they have available to them to find these longer angles, and Fury unable to find themselves in safe pockets where they can force 1v1s, where they can force advantageous positions for themselves. They head back towards Snowmobile Garage and Wine Cellar. Last time we had the Wine execute, went very well for the side of Bliss. That was just a single kill coming through in the dying seconds of that round. The diffuser already had gone down, so that could have been a flawless round. Are they going to try that again? Or are they going to go for the complete opposite now?
10 seconds left before insertion.
I'm hoping to see more adventure map itself from the side of Fury. Okay, they had a little bit of a Roman exploration towards the Double West main, towards the kitchen, and it didn't work at all. But where they've been able to strike very, very well is sort of against the expectation of drone game. Bliss, they're probably a little less blinkered than I think NIP were at points yesterday, at least in their current sort of pace of play. Very different time of the day. It is them coming off the back of a rest day as well. But there's always still that possibility. You have options on the board to play against that. You have options to remove. I mean, look. The fact that this Twitch drone is free to get all of this structural work done.
He was just scouting out. Is there any more important utility before I start sending out these shocks? Because then people are going to be alerted to the presence of it, and then that's when they're going to start trying to hunt it down.
It's like dry running utility clear. There was no pressure against them there.
No, for sure. And I mean, he was just checking if there's anything more important. Not the case. There we go. Second time. Sturdy floor there. Yeah. Managed to get through though. And a lot of utility already gone for the Wine Cellar execute.
Odor.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a scruffle with one another.
Yeah, the window take isn't quite good enough for BG Man against Brendo. Both of these players have been able to get themselves a sort of forefront of killing across their respective teams as of this moment in time. There is still some hold towards the backline prep, and 3 players, I think, currently sitting and drifting around the bar. Maybe just 2 now. Yeah, the rotate comes back round towards it. Now there's just 1 off site. But CritJ can cause some problems. Left alone, if left to his own devices long enough, as I said, it can be punished. If Fury are able to find that one little hole in the armor and attention and get a strike, which they did very well against NIP, you could have a bit of a moment. The break towards the default plant spot. They've already popped Goyo canisters. They know they've got some clear and clarity. There's the last one gone. We have about 30 seconds for this execute.
One was replaced indeed, so Dark picked one up and put it back in the default plant spot just so they could actually try and play a bit of that delay game. But 45 seconds left on the clock right now. Not a lot of utility left in pocket. If anything, just it's the impact that Dark is carrying. Makolis is looking to go for the flank, but of course it's happening in the meantime. In the mid-doorway, they don't even know it's out there, but they will manage to stop it just in time. However, I9 gets punished forward, and Bliss still have the advantage, and they're even expanding on it.
Trying to find their way back towards getting that kit recollected and turn around the corner, but there it is. Dropped again, Dark! Gets the double, gets dropped. It's a 4 versus 1. CritJ, the man about town, is all the way on the other side of it. 15 seconds. You'd beg for a finger charge right about now. Wins the fight on the verticality. They get one of their 2 players up. They're going to go for the plant and the cover. They have enough of it. However, he's got to choose his fight perfectly here because the down player is still a camera. We'll call this. He's behind you. They go for the swing round and have it. And it was scrappier than it's really been so far. They were picking things up on the doorway. Bliss, though, 4 in a row.
That was such a interesting plant attempt. In the middle of the doorway, when someone can swing you from blue, when someone can just swing in from, like, the rotation. And, like, let's just try it, right? Because the watching the wine cellar take, it actually managed to get 2-3 kills on the back of it. This one that we're talking about, Dark, by the way, beautiful double kill to come through. Unfortunately, not able to confirm them. Could have made the difference here.
I think you're looking at one of those 2 players being picked up as the cover, whether that would have changed the pace of applying themselves towards the kill itself, the reveal as well of the rotation going through. It's always that second of activation. When do you think is the best time to go for it? 4-0, Bliss. Taking that round after the tag timeout of their opponents will fill them with a lot of confidence. They know they're still going to try and put that distance in. They know Fury are very good at attacking this map.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, they are. And that is something that, you know, is still looming over this game. There's 2 sides to the game of Siege. However, Bliss, they're definitely stepping this up big time here. 4 rounds on the board. Not much that Fury have been able to do about it. I think that round might have been the closest that they've really been able to get, but it was only in the back of Dark finding that 2 kill out there as the attempt was being made. Now, Oda's playing around with the Kali. This is an operator that we do not see often, due to the fact that, of course, fire rate is king, especially on land. One-shot, hat-shot thing, you know? Having the big sniper rifle.
Oh.
Of course, if you do hit the shot, it's an instant down. If you miss the shot, you might just get sprayed back at. So, that's something to keep in mind.
Brendo is the first to find an engagement on Trophy Window. The player on the Solarium stairs, I mean, it's a common bit of pressure. They're going to keep themselves up. Might have something to try and steal grenades, some discs ciphered and popped around here that smash back and forth. The C4 does find Fisho, but instantly traded out. Didn't really need to swing for that engagement, and because of that, they don't get to sort of pressure that man advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the reason behind it was. Maybe it was just that, you know, I'm being pressured from there, I need to do something. Of course, you feel a bit like stuck when there's people on the rappel and there's people holding off your staircase. Like, you are playing in a do or die position, quite literally, but could have wasted maybe a bit more time there for Jay. It goes like Colas. E1D pops off, so do concussions. BG Man looking to take a fight onto the balcony, though, but in the meantime, they're entering Solarium, and that means the plant might be on soon.
I mean, they have eyes directly towards the site. Sage and the kid of Brendo are in. Dark round the back might be the big problem at the minute. BG Man does get Oda. Double window watch. I'm sort of waiting for Dark to activate, but he's cut off. Brendo has the lockdown and can now go for the plant himself. Leaving just I9. He swings wide towards the half wall. The single player in that post-plant situation cut in half. And this map has almost been perfectly cut in half. They have 5 in a row, eyeing up a 6th, the flawless. And you're still sort of looking at these little moments from Fury where they're just not connected towards the game that is coming either ahead of them or what their teammates are doing.
It's just they're a step behind on Bliss right now. Bliss doing everything perfectly. Spot the opportunity. They start repelling in. They then play themselves in like a 2v1 situation. Like they're isolating those gunfights and they're making sure there's always someone there to trade. Sure, you might lose some of them, but you're still able to come out on top at the end of them. And that's basically how every single round has gone so far. They're always having a man advantage unless they lose that early entry. But even if they do, it's quickly turned back around because of a Fury member overstepping or, you know, just being in the right position to instantly strike back. So definitely Bliss doing well here. And after how I saw Fury play against NIP yesterday, I was pretty convinced they were going to show a pretty good game against Bliss here on Chalet. So far, we've seen none of that from yesterday.
10 seconds to insertion.
5-0, and now we'll start to get that sense play that was sort of talked about at the very beginning, but wasn't actually brought to actualization. I'm hoping it's the one with the little drone hole just behind the A chassis.
Yeah, should be.
Where you can sort of get the roll through of the light wall.
The roly-poly.
Roly-poly. There it is. Look at this. So, Fisher, guys, right next to a drone hole that cuts right across the map. If they can get this covered in time. No util to stop it. I don't know if the hatch is locked or open. They'll sort of pop that wall. Open. Okay, so they don't have the full check, but there's nobody close enough to immediately swing on the back of it. Fisher does get a shake of damage on the upside down rappel. He is obviously the lead on that take and is the man with the kit. He's hoping they just dip back in for this engagement, but not as of yet.
Because you do have the grit look out there, so you have the opportunity to just throw a bunch of track stingers over that hatch. Make sure they cannot really use it safely. I was saying, actually being thrown in there, 2 of them. Legion will be able to shut one down as Carpet and Magnum, but the other one will deploy out there. So you do see currently that the opportunity to use that hatch to stop this plan from happening, that's being denied. But the Azami below, indeed, with the Kibas blocking off the doorway, is going to be causing a bit of a slow on the process here.
Well, actually, does it Midas destroy a gridlock track stinger, or does it just move it?
I think it just moves it.
There you go, so it still deploys.
And then they shot it afterwards.
They got the one that they shot.
Yeah.
Smash it onto the Kiba barricades. Crit J's had to go back towards the top end. 1:30, and everybody's still standing. There's the first roll of the light roll, maybe to bait out the C4. There's the smoke cover through that drone hole, and the Maverick to make sure that anyone on prep will get caught. The attention towards the Warden. I9 is the power player right now. He has everything to do, and the glass is to look through it, but he's looking the wrong way.
Because of this.
Because he has to be aware of this fight. He's hoping to catch this and then swing over to his left-hand side. However, nobody's moved behind the utility yet, so we've seen at least 2 smokes in the sense wall, not have anything back behind. Another one rolls through. The grenade is trying to force I9 out of that location. Gets one, gets at least Dark back. Now I9 can focus on the plant, but they just swing in. Sage tears them through. The site is theirs, but otherwise, Bliss had for a second moved up towards the top. They drop their way back down as Crit J gets Sage out, and with 40 seconds, Oda able to get one back. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. Lycolis, he doesn't know they're behind him. Fisher guy's going for the rotate round. He pulls himself out back towards the window itself. It's 30 seconds, turning into a fight. They have the ping on the player. They want to go for 2 stories. Maybe the drop of the hatch at the same second. Lycolis gets himself a little bit safer with the C4 in pocket. He can kind of long arm this, and that's what he's opening himself an angle up for, but he's caught!
Hatch.
A flawless half for OCE.
Beautifully played out there, and I was actually going to call it right after you were done with your point, but like you saw the Wedables move up, open up the little gap in between. It's something we saw when Chalet just was brought out, where if you open up the hatch from the staircase towards Snowmobile, the wall, the player that's playing inside the stock basically doesn't feel safe anymore because they can just be shot at any moment there. And if your goal, when you're playing that supply, is to stop the gaming window to be jumped from, you're just receiving too much pressure there. It's like a 180 angle that you need to hold on to, and eventually, I mean, you might get one, but instantly trade it out afterwards. So, well done by Bliss. Really showing up and only needing an extra round, a single round, finding themselves with a 7-0 victory. And they have 6 opportunities to lock up this first map. And it doesn't matter if it's a 7-0 or an 8-7 victory, as long as you take that map. No more round differential that gets taken into account for anything here. Of course, they would prefer 7-0.
I mean,
just go on to the next map.
It wouldn't even be the first of playoffs as well.
No, it wouldn't be the first.
We had VP, 7-0, NIP yesterday, which is that sort of continued story here from Furious. I guess both those teams might be cursed to then get a follow-up 7-0 in the engagement afterwards. NIP, because of where they got their win against Fury, are at least a step ahead in the lower bracket. Bliss. I mean, what a perfect start this would be. It's their map. It's still a good Fury map. And on the second, when you're heading into border, where it's a lot of interconnected gunfights that stretch the whole way across, that is exactly what Bliss have done so well on their attack.
Basically, the way that they've been playing, it leans itself really well to border later on, and currently doing some massive work as well on the side of Chalet. 6-0, just that single round. And Fury, there must be a lot of pressure on them now, because they probably went into this being happy to leave this open, surprised that it was picked against them. And now no longer really surprised because they're 6-0 behind and realized, there might have been more at play here than we realized. Droning going on though, a lot of information being gathered as they are taking the library under control. There is hatches though that have been reinforced, so gonna have to use Heart Breach. That means the can openers from Lycolis to open up those hatches and put up the pressure onto the direct side.
Who will get first blood in this situation? They're stowing and slowing their way here across rafters. The focus paid cautiously towards Oda, who will be that first point of contact. Now, Oda has not had a good tournament, but what a time to find his siege feat here. Gets Crit J, gets an opening body, keeps himself a step ahead and has dropped himself a step behind, back towards the site itself. Remember where it is and what has been wrested and handed in control. What has been taken out of it without the Jackal, Crit J does not have the control over the roam itself. It can very easily strike and retake Dark. Unable to get himself into the engagement of this game as well as he has before, but I9 has at least found a steady body balance to keep tacking onto his own. BG Man suffers the swing on the second. They're inside the site. The Bees are forcing the fight on the player, but Oda still gets one out. BG Man and Oda round on the back. Fisho and Sage, and there it is. Bliss are living in it. A flawless opening map on theirs, a 7-0.
Wow.
Nice.
Just nice. They really just made short work of Fury here. And after an incredible performance yesterday from Fury against NIP, Bliss just show up and make that look like it's nothing. 7-0. How do you bounce back from that? Because again, I'm pretty convinced Fury would have thought, oh, we are happy to be going to this map. We were happy to have that. So that's a double big hit coming down on the side of Fury. They've lost the map that they were doing so well on yesterday. Now headed towards border where they did a little bit less than yesterday.
Well, we're going to a quick break. We're back with Border.
Falcons, less than 2 on average per round, and that gives you the idea of just how dominant Liquid have been across these first 5. Now into the final 1.5. Interesting thought to bring along the sledge here. I'm guessing they want the nades on side to get rid of any potential shields or something, but I'm not really seeing anything on the side of Liquid that you'd use other than trying to make the defenders move away because you're lacking things like the Grim in this round. You know, very low pick rate for Sledge ever since we've had that nade nerf. I think really what you're looking at instead now is more towards the Buck, who has been incredibly strong throughout this tournament. In fact, as of the end of groups, I believe he was the most picked attacker throughout the entire competition.
Fox has got himself all the way down in basement once again. We've seen the impact of the sort of lack of ability to drone him. 4 left on the side of Falcons, so they are going to be starved of information. No Bravas, no Twitch. They will have some availability, I guess, for, you know, they can check the odd corner here and there with the Rotero should they not need them for utility, but it's not going to be ideal for them. However, what will be ideal is Orkills and P9 picking up a couple of kills, taking down Nesk and Palu to kick off the round.
And that's the dream start for them as well. The first round we've seen them really have this level of dominance in the early round. It may just give them that 1 round grace that you really want going into the second half. Otherwise,
First century.
otherwise you're staring down at match point basically the entirety of that second half, and that is not a good position to be in. What's really going to show their kind of like grit here, I think, is knowing that you're 5v3 up. Can you slow things down? Can you reassess the situation? Can you push forward as a team and not get caught in constant 1v1s? And that feels like that's what Resets is after. Volps has already found one on Chalet. Almost a second. P9. Oh, Lagona's getting him in the last bullet there, down to a 3v3. And instead of really wanting to see them hold on here, but the retake of the top floor coming out from Liquid has been sublime with 2 kills coming back their way.
That's it. You feel like maybe Falcons have made a little less progress than it appeared, and that they were playing into a game plan that was laid out by Liquid. They're going to keep holding on to those vertical angles for the time being. Volps is very low health at the minute. Palu from beyond the grave with that Capcan trap, and it's all of a sudden all up to Quib. Zingo the Candelas, he's just trying to find kills at this point, anything he can. Almost catches out the Oryx.
Oh my.
Maybe a bit of a gunfight coming in there, does eventually get it done, but it doesn't matter because the call is there. Volps with the impact nade from underneath, and that's going to be the round for Liquid. A 6-0 half against Falcons.
Well, I did say it would really come down to a measure of their grit as to whether or not they could hold on for a 5v3 and turn it into a round win, but it proves that too much, even that's too much of an ask, I guess. Liquid, though, I'll give it full credit to them. Great retake of the top floor, and it's almost like the initial 2 kills never really came through, because Liquid suddenly with the one staring down through the ceiling onto site itself and going, well, you can't plant, now you got to come and retake the top floor, and they just forced that out of the other side excellently. So really good stuff from Liquid, up 6-0. And I always say there are 2 halves to the game of Siege, Tim, but I feel like there's just a little bit of difference here between these 2 teams that goes beyond what side you're on.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much there will be two halves of this one. The defense, of course, could be a turning point for Falcons. They've already had their tactical timeout, so there's no more work that can be done by Twister, the coach. And this is always a problem to me. If you look at a team like Team Liquid with the big names they've got, and they are laughing, joking, and just quite happy in the game, I feel like you're in big trouble at that point.
I think the best thing about this is look into that next series. That we all came into this expecting Liquid. Everyone at home did think it was, what, 93% to Liquid or something crazy. We're all expecting that it's Liquid that go on to play against G2 in that next game. And we've seen teams at tournaments historically where they don't play an earlier game, get caught out by teams that are coming in hot. They've already played that day. They're already at that level where they know what their energy is. They've sorted out issues in that first matchup they've had. And the team they're coming up against who's a bit kind of fresh of the day, they're coming in cold, they can get caught for a few rounds at the start. And that can often be the difference maker in map 1 to give that team that's coming in hot that small advantage. I'm not at all saying that I think Liquid will walk in and just walk over G2, far from, but I mean, this is a good way to start the round out immediately as Volp's just inside at 30 seconds. This pacing thing will be what the real definer is for me between these guys and G2 later, by the way. Of course, if it comes around to Liquid being the team to face them, it will be that game of pace.
Again, we're picking up that entry. 6-1 on the entry now. Volps has had 3 of them himself, and is just proving phenomenal in the early rounds. Now, I'm also interested. I don't think we've had it yet, and I don't want to... I'll wait until we finish. I'll wait until we finish. I don't want to be cast a curse in anything. I'll wait.
I think you do want to cast a curse at Tim. Go on. What is it?
I don't think we've had somebody survive a map with 0 deaths yet for Freshers Bingo card.
You think Lagonis is onto it?
Certainly could be. He's on the Monty.
Is that actually a bingo card entry?
Yes, and it's 5 versus 4. Lagonis is on the Monty, so we'll see what happens. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Resets is going to be working his way to try and join the attack in rear stage. O'Kills needs to be careful here. He's maybe in a little bit more danger than he realises. He is on the Warden, so has the opportunity, of course, to avoid any utility like flashes that come in towards him. But there's not too much of that, if any, actually, on the side of... Liquid. They've only got the smokes for Palu, no Candelas. They do have the bees of Volps, but just taking the time over this one, I must say.
It's a very controlling comp, right? You see the Capitan, you see the Grim. Together, they will force defenders to move away with the fire and the bees, but also gives you a lot of agency on the plant itself. Nesk was not expected to get swung like that by Valentino. Obviously doesn't find himself a kill just yet. I mean, Nesk himself was at a quiet few days in this tournament. Not quite the player that we all think of when we think of Nesk, and I'm sure as the competition wears on, you may see that change. But here he comes, finds one for himself.
What were you saying, Des?
Drops a dunk on it.
Absolutely. I think he might have heard you. Not quite that player as he drops a 180 down the hatch and slams the man playing
it's more the level we've seen, like, again,
no, I totally agree.
It's been a quiet tournament for him so far.
But we're going to see him taken down there. Volps does manage to get quibs, and we've still got Lagonis alive on the Monty. That's going to be big in this 2 versus 4 situation. P9 trying to work in behind that broken mirror. Lagonis is going to be going for the plant here. The cover is in place. They know where he is. Pick him up from the rotate. This is looking bad for Falcons. Volps with a double, closes it out, and that is going to be Oregon wrapped up in quick, smart time. Lagonis with 0 deaths tells somewhat of a story of just how dominant Liquid were in that one.
Volps, especially for me, the player that I really want to celebrate. I know I wanted to see him in the second half on the attacking side and see if they'd fix those errors that they were making against Easy yesterday, but not really any chance to do so, to be honest with you. Just an absolute clean sweep for the whole team. Volps going 13-2 on the defense. Really can't stress how good of a confidence builder this will be ahead of playing against G2, assuming they take map 2.
Yeah, it's been quite the performance from them, and G2, I'm sure, will be looking on. I don't think G2 are scared of anybody this tournament, but I'm sure they'll be watching this one with interest.
Well, we certainly will be, that's for sure. For now, though, we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Whoa, that was fast. A 7-0 decimation here on the icy cool cold of Chalet. Bliss. I mean, it was their map, and yeah, it was their map. Fury were just brushed aside, and unfortunately, one of the weakest performances this team has been able to put in. So you hope they'll have a hell of a team talk for map 2.
Yeah, and again, they probably went into the map after the performance yesterday thinking, oh, we got this in the bag. They did not.
No. The bag, somewhere else.
The bag's been gotten by Bliss.
The bag, picked up, taken. Again, we saw players from the side of Bliss. They played some of the best that they've played. Oda especially, as I sort of said before, he was very quiet throughout the first stage of this tournament. He was very quiet and unable to sort of get into a game that he loved piecing in. Here, positive for one of the first times and really set a pace. But Brendo 12-3, I mean, everything you want from an Ashe player.
Yeah, for sure. Bringing the entry back to the entry indeed, and just finding, well, not the first kills, but opening up the opportunity on the actual site. Like double, triple kills coming through almost consistently out there and really opening up the opportunity. But more importantly, the entire playstyle of Bliss leans really well into border, I think.
This is that sort of moment as well, because obviously before this game and the game on the other stream, there was 1-7-0 in playoffs. Now there are 3. The game on the other stream was also a 7-0. We're sort of having a flip, reverse it, Missy Elliott style of what we had of the games yesterday, where everything was full, long, drawn-out series. And they try and bite back here. Fury are capable. They've shown it. They've proven it. Last time these two teams met, it went all 3 series as well, about a year ago. Over. There's a bit of a swing round, though, in the predictions. Bliss have stacked themselves a little bit higher in the favoritism.
Now, Bliss have only played border once, and they managed to lose it against Space Station, but it was a 6-8 loss, so very close. And Space Station have been doing very well. I know, they've managed to lose it.
They managed to lose it. Congratulations.
But they could have won it.
Congratulations, you've lost.
Fury played twice, won once, lost once. They lost it against Sonics 3-7. And they won it against Falcons 7-5, so that was also a very close game. Especially if you were watching the A stream just now as well and saw how Falcons just performed on their map.
Twitch ban from Bliss. They, for my money, played her amazingly last time, and Fury just didn't have an awareness of it. Yeah, it's a little bit more of a narrow map here. You're probably more likely to get that spotted out. And maybe they fear the game of Fury, which you can do, but also when you play it as well, and most notably as free, as I said at one point, it looked like they were just dry running utility clear. Okay, fair enough. You guys are the team that's running into this. It is their map as well. So maybe you know something, you expect something, and you want to kind of take their expectations and throw them just a little bit and then punish them. Opening up on their defense here, an Armory.
They're again banning the exact same operators as they have throughout the entire tournament.
Yep. Keeps it consistent.
Yeah, nicely and consistent. Just feeling confident to play against the lack of logic bombs to come through, the lack of upgrade cams that you have to hunt down. This thing's a bit more oversight with them, but it does allow other operators to come through.
That's true.
Are quite powerful in this current meta.
All right, Fury, all eyes are on you right now because when you open up your attacks on the first and the second map yesterday against NIP, they were very sharp. And they were, by some description, pocket plays. The Oster Shield drive across the two is something that, well, you actually always gotten a good handle on. Getting the engagement on that opening lead in, even though the opening kill statistic is one that I think that they are the lowest rated team still in the tournament. However, one of the better teams for pulling back 4 versus 5. I want to see and get themselves off to a better start, that mental game, on where this first round goes, if it is away from them, regardless of the fact that they are on attack here. Could be a bit of a deciding factor because, as I said, it's not a reliance for them, but it's a consistency of them.
There you go. It's an FNAC gone. Instantly destroyed, it's not going to do anything. And that just gives...
closed.
It was close, yeah. And that's going to be given the opportunity for the attacker to actually walk in quite close there and take the fight towards CCTV. A bit more of a convincing fashion. Not having to worry. Actually, one shot out from underneath. Agent trying to put up some pressure down onto the buck, but Lakota is able to escape with no damage whatsoever.
They have the ping. The read on the break player. They're just going to try and get the wall open, but with that mute jammer, it's not going to get very far, and at that F-dot, it means that they're not going to get very far. The open space is locked in. Fisher's happy to sit and rest as the keeper barricades give him some extra support. They're just trying to find the side of a player, but Brendo continues the roll he had on the previous map. BG Man is gone. Anything they've already stolen is at least going to stay theirs, but he's trying to find this route through against these power position players, and you can sort of see Fury. They're weighing up several different options, but none of them are netting a clean route. Sage, his territory is getting thinner and thinner, but the impact tricks against it. Perfectly played and placed. No more Selmas. And, well, no more fish.
Ark's still playing around on the door, however, like Cola's finding wettables, and suddenly Bliss all start falling apart out here. It's only up to Brendo, still around in the break room here to try and defend this round for Bliss and make it 8 in a row. It's looking very unlikely now, though, but still. Execute only now going down, or the planned attempt rather dark will go down in the meantime. They are about to be swinging onto the balcony, a bit of damage done to Brendo, but nothing that is going to be putting him out of the game yet. It's just going to be very difficult for him to take all these fights, especially with the player that's thrown underneath 90. Crit J locks it off, and Fury able to win that round.
Win a round.
Win a round.
They break the deadlock
That's
of
true.
not having anything on the first map here. Fury and... What happened, analyst boy?
Well, I think that, first of all, what we saw was a bit of too much aggression coming around near the break room. You lost one of the players out there, but they weren't really present for the majority of that execute out there. So you see Brendo trying to rotate back through, and I think what just happened there is they just found the entry that was necessary and managed to punish the players as they were trying to retake the ground.
Okay.
It all just fell apart real quick there.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm trying to get the pieces together, because obviously we saw the waste of utility, we saw the dump against it, we saw Bliss still holding power positions. They had at least 1 or 2 players around the side itself. They had the 2 that were in break, and then they had the 1 that was Sage that was locked on the little hop rotate wall that was, well, locked on in a great position there. And Fury suddenly scream up long corridor, able to swing around either side on towards that solo player, get the takes on towards the site, and then
10 seconds left.
getting a kit down out of seemingly nothing. Bliss was shaken away.
5 seconds left.
But first round and getting your head back on towards it. They rotate round towards toilet itself. Although, as it's cited many times, we're in a big defender drive in this SI so far. It is still border. It does still reward good bouts and bits of aggression, good swings around.
that's for sure. As they're opening up towards detention now, there's of course a claw out there. You need to find a way to destroy that. Either send the Brava in from one of the drone holes, or you need an explosive from Dark to bounce off at the right moment. As soon as you throw one in, though, that nitro cell's coming right back at you, so make sure you use the right option there. And it feels like they've just decided to not open up detention, that it's going to be too much of a waste of utility. You can guess, you might come and open it up at some point, but not at this moment in time.
Sage holding on to 90 for now, and Dark might be the fight that comes down the long screen that happened before. They've stolen the camera just behind him. He knows he's at least a little bit safe from this side, and that gives them a great watch on the rotation potential up the stair set. It is a nice little bit of crime done.
Lost my explosive
by the drone. Back end as well. They're going to see if they can try and reconvene. As I said, it was a little bit of a sudden smash and grab before, but they're still looking for a first pick. Sage is alone. Wet is underneath. And could play a C4 up to buy them a second for support here, but you want to make sure that you have the impact of that impact at the right second. BG Man. Twice in a row, the first player gone. First body removed. Ability that, yeah, okay, you can probably get most of it done, but BG Man himself has been a huge player for Fury throughout this tournament. A big drive on the match, the games that they lost. They were second seed in their group, only dropping one fight. Then things have really drifted a bit away from them.
Yeah, losing a player that early on, that needs to be impactful for your team to perform well. It was a bit of a pain, of course, and you still have the other four that could pick up, but Brando shutting down Dark. Going to be turning things a bit more into the scales of Bliss here, as they are looking to, you know, continue on defending off this execute to come through. It's not really like any pressures coming down from Fury on the site now. It's more so around the custom side. As Oda and Sage and both find a kill themselves, it's only up to I9 now, still playing around with the RC Roteros, opening up opportunities for himself. But the diffuser has been dropped upstairs. He's about to be swung. This might be a flawless half to come through.
What a perfect response it would be, I9. He's in a little bit of a firing line. There's a rotate that's coming around above him, but remember the cameras were stolen before. Does down Brendo.
15 seconds
Cannot find the end of him, and Sage from the top rope locks him off. Flawless response to a first round loss. Bliss, they get one. They make sure that Fury aren't allowed to buy any momentum.
Yeah, important. Especially after that 7-0. You want to continue that as well. You don't want to give too much hope towards Fury that they can get back into the series. And again, Bliss, you know, they were very well known in this tournament for bringing it to max regulation or towards overtime in the majority of their games. 7-0 was definitely a big change of pace for them. Now they need to build on it. If they win this, long day ahead. Still have to play another elimination game. There, by the way, from this point onward, it's only elimination games going through for Bliss in this lower bracket. Same would go for Fury. So everything will count. And right now, as we are headed towards ventilation and workshop, one of the most defender sites actually on this map of the tournament.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Let's see how Fury wants to attack it. Well, the most successful takes we've seen on this site so far is when they just try and go for a sneaky plant aside of ventilation when the cover isn't right there. But I believe that we do have goo mines set up in that area. I mean, Fisho is currently playing around there, so surely there's something set up to be an early alarm system if that happens.
One apiece, Fury. You've got to keep this game sort of pressed to the metal at this point and see if you can make it yours. The statement piece came around in the opening map was very loud from here. With Brendo wanting to step into the engagement before it even really begins, they're going to make sure that they can kind of keep you cautious, unaware of the positions and punish the game that was punished so well previously. However, Dark has the drop from the top. Rock ready. Around the swing onto square. Otherwise pulled away. A bit of a run out, and Lycolis gets punished. Fisho guy gets the take. That was from the bottom of detention. Just went out the breach themselves, got the repelling player.
It's painful losing out the heart breach like that as well. It's definitely going to be an impact later on, especially if you still had ambitions in taking Armory for this round. But Jay now trying to retake on the repel, see if he can put up any pressure. Brendo aware of this. He's going to go for it. Finds the second one. Good Jay shut down as well. Let's just soft breach gone now. And that's going to be leaving it into a bunch of guns that just have to try and brute force themselves through the side if they want to get a plant and a victory down.
5 versus 3. A bit of silence, a bit of caution falls across the fight itself. Just getting the keeper barricades replaced, and well, that is that frustrating thing right now for Dark. He's trying to jump in against the fight that is forever changing. Brendo's got the long watch down underneath towards the seating gallery. Ready? Waiting to pounce seems to be the path for the course here so far. You've got Bliss stepping into these engagements. As I said at the very beginning, they're making sure that where is uncomfortable for Fury keeps changing. Fury has to keep rechecking. Wet is feeding all of this intel on the break room based approach here, as Iron has found himself inside the office towards at least the verticality of the site itself, but they still have to put pressure towards the plant.
1-1, and indeed, as you mentioned, the pressure of the plant needs to go through. However, there's nothing really that they have currently in the sides of Fury. They are trying to take that top floor under control, but all that really gives you is a hatch drop. And you still have the pulse out there from Wettables, who's spotting out on some of these players and giving away the information of where the rotate is going to be coming from. And as Dark is coming in from the flank right now, he's hoping to make something happen to at least fight him back an opportunity into the round, but he misses the opportunity. He's trying to go for a bit of a wallbang game right now with the player on the opposite side, but Brenda comes in for the support, shuts him down, leaves it only up to I9 and BG Men now. Oda trying to go for the fight, but Wettables is actually the first one to find that kill. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, the Flawless is going to be fended off by BG Men, but it's not going to be much more than that as he's shut down by Wettables coming up across from the bottom of the metal stairs. And Bliss, 2 very dominant rounds in a row right now. That could have been a double Flawless.
2 in a row here, Fury. If it's 3, you do wonder if we will see a timeout once again. It is a little bit do or die right now. Every single round seems to be a fight, sure, at least for now, but you can tell Bliss have the trigger pulled. They have this ready in the bank. They know what to expect from this fight. They're in good spirits, and it's the conversation we've had about this OS roster the entire time. They're on the precipice of that greatness. The sort of step before starting to set themselves up and off. And here, I mean, this is maybe some of that coming to fruition here. All 5 of them finding the steps into this fight. All 5 of them are really getting into their element.
I mean, it says enough that they've been able to challenge like some of the bigger teams, you can almost say, and bring them to overtime or to max regulation in almost every given round. It really shows you that they are just a little bit away from being able to turn some of those maps around and suddenly find themselves upsetting those big teams. And maybe a game like against Fury right now, where they, you know, have the opportunity to just work out those, well, potential nerves that could be there when you need to close out maps, could be beneficial as they go on later against one of the, well, more favorite teams.
Fury. Once again, a slow and steady approach. They want to try and get a clean take onto a single player, and one of the missing tricks, the missing moments here, whether it's because of the pressure of the game or the opponents they're up against, is a confidence. It's otherwise, I mean, been a huge boon for them of stepping in, especially from players like Dark, like BG Man, to just get into these engagements. Here, they're almost too cautious. They're worried that if the first isn't taken by them cleanly, then it won't be worth taking at all. There it is. Crossfire with I9 getting Sage. Buck doing some damage underneath. Suffers to the back end of a C4, but not entirely. However, it's CritJ that gets caught by 1. Oda gets the trade out. With Wet getting stung fish. Swings onto BG Man. Free to just put that pressure as the Grimbees come in a little bit too late.
Eva Barrier used there to block up the line of sight of Dark, knowing that there's still someone around on the balcony there that's trying to challenge out those players. I9 now heading as well towards the top of square, seeing if he can challenge the break room possibly, because we're finding ourselves back in a 3-on-3 situation. However, HP advantage does go to the side of Bliss. No, doesn't have to mean a lot, but especially with the utility still out there, an impact could just as well be the end of the life of I9 if that hits directly. So gotta keep that in mind as he's about to be swung out there by the Azami.
Brendo holding down in a fortress made of Kiba barricades and paces like Olis as the Buck on the defaults. They'll know where he is, but he's still just going to shepherd positions. However, with where the site has got itself located, you only really have about 20 seconds of this. I don't think any pressure's been put on it as of yet. Back towards Brendo. Even with the attempt at shepherding from the Bucker positions, they just sort of hoped and trusted.
Ooh.
He had moved out and left it. Fish free to splash around in the fountain. Get their fins out. I9 left alone. A 1 versus not even. Brendo locks it out. And as I said, I would not be surprised if we get a timeout.
Has to be a timeout coming out from now, because it is just first round, good round from Fury. Like, nothing else to be said about it. All the others, not on the board. And it's painful to watch, because we've seen what Fury can do yesterday when they upset NIP, managed to find that huge map, almost able to lock it off in a 2-0, and after that it all went south. Also, it's a shame BG Man being caught up there. I mean, he probably didn't expect someone to swing aggressively. Like Cola sat there, he's just getting his feet removed from underneath him, like bullet by bullet. I like the concentration on Bliss's faces. Like you have like a single person shouting, like "Let's go," or "Yeah," as it was here.
Or "Yeah,
yeah, yeah." But the rest is super concentrated, just knowing that they still have to continue onwards and try and make the best out of this half on the defense. Again, knowing that their attacking style that we've seen on Chalet should be very beneficial for them on this map. Should be leaning really well into their capabilities.
I'm still missing that confidence here from Fury. And Border, you don't want to harp on about how Max handle against sort of confidence team, because you always need your entry to feel themselves and get their energy and sort of go, yeah, I can win this engagement. I've got every engagement here. Here it's just been missing. Everything has to feel like it's taking an extra step for a team that has just played that pacey game brilliantly up to this point. And again, it could be a million different things. Pressure of this being the game that sends them home. The first time this team has felt that pressure at this tournament, as obviously they've performed so well in groups that they weren't one of the sort of do-or-die teams on the final day that we had many teams of. It just creates that little bit of doubt. Bliss, they've had a day to prepare for this. They've had a day to sort of go, yeah, we lose this game, we're gone. It really sets your mental up.
Oh, Brendo just being spotted out by the drone there and deciding to just stay on the spot that he's in before. BG Man prone as he got hit a little bit. Brendo able to find the opportunity. Dar goes down eventually as he leans back into the fight. A slight mistake, maybe a bit of greed coming through, but Brendo able to lock that one off is huge.
I mean, it's just a weird way to go down. Crit J strikes against Sage on the back end of the Eastern Stairs. They have some rested controller break, but with Oda getting BG Man and I9 getting the punish on Brendo, it is just a little bit of a back and forth that seems to be screaming across anywhere on this top floor for now. Oda, he should get the drop. Crit J can't quite get the finish. The player will get picked back up. However, he is only one little bit of damage away from death at this point. All of them circled inside the site. There is a lot of structure still to clear, and you wonder how long it'll take Fury to sort of go, okay, we're good to make our motion in at this point. They always rotate their way back around. They get a little bit of width as we see Fish head his way towards Workshop on the back end, watching the other hatch drop. Gives him that long range towards either of the hatch takes. They seem to be eyeing up the stair set itself. Lycolis isn't too far away with the kit, but 30 seconds. Again, this caution, this double checking, this nature of, look, we need to make sure that this strikes. Is it finally a bit of strength this team can pull from?
The drone the opposite side of the side. The drone challenge, but it seems like they're going for a bathroom take instead. Crit J goes in, Lycolis as well. Plans going through in now. Crit J, as he's taking the cam, forgets that he actually needs to cover. The air jab will actually shut down Weatables, bringing it back to a 2-on-2 situation. As Lycolis will find the one that was coming close towards the actual diffuser. It's only up to Oda now. He went low before, he went down before. He knows where the diffuser is, but he's not in the right position. Well, he was in the right position, but a little bit too late. He finds himself in that 1v2, and well, taking this fight is just going to mean the end of him. As Lycolas is opening up, and Oda now realizing that the only real option he has is to just go for the defuse and hope that they realize it might be a fake, but the flashbang blinds him out, and I9 shuts him down. Fury find their second round.
Just before the turn of the half as well, which means they've got one more opportunity here. Really just before the turn of the half to make it an even one as well. If they can start to click back into gear, suddenly a 3-3 isn't as sort of depressing as being on the back end of the 4-2, or even worse, the 5-1 that it looked like it might be hurtling towards. It was close. I think at that point, obviously, for the aggression that's led Bliss very, very well in the lead in here, they peeled themselves back. They had the expectation that they wouldn't just go for the sort of hatch drop plant itself. They'd rotated all the way in towards workshop. Yep. They'd sort of left a bit of space and tried a retake, but yeah, jabs with the lock. That little pocket of space, that is where Fury have excelled for me, is they didn't need to take everything to make that work. You never always, you never do every single time. No. They can reclaim some of that energy here for their last attack. They can set themselves up to maybe eye up that third map, but I think Bliss, they're still the ones in a bit of the driving seat.
They are. They definitely are, and they're headed towards the attack soon as well. And again, the map is paper thin. Just not sure what I'm going to be expecting from Fury out here when they are going up against them. That make this round so important, because if they are able to bring this back to a 3-on-3 split, then there is that extra bit of a buffer. It's a difference of 2, really, that you just nullified by getting this single round. And as you see, Fury slowly walking around the building here, trying to get themselves with some information. Jay out with the skeleton key as well. Aware of the fact that there might be someone out here, blinded by the FNAT, is placed in the windows, in opposition to place it. Quickly destroyed as well, but Brando will fall back. They're not going to try and hold on to CCTV. Of course, not the site necessary. BG will find Fisho, who went for a run out, probably trying to get anybody that might have been on the rappel out there. And that means the entry is going to be there for Fury, an important one that they now need to manipulate into a round win. Squid J's waiting up onto the armory wall, probably just waiting for his teammates here to go. Aggressive Lycolas will find Sage. So, with that, a double entry now for the side of Fury. And they're getting close. The drone will split out Oda as well. He's going to be the next in the chopping block, so he needs to make sure that he gets himself into a safe position. He's being pushed from 2 different sides at the same time. Wonderballs goes down, so does Oda, and suddenly a flawless round from Fury to lock it off and bring us to 3-3.
Okay, Fury. Suddenly, we get that really sort of good taste of why you are in this playoff sort of area, not this position specifically. And we also get an idea of the first 2 maps that you had against NIP yesterday. Can they keep it going? I still have that worry here, because both teams still have their timeout. They did not call it. They have that as an option if things go away from them here, Fury. They're onto their defense. Bliss, their attacks, obviously, on the previous map, yeah, they were pretty good. They were as good as they could possibly be. You had the flawless half, and that is still a present thing. Fury have to try and find some of that connection and their defense on their motions here in the second half.
And of course, it went quite, as you mentioned, steady, like 6-0 coming through, but it wasn't just a 6-0 and it was only close rounds. No, we were 1 or 2 close rounds, but the rest, complete blowouts from the side of Bliss. And if they can just get back into like 80% of that, 70% of that, I'm pretty certain that they are going to be able to lock off this map and bring this home in a 2-0 fashion. And of course, that isn't the end of their day, because they still have to play another match after that. You just wanna make it that one step further in the tournament and then worry what's up afterwards.
Fury starting to swell into a game here. I9 has been really the only tour de force performer of the day, and with the experience that he has, it makes sense. Brendo with a quick break underneath. There's a little bit of a dabble externally. But who is going to get this first engagement? How clean can it be? How much confidence is still on the back? Dark is currently dancing around the side of Wet, who's just getting some pops underneath. Brendo has the long-range watch on the single player that's offering that support. They're going to see if they can I guess, weigh up which one they want to go for the pinch on. Oda's watching the rotate. Sage might go for the flat fight here. Although it's Oda actually offering that second swing. They're trying to bait them into it because either side of that pillar is now watched. The pressure is on. Lycolis gets Oda caught out with the swing. I9, he's sort of happy to survive here for now with Crit J going for the run out onto Brendo above. Too much attention paid towards I9 here, and I said this is what we wanted from Fury. Ensuring they have some support. We don't want that, BG man. No killing of Dark, but at least you got to fight on the back end of it. However, this is a return to form here.
That might actually cost them the flawless as well. The back-to-back flawless, having a team kill out there. Sajin walks up and gets shut down. They have it, a team kill. Cost the flawless. And that's a very dominating round to come through. And I think Bliss just entering the building, but not really as a team. It was more so single, isolated fights happening all over the map. Some inside, some outside with jump outs coming through. And I think they need to have a little quick, bit of a quick chat with Bliss. Not as a timeout, but more as a, like, okay, let's just calm this down, right? Because that's 2 times now. Basically, the tables have turned. We cannot afford that. We need to make sure that they get back in instantly.
I'm kind of happy that we have a bit of a showdown
here. Same.
With how the first map went, with how the fact that it was a 7-0, with how we've seen these teams perform throughout this tournament, there was the expectation that this could be a banger of a series, a banger of a match. Whenever you have, not exactly the same regions, obviously, in the new meta, or in the new system, but similar regions, you want the best of the best to be the one that survives. You want the one that sort of takes the pressure and the mental of saying, okay, send back another APAC team. But it was a fight, it was a brawl, it was a well-earned spot at the table. Everything you want from this, that third map, more and more convincing, especially if they start to play like that again and push this distance. Fury, that was the best round I think they've really played all day on their defense. I mean, quite obviously, maybe even on both sides, just on how quick they were to react, but also on how they baited everything Bliss were doing very well on the first map. They played perfectly against it here.
I see some traces coming in. Brendo's going to be taking the peak there, accepting the challenge. The 1v1. Crit J is that keep a bearer to play behind here, so you know, it's just a little pixel angle you're going to have to hit, Brendo. Be quite difficult, and also, you know, have people in break room that can provide some covers, so be careful out there. Is really quick push towards the armory here from the side of Bliss, realizing that it might be out, but it might be cleared. And so drones are starting to go through. That will confirm, like, hey, you can indeed move through. There's a lot of ground to be gained here.
Bit of caution coming through from the side of Bliss. They have the pings on the players on the back end of Office, and as the reveal starts to come towards BG Man, he's happy to sort of sit pretty. Takes the drop, the C4 though, and this is it. The call on the player position. Oda does find Dark. Make sure they do not have that man advantage for very long. Crit J still in that power place on the back end of everything, with Brendo wanting to see if he can try and meet and wrest control of the Eastern Stairs. In fact, he's going to hand it over, but he's got a fight on his shoulders. Drone doesn't get the reveal on him as he drops it. Second drone, well, that gets caught as well. Just pops up. Oda ready for the engagement, but not enough. The ping of the E1D's a second too late. They go wide. In on the window, he rebuilt himself a structure, wastes as much time, do or die, with BG Man offering some support. They get the take. They look for the second and almost get it. But again, the rotations here from Fury. I'm enjoying this idea of support they've got right now.
A lot of damage being dealt, though, to the remaining members of Fury. So Lycola's taking a bit of a scrap. BG Man, whilst he was falling back as well. Lycola's playing in an opponent position, though, as he's basically able to lock down the entirety of open area, or the lobby, however you want to call it, from the angle he's currently playing in. And the other two members in Fury, they're going to be making sure that there is no drop on the hatch that should be able to yield a plant. He's being tossed in to get rid of that bulletproof camera. Lycola's now starting to come through as well. A small opening has been made by that grenade. Brendo, aware of the fact that he might be in there, goes off at the wrong angle, though. The wrong time.
It's 20 seconds. 20 seconds, they have to make a move. Lycolis is in that big power position. He's got the rotate. Brendo's still not sure about it. He just has to hit the one connection as wet. Goes for the plant itself. BG Man, he's getting the rotate. He doesn't know. They win one of the downs, but get down themselves. Bliss. Keep it level. Keep it even. Keep it back and forth. Close as it could possibly be here, but importantly, it stops the momentum entirely flying into Fury's side.
Yeah, as I said, it's not a tactical timeout worthy yet when it was 2 near flawless rounds coming through, but you definitely need to have a bit of a calm down and make sure that you bring back that pace slightly, and exactly what they did here. Crit J, though, still very important, almost managing to catch those 2 kills at the back of that Kiba barrier he was playing behind. Could have changed around, but in the end, the opening onto the side, the plant going through, the cover just being there in time, crucial.
Bliss fight back, but there is an excitement that is sort of being a bit missing here from the roster. Sure, all of them are getting in on these engagements. They do not have the confidence and the clarity that has otherwise been offered to them on Chalet. Before you sort of look at the rotations Fury were making, you were counting them on your fingers as to how successful they were and probably didn't need to go to a second hand. Here, positions that they're finding are little holes in Bliss's drone game. Little problems that I said many, many moons ago is where they'll find that level of success here. There's a growing hint of, oh, we can just go anywhere on this map. We can do anything. We're Fury. This is what we love to do.
Like the triple capcan on the door, you've just seen it being placed. Because the fact is, when you drone, you're going from east, you check 90, out clear, and you move on. So you don't really go through that doorway that often with your drones. So it's very much possible that those capcan traps will not be spotted out, and it might actually catch someone off, because look at that. Okay, yeah, clear. No one there at the end of it. Brendo's just going to be holding out on it now, taking out the default cam, especially if they manage to clear his army. That might just lean into a kill. Oh, never mind. It might just be the Bravo drone that just hacks them all.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
You only need to hack one, and all of them will explode when they run through it, but it seems like they've gone 6.
Yeah, I think they did indeed.
Remove them rather than play against all the charges itself, because they want to pass through the door without exploding. They obviously stole the F-dot as well, so they can have more of a clean sweep and streak all the way up long itself. Pressure onto the back end of Office. Forces, well, nobody out of position. Nobody's currently playing it. They're trying to wrest control of the vertical. There is some of the stretch there as they swing slowly round. Sage is against the Kiba that he's got to smash. Crit J can buy himself a little bit more time. The flash is to an old position. Dark onto Fish. Brendo gets one back. And it's this sort of engagement game where 1 versus 1s are happening everywhere and nobody is quite clean enough across the board.
Definitely working to isolate the one player that's in sight. Oh, flashbang coming through. Brendo trying to lean into the fight. It's actually the double kill from Crit to come through.
Oh, either side.
Down indeed.
Sage onto one window. Brendo onto the back of the swing at 90. They did not know about the position of the player. And now, Wet, he's finding himself having to recollect the pieces in a 2 versus 4 with Oda so far away for anything else to offer that support itself. He was the point man originally, but now with everyone else gone, he's the man left with only really a point. Spraying against the position of the players, but great bit of wrested control there. The flick round at 90s, there's at least one back. They'll hear that charge being placed. I'm not sure if it was an attempt to get the C4 back against it in time. Crit J suffers quite a lot as well. Oda, though, he's got to survive long enough to offer some support. There's only 30 seconds, locked out by beepers. Wet. 1 versus 3, 20 seconds. Gifted 1 fight. Finds 2. Has barely any health and a smoke canister to his name and a chance to plant with I9. Holding on towards the door on the opposite end. That's the way they're going to go towards it. Close on the left here. How aware is he? He's checking it slowly and steadily. He's going to find the fight too late. Fury keep themselves just 1 step ahead.
I think he swapped over to like the super shorty as well. Probably expected him to be on the server stack. But it was almost a great comeback to come through to allow Bliss to go on. But Crit J, crucial inside of CCTV there, somehow not seen. They probably thought it was still playing around in the little like closet area where you have the rotation back towards 90. That's where the flashbangs came in from. That's where the people were watching to. Instead, he dug in all the way deep. Now a timeout will be called by the side of Bliss. Of course, things haven't really been going their way yet in this half, especially over the last 5 rounds. If we start looking at it like that, only a single one won by them. So they need to turn around that momentum a bit more efficiently, and this is the moment when they call it. When it's 1 round away from a map point being gained by Fury, which is, of course, enough time for that to turn around.
I mean, it's 1 of 3. I don't think it's worth sort of saying that things are entirely going wrong for them on this half. If they were in this position the other side, I think they would be doing it at the start of the game. The problem is, as you said, they're 1 round away from the end of the game. They want to keep it off of map point. They don't want to give them the satisfaction and the pressure of it because, hey, that's a place Bliss are in all the time. Trying to rebuild a deficit that is unfortunately 1 step too far. The frequent receiver of a 5-7 left them, starting in the lower bracket, but they pulled it off against huge teams and opponents here, keeping themselves level, maybe getting themselves to map point first. Well, Fury have also been on the wrong end of being the 1 step ahead team and then the step being kicked out of them. Bliss, the problem, Sighted is missing that single bit of intel that becomes Fury's saving grace. Crit J's position there, the round before where they weren't quite aware of the full coverage. It is something that they did so well on Chalet. Maybe it's because of the knowledge of how Bliss and Fury, how Fury would play it against Bliss. Here, they're looking a little bit lost.
They do, and I really expected this to be a good map for Bliss, considering how they just played on Chalet, but Fury showing what they have as well right now. Struggled a little bit in those first 4 rounds, but after that, basically the double flawless that we were seeing coming out from them, or the near double flawless, only losing a single one on this side yet. Really putting things into perspective. And again, heavy presence coming out around the east side of the map, wanting to take that staircase under control. There's going to be castle barricades from Dark. Really shutting down any quick rotations to come through, so I have to use some utility to open up. But it also cuts off the rotation for the players inside the CCTV and break. They can go back towards Armory relatively safe now because there's no cutoff point that is from the top of East.
Around the back of the banana table. Sage is going to see if they could try and force these castle windows out. Brendo gets the first take, and I think it is the first time we've had a clean first take on the second half from either team. That somebody hasn't instantly found an engagement elsewhere in the same second. That is the beauty of a team talk going well. If they can keep trying to do this bit of a caution game, this bit of an awareness game, they're taking things much closer to their chest. The widest bit of their take right now is just a watch on towards break door itself. They're not entirely exploring everywhere. Instead, here it is, eyes onto office, eyes onto the pressure that they can put towards the site, and suddenly the alarm bells are furious saying, okay, they're going to play this concern take. Let us respond with it ourselves. I9 hits the impact. First to stop some of the break, second to get himself to rotate underneath. The Bees force the position too, but you are looking at a battle of attrition here. They're going to see if they can try and sneak the plant. You can get onto the concrete to be safe from underneath, but you cannot get yourself safe from at least the C4 or BG man.
I9 actually dropped there because he's more important alive than he is to take those gunfights, as the Echo has 2 yokais in his pocket, 1 on site, 1 right behind the enemy lines here. So as soon as the plant is going to be attempted, there is going to be stuns out there. I'm not sure if one of them just got shot out.
Yeah, they saw it get on the roof, they shot it out. The second has the read, but Wet has the take. BG man's gone, they're inside the site, Sage has locked it out, and you can watch this all you like from the Echo drones, but all you're watching is a murder. 5 versus 1 post-plant situation here. A perfect read and response from Bliss with the timeout of what was going wrong and just refocusing their attention towards the objective play. The drive onto the site, a flawless. You could not ask for a better result of a timeout. They find themselves level, 1 round away from map point, as both teams are.
Yep.
They get there first. It becomes a very scary moment for Fury.
And looking back at the Okais there, of course, we saw him drop back. I'm all for that, right? When an execute starts happening, you want to make sure that you're using the utility you have available to you. And also playing around on the metal stairs allows you to quickly get back up if necessary. but maybe a bit too
Locate and defuse as many bombs
like
as they
careful with the yokai drones. Could have been a bit more supportive for the rest of his team as people started falling, using the stuns actually to give your teammates the advantage in the fight, rather than trying to keep them hidden for as long as you possibly can in that situation. Because there's so much time left, like 40 seconds or something at this moment the execute came down. There's no way you're going to be able to get enough stuns in to stop that diffuser from going down for the entirety of that time. Usually when it's like 15 seconds left or something, that's when the yokai is at its strongest.
The Monty makes a grand appearance here.
10 seconds to go.
And the attack looks like, again, they're sort of cementing themselves as, look, we can just clear this pocket of space. Let Fury run around on the opposite end. Let their game become a little bit pointless in some regards. It has been an occasional problem of the roster in their showdowns, is that they will have a loose player that not impact the game, not quite get themselves back in time for the actual show and miss it and have to just watch the post-credits, which turns into a reel of people that they have lost. Fish.
Oh, this is going to be great.
I mean, they're wanting to really make this army have the worst start possible.
Needs this door to be opened up. The sort of waiting for Brendo holding off the other side of that rotation, and there's a Jones coming through. Ooh, actually got shot out right away. And I think they're actually trying to make sure that that door doesn't open up properly. Like Cole is trying to get in a shot from the side onto that Monty, but nothing really happening so far. Got completely flushed out though. Brendo wants to at least do something, but Wedables will find the very first into Grid J. That's Eastairs now under control. Like Cole is blind as well as they're going on for the chase.
The E1D pops, they put that just on the inside of the windows. They cannot try and pushing pressure. This is that pocket play I've talked about, and now Fish moves his way in towards the top of the east stairs. Lycolis has been forced back towards break and can't really rotate out on the second story. Hello, I9. I remember when you were the last person playing this position and lasted for pretty much as long as the round itself. This time forced off early. How long can Lycolis sit there and hope things might start to go their way? Oh, there's a way against them. The C4 swung from underneath. Don't get this second popped off because Fish pops their head. Sage is looking for the swing round for the next engagement. Watching on the rotate on towards break itself. They still have tentative control of East, but with Dark on this position behind the castle barricade, he might get his feet shot if they're aware of it, but it doesn't seem like they are as of yet. However, they have more than enough for the utility to try to pop through it between the Roteros and the grenade. Oda. Smoke covers a bit of the motion. BG Man has the vertical, but can't do a huge amount with it. Dark suffers, but BG Man does get Sage on the swing. The retake on the stairs does not quite have the impact that they want. The shield is in a 1 versus 1 inside the site. He's just sort of calling out all the intel saying, look, he's here. No. Swings round. Can he find the second? He's going with the pistol.
Oh,
cannot get the connection. Oda! It's not quite over yet, but he takes it one step closer. I said today had been the best performance Oda has been able to deliver for this roster, and that is turning out to be Fury's nightmare.
Oda, the awareness he had out there. Of course, you know, losing the Monty is an unfortunate situation, and then he realizes there's someone up on the balcony above, there's someone inside of the office next to me, and he just goes for up, kills him, instantly, 180 flick, manages to find the second kill as well. And that is just showing that he is actually finding his form right now. As you just mentioned, hadn't had the best tournament so far. Definitely starting to get into this game. Definitely starting to get back into the groove.
We have a timeout, because if you don't win this, you've got no more timeouts in the whole tournament here. Fury, they look, I'm going to say entirely despondent, but definitely distanced from the game ahead of them, the game that they've played, whether it's just the stress and the heat, the tournament that's caught up to them at this point, or whether it's just that this is, as I said before, truly their first do-or-die game since they entered us however many days ago in the Invitational in Brazil. They have really led up that expectation of fire, fury, pace we wanted from them. Now though, one round separates them and their dream run of continuing here being cut a little bit short. Bliss, they could get this as a 2-0. Technically quick because it was a 7-0 in the first map.
Yep.
And this could find itself hurtling into OT, going the longest distance possible.
Would be true Bliss fashion.
Classic Bliss.
Yeah. I don't rule it out.
I feel, do you know who I feel bad for right now? The people that are sharing the plane with James Devmarter Stewart. He is flying in. He's doing some content for us. So he's hoping they stay in, but I can imagine if there is a way of possibly watching this game 30,000 feet in the air.
Very sure he bought the Wi-Fi for it.
He probably bought a satellite for it. That's how much he loves the most sea.
You know, sometimes you have like screaming babies on board, and there's going to be people having screaming Devmarter.
Screaming Devmarter.
Okay, it's only for like 2-3 hours rather than the entire day.
The Ossa. A standard classic take onto this play. You get yourself in. You have to secure the fight underneath to make sure that they're not just going to C4 you or impact away. You have one place you can go. That's why Oda is there, because he has this secured. He can force them out of some of their locations. Great combination of the Grim. We hear the shield get put down, but we see Oda get rocked down as well. Fisho, he's going to go for the plant. They hop up and get knocked back, but the impact of I9 cuts that Talon shield. The blinds go through. There's one, there's two! Down, cannot find the next connection. Brendo and Sage against Dark and Crit J. He's going to rebuild and maybe go for the pickup itself. He wants to be secure as the bees come around the corner. Sage, he's currently a little bit far away, though. He's trying to sneak his way up, or even all the way around. Maybe play some of the angles that were open before. Brendo is sat waiting, ready to catch anybody that goes around the back. Dark, he's sort of all focused forward here, but caught out on the cam. They know exactly where the second player is, and look at that, both instantly rotate round to try and play against the fight. Brendo suffers as he swings the corner. There's one, though. He's going in for the second. They're behind a keeper barricade. Sage suffers some scrapes. Crit J gets one. It's all down to Sage to lock it out here. His own flash is caught. He doesn't want to get blind to 1 versus 1. Crit J, a huge performer. It's the hook, and he keeps it alive. Fury, take us to OT.
Just before the flashbang pops, he saw the sliver of the body just enough to find the kill in the end. And with that, overtime secured. Potential map 3 underway, but that really depends on how these next 3 rounds go. It was a bit of a pocket play attempt from Bliss, trying to go for the Ossa, trying to go quick, and they managed to at least get the C4 out of the way quickly, but those impacts were the true issue here. Wedables almost brought it back as well. But he couldn't confirm BG, man.
As close as it could possibly be, Fury. And now you have the opportunity to give yourself that map point, give yourself that hope of getting to the 3rd map. Turn this, well, short to long best of 3 into a best of 1 battle and brawl for the supremacy position of a large, large region that really wants to find some sweet success here at 6 Invitational, 6 apiece. Starting to get a game on. We're starting to get Crit J. Shows the power of those keeper barricades as well, because not many operators really would have been able to survive as long as they did and offered the support in the positions that they had. They opt to double down here onto Armory.
They're bringing a multi down right now instead of the Ossa. So Fisher's going to be playing around with a big extendable shield, which you can, of course, use in either 2 ways. Either you go for the turtle plant, where you put it on your back and you manage to get it down, or you extend and allow someone else to plant right behind you. In that case, the impact grenades are not going to be too much of an issue. This starts off with taking control first. They need to get control of East, then they need to start getting themselves towards the actual side, possibly clear out a bit of offers as well, so you have the extra pressure on the player that's inside the archive, since that was a true breaker of that round. And then they'll start thinking about a potential plant.
The long angles, sort of you watch my back, I'll watch yours. As the attention is paid towards Office, they are angling themselves to get that under their control, force out Dark, and make those players that played the rest of that round, the 3 of them, that were stacked, uncomfortable. They cannot sit there. They will not be able to sit there if they do this, the first bit of break towards them. But BG Man is well aware of this engagement. He's almost begging for it to come into his territory. Fish has the attention and the pings onto the single player like Olis. He doesn't want to drop into this an engagement without knowing, but they are right below him. They want this to be a waiting fight. They're not going to wait any longer. Oda gets one. The Monty gets half his health from a C4 here, and BG stacks himself. Ready for the next engagement as we have a second of pause. No pick back up immediately, but it's taken a minute and a half to get that first pick. And now as we find ourselves with only a minute left, we're going to start eyeing up the site.
And Monty still being about half HP. If he takes those impacts to the front of his shield, it's not going to be doing too much damage. The opening coming through here is BG Man. Misses the opportunity to lock off a kill. He's finding himself quite exposed right now. Brendo, though, will get shot by Dark, who comes into Fountain to provide some support. Oda trying to find something as well, but the wall is still closed. And as he gets shut down by Crit J, from the end, a double kill to come through. Fury find themselves with the opportunity to push us to map 3 now, as it's only up to Wedables in a 1v4. He's getting shot from the half wall. He has no safe ground to thread on. And as he's trying to find some shots with the DMR, it is only a matter of time before we're headed towards the next round, where Fury are the ones that have the opportunity to push us on to the next map.
They launched themselves into that approach and played a game that has punished many teams.
Oh!
And what a way. Objects in the mirror, closer than they appear. Boop. A removal there from that approach. They tried to do a cautious play, a structured play, but the single problem was that loose thread that pulled and unraveled the whole Australian sweater. 7-6 Fury. They now sit in a pretty decent position. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that they got themselves the even half and got themselves the opener of the half with a plant on towards Armory. How much has been remembered and forgotten? But this late half momentum has definitely started to fall into the favor of the SEA team.
That's for sure. You've been able to turn things around slightly. Of course, they'll be on the attack as well. It's a completely different kind of pace that you will play now compared to the defense they had earlier. As you mentioned, like, how much have they remembered for the side of Bliss? The same goes for Fury. I see a fuse coming out. It's not an operator we see very often.
Not too often.
Not too often.
No.
But it has some good opportunity to waste utility in the opposite side end, as well as locating or relocating players. And for those of you that have returned, after a very long time of not playing Siege, it's gone, never mind. I was going to say you can put on reinforcements now. But
yeah, no, it's gone. I mean, to be honest, I think they expected a ground floor site. I think that's the reason they would have brought the fuse. I know you're trying to big it up as exciting. It's kind of pointless on this take, let's be honest. What they do have instead is something that might be a lot more meaningful. The control of that little plant that we've seen attempted, played, and not quite put in position before. You have the Smokes of Capital, the shield. They are stacking themselves up on towards AC window. They're going to get the portion of the jump out. There's the quick break onto it. Force the players away. It's wet. That's going for the plant already. Oh, like Olis is going for the stick. They pull away. I don't think they knew the kit was going down. I think if they'd stuck it, well, it would have been a post plant, but they were concerned about the retake. The double C4, though, nets a huge result here and entirely changes the face because they are not going to be able to get a stealthy plant again. There's the removal of the gadget, the cover of the AC player, the smoke's out, just to make sure they feel a bit safer, and the slightly off positioning on it as well, so they're a little bit more protected. The cover is good. They're looking for the next, but it's a post-plant situation. The shield can be redeployed. 4 versus 3, the keeper barricades to cut off any support onto that window, but the air jabs and the pistol drop, but not rocked. Fish is inside. They're trying their best. They're right on the back of it. They get them from underneath. Crit J keeping the cover locked at 1 versus 1. 20 seconds. Fury have dug talons and nails into this round, and they're just finding themselves slinking away. Oda, we said he'd been the step-up performer in this series so far. He has to stick this if he wants to hold it. Crit J, you gotta get a move on. You just have to cap the player. There it is! Fury pull us back and send us towards a best of 1 to decide who stays and who goes.
That last round was such a roller coaster. It seemed like it would have been going towards Bliss first due to the double C4, then the plant's coming down, but the Monty drops and so does the cover and ventilation. If it wasn't for the bug, if it wasn't for Crit J, and how many times have we said that in that map, it was going to be over. It was going to be the next round with a potential Bliss win, but Fury managed to just drag it across the finish line and pushes to map 3.
What a way for it to hurtle to this position, and you wonder what the mindset is for these two teams, because Bliss was so close to having this done, to having themselves focused onto the fight ahead. Instead, they now have to try and get themselves recollected, get themselves reset, rebuilt into a showdown against a team that's just pulled themselves back. An 0-7 loss to an 8-6 win. Consulate.
But let's not forget, if P9 dies there, Falcons go home.
Yeah.
Everything is on the line.
But obviously the one thing to consider is the last thing you expect someone to do in their full white screen is run at you. For very good reason. They can't see you, but just as the screen starts to recover, it's enough for him to get back into things. And I think the thing as well is the turnaround from Nest probably was on the assumption that he would round instead towards the rotate in between sites rather than running straight through the middle door. You will ask questions, you know, where was Palu looking at that point? Was he expecting him to rotate into Workshop instead? I don't know. But the two angles that Liquid were covering were not the ones that P9 chose. What a round we have just witnessed, and it could be, as said Tim, what sends us through to overtime. Here we go though. Not quite Hail Mary coming in, but already Candela's being dumped inside a sandwich here. Liquid wanted to get themselves inside this top floor. Nice and quick, create some room. Got the EE1D coming out on top as well, but Nesk is in. They want to catch the drops. He's found himself one man. Where do they go? Because they can't get out of this top floor. Nesk has found a second. They've cracked things open. They've forced them down into the Piranha's pit, and Nesk stands there waiting. Plant goes down. Quibs finds one. Surely we don't see another round like the last one, Tim.
It's going to have to be something seriously special. It'll be a 1v5 ace clutch if Quibs can pull this out, but he's low health already. Liquid have had time to get outside, and resets shows how Liquid managed a perfect reset. They got it done after that tactical timeout, and you just feel like the words said were right. Come on, enough is enough now. Let's go and show them who we are, and Nesk did exactly that. Straight into sight, like a spear to the heart, getting 2 kills, opening things up, and Team Liquid finally managed to take it. Heartbreak on the face of Falcons, and it's understandable, Des, after that gargantuan effort that they just put in on Border.
You can see how it was a play coming straight out of scrims as well. I mentioned it at the time, but the Candela's flood in that top floor forces everyone to drop hatch, to run away. And who's waiting? Who else other than Nesk to catch you as you flee to what you assume is absolute safety, but it turns out not to be. Good play coming out of Liquid to close things out, but my God, was it close. That round 11, I remember that one for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the ideal finish for Team Liquid when they're looking towards the remainder of the day. Really, you want to be coming into that fixture hot, you know, not having Falcons run 4 rounds back at you. But one way or another, Liquid, they get the job done, so show some great mental perseverance and a great tactical timeout there, I think it's got to be said. You know, that's obviously a little pocket play that's been brought out. Well, let's stop messing about here. Let's just get aggro, get into sight and put that diffuser down, and it's worked a treat.
And now they've got the reward of facing G2. But before we start talking any more about that, we'll throw it over to our desk, who no doubt have got plenty to say. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ace and Des, and yes, we do. And for that, we actually have someone on the special guest, Lagonis, or what do we say?
Lagonis.
Yeah, Lagonis. There you go. Joining us here on the desk, major champion, and now here at SI, looking to prove the rest of the team at Liquid. Welcome. Congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm very happy that we won. It was a little tough match in the second map. In the first, we were really good. But yeah, I'm happy and looking forward to face G2 right now. Yep.
Obviously, you're in the lower bracket.
Yep.
Things haven't gone necessarily too well this SI. What do you think are the reasons for that?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, so like what mistakes have you made to end up in the lower bracket?
I think like yesterday, like it was a really tough match for us. Like the coordination from VC was really good. Our gameplay, like we have a good gameplay for that match yesterday, but we could not put inside the match what we have talked to each other. That was bad. So we planned something and we could do in the match. So I was a little bit sad about this. But yeah, now we are in the lower bracket and the run is long, so I hope to at least we qualify to the main stage.
Yeah. So G2 are coming up. Obviously, you will be going up against Alamau. How do you feel? Because the last time Alamau played you, you beat him.
Yeah. So it's always fun to face Alemão. Like right now we are in different teams, of course, but I know his personality, and he knows very well my personality. Like we share the same room on the game house when we live together. So yeah, I'm faced to face him. I'm happy to face him, and let's see who won.
Do you think that he struggles against Brazilian teams?
I don't know, like a little bit. Like yesterday they lost against FaZe on the Copenhagen Major. They lost for us, and from W7M on Atlanta. So yeah, I think a little bit, but they got Ramalho right now, so he has a good insight of how Brazilian teams play. So I'm happy to have this battle again, and let's see what he can do for us.
I mean, there's one thing that I noticed, that the team was quieter than what we're used to over the past couple of days. Why has that been the case? I hear you constantly talking, giving calls and everything, but the atmosphere seemed calmer than usual.
You mean today or in the other days?
I mean, today specifically, even with the win.
Yeah, I think like today we were very calm because like the match was not that difficult, especially in the first map. Like it was going all right. Like everyone was communicating a little bit. So yeah, today was a calm match. But yesterday it was tough. Like we could not scream because we just like one round on Night Haven Labs. So yeah, we are feeling match after match, and yeah, that's it.
How's the pressure? You ready to take it on?
Yeah, the pressure is always there. Like we know that the Liquid crowd is like giant. So yeah, we have the pressure, and as I said to you guys, at least I want to make the main stage. So yeah.
Do you want to say that to all the fans out there? You can say it in Portuguese.
Yeah, para todo mundo que torceu para nós aí, muito obrigado. E a gente quer muito chegar lá na arena principal, então espero que a gente consiga. E a gente está batalhando para isso. That's it. Yep.
Thank you very much, Lagones. Congratulations, Team Liquid, on the victory. Go ahead, get ready for your next game. Fresh, what a game we had. Falcons almost clawed it back, but still, Team Liquid, they have the experience. We expect them to be more comfortable, and we got that at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's exactly, you know, we were going into this match, me and Fabian, especially on the pre-desk, and we were saying about how maybe it might be a little bit closer than expected. I think the result and even the scoreline was absolutely as expected. Obviously, Falcons mounted a little bit of a comeback. We said it, I said it would be a very momentum-based game. 7-0 into 5-1 into more dominant halves, and obviously Liquid just had enough quality to get over the line there on Bodder.
It was just a question about time of when they would finish up that game. Like they just needed that one last round when they had 6, and you saw them when they won. It was so relaxed, so calm. This was more of a game, get through it, get over it, prepare for the next one. And I think that was the expectations before the game, and I think that kept throughout all of it.
All right, I mean, at the end, yeah, like we said, Team Liquid on top, but I feel up next is their greatest challenge. Do you think, after having seen them in this game, Fresh, that Liquid have what it takes to take down G2?
Honestly, it's quite a hard barometer. I think, you know, Falcons didn't put up anywhere kind of close to a fight that G2 will put up. Even though we talk about G2 potentially having that, you know, mental block against Brazilian teams, Liquid will fear G2 just as much as G2 will fear Liquid.
Well, if you're Liquid and you notice them, obviously from your experience, Fabian, what are things that need to be worked on quick before that game?
I mean, both Lagones and Wolf step up massively today, so they have that like more momentum coming into the game. Sure, we saw a little bit worse of a performance from Nesk and Palu, but if they can do what they did in groups, and then we can get the Lagones and Wolves we got today, I think they're standing a good chance. I think that the strategical depth of Falcons was so shallow that it's very hard as a player, especially when you're an experienced player, because you make assumptions. And those assumptions is movement, decision making, and when you're inexperienced as Falcons, playing with a more aggressive loose style, well, assumptions will most likely be wrong.
All right, let's take a look at our Intel play of the game. Play of the game. Put it up on the screen. There it is. And it's on Volps. Fresh, got us through it.
Yeah, again, we were looking for him to step up. I thought this execute on Oregon was actually a really good one. It was very basic, laundry freezer, but Volps was making things happen on the Grim. Grim's such a good operator as well, just generally coming into the way that we've seen him at this event, because he provides such intel, that bounce mechanic that they had. And Volps was the one we were looking to step up. So it was good that we saw him make those plays as well. Hopefully he has the confidence in himself now to be going on to make those plays when they play G2 later today.
I just think it was a great game. I think that Falcons made some mistakes there. For example, the ban on Monty on the second map didn't really make sense to me, but I think that Liquid, they have what it takes to give G2 a real match.
All right, well, Falcons, they bow out of 6th Invitational. personally, as a person from MENA, I give them big commendations.
Yeah.
Well done, Shabib. Next time, I can't wait. They'll play better next time. I'm very proud of them to make it here. Though, here is our bracket in front of us. There's still matchup going on B stream. I won't spoil that for you. You'll get to see it on Rainbow Six Bravo. However, we just saw our matchup move. Team Liquid will be playing against G2, Bleed up against Space Station Gaming, and then we'll move on for our final game of the day. We've yet to know how that kind of shapes up, but you'll have to stick around to see more of it. Gentlemen, closing thoughts on this game?
I think it was an enjoyable game, but again, as I said, it's one that Liquid needed to get over. They did, and now I'm more excited for them against G2.
Yeah, Liquid absolutely met the expectations, and again, it's the step up for G2. Literally repeating what Fabian said. I think for Falcons, again, just a quick word, is like, again, expectations for Falcons over the course of the year. They would have wanted to make this event. That's expectations met by being here.
Eternal Bliss has not yet been found, mainly because of a man called CritJ, but it takes a team and a village to get you towards a point where you are fighting all the way tooth and nail, and as I said it in the sort of end call before, it could not have been as tooth and nail as it was. Fury, they let themselves in at first a little bit shaky. It seemed like it was going to be the Bliss show. They got themselves to a strong 3-1 lead on their attacks. They were showing a lot of similarities, or the defenses even, they were showing a lot of similarities to the confidence they had on the previous map, and there just wasn't a route in from Fury. And then Fury found the next gear. They started to focus themselves more attentive to get the even half before a back and forth brawl led us to an 8-6.
Yeah, and again, CritJ, you just mentioned it, huge throughout the entirety of that game. I believe he dropped 15 kills at the end of that map, but a lot of them were like 2Ks or 3Ks near the end of the round, where he was just able to make like a decisive change to like the number count at that crucial moment. You see it out here, for example, able to just play around that, keep a barrier, finding 2, and eventually locking it off. And it just kept on being moments like that where he just catches off people off guard and just a little bit sneaky going around the map, and then, you know, not going and not getting caught by those drones from Bliss. So if he continues to play like that, you know, we are headed to Continent next. It is a big map. There's plenty of opportunity to hide. If he's allowed to do what he just did, well, Fury have a really good opportunity of turning this around.
It was the activation for him, and it just said it sort of seemed like at points Bliss weren't quite sure of the game they played. There was a moment where it felt like Fury were going to be able to lock it out in regulation. Bliss, they took their timeout, they took the 2 rounds after that, and then another timeout from Fury to get it into OT. The refocus of Bliss almost worked. They sort of let their game plan slip away from them in the second half, instead of trying to find fights everywhere, find the ones that matter on the site. Unfortunately, a little bit too far out of it for the success story. I9, again, he's been consistent for the team over the 2 maps, even though the first was an 0-7. However, we start to see like Colas, CritJ, BGman, and Dark find their feet as well. Bliss, they might find themselves struggling to keep up with the step on Consulate.
Yep, and Consulate, of course, 60% overall this tournament, but we've seen quite a lot of like attacks go in and go quite well.
How did it go yesterday?
Well, they lost it. Fury, that is.
Yeah.
I believe it was a 7-5 to NIP. Now, this is actually the map, one of the maps that Bliss was able to win in their group stages with an 8-6. So that's one of the maps that eventually got them here. Again, I would assume that they feel confident going back here. As Fury, of course, they saw everything kind of slip away after this map. So, mixed feelings. Social predictions slightly in favor of Bliss as we get going with the bans. And the funds are coming through.
And the fun sort of sad fact about it was yesterday, there were a couple of rounds that Bliss should have won.
Yeah.
There's the pulse play underneath that went away from them in the 1 versus 2. There was some of the rotations and moments. They had victorious little plays and pocket strats that came together. However, for how close it was, definitely should have been OT. And then from that point onwards, maybe could have been a different result. It isn't. They are here. So it becomes that question that we asked at the very start of the day is, we are heading to this map because Bliss has learned from Fury's mistakes, or Fury has learned from Fury's mistakes.
Last man, Solace?
I mean, we saw Fury play great Solace here yesterday.
Yeah, for sure, but Bliss had also banned it the entire time.
Kills.
Yeah, I mean, that was still insane. I thought it was a bait back then, but then NIP were actually dead serious, especially dead afterwards, as both of them got shut down by Crit J as well. So he's one of those impact players for the side of Fury. Really need to find a way to shut him down early on, because if he just continues doing what he's been doing over that last map, it'll be a very difficult game for Bliss here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We get going. Console is going to be up first, all the way on the top floor. Of course, that is often approached by a bit of a take from the east, from the administration side of things. It is difficult to hold on to it as an attacker. Of course, there's 3 repels, but not really any safe places to hide behind without being caught in any crossfire. So that's usually one of the approaches. Then you push over towards the soda machine hallway, and then you can try and get a plan down onto A.
Yeah, the default plant spot that teams have developed throughout this is just tucked in that corner.
Yeah.
Bottom middle of your screen there. There it is. You sort of push the players back, get the breach to the single wall so they can't get the entire swing, get control of vending machine so you can get the back line of it, and then hope and hold on. It's the only real way that you can consistently build towards a proper take on this map. The rest, if you go for the other side, yeah, you can do quick plays on towards the window, maybe up yellow, to just sort of smash and grab and steal a bit of control. The cross angles just become a little bit too hectic, as well as the play against the verticality as well. This is much more feasible as having a sort of, okay, we know what we're doing and we can get success behind it.
And Iron hiding down below is opening up some of those barricades, but, you know, more importantly, trying to see if he can capitalize of any of the verticality out here. Using the Vector.
He got there quick.
Yeah, he got there quick for sure. I was going to say, he's not using the DMR, of course, which has a lot more destructibility behind it, so he's not going to be opening his own vertical angles. I mean, making sure that he's at least putting up some pressure down below and making sure that any rotations laid up would be cut off.
Trying to force the player out the side of admin. It's I9 that suffers the wrong side of the first vertical engagement. He's going to pull himself away with the cover of the E1D because he knows how much use he will be later on. As I said, the single wall breach onto the balcony will get opened up. You're just forcing play, forcing the players further and further back. How much of that Bliss want to give up? How much ground they're sort of going to contest is that tail of it. The single watch of Oda onto the back of, as I said, the drop and the pressure that might come here. Brendo is with some swing support. They can keep some cool control. Otherwise, it seems very default. Admin control, vending, and then the attempt from the front.
Yeah, the Arcir tower being sent into the corner, you know that's going to be clear now, so you don't have to actually worry about that anymore. What you have to worry about is that no one is actually rotating back in there, and I think that they have that covered properly. More Arcir are starting to come through. Stark as well, tossing out some flashbangs, going to try and make something happen. So the magnets will catch them off, though. They'll be forcing them back slightly as the E1Ds continue to pop and continue to give an opportunity to start moving. Fisher now coming in with the smoke, some more utility being tossed out by the defense to try and keep everybody shut. But so are the Bees on the side of the attack to make sure that the defense get caught up. If you see Sage in here in a very crucial position right behind the vending machines, pops up for one, knows about the second on the staircase, but instantly shut down right afterwards. And Wedables able to find one as it all just seems to be falling into the hands of Bliss out of nowhere. Only up to Crit J now as his teammate's gone down. A 1v4 is what he needs to make stick if he wants to clutch this out for his team. And, you know, we've mentioned it before, he has been an amazing player for his team so far, but even this might be a little bit too much.
15 seconds to go.
15 seconds. None of it seen. Bliss open up with the sort of lockdown here on the top site. They could not find a way to remove the OC players. So, Fury, they lose the first round, but, I mean, it's been back and forth. This map is one where I think the defense is going to find a little bit more structured success. You're looking at the previous two, obviously, Chalet and Border. Very aggressive, very quick, very sort of first and then instantly followed by a gun before the second has even hit the ground. There's a lot more structural work that has to be done on these sites. Unable to remove that player. Him not being netted with 2 is probably a bit of a shame, but they still won the round, so I'm sure he'll sleep easy.
Well, not yet. There's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah,
for this game and the match that comes up right afterwards.
He'll sleep easy about that round.
Yeah, that round is not going to keep him up. It's not going to be causing any nightmares whatsoever. But whatever comes next might be. As we're in exposition, again, verticality often important here. So top floor is going to be the main pressure point. Going to see the Buck out there to open up. But we also see the Ying and the Grim out there. So this might also indicate a hint at a potential quick plant play. They do manage to get themselves inserted quickly. If they do manage to get that control off Piano, could be an opportunity. Especially if we see a lot of presence on that top floor coming out from the side of Bliss. Now, I believe it's 2 players out there. So in the basement, Incredibles going out with that pulse. And that's it. Like, it's a toll map. It's a big map, but it's a toll map. And with that pulse, you have the opportunity to just basically see whoever is repelling on the entire site. Sometimes even who's on the roof of the building. So there's a lot of information that you can give off to your teammates there of the general approach that's being made, and sometimes even for a C4 kill.
Steadying on with the focus on towards maybe covering this, the flash and grab on towards the top of yellow. Force the players out of the position. They're actually taking a little bit more of their time here. I don't know if they're entirely secure on wresting this vertical control as of yet, but they are so ready to go for this hot hop. The Bees round at the back of a pillar where no one is currently stood. They're trying to weigh up just how much utility needs to be dumped. They take the shotgun drop, and here's the follow-around fight. There it is. Crit J locks out Fisher Guy with the French pump. And now as the blinds come across the little cubby up top in CEO, they have some vertical control. But it is a tale of 2 stories. The sight of that as well. Now they've got to see if they can try and force some of these other extenuating players out.
Yeah, that's it. They still need to be descending that 1 floor, and as long as the diffuser is going to be up top, they're going to have to start dropping that hatch, and that means verticality needs to be taken into account now. And Dark, he's about to be doing that. Has that skeleton key. He's going to be opening up many angles. In the meantime, though, you have seen the drop already from one of those hatches, so I believe there is at least the pressure of BG men now, you know, aiming in front of the actual site near the windows, looking to go for a jump in when the time is right, as Dark is receiving some shots towards his end as well as he's opening it vertically. Still no one to be found, though. Bliss able to stall this out to perfection, at least for now. 50 seconds left. There's still quite a bit of utility as Dark is being shot at by 2 different players now from the vertical angles he's created himself.
40 seconds, and they have to try and eye up the plant itself. I9 is on that, gets rid of Oda. Almost finds the next, but instead picked up and can't pick himself back up. 3 versus 4. Mob ground in on the back line here. The charge was not able to be dropped in time, so instead he's going to see if he can try and get some revenge with the gun, but Wet gets PG Man. 3 versus 3, 20 seconds. Crit J did not quite get the angle on the fight he expected. The shotgun right round gets Brendo. They have the player underneath. It's a 2 versus 1. Wet on the pulse. Had all the intel on the read. He's going to wait to see when the kick goes. A technical 1 versus 1 right now. The engagement is a shotgun. And he's somehow able to win it out. There's the drop down to the floor. No! Perfectly played, Crit J. Oh, that couldn't be. The final connection of a shotgun played his life. And that opened up the backline planter.
But that's it, like, you know, you're playing against a shotgun there, and you saw him struggling, and then it's like, oh, there's a guy planting there. I can just find him instead, run for my life, because you do not want to take that fight head-to-head with that French shotgun. You are almost guaranteed to lose that on that range. So perfectly played out there. And by the way, what a response time for Crit here, as he walks down the yellow stairs, finds that kill. And Wedapol's so smart there with that play. Allowing Bliss to get in 2-0. That was a close round. Too close for comfort for Bliss. But they managed to lock it off in the end as well. And we'll be going to Garage now. Basement site. To see if they can bring it to 3.
The location of a bomb.
Okay, 2 in a row here, but closer and closer.
Closer and closer,
I don't think there's anything to worry about. Yep, I don't think there's anything that is paying them too much caution. It was the difference of 1 engagement there. It was the difference of just that shotgun having a connection through the wall, of the plant being 2 feet forward and to the right behind the piano meant they wouldn't have been able to get caught in that situation. As close as it could possibly be.
Very heavy grown. We see a couple of players up on the top floor, just a single person in the side. That's Wedables, who's the man who managed to clutch it out in that last round, but he kind of not continue to rely on those kind of games to come through. So that was a cool way to put the phone in front of your face.
Who needs hands?
Who needs hands? Nobody.
Oh no! Sage should have netted a kill there, but he finds a fight elsewhere. Dark was in the right position to go for the hop. It was a collapse that they spent a while trying to piece together last time round, but when the pressure of the site is all the way in the basement, well, you got time to make it work here. Oda, though, Vigil. Now, we did have some Vigil played yesterday.
Yeah.
No real success from the side of SSG. And then they swapped over against the drone game. Different teams, different games, different potential. And there's the first. Oda tears the head off of Dark. Ready for the swing onto the second. Somehow, nobody really finds any connection. He gets to the secondary SMG. The swing and the pop of the blinds, swapping between guns on the back end of it. Waits for some support. But this is all time that's working for Oda's favor. There is a rotate that comes around the back. Brendo's here for some support. They are able to get an execute. There's the shotgun, but he's behind you. He's missing that once! What? Oda should not have had either of those.
How did he get away with that? The knife as he runs out. A reload just in time, and the skeleton key unable to connect. Lycolis now on the chase. Is falling as well as Brendo shuts him down. BG Man, the last man standing. He's about 50 HP, and he's finding himself hunted down by the remaining members of Bliss. And as he's hoping to at least find something, a minute left on the clock after all the time wasted diffuser in Narnia. And he's going for the swing and gets shut down by Brendo, but what a round from Oda and Brendo together.
So from the compliment at the start of it to being the closest it's been to that.
I don't know what was happening. It's like
less good. Bad, I would say. I mean, it's just mistakes. It's pure error. I
can't wait for replay.
It was sort of a pullback of expectation. I mean, you have this first take. Okay, they get one, right? And then you react. This, the swing round, and this. Ah!
It's just like, oh yeah, you know, you got the round win in the end. It doesn't matter how scrappy it was. But that was chaotic.
I'm gonna snap my pen in half.
Please don't.
All right.
You're gonna need it for the rest of the event.
I do. I do need it. For
you have a backup though, so you're fine.
Pens, but I like to use different colors.
Okay.
Distinguish the different teams.
Understandable. My. That was a chaotic round right there. That Bliss managed to drive home.
5 seconds to insertion.
That's probably like two of the most awkward engagements I've seen at the World Championship, right after one another as well. Like, awkwardness was forced, and it was continued.
Things happen. And we will see where the progression will come through from it. Bliss, 3 in a row. Fury, they're not going to take the time out. I mean, it's the weird way of putting it is the first 2 rounds, there was at least some attention. That is a round where it, you know, you could be in the greatest swing and have those sort of disasters happen, and you just got to shrug them off. That can't be one of the ones that you have the time. It could be a tilter.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But it's a tilter where the mistakes are very obvious. So you sort of go, look, that's not happening again.
It's one of those rounds where like the focus wasn't 100% on from everybody.
Yeah.
And it's a long tournament. It's been a long tournament so far, and it's only going to get longer for whoever is taking the victory here. So more mistakes will start to seep in, time and time again. And of course, the further we progress, the more punished you will be for those mistakes.
Time after time.
I think they're ready to go in with the Amaru and try and go for a plant if they know that the B bomb side's clear. The Amaru's just stacked up. The Grim is repelled up in the window as well.
It's a play. It's a pocket play, but it's a play. You go towards the cut window. Usually there's things to stop you pulling it off. Vertical is one of them. And obviously if there was, say, a Thorn gadget, or you assume the Legion Mine is at least on there to stop them immediately getting the plant on the back end. But there's that vertical secured by Crit J. There is a lot of swings that can go back towards it. You heard the break, and well, there's the attempt to fight them. The E1D, the flash to bind the bees, and the drop onto yellow. They're in.
Oh no!
And they're out instantly. And that's the sort of do or die there. One smoke canister can stop this play from coming together. They've gone for a second attempt, but with 2 Bliss kills coming together, there's not much of a connection here. We're waiting for the zip to recharge, but another smoke canister, and all they've done at this point is lose 2 players.
Like Colas and Dark were actually pushing in from the yellow stairs area, trying to make sure that there was also some horizontal pressure coming through, but shut down by, I believe that was Wettables as well. Now BGMan finds himself inside again. Second smoke canister popping up, and again he has to hop himself out of that window. Cannot stay there. But there's no more smoke canisters. Indeed, the hatch got opened up, and now it is going to be Impact to open up a long line of sight, but you still got to be careful that you're not losing your life to the player that's out there on the vertical. Crit J has the opportunity to rotate back, and I believe he does, as I9 still struggling and still fighting with the people horizontally.
BGMan does get Oda. Obviously, when you put yourself in that situation, third time's the charm. Ooh, the cover does come together. They have 15 seconds. The watch has to be impeccable, and it is. I9's getting all of the bodies that are fed to him. Sage can only watch a kill feed and an outline. The keeper barricade missed. The first pull, the second, the third won't get it. I9 with the 4K. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you again. Fool me 3 times, shame on me.
I mean, this is just feeding bodies one by one. If they all would have gone at the same time, might have been able to get away with it there. But it's like, you're given enough time every single time for him to reset himself and get back into the angle.
I mean, it's rare to see a take so, like, heralded.
Quite literally bashing your head against the wall until it works.
Exactly. They lost the 2 bodies. They just baited the smoke canisters. The third attempt at the same take in the same plant with a difference of about 3 feet to get it working out. And they pull it off. I mean, it's not as bad as the errors we had from Fury in the round before, but also it's... You couldn't have sort of heralded... It's like the trumpets came in. We're going to plant here on console.
And then they get out.
Then you go in again. We're still going to try and plant here on console. They get out. 15 seconds. They come back in with the trumpets. And then they pull it off. And it's just a bit of a whoops.
I don't know why 4 people try to get themselves in from the horizontal rather than sending some down the hatch.
You know the kind of trumpet.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
A bugle.
It's like when, is it when like a king or something arrives?
Yeah.
It's like,
I9.
Hear ye. I9, the fourth is his name.
I9's 3-1 Fury. They've been able to pull around, and, well, they'll see if they can try and get the majority takes onto this site as we go back here one more time. I assume if they are to win this, Bliss probably won't pick into it for the final round itself. However, it seems much more return to classic, and this was classically defender-sided, driven with nothing further than vending.
Yeah, vending was a real choke point in the end out there. Able to find a couple of important kills, or a kill and a lot of damage onto the opposing players. Fell apart. Fisher playing vertical with the shotgun here, continuing to open up a little bit more, but that is also giving away some information about his plays. Crit just watching him move away under the E1D. Now the Bs are going to be spotting him out. There's honestly no way for him to go unseen. BGMan taking a little bit of damage through the drone hole. It's actually the attempt they wanted to go for themselves on the attack, and as flashbangs are being tossed out now, Sage is debating whether or not to hide himself behind the vending machine again. It's a great spot to play in, but you might find yourself caught up as he gets the kill into Dark. A great opening as you find the gridlock, but Ying's coming through. Shut down before the full flashes come out, and instantly afterwards, you see the glasses activate.
With one body off with Dark, their entry, that confidence, sitting on a 1-5. They're going to see if they can try and pull in the pieces. I9, again, I've cited him as that driving force so many times. He's the first to probably activate here, but we know what the player's capable of because Crit J is the reason they are here after his heroics at the end of the previous map. The blinds come against the man with glasses, but he's caught in a crossfire. Brendo, it's BGMan who just tried to hurtle himself.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Cross. Oda finds Crit J, and we find a mirror towards this first round. This time even better, actually, by the guns of Bliss. They just could not get past that single line.
And that's the issue, and it is such a... I mean, where we talk about skyscraper, you know, you have to clear a divider in the wall between house and the restaurant area. Here you have that hallway on vending, and it is just such a fight to go through. It's like no man's land. Like, on one side, you have the admin, which is usually the attackers, and on the other side, you have the defenders on the actual bomb side, and just protecting that one long hallway.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Now it's locked off, and we're headed towards Exposition next. I was almost going to be misspeaking there. I was thinking about that word earlier. It's such a strange word.
What word?
Exposition.
Why were you thinking about it?
I just was writing down my map stats and it's like, that's such a weird word.
Okay, at least you were thinking about it whilst we were playing the game. I thought you meant like you woke up,
no.
brushed your teeth and went, exposition is a weird word.
No, it's just, you know, doing the map stats and it's like exposition piano. It's like, oh,
Bomb
that's
located by
weird.
attackers.
Weird things going in my mind, okay?
It's an expo hall.
Yeah, I know, but it's just, I was just... Like, I'm coming from a different language here,
Yeah,
right? For you,
true.
it's like very logical that it's expo.
Well, I don't know if I'd say it's
exposition.
logical. We had to call out a peaceful tree.
Yeah, well, is what it is. But
What it is.
The exposition is just, you know, it just struck me out of nowhere. It's like, weird word. And then I moved on, but I just
And then you moved
remembered
on with your life, and now we're talking about it.
Yeah.
But to be fair, 15 seconds into the round, nothing has massively happened. Although, we have the quick zip back in the pockets of BG Man. And the cover everything that would make it work. The Finker boost to give them a little bit extra panache. The E1Ds. It seems like there's a pretty solid setup here to try and slow it down. The F. Mines at the top of yellow. We've seen an approach pretty much every round, consistently, of them trying to get control of that position and then force the rest of the take from it. Jay getting it droned out ahead is going to see if he can try and get that lead through. 3 players stuck around this situation, though. Isn't going to make this easier. That's going to make it even tougher.
Come on. So I just want to hold the angle out here. Xcar's being shut up to try and detonate that barrier to be removed afterwards. E1D pops as well. No real backup on the back of it yet. But Crit J with that French shotgun, they do really love it. On the side of Fury is going to start to move up with the Grim. EMP goes in so it can actually not be blinded. Then it should hit the first shot, but goes down by the British shotgun right afterwards. But not the follow-up onto the Amaru, but it's there for Wettables. And it seems to be going all well for Bliss until the moment that they lost another member. And now things can slow down again with 90 seconds left on the clock. It's a 2-on-3 situation in an important round for Bliss as they have the opportunity to lock themselves into a 5-1 lead before they head over to the attack themselves.
And I think it can slow down because they're still all around each other. Like, oh, let's stop a spiral. You still have Wet that's not too far away. Remember where the site is. And what they are trying to waste right now is that time. Wet takes a deep drop and the rotate all the way through the hatches down 2 stories, leaving Oda, I think, as the sole force still on the top floor. And that's time that's going to be taken away. No, Oda. He's just off the side of the site itself, so verticality is currently in the control of Fury. But there's still the pressure that needs to be put onto the site itself. They have the 2 players, I9, who's been putting in a lot of damage, and Lycolis, who hasn't put in any as of this moment in time. No kills, no assists. Looking for the swing onto the first. They're in the F dot in the moment. Sage gets Lycolis. I thought that was something insane. But with I9, he's got to do something insane. Can't find a connection. 5-1 is the defensive half here for Bliss.
I like the use of the nanobots there, the boost that you get from the adrenaline surge, because it forces away the AFNet effect to a couple of meters extra, so you actually have an opportunity to get yourself into a proper fight on those closer angles. But it wasn't enough. 5-1. 2 more rounds for Bliss to find themselves move up in the tournament, but at the cost of sending Fury home. And it's a pretty big round differential to overcome for Fury, and we saw yesterday that once they hit that 3rd map, they kind of just ran out of juice, and they weren't able to continue on. And then NIP started dominating them. Now, yesterday this was a close game, 7-5 in favor of NIP against Fury. But Bliss had the advantage of being able to just watch those games from the comfort of their practice rooms whilst they were scrimming and prepare themselves for the way that Fury plays to basically lean into that a little bit.
Well, that's it. This is the perfect time to sort of prove it. This is the perfect time to get it pushed over that line. They are looking now in towards the sense play, in towards pocket drive. You've got the Flores drone, sure, to remove some of these bits of utility, but this reads like, with the read on the sense and the SAM cams and the sort of huge watch on flanks, doubling down with both flank catch operators. like they have read a strat book and watched a VOD and gone, we know how to take this site. The first step in is round onto the back, remove some of the barbs here, on towards the potential spiral control. However, where is the pocket of this push going to come from? Because without real hard reach from range, yeah, they've got the destructible charges in the pockets of Fish.
You kind of need to go up to the wall to do so.
You have to be very close, and you only have 2 options. And there's a lot of walls, a lot of approaches. BG Man suffers. 3 builds, 3 structures, and something was thrown over the top there.
Not sure what it was. As they move on again, the information game important here. And that same hallway on the vending machine, we've talked about it before, how hard it is to actually clear that out. And it's the fire pots and keeper bearers are being used to reinforce the position. Oda trying to get himself into a good position. Is going to be using the sense indeed to waste the magnets. More explosives just going off there. BG Man taking lots of damage as well.
He's in a corridor of fire, and he's the back line of it, so he's wasting as much time as possible. Bouncing back and forth almost. The worst time, and oh no. Uh-oh. I don't think he's got any more charges as well. That's going to force Crit J further out, but
He's just going to hide. Sure, there's no one behind that, right? Like, it's not a great spot.
I mean, it
haven't droned it.
It will take a single bit of utility to end his life, but also if they don't get it, he could end so many hopes and dreams. Brendo is just sat close. Fish moves the kit in. Towards the close. This is it. PG Man ready to strike, and strike he does. Gets one, only one, as the fight is won out inside the site by Bliss. 3 versus 2. The show takes a bit of damage. Cyanide trying to find a pocket of space and clarity, just spraying either side with the pistol. Oh, yeehaw! Sage goes, so does the end of BG Man of Post Plant. I9. The man of the moment cannot get it. Bliss. They sit 1 round away from progressing in the lower bracket.
I have to give credit to BG though, because he totally messed up that Azami Bearer, but he just went with it. It's like, well, this is my life now.
No, he meant to do that.
It's like, it's totally intended at this point in time. Of course, they didn't know he was down behind there. Probably expected him to have rotated out at that point. And now a tactical timeout there for the side of Fury. Of course, they have 5 rounds. They need to back to back to back to back to back before they go towards overtime.
I mean, you guys can't see it at home yet. The kill spread is a bit terrifying. 4 players. On the side of Bliss is sitting on 7 kills.
Yeah.
7 to 3 is the average. There are players, or a player on the side of Fury that has no kills and 7 deaths. It truly is the story of the guns just not lighting up here for Fury. They have really struggled to get in. Most of them sitting on a 0.5 KD, if not worse. I9, the only one who's positive. Whatever team talk needs to come through, they have to try and just remember what they're capable of here.
That pistol headshot is crazy, by the way. That's just...
Ouch.
You just try
You die to that in ranked, you're like, okay, we're...
All the 4 ending for the rest of the day.
We're
Siege gods are against me.
We're sitting that one out.
Garage! Is that going to be where this comeback comes up from? Because, I mean, this is the thing. They not need to just win a single side. They need to win 5 in a row. So they're going to have to complete a rotation no matter what. So it doesn't really matter where you go, because you need to win anyway, but you might as well just start it off at where you think you're going to have the most opportunity of succeeding now, and then see how close you can bring it. Maybe you can build into that momentum. Start breaking some of that of your opponents. But a very important round coming through right now. And after that, another one. And it just keeps going as Fury is a round away from being sent home. And Bliss looking to continue in the 6th Invitational. How did this start? That's the big question. We are in Garage, top floor verticality. You know, the deal, it's always going to be there. Because that's why Wettables is on the buck, just to make sure that, you know, the entire site down below is going to be as uncomfortable as possible for those defenders.
How much of this will be a red take as well? You've got a heavy bit of vertical to lock in. Crit J's going to see if he can try and slow it down with Dark above him, but Dark hasn't been able to have the greatest success on that sort of looser roam and roll player. Uncontested as of yet, clearing utility as they go, but you know, you remember where you are and how far away you are. Oda is going to be the first that might find this engagement. They have the hot pings on the player. They might be doing that to just sort of say, look, leave. We don't want this engagement as of yet. Dark is going step by step, but he's not handing it over entirely. In fact, he opens up the hatch. It took 2 shots, but look how close they are just behind him. They're almost there to get the immediate catch. It's still just forcing them further and further back. The other reveal.
Oh.
Centimeters from the engagement.
This is indeed this is a warning. Leave now or be shot. That is being given to the Legion of Dark right now, and he's being hunted down by Oda. Already took quite a lot of damage. The F-net starting to go off. Oda taking some damage from the goo as well, but it is going to be a trade to come through. Brendo opens up on Dark, but it's Crit J that will find Oda as a response. So you lose the IQ. Well, another one falls by Wedables, who is watching through the front doors. And now it all starts to fall apart slightly for Fury. They don't have the man advantage. They need to hold off.
They're locking in. A 4 versus 3. Fury, the pressure is higher than it has ever been. Like Colas, if there's a moment to get a connection with the bodies ahead of you, it's now. BG Man to return to the form we've seen. The Tiburao won't really buy you a huge amount here. But I've complimented the use of the gadget. I9, though. He knows something needs to be done here to break this deadlock, and he's got a teammate to help him with it. They can try and force this first fight. Brendo is watching and waiting. It's an important one. And it's one he's ready for, and he almost gets a bite, but now it's a 3 versus 3. They take out the Jackal. Not the worst thing to lose at this point, but with 30 seconds, an even gunfight is the most important currency Fury could have bought. Bisho Guy tries to move into the rest of the fight as Lycolis holds on. The bottom of yellow, eagerly anticipating the next engagement. Sage is there, there's the first. For 15 seconds to try and get this kit down. They've got the hatch watch, they've got a route through. It's being locked in on the back end. Wet goes down. I9 gets one more, it's Sage. To end it here in the 2 versus 1. Gets one! Gets a bite onto the next. No! Fury are kept alive by I9. But they need more.
That was so close. He basically had to double dip on both those fights and hitting bullets in either of them. Bliss just not able to drag it across the finish line now. Fury buy themselves another round, but as you mentioned, it's way too close for comfort. As we were playing in Garage, it is a good side to hold, and we're headed towards Exposition now, where the next one needs to be stuck. Brendo here, he was checking the corner, he got swung with some missed timing out there. And this fight from Sage, and it's so unfortunate he was unable to connect that in the end. That would have been an insane way to close off the game. The Fury managed to just hold on for now. As we head on to the next site. Again, I'll mention it. They need to get 4 more in a row. They need to have a complete rotation and do it again to find themselves towards overtime. There's no next map to fight for. It is all to be gained here.
5 seconds remaining.
And Fury need to treat this as round by round kind of game. Because if you start looking ahead at what's next, it's looking grim.
He desperately needs more from his team at this moment in time. And it's always that sort of call on of an experienced player. Keep himself connected with a game at this point with this much depth. But he is a man on an island. And he has been shooting flares and Australians.
He's shooting the Australians with the flares
with
right
the
now.
Flares.
It's like, come on, help, please.
Meantime, Bliss, they have 4 more swings at this, 4 more chances to lock this out, cool and collected. You know, it's always long days of Siege on days like today as well. They need this series to get locked in, because the longer it goes, even if they win, you're thinking of what they have to do next.
Yeah. And from tomorrow, the days are going to be shorter, right? So it's like, this is just the last day that you need to survive, and then you can start going back towards the game-a-day kind of mentality that you look out for. But for now, it's just crunching time. You just need to be able to push through if you want to be making it to, or potentially even the stage at the end of it. It's, of course, the goal for these teams.
For Jay, trying to just get himself a little bit of safety, but it's Dark. Gets the first against Brendo. Cleared off. But now, they'll lose the Iana and the bit of the drive that she would otherwise operate on. smoke comes out either side of Dark. He just dips to some cover, some semblance of safety. BG Man, let's get Fish in the meantime. And look at this, just a full rotate back. They're not going to sit around. They're not going to give the advantage of pulling an advantage back here. Whoa. Does suffer a bit. Loud castle screams.
He's the loudest operator in the game when he's screaming, I guess. But the ball's descending the spiral stairs. Someone actually just rotated out there, and look at the amount of openings that are being made by that Yugi. So much to play with here. 2 players actually playing on the basement. One just on the edge of it. As Lacolis is looking to maybe retake that top floor. I9 again, you mentioned it, needs some help. He's definitely getting it from his team slightly this round. There's 2 openings already on their side, but we need to find just a little bit more as Oda just escapes with his life, but he's about to be swung on there as Dark comes in and cleans him up. That's a diffuser drop now as well, so they might find themselves with a 3rd round on the board as Wedables is being challenged from yellow.
Rotating their way back around here. They have all the advantage. 20 seconds is left of this round. You assume it's one to wipe off the boards. There's at least Wet getting 2. But with his teammate down as well, with the kit being recollected, not going to find the 2 again. Fury, they hold on. 6-3. Getting closer and closer, but still a long way. Everything gets reset at the start of every single round. If this one goes away, maybe we'll get a timeout. Because so far, since the timeout, Fury has been, well, 2 rounds in a row. I don't want to say flawless.
It's not flawless. It's very scrappy.
It's scrappy.
And we're headed back towards console now, which was, of course, quite close, but did go in favor of Bliss. And I think that's what they're waiting for. If, you know, we're going back towards the site that we managed to win before and we cannot win it, that's when we need to have a tactical timeout to discuss about our next steps. What kind of a play will it be? Well, I see a Nuck for now. Of course, could still be swapped out. Knowing what the idea behind all that is. I mean, the Grim and the Ying, they don't do make sense. Especially if you want to go for a bit of an execute. But how are they going to play this? Is this going to be an admin take, or is this going to be a quick plant attempt? The Scent is coming back on the board again. Of course, we saw that last time when they were attacking this as well, so it is quite literally a 50-50 of what the plan is going to be here.
It was a great read on the hold before, and they have to make sure that they do it with the same sort of fervor. There was the single missed player, and you wonder if now that a couple of rounds have gone away, now that Fury's been able to build some of this confidence and start to get themselves back into it, if they start to spread some of that. Someone detected outside. I'm fairly sure where that was. Maybe just a run out, not towards the balcony. Yeah, and then it gets locked.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Making sure there's no one following up on that one, and that you don't have the disadvantage of that wall opened up early. So, still utility that needs to be used there if it would want it to be opened up. But there's nothing there. There's no heart breach whatsoever on the side of Bliss. So this is more going to be, I think, a push throughout defending hallway again and trying to find yourself into the site where you can go for that defuse whilst having to cover out there. Kivas again being tossed out. Go to Bees. It's already RC Roteros. A lot of utility game going on right now, trying to clear each other's strong points. And as we continue, as a minute has passed, Bliss, they know how close they are. But I9 has a pretty good readout here as C4 gets tossed detonated as well, and it will find the opening onto Brendo. And that's a very important entry kill here on console, which was lost before. As Oda jumps up on the table to try and get an elevated angle over to keep a barrier. Might actually be lucky, find himself with a kill, but he goes off. At the exact same moment, he was going to be able to at least find something.
5 versus 4. With a minute 30, they still got to try and get themselves into one of the stickiest lockdown sites that there is. Fury. Not paying them the advantage. I9, however, has gone to rotate round to pay them at least some attention with the pulse. They're getting all of that picked back up. Sage gets crit J. And as the blinds come out over the swing and the kit is on the opposite end, Fisho guy, he could just go for the plant, but instead he wants to try and drive for the kills itself. Gets blinded by his own teammate at this point. That could turn into a bit of a disaster. He's tucked himself background. Death on the desk as Wedables gets removed. There's Sage getting one back. There's the lockdown of the shotgun. It's just Oda left. And I mean, you got a couple of questions there. They were in. They had the kit. They had the site. They had the position. And I mean, Fury had no idea.
Did he not know he had the diffuser? Like, you expect that's not the case, but why do you go so deep? I thought it was just going to be a fake coming out there where they were going to plant on the opposite side whilst the entire attention of the opposing team was around the same fending hallway we had before, but he went aggressive. Got flashed, fell back into the default plant, then went aggressive again. And he died with that diffuser, and that basically threw the round. It would have been better if he just would have gone for the plant, go on the rappel. In the meantime, your teammates can exert from the building or continue fighting, whatever they want, and get themselves ready as well. That's such a weird round from Bliss. I'm pretty sure the plant would have solved and would have gotten them the round there.
Timeout. We said it would happen. I didn't expect it to happen like that because it should be over. I mean, there's the read, the C4 of the player underneath. Maybe it was the concern the Pulse would come back round, but he was on the other side of the map itself, dark. Making some things connect. I don't know if Fury realized how close they were to the end there or how over it should be. You plant on that window, the retake
is so difficult.
It's as proven earlier on.
And also, it would cause chaos. As soon as that plane goes down, you're going to be wondering, where did that come from? Because they didn't have full side control. So you have a really good opportunity that, because of the amount of pressure that was coming down from the admin side of the building, that they were first going to be checking there, realize it's not there, then have to fall back over and realize they need to go for a retake in a very difficult position. I'm not going to call it a gift towards Fury, but it's getting quite close to a mistake that might give them a way back into the series to push this towards an overtime situation.
Fury, somehow you have pulled your way back into this, but you cannot squander the gift that has been given. Bliss, somehow this is starting to filter through your fingers from a 6-1 to a 6-4. The timeout has been called. Excited pressure being a reason things might be falling apart for Fury. And the preparation Bliss had to keep them going. And here, when they are closest to it all, things are starting to fall. Fish is just protecting those from being taken or blown up by anyone else on the side. And he's instantly in and off to the races. They have the ping on the foothold, like Colas. The watch on the player as it gets opened up with some wiggle room. And Wit was just droned out. He's only been able to find 2 kills throughout this, and he doesn't want to be the first easy pick from this OS approach.
Fish, of course, can lead the charge with that big shield. He's a living drone that's shepherding away these players, but still got to be careful of a potential flank from the top, as Brendo will find Darks. This time, the opening will go in favor of Bliss. A huge opening, but Crit J still alive. He hasn't had the best of games out here on Consulate, but he could just pop off at any given moment and go for these huge rounds. We mentioned that I9 really needs the help from his team. Crit J pops up now. It might just be in time to still take this series in the end. And as the E1D pops, Psycholas cannot actually go for the re-pick up of that Electro Claw. Might have wanted to go for a bit of a relocate there because you saw him hold back towards it, but it's enough.
Bliss start to flood their way towards the site, but they have the single player watching on the back, the bottom of yellow. They're just keeping the rotations under their control. Crit J trying to eke his way back towards the site, but with things softened and locked, if he does it, it's going to be loud. That allows the freedom of Bliss here to try and charge up. Do they know about Lycolis? We're going to find out soon enough.
Surely you can see the head. You should see him!
No, 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 no! Fisho guy didn't expect it. Oda does get the watch onto the flank. The E1D pops. They lose the Montaigne. I9 almost gets lost as well. But he survives on a sliver. And he can make that sing. Sage, though, caught out by the side of BG Man. It's a long fight of BG Man! Tears the head off a Wet. Eyes up the next onto the E1D. Lycolis goes down. Caught in a crossfire. I9 gets Oda, though.
Oh!
Oh, and there it is! Bliss! Suddenly pop it round. Suddenly swing it to an end. Almost without a concerto. Almost without the pace. They survived. But you have to give kudos and credit towards Fury doing everything they could turned into a chaotic 1 versus 1 in the site, and it felt in a weird way fitting that is how this game and series ends. However, unfortunately, SI ends for one of these two teams as well. Fury are our next team eliminated from the 6 Invitational 2024.
And they were only a couple rounds away from beating down NIP to the lower bracket yesterday. And now just falling short after they weren't able to fully capitalize on the slight mistake made by the Monty there in that last round. It was still Bliss that was able to pull through. But they have been the leading factor throughout the majority of the series. You can almost say it's a very deserved victory for Bliss. Fury, just the tenacity in them. They never stop fighting.
I'm glad it went as far as it did towards the end of it. After the first map was a 7-0, you sort of expected things to be a bit of a quick series here, but a massive fight back to almost max OT in the second. And then here, from a 6-1 to a 6-4. And as close as it was in that last round, Fury never stopped swinging butts. Bliss got a proper test, a proper taste. Some mistakes and things need to be patched out. However, they can keep themselves going, see if they can try and get closer and closer. Becoming the host team to get the furthest in the tournament. Yep. It was in 2020. We last had some representation there. I think it was upper bracket quarters, though it was a different system. How much further can Bliss potentially get? That's on them to decide.
It's a very chaotic last map that we've just seen there. And you see it in these highlights. There's just so much gunfights back to back. There was never really a moment of rest as soon as the first shot was fired accurately at one of these players. Bliss able to just carry that across the finish line. Of course, still a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do so because they will be moving on in that bracket. They will have to quickly go back, check on their mistakes, see what went wrong, and get themselves ready for the next matchup.
As close as things could have gotten there, the 7-4, I mean, towards the end, it doesn't do it justice. You have to give credit. Bliss were the superior team today. They played some great aggressive siege. They had some great awareness, and you sort of see the split here. I9, I mean, what a performance, but unfortunately, team, they definitely picked themselves back up towards the end. The deficit was just a bit too big, 6-1, a very, very long road back.
Yeah. For Bliss, they are now going to be facing off against Wolves as they continue out in the lower bracket. Wolves have looked quite strong as well. Have met them before, so that's going to be a good matchup, I think, between the two of them. Again, just limited time to get themselves ready. Wolves had the opportunity and pleasure to watch this game. Who knows, we might see some repeats of those maps.
It's all to sort of play for here. It becomes this fun conversation. You never really know who's expected. Wolves are a team that has struggled in best of threes on majors at this sort of position. They'll do great in groups, and then things start to fall a bit apart. They dismantled and removed a favorite yesterday, and then got themselves knocked back down. Going back into a game against a team that's starting to heat up on the gun skill, it's going to take a lot from those sort of superstar fraggers on that Wolves roster.
Yeah, and last time they met was, of course, in groups. A 7-5 victory for Wolves and an 8-6. So that is going to be putting things into perspective a little bit. Bliss will be eager for the comeback there. And Fury, sadly, are going to be a team to be eliminated from the 6 Invitational. They'll have to go back home. But, you know, they managed to make it out of groups. Maybe against many of the expectations that were put up against them. I still think they were able to put up a pretty good fight, especially against NIP, here against Bliss as well, just falling short twice.
A long series. Bliss, Fry, Bliss. And yeah, I think you sort of see Brendo pop in. I know I commented on Oda showing up, getting himself positive and getting into these engagements as well. You are getting that from the whole of the roster. It's not a gift that Bliss has always been put with. I9 again, huge performance. It's been a long tournament.
It's been a very long tournament, and the tournament will be a little bit longer for Bliss as well. As you can see, the bracket out here will be facing off against Wolves just a little bit later. I believe that the first matchup of these round 2 on the bracket has already started as well on the opposite stream. So I think it's time to head to the Intel play and then go to a quick break as we'll continue with the lower bracket in just a bit.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. I am reloading! Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
I think that they were able to build things up pretty well. They knew what they wanted to go for, and the execute was at least built upon the back of that precedent. But when you have Ashen on just a normal situation like this from Dummies Box, able to melt 3 people with the Vector, you're never going to find success in that regard.
No, and SSG have that individual strength to match the strategic abilities they're able to bring, because just as we saw Bleed really make good use of those Kiva barricades in their Church Arsenal defenses, even if the first attempt wasn't successful, we see SSG bring the same thing alongside F-Not Mines to stop somebody walking or dropping down Blue Hatch. You have players watching the blue hallway behind those mirror windows to make sure that nobody can again gain ground and push in, whereas SSG were able to find some of those gaps a little bit more, whereas Bleed were not necessarily looser, but felt that they required more focus to really shut SSG out of some of those rounds. SSG, it felt like everyone was on the same page. They had the utility to make it work, and still Bleed were able to find some momentum. Don't get me wrong, there were some good moments, but that strategy combined with everyone on SSG playing their role led for a really brilliant round 7.
Hell yeah, it did. Now Space Station 2 rounds away from taking their pick here on Dubhouse. The roster has changed a whole heck of a lot from what it once was, especially with Lycan at the helm. But still, whenever you see that logo and you see Clubhouse, there's just something it does to you, doesn't it? Space Station trying to bring this one back to bear. It's like old times. Up 3 rounds right now, and so far so good. It's going to be an offense leading into master bedroom here for Bleed, and I especially like the setup here that they've brought. Good amount of hard breach, but those Rotero drones, Carter. That's what matters the most to me here. I really like to see Flores on sites like this because you can get so much done with him. You can do things as simple as blowing open a wall and making a rotation for yourself, or you can get rid of those castle barricades, things along those lines. It's just a really good shout in moments like this.
In the wake of the frag grenade change, he becomes a must pick in some certain situations against specific strategies. So good pick by Mentalist, as you just mentioned. And with how much both of these teams have been running Azami, we'll have a lot of options alongside the castle barricades for what Mentalist wants to use those Rotero drones for. Very early retreat by SSG, actually, outside of CCTV and Cash. They have pulled back very early on. We saw Bleed, I think, still holding this position very aggressively, even with a minute left, whereas SSG can still contest it. Fultz inside of construction, for example, but there's no actual physical presence there. And even then, look at how far back Fultz is playing, really relying on a long angle, not into Cash, but just holding construction. That is a little bit risky, I will say, especially now that the Selma's opened. With that impact, I believe, missing. Bleed now have a powerful angle to look through this setup. Oh, man.
That was definitely not supposed to happen. You can even see Mentalist. He was a little bit of a distance away from that hatch. It just so happened that that was a hell of a toss there out of J90. A perfect arc lands at the feet of Mentalist and will blow him sky high. Cadella's now for Bleed as they have to try and work their way into the site down a man. Not only that, but they have to deal with some pretty considerable utility, especially with these mirror windows implemented. Reeves trying to work his way in. Ashen's going to go down to Hubbin. Still an opportunity here, especially after Aspie gets one. They know where J90 is, and Bleed. Finally, these guns come to life. Oh my, Forrest. Almost able to get it done, but Turd knows what he must do in the moment, and he'll swing back through to assist his teammates on the angle.
Hubbin able to find that first pick on Ashen is great because of, well, the follow-up that was heavily telegraphed by Bleed. They knew Hot and Cold was sitting behind the weight rack. So if they were able to pair that with a second kill and then, of course, get the secure the one that they had intel on, that's a 4v3 right there. After Mentalist falling to that C4 as he goes on the...
with this flash, man. You can't do that. Oh, no. It's always the little things with Siege, man. You think something as simple as, I'm a good distance away from this. I'm going to toss a flash down there before I get my drone out. if it's a good enough player across from you, they're like, oh, this guy is sitting exactly here, and I'm going to blow him up with a Nitro cell. But at the end of the day, didn't really matter for Bleed, as the guns were very hot from construction.
Yeah, very hot from construction, and again, able to get that 4v3, collapse into the bomb site, and then find those remaining kills. Again, similar to those SSG attacking rounds, really right at the door, struggling to find an entry point, but I have to imagine finding hot and cold on that weight rack is really the key to opening up that execute for Bleed, taking the advantage, and then moving on forward. And moving forward in the site rotation, CCTV and Cash for SSG. Before, there was a mirror window on the plat wall that Bleed tried to shut out SSG from finding a way into CCTV. No mirror present for SSG here, despite it being present on, I believe, both bomb sites previously. Still being a very powerful operator on Clubhouse overall. It'll instead be a more, in all likelihood, traditional method of hard breach denial, but I also think Forest is probably not putting any bandit batteries on this wall because, well, they're probably betting on Bleed bringing a Maverick, as most teams feel obligated to do since the introduction of Tuber out.
Absolutely. And a good call as well, because, I mean, well, look at the wall. What's happening right now? Mentalist, let me torching things up here. Drone in sight as well. Might be discovering something. Hubbin with an early use on this Gandela. Don't know if he's just trying to get action out of Space Station, seeing if he can potentially get somebody to try and swing through. At least with that pre-fire, that's what makes the most sense. Oh no. Mentalist. What have we done? Reaps goes down. I don't think he's even going to try and fix the wall. Can we get a look at this wall real quick after this little engagement here? That'd be great. Forrest is going to be able to at least take out one, but is there a couple pixels on this that have locked this up and now he's just going to have to abandon ship? I think that's exactly what's happened here. The left-hand side looks torched well, but I think there's a... Yeah, I think it's on the bottom. Yep, it's on the bottom right there. That little pixel is what is holding up the entire wall right now, and he can't go fix it, Carter, because the man is in the window. That little bit, just that tiny little bit. And that's on map tricking correctly, folks, and that's a round based off that precedent. Space Station annihilate them over on the master side, all because they can't even work that angle on plat.
You talk about small things. I mean, we saw in the G2 phase game yesterday, goo mines stop freezer pushes. We've seen small little engagements or missed shots define rounds. But it doesn't get more siege than that when literally a pixel of a reinforced wall stops the Maverick trick. They can't go back because they're exposing themselves to angles. That's the risk with Maverick. Holes go both ways. You might very well die if you go back to it. And of course, with the pressure SSG also had on this other side, because the strategy was, all right, they're probably going to get plat wall open because of this Maverick. We'll hold construction, we'll hold bedroom, just in case they decide to go on the backside. And then, of course, if they open up plat wall and rush, we have the redundancy, the positions to fall back to the bomb site. But because Bleed couldn't open that wall, they had to run into all of SSG's setup.
Yep.
All of what SSG had previously. Just a complete series of unfortunate events that ended up forcing Bleed's hand and basically giving SSG match point by the smallest of mistakes.
You gotta love it. You have got to love it. You and I always talk about the fact that, Carter, this game is legitimately bullet chest, even in the verbiage, right? And that's it, once again, right there. It is always the little things. Yeah, you can obviously fundamentally be playing the game incorrectly, but when you have good teams like this, Reeves with a hell of a shot up against J90. Took him a second, but still able to find the heady. But either way, always comes down to those little things, doesn't it? That time around, it just so happens to be the torch job there from Mentalist as he torches the round for Bleed.
Great opening pick to cut down J90 on the fallback. As most of these SSG players are on the side, with the exception of, I believe, somebody inside of dirt. Yes, I see Foltz right at the top. Yes, indeed. Just a little angle, little cheeky angle, all the way up onto, is that the jacuzzi balcony? Well, either way, still an angle onto the outside. There's 3 players actually on the site right now, and with no control being contested on that top floor, Bleed should be able to make their way down to the middle floor and start opening up these hatches in good time. No Kane on the board, so we'll have to be the impact trick from Hot and Cold and Ashen. Aspie. Remember when I said Foltz was peeking outside? Well, Aspie found it.
Space Station's ability to just go for things and be like, all right, well, if it doesn't work out, I'm sure we can still solve it. I love it, man. They're always looking for the next step in their strategy. They're not just going to play patiently and just do the fundamentals. They're always looking to add something into this chemical makeup that can be the game-changing moment for them. Once again, here it is. Active play, Nitro sellout. It'll take down Reeves. They'll stop the hatch play. Minute and 20 seconds remaining. This timer's going to start eating at Bleed. Reeves might be confirmable, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do too much here. Forrest not aware of that going on upstairs. He will get picked back up. But now this angle work is going to be even more scary given the circumstances of his health.
It'll be a difficult spot to keep going for those skeleton keys, but I also think with this hatch open, they might feel a little safer. Good utility clear from Bleed to clear out the shield, directly contesting Blue. Of course, there are still the mirror windows, which is the big problem for Bleed at the moment when they go for that flood downstairs, just as it was when SSG were on the attacking side. Finding a way to deal with those. I like this rotation. Before, Mentalist was going down Blue. This time, he goes for the much more standard kitchen drop. There is still Forrest who could go for the swing, but Mentalist has already worked his way all the way into the bomb site. We need to see counterplay from SSG at this point. Can Ashen find an angle to land this impact grenade? The coverage from Reeves is simply too good. Mentalist follows up on the fall off with another kill. Bleed now have the advantage at 2K. He even pops the shield to give himself cover. Look at that quick heads-up play. The brain on Mentalist. It's in the name, for God's sake. Quick little 3K to keep Bleed in the game.
That was brilliant right there. So smart. I'm sure a couple people were like, oh, he punched it, he can't see. But that's the point, guys. He doesn't want them to see him. They have no idea when he's peeking now. And that was so well done there from Mentalist. Can play that situation, especially as that man count starts to dwindle for SSG. He can just play it off of audio, play it off of his teammates' communication, because they more than likely have a few things around the site to be able to assist with that. Still had 4 drones active, so very well done from him, especially given the circumstances of what has been happening to Mentalist throughout this series so far, right? And man, that's some good aim, bro. Some good aim. You saw Jinxie get announced, right?
I did, yes I did.
My boy, we're in Champion now, baby. Hell yeah.
We're very much not in Copper.
Yeah, so we're in Champion.
We are not in Copper. That was a very big brain play with the Osa, and 1 kill before this round, now 4 and 8. I'm sure maybe you're saying, oh, 4 and 8, not as impressive KD, but listen. When you got Asphy having a good game, you got Turd, you got Hoven, you got these 4 great players on the roster. Somebody's got to do it, and Mentalist is still showing up in games like against W7M where, what was the game? What was the map? Oh, Oregon, where Mentalist had a life game to get that map 7-5. Also on this map, getting a huge 4K, moving through the jacuzzi wall against, I believe, VP. This guy can do it. He can do it all, and he's been around long enough to basically have us all be like, yeah, you know, classic Mentalist play right there.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's practically our Siege dad. Yeah. Like, I mean, this guy was on one of the best versions of the Fnatic roster all the way back in the day, and he's just constantly been working on his craft, and it's worked out extremely well for him. Definitely one of my favorite players, especially from the olden days of Siege, so nice to see him still, you know, fighting and finding success. So, going to continue things on here for Bleed as they are still 2 rounds under SSG, trying to force this overtime here on Clubhouse. We'll breach things here on the far CCTV wall, but do remember, this is a basement defense.
And SSG have completely changed the name of the game. Before it was a very passive hold. Now they are contesting the entire map. They have Ashen on the Solus to decimate Bleed's intel game. Ideally, it's actually a minute in. No drone has been found. Instead, they found Ying on drone outside a garage. Great find by Ashen, roaming around on this side of the map. Reeps was also lurking around the kitchen area, but has now fallen back. This is still a great adjustment from SSG. They have been giving a lot of round to Bleed. That lets them get their very execute-focused strategy of getting that Osa in the site to go for a plant, of letting Bleed get that to work. Now they have to fight a whole lot more for this control, and look at how much time it's wasting. Before, half the round in, we saw Bleed on the ground floor. Now they're still fighting faults upstairs, but they found J9O as well. It's cost a lot of time, but Bleed have got the kills to potentially make up for it.
Such a solid cutoff angle. One that you're always going to want to try and favor when you go for that top clear. If you know people are upstairs and these hatches are sealed, or maybe you have somebody implemented inside a bar where they can't drop back, Carter, you can always work that window over here on main into the fold, and they're not going to be able to escape fate. It's a perfect scenario here, and SSG not aware that that player was playing outside. Very well done from Bleed to be able to discover this.
And such solid coordination. Now we need to see the conversion from Bleed of that advantage into a good execute. We don't have the Osa this time just to plant the Talon shield and then back up. But by the same token, we also don't have any C4s from SSG. All we have are those impact grenades. So somebody's either got to swing on the planter where Bleed have the advantage, and if their coordination is good enough, should be able to trade that out, or B, those impact grenades have to land perfectly. Forced going for a rotation to strike strike at Bleed when they're potentially the weakest, right as they're setting up for the execute, right as they're moving onto the site. But that moment might be coming, and I was about to say, Force has to rotate back because they've lost Ashen. His gun is needed on the site, and Turd can cut him off. It is only Hot and Cold actually on the site. Force can't even get across. The coverage should work. One drops down. Hotten's not even able to down the planter. Excellent round 11 from Bleed. We see adaptation from both teams, but it's Bleed's coordination. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, Bleed's answer to the roam of SSG was absolutely magical right there, Carter. A good amount of pressure, also the understanding of where the fallbacks were going to be, and able to eliminate those players on rotation. This is going to proc a timeout here from SSG as they want to be able to get things done here inside of regulation. And immediately when SSG called their timeout, just like when Bleed called their timeout, it's going to be some conversation points here in the chat as Bleed's like, oh, you guys panicking? What's going on?
I think definitely that's been one of the most successful points of Bleed, has been the fact that not only do they bring a decent level of strategic prowess to the game, but the coordination that Mentalist gives in organizing these 4 young gunners to not only, of course, be in positions to get kills themselves, but find kills that are really beneficial for the entire team.
I actually got a question for a gentleman in the room right now. You guys don't know this, but hey Zen, do you think that Bleed bring this back and force overtime? Our Aussie boy is saying yes, folks. I think it's a little biased, but that's okay. We enjoy biased casting here, especially when you're not casting this game. You're allowed to be biased. You're allowed to favor your teams. I'm totally not wearing SSG merch right now. That would never be a thing. But Bleed, 1 round away from forcing overtime here. I think it's a very well-constructed timeout from Space Station. You're at max regulation right now. Your defense on Clubhouse. They're going to go back to the basement, and they're going to try and find an answer here for what strategy they had last time. And honestly, at least at first glance, from looking at this list here, Carter, it looks like we're not going to be going for this roam. We are going to be able to get these hatches, but a lot of this speaks to me in site setup, especially with these ADSs coming in here from Jaeger. We haven't been seeing a lot of play from him at this event, but he will be here inside of our last potential round.
5 seconds to go.
And Bleed realize it and immediately adjust. Mentalist back on the Osa, so I imagine SSG are going to this strategy anticipating Bleed might run that Osa strat back and have specific counters for it. I did like what Ashen tried to do there, but again, the coverage was very, very good from Bleed. He tried to use Akiba to block off the angle, watching Church from the main hallway, and then sprint across and get a timing and stop Mentalist from getting the diffuser down. Of course, he was stopped because, again, Bleed were covering the plant very well, but there was some ideas for small plays they could do in round to make this work. So I want to see how SSG actually end up dealing with either the blue drop or the kitchen drop, because Bleed got into the map so quickly last time, opened up those hatches by minute 30, started setting up for the execute, and we don't even have the F-Knots this time. That was one of the reasons that at least the blue drop iteration of Bleed's strategy failed. So I want to see, once we get to that execute stage, what SSG start to do, because at the moment, it's still a little unclear.
Most definitely. I think what they've done here is that they've gone with the full understanding of what happened with Bleed's strategy the last time. Obviously not the clear, that's not what they were considering. What they're considering is how they got the bomb planted, and that was Mentalist with those Osa shields. So if you look at the lineup right now, what does it speak to you? There should be some volumes here. It's gonna be those 2 nitro cells and those 2 impacts. This is going to be some preventative maintenance from them. You can see Ashton's gonna play in behind AK. We probably have some nitro cells that are over towards Church, over towards that double door to make their life a little bit easier to try and slow this down. J9O also, I absolutely love this. They're going to have him playing dummies box over here for blue, because that's where Bleed poured in a lot of their utility previously. They really like to throw smoke, splashes, anything in between except the kitchen sink at that position. Perfect spot for Warden to be playing.
The self-destruction again from Reaps, the C4s, the impact grenades, they're there for SSG, but will they land? Some of those utility, they've been in smaller quantities previously, but it hasn't worked out very well. But now, just by increasing the numbers, do they feel it is enough? Mentalist is going for that kitchen drop again. It's the one that works, so they will attempt it for a second time. Candela's being thrown inside of Blue. You can see Mentalist preparing. Still intel being found. Turd going with the lurk up main hall. Hasn't found anybody yet, but this might completely stop SSG. But he's spotted by Ashen playing that AK position. So the game isn't completely up for Bleed, but now in the man disadvantage, they can start brute forcing this post plant, brute forcing Mentalist position alongside those C4s and those impacts. But we need to see them land. Bleed's coverage is still good. They're watching from the kitchen hatch, but down goes Mentalist. No impact needed. A 3K from AK. None of that secondary utility is necessary when the young gunner, primary and secondary 4K, to take Bleed's map pick in maxed regulation.
Amazing adaptation there from Space Station. As you can see, they knew exactly what strategy Bleed were going to be going for. So very well done from them. Space Station will be able to take them out.
Just a small position, small adjustment, Sam. I'm in church. I'll go to AK instead. And what do you know? We end up having the round end because of it. So that is Bleed's pick now going the way of SSG. We'll have a break and then the desk right after this.
It's an all-Brazilian standoff here in the lower bracket. Welcome back to the B stream here. W7M will be taking on Ninjas in Pajamas. Massive match. I cannot believe we've already got this all-Brazilian bonanza happening in the lower bracket, guys, when you've got one team, of course, that is coming off winning the last two majors, another team that, of course, has won SI. I mean, the fact is we have to send one of these two teams home, which is quite alarming this early on in the competition for obviously one of them, whoever it ends up being.
Yeah, it's a happy, sad matchup for the Brazilians, of course. Unfortunately, one of their representatives will be sent home alongside Los today, which is unfortunate. Of course, here is how today has shaped up across Stream A and Stream B. Of course, we were just witnessing Bleed and SSG. SSG taking their map pick in that particular series, but now across to Stream B for us. Obviously, W7M taking NIP on the bracket. Overall, though, of course, we're in the lower portion here, the second round in the lower bracket. No second chances from this point onwards.
Yeah, certainly not. Of course, with W7M, they lost to Wolves in that upper bracket, and then earlier today they played Fearx, sending them home to Korea. They won that one 2-0, and of course now taking on NIP, of course, for W7M. Very much won that Fearx game pretty comfortably, although from what I saw, we were obviously casting at the very time that the game was happening. It actually somehow ended up being a little bit closer than even our game between Bleed and Lois. So clearly for W7M, not really at their absolute best, but still able to get these results when clearly they've got some work to be done. Obviously then for Ninjas in Pajamas, they had a little tiny run up in that upper bracket, winning one series and then losing the other. And now obviously finding themselves in a position where they have to take on W7M. And you know, for all intents and purposes, two teams I think that have got obviously a lot to play for and also a lot to turn their kind of fortunes around at the 6 Invitational and change maybe the perception of them. Obviously for W7M, it's not been all rosy. For a team that had so many expectations, basically have to be making the arena at minimum. But the fact is they could go home today, and what a travesty that would be. So you got pressure on W7M for NIP as well. I mean, obviously they probably go into this particular series as the underdog, I think rightfully so. But even still, if they go home this early on at this point, it becomes an utter failure in terms of this 6 Invitational for a team that is just stacked with talent.
Yeah, for sure. NIP, of course, having their matchup most recently against Virtus Pro, which proved to be a difficult game. They were unable to capture a map in that particular instance. Map 2 of Bank, more specifically, was a disaster for NIP. They were unable to claim a single round in that particular match. But given that both of these teams are going to be clashing with a somewhat similar style of Siege, I'm very, very intrigued to see how this one shapes out and shakes down. You would anticipate W7M to go into this and be pretty firm favorites, but they're clearly wounded at the moment, and I think NIP could smell blood in the water.
Yeah, we've got the map vetoes coming up, of course, for this series. So as we get a look here, we head to Bank, then Cafe, then Clubhouse. Interestingly enough, the Bank and the Cafe pick is actually 2 maps that were played in the last series. For the side of NIP in that upper bracket game, as you just mentioned, actually, against Virtus Pro, they lost 0-7 on Bank. and that was 6-8 on Cafe. Now, as we can clearly see, the bank gets picked by W7M here in this matchup, probably looking into that most recent game that we saw from NIP where they got 7-0'd. And then on the flip, though, obviously a pretty decent Cafe actually from NIP, so they've elected to go back to that, but take up against W7M, who's actually only played one Cafe themselves this tournament. That too was against Virtus Pro, but that was a 3-7 loss for W7M. So that interesting, as we then have Clubhouse, by the way, as the circuit breaker decider. Now, very quickly, as it comes back to us, a long list of results for Clubhouse when it comes to W7 at this tournament. M80, they beat them 8-7, Bleed 7-4, 7-3 over Liquid, and lost once to 6-8 over the Wolves. So clearly, they've got extensive knowledge of that club, a lot of history on it. But NIP only played it twice so far this tournament, in fact, losing both times. That makes it pretty simple for me. I think NIP probably need to win this 2-0 because I don't know how they're going to beat W7M on Clubhouse. It could happen, but it certainly would be a pretty unlikely result.
Yeah, I think I would, definitely agree with how the things have shaped up. I mean, the tricky thing is for NIP, I think regardless of the map veto, this is going to be one hell of a series if they are to get it across
80%
the line. 80% of the community in favor of W7M.
Hard to disagree. Hard to disagree.
I'm finding it very hard to make a case for NIP. Not impossible, but it would be one of the upsets of the esport in history, probably.
in the esport in history. I mean, to be fair, look, NIP took down Fury 2-1 in that upper bracket game to then take on Virtus Pro, a Virtus Pro team who I think have looked really sensational at this event. And then you kind of look at that first map, 8-6, really competitive, really close. NIP really kind of showing their attacking prowess. Yeah, left a little bit to be desired in terms of defense. And that really goes to show with the team, 59% defensive win rate for NIP compared to the 67% defensive win rate of W7M. That's quite a stark difference when you're going to take into account the defensive side of meta on. Now, this is going to be me and you, third map in a row where Grim has been banned out. It really does go to show his strength at 6 Invitational. The Ossa ban as well does come through by W7M, again here on Bank. I think Ossa is an operator that could be quite prevalent and has its uses throughout a multitude of sites up above, even down below. So I'm not too surprised to probably see that from W7M as we head over to the defensive operator bans.
Yeah, we saw the Osa banned out against Los as well, so not too unexpected in that regard. That was back in November, so doubling up in that regard. Tuberau as well, bit of an intriguing ban. Tuberau has probably not been as oppressive at the event as we once anticipated, especially post-nerf, but can still be quite impactful. It does mean, though, that with Valk taken off board, again, to reiterate, Azami will be playable, so too will the Fenrir. So those are the two big ones. Else, two other big defenders to keep in mind as we jump into this one. NIP will be beginning on the defensive half, but Bank can be a tricky map to defend at times. So keeping an eye on, obviously, the objectives that they choose to rotate to and the impact that will have on these results. Again, looking back at sort of the numbers for both of these teams, unfortunately for NIP, the history that they have on Bank is not particularly successful. A pretty poor win rate for them comparatively to W7M. So we've set the stage that NIP will need to probably win this into maps, as the decider is not particularly favorable either. However, winning this first map is going to be a very steep challenge.
Yeah, make no mistake, though, not counting NIP out of this series. We saw the 80% prediction for W7M, certainly the favorites, but we always love an underdog story, and we have seen plenty of them, not just even throughout this tournament, but really the history of Rainbow Six Siege. So, you know, funny things have happened. It almost seems on brand, probably, for this to be an elimination game for W7M, where it's like, what, they got eliminated on the B stream against NIP? How did that happen? Like, I can actually foreshadow that happening. But it's going to take a very mighty effort from NIP. Basically wind the clock back a couple of years and find their absolute best if they're going to be able to do that. Opening start for Hertz, and it's a fast start as well for W7M as well. Already in towards Starford Open. Towards Beepers goes Hertz. Psycho holds the close angle. Drone just puts out a couple of shots. Hertz doesn't initially swing off of that and does have the information, but he knows if he swings main stairs, there is that player in elevator, of course, that can then trade.
On's in the elevator. Hatch is opened up, so there's an avenue for the Warden to get back towards the objective, and of course can now elect to play for time and just hold the cross and maintain it. Main stairs. Herd's a formidable force for W7M. Give him an opportunity to make a play, and he will capitalize. Thinks about dropping the hatch initially, but better of it in the end. W7 have the advantage, so they'll be looking to play into that. So much time remaining in this round with so much map control already.
Still a lot of denial as well for NIP in this round. Yeah, they've lost a player early on, Musi, but he's kind of done his job. He's placed those Vulcan canisters. One has already exploded over towards the hatch. And then you've also got the smoke, the gas babes from Pino. He's got 3 of them still, so he doesn't have to expend any of those. Nice little sightlines being opened up here with the Maverick of JV92. And more importantly, then Wizard as well. On that Echo, he'll have the Yokai drones. Those bursts are going to be very impactful later on. Hard breach opens that up in terms of the secondary hard breach, but Pino gets aggressive. Very aggressive over towards blue stairs as that secondary is going to open up the bot square hatch by Nade. Obviously, Pino with those smoke canisters, he is so important, so impactful late in this round. If they're going to be able to deny what will likely be a default server push take, Pino is happy to just play aggressive. Try and deny the blue stairs push. Could get dropped on, he could get pinched. Hasn't happened yet. 60 seconds left.
Information available then for W7M. They can collate that and use it for the final push. Nerds eventually can now skimper down main stairs, but the Goyo canister will stall that out. Wizard, with full faith in the Flames to push that buck back, will instead wait for the hatch drop here from the attack. Need to rotate Diffuser now over towards the elevator hatch. So a back hit from W7M with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, interesting that as well. KZ just making his way in towards server. So they've really got good site control around the site. Not so much on it, but from multiple different angles. As Hertz, Cons gets that kill onto Nade. And then another one there from Hertz onto Wizard, and suddenly the round has fallen apart defensively for NIP. Con's done his job over towards Elevator, does get another one as well. So one through the hatch, one outside. Fortunately, they're completely outgunned, outnumbered. W7M's back hit has well and truly caught NIP off guard, maybe anticipating that more standard server room push not to be, more pressure on the back of site. And for W7M, a really good start here on Bank.
Yeah, pretty classic W7M attack there, where our focus is on one of multiple key engagements throughout that fight. And despite the first not going the way of W7M, there's then 3 uncaptured kills on various points around the map that they are able to manipulate in their favor. There was that pick that didn't go the way of the attack. It was Cons inside of Elevator, but in the meantime, a flurry of kills elsewhere. And of course, knowing that the Warden was there, it was a pretty easy job for W7M to capture that round. So impressive from them, quick map control, steady towards the late round, and despite losing that first pick on the initial push, more than made up for it in classic W7M fashion.
I know it didn't seem like the most fancy round, but W7M's ability to kind of just rotate off that kind of default look. They were obviously sensing that pressure. Blue Stairs server with the keeper barriers, with the gas babes as well from the smoke. So what do? They kind of just rotate off. They bring kit. They go towards elevator. They go for that back push. Completely catches NIP off guard. Even though Cons was holding a good position over towards elevators, then they can overload from other positions like main stairs, for example. So a really solid round from W7M where, you know, conventionally nothing too crazy happened, but just their ability to manage the round as it progressed was clearly on display there. We go into the second round. NIP are definitely going to have to pick up the pace, though. Defensively, can't just be sitting on site, allowing W7M to get full map control on a map like Bank, which can be really complex, obviously, to break down in terms of attack. So for W7M to already get one on the board early is a solid start. 42% attacker win rate at this particular event for Bank. It does okay. It does lend itself to being relatively passable for attack. But it is Pino that gets the opening kill onto her. Shuts down that IQ.
IQ perhaps not the most critical of operators in this particular round, but would have been useful in dealing with the Electro Claws from Wizard, for instance. More importantly, though, a player now in the grave for W7M, so they'll need to fight from behind in face of this utility. Mirror window in Janitor has been dealt with nicely, though, by W7M, I presume off the back of an Ash charge from Keys. They now with utility in hand. Here's on the Capital. In fact, down below, looking to now flame out this position. And this will be a sync with the repel on CEO. That means that this position can no longer be held by Musi. Instead, now a little bit deeper in Janitor. Doesn't find much, though. W7M not encroaching on the objective just yet. Psycho, though, caught off guard by an air jab. So 4 versus 4 at the midway point of the round.
Yeah, there's no pressure on Musi, though, from the hallway outside Janitor. So he's able to just, as you said, kind of play the back position in Janitor as that incendiary bolt was putting up flames at the very precipice of that mirror window. So minute 20, incendiary bolt didn't do a whole lot. Musi still has Janitor control. They did get that kill on the repel, though, catching Psycho in a bit of an off-angle position. He obviously just kind of overstepped, and Cons is still in towards stock. So they haven't even cleared this position. Does mean, of course, it's going to be really difficult to then flush out Musi if they can't continue to go down below. Trying to just see what W7 have. has to even try and dislodge him here. Outside of those incendiaries, really not much else. Nice kill for Gons, and again, still that stock control. Firmly in grasp for NIP, looking really strong defensively. Pino gets another one onto KZ. Philippox with a second one from the rappel on a very acute angle, and JV finally flushes out Pino in towards the airlock. They can go now. Philippox with the kit in hand. 40 seconds left. It's only Cons and Musi. Cons again gets involved from that stock position on the map. Philippox now by himself. He's already found 2 kills this round, but Musi to shut down, and it did come down to the fact that for W7M, they couldn't clear out Janitor and stock. Really well played from NIP, knowing full well they had that back of sight position the whole way through. Good sight lines in towards sight, and a solid round defensively from NIP.
Yeah, Nip doing a good job to trust their structure there. You could see with about a minute to go, the defense was not shuffling around much at all. They're all content with the positions that were being held. And look, to the credit of W7M, they had a pretty decent read and they kind of knew what to push, but they were walking into unfavorable gunfights, and ultimately NIP did a great job in punishing them and a good response in the second round. I think that's probably going to be the trend throughout this first half, at least with NIP defending, is especially once they get the advantage, they are going to be more than happy to bunker down, hold positions, and they'll be ready for the split attacks from W7M.
Well, a 1-1 start. That's good news for us. Good news for NIP as well. Many, of course, probably don't give that much of a chance in this series against W7M, but just have that funny feeling. That gut feeling, probably more so than the brain talking, that says that maybe NIP could just do something special here in this lower bracket match. Again, a reminder, the loser of this series will be out of 6 Invitational. That's right, these 2 juggernauts of the Rainbow Six Siege scene historically. One of them has to go home already. We head to staff room and open area for the 3rd round. Of course, for NIP, the basement is available, opting to not go there as they continue on with the tertiary sites defensively. Also now bringing the Maestro, or Psycho, Fenrir as well for Wizard, so changing things up a little bit.
An immediate hit for electrical here from W7M seems to be the play. Now, typically, this is facilitated with a Montang to help clear the space, but this time around, no Montang in play. So we'll see how W7M look to pivot here, and of course, what the response will be from NIP. At the moment, as expected, holding firm. The likes of the Maestro in play as well, which will be powerful in gaining information. Castles while in play from Musi, and that will help to counteract things like the repel game upstairs, but he's already with control on the Ram getting to work.
You say upstairs, there's no defense upstairs from NIP, completely foregoing any kind of defense towards stock, towards CEO. Long desk is obviously open for the taking. We're seeing the Ram with the Boogie Auto Bridges go to work now from KFZ, completely uncontested. A little bit surprising. 1 Nitro Cell available for NIP as well, so they don't really have the ability to really disrupt those above them. Only Pino and the Warden. Does mean horizontally, that rush that we saw from Electrical got shut down really early on in the round because NIP had a lot of numbers on site. But as I mentioned, they've given up stock, and we're seeing the Boogie Auto Bridge open up those floorboards. Hatch, of course, being watched. Nade over towards Square. He's got a little angle in towards that bomb chassis position, being held by Cons with Kiva barriers. Herds, well, that was the Nitro Cell, the one and only one that they had through the hands of Pino up towards stock. Herds able to survive. Does take a big chunk of damage. Minute and 15 seconds, and the nade that finally gets the opening kill onto Musi. Where's the response here from NIP?
Locked now into the objective. Keeper barriers are providing some additional pieces of safety, I suppose, for the defense. Wizard may be the next to find an engagement, but instead patient for now. He sends a drone into open area, and that's a little bit more information for the attack. It is a 3 versus 5 in favor of W7M, who have torn this map apart. Early control converted now in towards the site. Or perhaps not. Psycho just mowing them down. Able to find 3. Has it slipped at the final hurdle for W7M? I think it has. It's now just Herds at the double door. 2 defenders with line of sight. And Herds, as good as he is, will find this a very difficult cross to break.
The drop from Philippox, ineffectual through the hatch in towards sight. Double stack for Pino and Psycho. Smokes go out, but hey, there's a Warden on the board. Not going to really help you out that much, Herds. Sorry to say, with 10 seconds left now into red time, this becomes awfully difficult, but he finds a really angle onto Pino. 5 seconds left, spray through the wall, but there's one back from Psycho. The Maestro is strong in the 1 versus 1 to close it out for NIP. And a 2-1 lead for them here on Bank. is exactly what they need to just give themselves the hope and the belief that they can take down W7M and cause a shock wave to go through this tournament. Again, this is the map pick of W7M and a really strong defensive hold from NIP. I was a little bit questionable of the decision to not defend up above. Typically, on Staff Room in open area, you kind of see teams like to make sure that stock is hard to get because of those floorboards. Same even over towards CEO, depending on how aggressive people want to get on that extension. Nevertheless, though, their horizontal site hold was really strong. Stopped that initial electrical push. They were able to then, of course, have the crossfires and the trades. So far, really good signs from NIP.
Yeah, that's probably the third, maybe fourth multi-kill or 3k plus I've seen with the Elder at this event so far. So the Maestro of Psycho getting to work nicely there in the previous round. And again, those Kiba barriers making it difficult to trade that position from bot square. Line of sight on the hatch drop and the push through Archives was just played into really nicely there by NIP. So you'll see Psycho double down here in round number 4. Goyo as well getting some playtime too. Vulcan canisters up above. NIP electing not to go for a full off strat this time around. All of the hatches have been reinforced, suggesting that they're going to lean heavily into that plant denial of the Goyo. As mentioned, Smoke as well, Maestro 2 in play. As long as those hatches can be fortified by the Kaid, which they will be, and the Aruni as well. Just in an attempt to stall out W7M a little while longer. W7M, of course, the team most that will not just go for the default plant. They will be more than happy to, again, split that attack, perhaps go for a back push and try to exploit any weaknesses that NIP present.
Have to imagine, though, this time around, NIP should be a little bit more prepared for that rotate, that switch up from W7M that we saw in the initial opening round when they went for that back hit. Started to bring that kit over from server side over towards mainstairs and elevators. Clearly, that was effectual. Catching NIP off guard, created the 4 versus 1. This time around, though, NIP, well, they're looking a little bit sharper in the last couple of rounds. Leapox with the secondary hard bridge, open up elevator hatch. There is pressure down below. It's Music. Last time out was Cons, and he did a successful job from that position. And then so far, a massive stack, though, from NIP. Really locking down that position over towards server. Pino again on the smoke. Making sure that they cannot get that for free. I just wonder if NIP don't necessarily mind this time around to give them that back push in anticipation of it. Music, of course, over towards elevators, holding a key position.
And there's so many drones available here for W7M. Add on top of that, the shock drones, the Yana clones as well. W7M, no doubt, will have plenty of information for this push. Candelas to come through, though, from Philippox. Minute 10 on the clock. He's to get first herds as well. Moves to find at least one back, though.
Kit down inside an elevator, so something that NIP can now play off for the rest of the round. Really good kill from Philippox, though. Out of Candelas, has no more, now loses his life as well. Cons trying to just take the fight here, loses out to KZ. Musi in a 1 versus 3 when he has kit info. 60 seconds, though. Time probably not his friend, and he just changes up the scope. Unfortunately, at the wrong time, and allows KZ to get a pretty free kill. As he un-ADSs. And a scrappy round again down in basement. 2-2 scoreline here. Back and forth on Bang to begin with. I don't think NIP will be too happy with the way that Lockers and CCTV has played out so far. Clearly, elsewhere, up above, out of the basement, they've looked great.
Yeah, W7M really putting on a great clinic as to how you can collapse on that objective. And if you remove the linearity that we see typically, or we saw in the past, especially on that particular site, it's just really easy to unlock it, provided you're sharp, you can isolate a couple of picks, and you have the information required. The thing that really stood out to me for W7M in that previous round is the fact that they just found the perfect trigger point where you saw the Candelas go down. That was probably off the back of just an additional layer of information that they were able to find, and they didn't waste any time to act upon it. So many teams in that kind of situation can sometimes be like, okay, let's wait maybe 10, 15 more seconds, just try and maybe find something a little bit more. But they trusted themselves, backed themselves in to get that push done. Obviously very well rehearsed on that particular objective.
The 2 rounds to go inside of the opening half here. First map of this series, 2-2 scoreline. Really good back and forth action to begin with here on the B stream. Also, SSG and Bleed currently live on the A stream. Not too sure what the score is there, but of course, SSG winning the first map. Lots of elimination games happening here today at 6 Invitational, saying goodbye to a lot of teams, of which one, of course, will be these 2.
Position secured.
NIP go back up above. Top floor looked good here last time. Made it very difficult for W7M. They never were able to clear that stock and janitor position. Instead, opting for that pretty standardized repel game. Leapok's got a couple of kills from said repel. NIP looking quite strong, though, defensively outside of basement. And this was the power play inside of janitor. They were unable to deal with this mirror. This time around, Musi once again inside of that position. No Capitao being brought. No incendiaries, but JV on the repel captures Wizard. Wizard an 0-5 start in the grave early on, and Herds, has he been spotted? Not too sure. Cons inside of stock, and a beautiful shot in response to losing that opening player. It becomes a 4 versus 4 once again.
Stock being the position that W7M found tricky to clear out last time, and Cons did a great job of locking that down alongside Stock hallway. More of an emphasis, though, on this part of the map from the attack. See those Rotero drones from Keys making it challenging for Psycho to get those keyboard barriers down and set in place. Elsewhere, the defense are leaning back into the mirror, especially that one in Janitor is key, and I don't think the initial Ash charge was able to deal with that, and no Capitao this time around means that W7M need to be very clean. Shock drones are available. That was an ill-advised push there from Felipox. Good lines of sight, pre-established by the defense, meant that he was walking into a death trap.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand the approach there from him for W7M. You want that top square control, try and clear out that stock hallway and eventually clear out Janitor, which is seeing a lot of play. Psycho over towards long desk as well has the rotate hole in towards Janitor, so they can really double stack that position if need be. They're really struggling to deal with this hallway. JV, though, up main. Talk about the direct approach. Swing from Cons, though, again, good. They at least taking a bit of a chance here. While that play in stock was over towards main, he was able to slip in down the hallway. Cons and Psycho in a 2 versus 1. Nade is the only one left up. Casey's down and out for the count. So he's in by himself towards site now for Nade. Could go for the plant if he wishes to, but he has double red pings, so he has the information onto the whereabouts of Psycho and Cons. 25 seconds. What does he do with that information? He opts to plant.
Really stiff. Not quite. Taken down. Well played there by NIP. Again, good control over towards stock. They're able to play around that as a defensive unit. And in the 2 versus 1, they showed no signs of letting that round slip away. So NIP now with the lead heading into their final defense. As we look back at round 5, W7M did get the opening pick on the lobby repel, but again found it difficult to break that cross established in stock.
Cheers all round from NIP in a great start here on W7M's map pick of Bang. We go back down to basement. Interestingly enough, it's the only map that they haven't won. Oh, sorry, the only site they haven't won so far on this map. Everywhere else has actually been an overwhelming success from NIP.
Well, they're going to go for the full roam now, right? So last round was a very deliberate decision to reinforce all the hatches of rune gates, canisters, just trying to wither down a little bit of time. The problem is, though, W7M don't really need much time to go for the kind of attacking structure that they were implementing last time. So this time, NIP are going to fully commit off-site. They're probably happy to lose a pick or 2. They're bringing the Mirror, Solace. W7M in response, though, in terms of attack or repick, are going to bring the Monty to perhaps go for a map clear and send the Monty forward. Could also go server direct if they wanted to. But with the Jackal in play, I'd assume that they're going to combo those 2 and hunt down the roam.
Yeah, Nade immediately on that Montang, straight through tunnel over towards server. He has the kit in hand as well. Obviously that Ying understanding that that on-site hold is not going to be strong from NIP. There's no warden, so there's Kendall's as well going to be so strong. This is going to be a direct approach from W7M, looking to counter the roam that NIP have set up. Now, mind you, there is still a little bit of on-site defense when it comes to those F-Not mines by Wizard, coupled along with the fact that you've still got that mirror window. The F-Not mine now in play, of course, obscuring the vision of the Montang in Nade. Nitrocell in hand from Cons, and this feels like an important one in terms of the impact that it's going to be able to provide. In terms of upstairs, though, of course, that hatch becomes critical. Outside of staff and open area, looking down in towards CCTV. If you don't get control of that hatch, it does still become quite difficult to play, but that's where the Montang can come into effect.
Perhaps the Monty, though, to be a distraction here for the defense, whilst other players like Herds, maybe even JV92 elsewhere can get to work. Herds is one of those now top square. Again, with the attention drawn towards the Monty, he could have an impact in this round. Candell's being cooked as the smokes are deployed. Keeping in mind, though, Solace is in play and can give the read on the plant. That is Pino, of course, inside of Archives at the moment. It has a teammate in tow. That's big. It's Muzi to get the first with the Nitro, denying that plant on its first attempt. It will be collected once more, and W7M will go for a second plant attempt.
No Nitro cells, no real chance to deny this. It's going to be a plant and a successful one from Philippox after losing the Montang of Nade, which felt like a big win condition. Now it's all about retake. 40 seconds here for NIP. Yeah, they got a bit of vert, but Herds is also top square. He can really deny it. As soon as they look to push out, he's in the more top area of the map. Something that they may not be aware of as well. I like the positioning here for W7M. I think they're going to have to just clear this in terms of horizontal. Great shot into KZ, though. Muzi wins out on the Mozzie. There's Philippox as well, and they run straight into his sightlines. The trade comes through from Muzi. Again, 2 in a row from him. Finishes off his earlier work, and through tons comes JV. 10 seconds, someone has to get on it. Can be denied. First shot from JV! Are you kidding me? How the hell has he done that? Wizard, no chance. No magic tricks here. You can't save this round. JV with a massive clutch.
JV92 rotating all the way from electrical down through spawn into dirt, times it perfectly, lands the shots required. My word, what a play. Big round for W7M and frustrating for NIP, who, despite letting the plant go down, did a decent job in clearing this server position. But JV92 going for the sprint of the century, times it perfectly, and that second swing. Wizard, of course, low on HP, so perhaps not having the initial confidence to go for the pick. I mean, obviously just playing it in the moment, I suppose. Just didn't land the shots required. Unlucky from him. And an even half between these two.
Now, I might add as well, because I'm sure NIP is probably going to get a little hate for that way that round finished. They didn't have the information on JV92 initially.
Like I said, he ran from electrical all the way there. Even if NIP knew he was in electrical so first, they would have been anticipating a bot square push. Who in their right mind would be running through spawn?
Even still, Muzi, though, was then actually looking in towards tons. Then there was one other, I can't recall the name, that was going up towards blue stairs and obviously watching for that rotate, and then one more was on the plant. What else could have they actually done? That was just a miraculous play from JV. One, the rotate. Second, then the first 2 shots coming out on that peak. I mean, a sensational hero play to salvage that round for W7M, who I thought also played really well to try and counter what NIP were trying to do in that more aggressive roam game. They just went direct, hit site server. We didn't have to worry about an echo. We didn't have to worry about a smoke. And clearly they understood what they needed to do. 3-3 scoreline. Cannot believe, but it's that kind of back and forth game that we love. So many times we get to this position and the team just pulls away. The onus now on NIP. Onto the attack in the second half.
Yeah, I remember casting my mind back. I covered the FearX NIP game. At that point in time of the tournament, NIP were one of the worst attacking teams at the event. So we'll see if they can buck that trend in this match, but they're not off to the best of starts. Herds up above, unimpeded, able to get a relatively easy opening kill. And we'll see if W7M can lead into that for the rest of the round. The one thing that W7M was so good at was getting really quick map control. At this point of every round, they had full map control and were forcing the defense to bunker down. Same can't be said for NIP.
Well, this is a bit of a slaughter round. A lot of these rounds so far in the first half were quite back and forth in nature. Hertz eventually got shut down on the Solars. Job done. 3 drones is all that remains with 90 seconds left of the round. At any point, you kind of look at that in terms of the economy of drones for the attacking team. You've got to give the credit to the Solars for doing their job. Found a kill as well. So a strong opening round here from Hertz. Now he just has to sit and watch drones and cameras and see if he can provide any help from the afterlife. Towards Advent to open up hatch from Pino. Does get delayed momentarily. Over towards spot square though, that hatch has been opened up. 60 seconds left and Wizard to get to work here.
So then a 3 versus 4 and NIP finally chipping away at the groundwork for this final push. As you can see, though, from the overhead, W7M on the defense, not under a whole load of pressure. Key still has 3 canisters, and the first of those will be deployed as the secondary hard breach will go on the wall. Unfortunately, that means, though, for NIP, for the remainder of the round, that default position will be under a load of pressure.
Yeah, not a lot of time. And as you said, the smoke babes, one more as well for KZ. To be fair, if he throws this out now, there'll still be a a little bit of time. Not much, but a very minute amount. There's the final gas babe. Could push through it. There's enough room to get over to that bomb chassis and go over the plant. There's also a rotate, double rotate from W7M at the back. Careful out, Wizard. They're pushing Peepers. He's ready for it though, but he does lose the battle to JV. So now, in terms of Vert, the advantage over towards the hatch is with W7M, and they're not even going to be able to get the plant down. Cons is by himself. Good shots. As great as this is from Cons, has to stick the plant. Does do so. Nade drops hatch. Easy kill. 4-3 lead now for W7M.
I tell you what, if Cons had have committed to his instincts there and gone for the peak server hatch, he may well have been able to pluck an insane clutch. Not meant to be though. The retake, the double retake from W7M up above, really well timed, well executed. Unfortunate for Wizard, he almost lined them both up. He wins that fight up above and it would have changed the course of the round dramatically. Right here, he's unable to pull it off. Cons with a great attempt in the 2 versus 4, effectively 1v4 with Pino on the ground. Able to collect all of the kills required, except for the final one.
Loved the double rotate from W7M. You can see the outlines at the back as they were making their way up main stairs and understanding. Typically, you might see a team send one player, but if you do that, it's a 1 versus 1. You lose that battle, you don't have hatch in towards admin. So they double stack that position. They both swing beepers, and clearly Wizard just gets overwhelmed. There's not much he could really do. The fact that he was actually ready for that rotate speaks volumes to Wizard's game sense, but unfortunately, he was just outgunned and outnumbered in that scenario. And then at that point, W7M have hatch control. Cons, though, I mean, then on site was just going absolutely insane. He's up to double-digit kills already. 10 kills for him through 7 rounds played. It's a close back and forth affair for NIP and W7M, but now the first time W7M starting to get a little control. You can start to feel it, can't you? They've got a grasp now here on bank.
Yeah, we'll see if they can suffocate their opponents. It's one of the hallmarks of W7M. Especially as the series goes on, they only tend to grow stronger and make less and less mistakes and give their opposition opportunities to get back into the match. It is W7M's map pick as well, so anticipating this to be a relatively clinical conclusion. And we'll see if they're up to the task defensively. Top floor will be a point of interest from both teams to kick off round 8. Nade on the roam alongside, I believe it was Herds on the mirror, and that is the case. He's playing a long desk at the moment. That mirror window facing in towards stock. An intriguing decision to deny some control on that part of the map, of course, unlocking that vertical potential down below, or preventing the attack from unlocking it. Even just getting into the map is proving to be a challenge for NIP. Peas is down below. We're watching vertical up above to the rappel line. We'll see Pino then with the Yin. Candelas to go deep. Able to get 2 feet on the ground, and he has a red ping in through elevator. A live drone or 2 to follow, but Nade perfectly timed. Able to get away, and Wizard on the lobby rappel won't find that.
Now, mind you, this is staff room in open area. This is not even CEO. Look at the amount of time that has been wasted defensively by W7M. Missed drone onto Hertz potentially. Noise was made. Doesn't matter. The drop though for Cons. He says bye-bye. Nicely done from Hertz, and a second one to follow before going down the hatch. Job done from him. Job done potentially by W7M for this 8th round. A perfect way to really highlight what you can do in staff room and open area with that extensive roam up above. Ironically, we didn't see it from NIP on their defense of it, yet they still won with a horizontal defense. Highlighting what you can do with 2 very different strategies, but right now W7M coming to the forefront. 60 seconds left in the round, and they've still got Nade, top blue. I mean, this is a very difficult round now for NIP to somehow find their way back into it. Some late droning from Wizard. And unfortunately, it's a round that looks like it could have gone away from them before it even really began. Outside electrical, and so many red lines in front of Musi, getting pressured back outside of the building. He's just forced back outside. 40 seconds left, and he's running away. He's running away from the site, running away from the building, running away from W7M. Psycho towards Janitor, trying to find an angle, a foot, a little toe that might just be too big, but no, not to be. Has the drop potential. The time is running out. It's being squandered here.
20 seconds then, and Psycho will eventually drop into admin. Good for 1 through the punch hole. But now a 2v4. Musi finally makes his way in towards bank and able to find 1 pick, but his teammate falls, and Musi does not have the diffuser. What a round from W7M.
Strong from W7M, really, really strong. Very oppressive. You could see at the very beginning of that round as well, when we saw NIP on the rappel game, they obviously had to flush out that top floor position, trying to force W7M back, try and force them back towards stock and main stairs, and then try and get that foothold in towards the server inside of the map. But clearly, W7M just were not giving up those positions for free. We saw how long Herds was kind of sticking around inside of stock. He didn't want to really leave until he took something away from NIP. That something was Cons. Then he gets another swing as well here onto Pino, and then it's like, job done. Now I drop hatch. Now I give up position before I lose my life. And a really, really well played round from W7M. NIP, to their credit, started to almost bring the round back. Even despite the fact that they were at a 3 versus 5 disadvantage. It came down to 1v3. But ultimately, the damage was done earlier in the round, and it really does now feel like W7M are in a position where they're starting to really get away from NIP here on Bank.
To top floor we go then, which can be, for the defense at least, a very difficult objective to lock down. To the credit of NIP on this particular objective, they did a great job centering their defense around holding stock and pressuring that position, making it difficult to clear with things like keeper barriers from the Zami and just otherwise good play. Another key part of the NIP defense was the mirror window that we're going to see replicated here by W7M, the one inside of Janitor facing the rappel. Just means that you are unable to pressure from that position on the rappel with ease or get into the objective without spending utility on that position. Now, W7M on attack often bought the Ash to directly counter those mirror windows. That's an interaction that now exists. We won't see that though from NIP. Instead, the Capital is going to be key, maybe a Selma Deep if that's allowed to pop off. No Twitch either though. So I'd argue that for NIP, the counter game here, especially into the mirror, is not great. So they're probably going to have to pivot their attack around other parts of the map.
Yeah, the Capital can become a factor as well later in the round. I mean, one thing that you can actually do is just smoke it. Once you eventually go in towards that entry, you can put one of those smoke bolts in towards the window position if it is facing in. So, which I'm pretty sure, from what I can see, it is from Janitor. Yeah. Drones go out. Psycho trying to see some information. Obviously, spot said mirror. And obviously, you can send the buck down below and pop it that way. So a little bit of that old-style conventional approach.
Did he get it?
I don't actually think he did. I could be wrong in this, but no, yeah, that has not been popped just yet. Clearly the approach, though, clearly something that W7M are aware of and could send someone down below to maybe go hunting for Pino. Still trying to find that angle. Also trying to maybe find a kill. The buck here, very strong. They can spot a couple of players running around. An opportunity. A very difficult one. Those shots not easy to hit. 90 seconds into the round left to go. It is going by quite quickly here. NIP haven't really done a whole lot. They haven't been able to pop that mirror window. Still a couple of players on the rappel. Outside running around.
Yeah, the rappel key here for NIP if they want to go for a plant towards CEO, which I think will be the case at the moment with the hard breach close by the wall. Another smoke canister to go out, or a bolt rather, from the Capital. KZ, though, is locking down CEO with the Warden, so the attack needs to be mindful of the kind of utility that they dump in that position, but maybe not. Pino's been able to make his way over towards top square after lurking down below and contesting the mirror window and trying to find a kill of his own. Finally does so, and now can flush out that stock hold position. That's Philippox behind the shield. Pino collects the diffuser, and I tell you what, NIP in a couple of moments here could be on for a plant.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of getting that position over towards top square. Good flashes from Pino, that kind of forced back Philippox. Philippox, of course, can make his presence known later in the round, but the shots come through. Nade and Hurts at the exact same time combining. There's that kit that goes down. Pino losing his life. They've still got Psycho. Never mind. As I say it, he goes. Bye-bye. Wizard over towards Spiral. That's one. That's maybe two. No, not quite. Good shot from long desk from Herds to close this one out. And speaking of closing it out, W7M now on the verge of taking this map of Bank, really pulling away from NIP. A somewhat resilient NIP. They're not going down in these rounds too easily. We're not seeing flawless smashes in these rounds. W7M are not beating them 5-0 in these rounds. They're close affairs, they're scrappy, but it is now 4 in a row to W7M. NIP just losing a little bit of that confidence, and now the timeout does follow finally, but 3 match points beckons after the timeout.
Yeah, I suppose NIP wanted to get a read on those defensive setups, then take the tactical timeout to try and address a couple of key problems that they have identified. I don't think it was really the worst of attacks. They did a pretty decent job in terms of maintaining the rappel control. The plant selection was probably the right one as well in that instance, but again, just connecting the dots Didn't quite work out. Pino was a little bit unfortunate to not get as much value down below on the buck as he would have liked.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to, maybe get a freebie on someone playing the mirror or...
No one was playing the mirror. No one was playing in janitor.
Yeah, until really late.
I think also that's probably where you've got to give the plaudits and the strategy to W7M. It's like, oh, we'll set the mirror up in janitor, but let's just not play it. We don't really need it. It's perceived pressure. Because if you're on that rappel and you're looking at that mirror, you don't quite know, is someone playing it? Will someone be playing it? There's the rotate hole in from long desk that can overtake that position of janitor at any moment. And the fact that they were never able to pop that mirror, the fact that they were never able to really take that position meant that for the entire round, despite the fact no one was playing janitor, it was perceived pressure from the side of W7M. 6-3 on their map here of Bank. Cafe to come after this, picked by NIP, of which W7M have only played it once this tournament, losing at 3-7 to Virtus Pro, which does give NIP a chance, but as we kind of alluded to in the pre-show discussion for this match, Clubhouse, very, very strong for W7M and will be a daunting task for NIP. In my opinion, I think they need the next 3 rounds. I think they need to send us to overtime and somehow win this map if they're going to have any chance of getting past W7M. Hey, funny things have happened, but still, that's probably the task at hand for them.
And W7M, I guess you could argue, somewhat backs against the wall, finding themselves already in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
To double down on what has been an incredible year for them.
They're not pulling their punches. They're not making mistakes. They look really clean right now because they understand. If you start to make a couple of mistakes and you give NIP a look in, they're more than formidable enough to be able to punish that. And obviously for W7M, know NIP very well from the same region. They played quite a lot. And right now, W7M, I think, have looked really, really solid against the NIP team, of course, who also has their backs against the wall. They don't want to go home this early. They'd love to experience the local arena.
That's why it's a happy, sad game for the Brazilian fans, because one advances, one will be packing.
Oh, we just had that
bags.
for APAC, so...
Well, it's not quite. It's not an event in APAC.
No.
One day, maybe.
So, a little bit of a default push at the moment from NIP. KZ holding blue stairs. Early frag grenade. KZ gets aggressive. Double drone. Just the SMG-11. Runs into the Kiva barrier behind him. You imagine running back down blue, someone swings and you just run into the Kiva barrier. 90 seconds left in the round, still 5 versus 5. This very much benefits W7M the longer this progresses. And IP really need to fight. Yeah, what an angle found by Herd. What a sensational game he's had. 14-6. There's the swing from KZ, the permission to play off of that. The shotgun now up close gets pulled out. He's full white from the Candela, but there's still no swing. He's still alive. Cons was never able to push in towards that position. Pino, as soon as he threw that Candela out, he dies through the hatch. And it's a disaster of a round for NIP. They've had some good rounds, some good moments, but this final, or potential final round, has certainly gone against them. Some strong play from W7M, and with 55 seconds left, it's up to now Wizard and Cons to try and salvage this round and keep this game alive.
The use of the Azami, so oppressive. And you can see Herds just continues to play positions that the attack can't read. Wizard all alone 1v4.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Wizard, all out of party tricks. Herds 17 kills, solidifies the win on Bank for W7M, and puts them one step closer to moving forward in this lower bracket as they take down their local rivals. 7-3 on the map pick of W7M, and a very strong showing as well. Quite convincing in terms of that overall scoreline. Still one map, of course, still to go in terms of W7M's progression. This series is not over. We will be heading to Cafe, NIP's map pick, where they have to really show us does something more. The first half from NIP was fine, was solid. They had a 3-on-2 lead. They probably should have actually maybe had a 4-2 lead at the half. But evidently, as soon as they had to switch and NIP had to go on to the attack, they were just unable to deal with that wall of W7M.
I mean, Herds in particular stood out to me as just being an absolute menace on defense. There were so many times throughout that half where he was the sole reason they got off to a really, really strong start. You think about like the double kill in stock top floor early on. Final round, he's playing this strange Azami configuration inside of the side and is able to assist even a player being hunted down blue stairs. I mean, he was just an absolute menace. And if NIP, regardless of map, are unable to tame that, this is going to be a very, very challenging match, especially on the side of the attack.
Yeah, 6 of the last 7, as you can see here on the little lower graphic. So 6 of the last 7 really sort of encapsulating the dominance that we saw from W7M towards the end of that particular map. And look, good start from NIP. You can clearly see it there, winning 3 of the first 5. I thought they got off to a really good showing. I thought maybe they were going to give us something that could contend with W7M the whole way, but as soon as that half switched, it was just a completely different story. NIP just were unable to get through the defense of W7M, in which, you kind of look at here, you had a bit of a messy basement, but it was mainly that strong rotate from W7M. So you give W7M the quarter. That 8th round top floor roam, very successful from W7M. We saw that double kill over towards stock. Right? So again, W7M, it's not like we're looking at like NIP making mistakes. It's just W7M are actually in a position where they're setting the tone. They're setting the pace. They're aggressive on the defense. They're making life difficult for NIP. Even in that 9th round, top square gets denied. Right? So that's again W7M saying, hey, we don't want you to have this position. We're going to make sure you don't get it. So really difficult for NIP. We're going to be heading to a break. When we come back, though, they do get to go to their own map pick of Cafe.
Ashen working his way in here with these Rotero drones, and what a brilliant shout as of right now as well. These things can be very detrimental, especially to these evil eyes, but might be a little bit dual back and forth between those things if he's on the proper one, right? Drone mechanics up against the laser, constantly getting spat at that. Almost a minute off the board though. SSG haven't gave up a body just yet. E1D out, he'll get rid of that Frost Mat, which should be a telltale sign that he's worked his way into the bathroom, but they have no idea that E1D is so loud, they're not even going to be able to make out that audio cue. Turd has to go in behind the half wall, but he's been discovered now. J90 with a nice angle here, and he'll be able to discover him too. Able to find that angle on him. Fultz with a nice kill, and SSG take the reins here in round 9.
Complete roam clear on the opposite side of the map. Aspie able to get the jump out. Maestro rotating upstairs to try and retake some of this control, but SSG are going in for the pinch. They're collapsing on the Maestro. They start retaking up top. Reaps finds 1, but now downed. It's the 12 and 4 Ramai to try to fully bring back this round. Catches 1. Ashen completely off guard. Down goes that Flores, and Reaps maintains control of the second floor for the moment. SSG going for the counterplay. There's opportunities here as SSG starts splitting. One going through bathroom, other on the opposite side. Reaps instead drops down. He's trying to force SSG's hand. Say, okay, you can come for the execute. You can come for the bomb site. Then once they drop back down, Reaps will go for the rotation back up. It's a game of anticipating the other's moves, and whoever can get further ahead might very well be the victor of this late round engagement. Reaps going for the rotate, holding the angle with that pistol. He hears Forrest stomping up above. Now going for the rotate back outside. Reaps holds his ground for the moment.
Just hear the stomps of the players upstairs. Hot and cold. Kiritos in hand. Impact out. Reaps, have you done enough? Oh my. What a moment right there. As not only does he pistol whip the first man, but the impact, the knowledge to know that that player was going to attempt to follow that up. Insane stuff out of Reaps right here. Not very many players in the world, folks, are capable of time and time again finding these clutches, but Reaps seems more than, willing to put himself in these positions and make some magic happen.
6-3 now for Bleed. A monstrous clutch from Reaps 96. 15 and 4 right now. Completely dominating this game against SSG. We thought they had it. You see that coordination on that clear. They're able to use the E1D. They know the roam is there. Sure, it seems the exact intel is lacking at times, but for that first pick, Ashen reacts in time as the Azami swings out. Then they find the player behind half wall, take him down through the soft wall, and then get a third, a 2v5 that was initially. And Reaps is able in the 2v4 right as he loses his teammate to find it. But again, it's the intel from SSG that is well and truly lacking. Nobody aware that Reaps is on that top floor. All right. Mistakes happen, now you know, but then we just have 2 players funneled downstairs. Reaps gone completely unnoticed, leading SSG on a wild goose chase, and they end up making the exact move Reaps accounted for and anticipated. No round gained by SSG this half so far, and Bleed just need one more to close out Chalet 7-3.
Was picked by Bleed, but SSG doing a solid job of hiding this map for a while. Thought they'd have some solid considerations here, but Bleed just better in the pocket as of right now. This map looking more than in the backpack, which would carry us on to Nighthaven, but Space Station with that timeout. Solid considerations more than likely, as they will look to try and go on a perfect streak for the next 3 rounds to force overtime on this map. The current lineup that they have looking pretty solid for a basement offense, as they'll be looking to try and rip up the flooring here inside of Fireplace Hall. Make life a little bit more difficult for the defenders, burrowing themselves down in the site.
Use those boogies to create those openings. A little bit different usage than we've seen before. A lot of the times we'll see teams maybe open up that top floor and then, that balcony I mean, and then use those holes to kind of look down and get super long angles. So I want to see if Fultz will decide to do that as well. Use that final boogie to create a line across that heaven balcony. We'll have to see though, he is rotating up to that second floor. Heard the buzz of a Maverick torch earlier, likely trying to open up that garage wall. Another EE1D goes out from Forest. No capitalization from SSG just yet. We need to see this entry. We need to see them start setting the pace. It's been Bleed in the early and the late game who have so successfully forced SSG to cave and meld to their game instead of SSG to set theirs. Second to last E1D now gone. Ashed has moved his way in from office balcony into office proper. Reeves needs to cross this position. He's trying to win the fight. Instead, it's Aspie who swings. Forrest caught off guard. Great team play by Bleed, who can now start rotating back to site.
It's moments like this right here. Once again, the coordination from Bleed on the angles. Body Space Station, but they're trying to add a few extra things into the fold. Hot and Cold will get traded out immediately as Fultz will pick one up from the verticality. Somebody trying to work their way up main stairs. It's going to be Hoven to try and reclaim, but Fultz, a beautiful move, a masterclass in positioning, gifts him that kill. And now a minute remains for Bleed and for Turd to try and have a clutch moment up against Space Station that would send us to a third map.
Hoven making a play he didn't need to make. A little bit of an overheat there. You got the 2v2 on the site. You can play time. Sure, they can find intel, but if you're going to make a play like that, give them a 1v1. Maybe you catch them off guard. Maybe SSG's intel's lacking, but if Fultz is just looking at the right position, he's in bar. He can catch you off guard. Now it's cost her a teammate in a very, very important 2v2. They're down 1-0. They need this round to solidify map 3. But SSG can still lose it. Flashbang goes out. Turret dodges it. He's got to know Fultz cross. No, he just walks in. Is Fultz watching? He's able to get the initial engagement, but there's the swing from Fultz. That could have been 7-3 right there, but instead, man advantage goes SSG's way. They're able to hang on a little longer on Chalet.
Most definitely. Fantastic prospect. Both of these squads right now. Bleed with the opportunity to elongate their stay here in Brazil. At least for another map if they're able to pick up one more round. Space Station Gaming already with one successful round in this clutch opportunity to try and bring us back to overtime. That round pretty scrappy as well, going back and forth constantly as each team was trying to fight fire with fire, searching for that man advantage. But Space Station, after the dust settles, come out on top of the heap as King, at least for that round. Now, leading into this, one of the harder sites to try and deal with on Chalet, it's going to be Bar Gaming.
Bleed can take advantage of this Capital ban, though. I really like the rotations back to the side, the coordination between Asfi and Reeps as they moved their way from the top floor down through the dining hatch. Not necessarily the case here. I mean, you can, of course, move all the way in Master Bedroom and Office, but you're just going to rotate across the top floor. Here, because of that Capital ban, and again, the nade changes we've mentioned and everyone is aware of, you can sit in that library corner just at the bottom left of your screen right there, the southeast corner on the compass right now. If you're able to sit there and hold, there's not a lot of counterplay from the attackers to actually go for. Bleed aren't doing it. So there are options they're leaving on the table for what they could do. Instead, they're going with a much more normal hold at the top floor. They have the mirror windows and the Azami, but nobody actually in that death position. So there's going to be a very familiar defense at the moment for SSG. But still, you have to actually fight the members of Bleed, who, as this game has gone on, Reeps and Hoven, sure, maybe not playing the best in that previous round, but still two players you need to worry about on this clear.
Yep. beauty of a situation like this for Bleed is, well, Carter, there's certain things that you can't strategize about, and you must just do. That's one of them. Fight Bleed. Yeah, you have the strategy set up, you have the operators, you know where your path is supposed to be going, but what is Bleed going to do to you when you attempt this? Ashland's going to work his way in downstairs. Forrest in tow, but he's wrapping himself around over towards the gaming window, I'm going to assume here. Houghton with a beautiful find inside a fireplace. Who is this? I think it's, I want to say that it's Reaps. Standing right around this corner. No, it's going to be the Azami. Oh, what a moment. He's going to be able to take down Hoven. I don't even know if Houghton knows that he was actually more than capable picking that up, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Mentalist could just hold that cross right outside of Bart. So instead, be a pickup here from Turd, but big moment right now.
It is a very big moment. I mean, things could change. Hoven slowly crawling up. He just got that Kiba off to shelter him as he went down. As he keeps crawling back and back up. There's the find from Forrest. Just in the nick of time, right as Hoven was at his most hopeful he might find a way back into this round. SSG play the patient game, cut down 2 birds with 1 stone. 5v3 now, Ashen lurking down below early.
Welcome back to the B stream here, of course, with W7M and NIP. Looking at some of the highlights from the opening map, which was Bank. The map picked by W7M, and a really good strong start as well from NIP. We see the clutch up here as well by Psycho in terms of one of these earlier rounds. And the vibes seemed pretty good in the NIP camps, guys. He's got off to a 3-2 lead, arguably. Should have closed out this round here. It was a massive clutch from JV92 to solidify themselves a 3rd round at the half of W7M. From this point on, though, W7M did not drop a single round and looked absolutely clinical on the defense.
Yeah, that clutch really did mark the beginning of things to come for W7M on that particular occasion. They did a fantastic job defensively. So many players stepping up in different moments when required, and unfortunately for NIP, finding pockets of space, finding win conditions, finding an opportunity to get themselves back into a round, for instance, proved to be very, 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 very challenging. I guess as expected, right? W7M, they are, of course, back-to-back major champions. They are looking to make one hell of a run here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they certainly are. We see the maps down below here. Of course, Cafe picked by NIP, which honestly, when you kind of look at some of the numbers for them, it looks pretty good. W7M's only played it once so far this tournament. It was a 3-7 loss against Virtus Pro. Whereas for NIP, yeah, I mean, a bit of a mixed bag. 6-8 loss versus Virtus Pro, which is a lot better than 3-7. They beat Ferex on it, of course, and lost to DZ 4-7. So probably not like a super advantage for NIP going into Cafe, but certainly looks a lot better than the Clubhouse deciding map, which is coming up later if we do get there, if it is required. Because right now, the way that W7M looked back on Bank, as you can see here from some of the statistics, they were absolutely formidable. Herd 17 and 6. Look at the EPS as well for Jamie 92, which when you kind of look at things like EPS, it doesn't always take into account things like that clutch that he made as well. That alone is worth heaps of points. For Epox, a really solid performance, especially on the Repel game. Nade and KZ, yeah, maybe didn't get as much involved, but clearly the front 3 there for W7M were super influential. For NIP, again, they started quite well. It's very easy to look at that scoreline and think, oh, well, they got absolutely pantsed. But it really was 5 rounds in a row by W7M to close it out after a strong start by NIP on the defense of Bank. We head to Cafe, of course, now for our second map. The predictions has gotten a little bit better for NIP, 3% better. It was 80% to W7M on Bank. Now it's just 77% W7M. I think the general consensus is pretty clear there from the social predictions. W7M very much favorites to 2-0 and take this series and also send NIP out of 6 Invitational.
Cafe, a map that is strong for both teams. Historical data suggesting that this is a map that they are both very comfortable on. So I'm eager to jump into things. Certainly paints a more favorable picture for NIP and being able to fight their way back into this series. But again, I have my doubts on their attack. They found it very, very difficult to challenge the key playmakers for W7M, and Cafe is a map where if they can establish those key players in key positions and NIP can't dislodge them, good luck finding rounds.
Yeah, I think, you know, going back, kind of said at the end of that last game as well for W7M, it really was everything that they were doing, right? And you could probably sit back and maybe find a few nitpicks here for NIP, but for the most part, it really was just W7M being incredibly impressive, especially on their defense, which, unironically, they now actually begin on their defense here for Cafe, which is really going to be the litmus test for me, for NIP, is can they break through this defensive wall that W7M have clearly put up back on Bank?
I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. I really hope they do. I'd love to go to 3 maps. I'd love to see Clubhouse, but you know, clearly from the social predictions and really I think the general consensus is that W7M should close this out. That's the storyline we go with. That's now up to NIP to change that storyline.
So as the bans come through, we assess how these sit with what we've expected from these teams and the tournament as a whole. Monty has seen some target bans across the board, typically utilized by teams to clear for the roam and go for some set plays. Here on Cafe, some of those are like the coffee plant, for instance, general map clear, etc. Capital, an intriguing one. We saw some cap play in the previous map. A great way of countering things like mirror windows, for instance, flushing out those positions. Defensively, not straying too far from what we would expect with the Valk Fenrir combo. Does mean that the Valk, though, is back in play. So Valk, Azami, Solus are going to be the big three that we anticipate we'll see quite a bit of here defensively from W7M. They'll be kicking it off on that diff half, that defensive half.
That has been a difference.
It's been a difference maker for them for sure on Bank.
So Bar and Cocktail, though, here for the opening run, has gotten its critique. The site itself here on Cafe, so far it hasn't really been favoring the defense all that much. Maybe historically, but right now at this tournament, it really hasn't been a go-to. A lot of teams actually opting away from it. I had the pleasure of casting a little bit of Cafe earlier on today, and I believe it was Bleed that opted to pretty much ignore this site as much as humanly possible. W7M opting to go straight to Bar and Cocktail to begin with. You mentioned, of course, that massive juggernaut lineup of defensive operators that you've got available. The Azami, the Solus, they're there. Obviously, Fenrir and Valkyrie banned out. Super if required, but not really going to be seen all that much on this particular map. Maybe down below inside a kitchen, you can see Tuberat get utilized, but not really going to be as used as compared to some of these more oppressive defensive operators. Herds, 17 kills, back on Bank. Someone to keep an eye on, certainly at the individual level, coming into Cafe to see if he can continue on with those heroic efforts.
NIP reserved on their initial push towards the map. Herds, the aggressor, playing this mid-window position. Thinks a little bit better of it though, and NIP are able to crawl forward and gain some control now. Obviously an opportunity to divert from down below if they want, and Psycho will take the initiative now to gain some control below. The logic bomb used and the call goes out. Will now end. NIP not finding a ton of value from that, but looking for windows of opportunity in. Lurk up the stairs from Wizard. Pino to drone out reading, so Philippe Box in a moment here should be under pressure. He is scanning for those drones. Don't know if he was spotted. Nonetheless, though, NIP looking to converge on this roam.
Yeah, interesting you say, not sure you got much from it. What they have been able to get is map control. As you mentioned, that kind of white stairs position has been picked up by Wizard, using those logic bombs and E1Ds earlier on. And there is Wizard that gets that kill into JB92. Had no idea. Coming in from top white. Now KZ to challenge as well. He loses out to Wizard too at that battle over towards white stairs. So again, that entry early on, successful for NIP. Another one to follow maybe from Wizard. Philippe Box, yeah, eventually goes down. The Wizard show to begin in the opening round here of Cafe. It's down to just Nade and Herds remaining on the Warden and the Azami, and this Bar Cocktail site hasn't even really been seen. All the work done down below for NIP. Herds lingering over towards Lounge and Shop. Good angles in towards site. Obviously trying to block off that top red push and trying to keep Shop. I like what W7 have done with the site, but I like even more what NIP have done down below with their entries, cutting off some of these rotates, and have made life very difficult for W7M.
Herds, though, still alive, and if there's any player of the 10 inside this server that could clutch up and step up in a moment like this, it's probably him. Red hot off the back of Bank, and he's been allowed forward into Shop, but Muzi will shut that down. May well be a flawless round here for NIP on the attack to kick things off, but denied by Nade. He's in washrooms currently, able to swing around and dash across to maybe try and find something. 20 seconds on the clock, and NIP will go for the plan as Nade looks to dislodge more of this attacking setup. Unfortunately, though, unable to find much opportunities, not really presenting themselves, and now NIP can fall back, establish these crossfire positions. Nade, well, he gets two with him. Unfortunately, though, it's not enough. And NIP finally get an attacking round in this series.
Yeah, and a really good start for them here on this map, considering for W7M, Bank defensively, they just looked impenetrable
to begin immediately. NIP, Wizard, they get that control over towards White Stairs. Those early logic bombs and EE1D gets them inside of the map. He's able to convert essentially 3 kills. 1 was an assist, but nevertheless the same outcome. And then from there, NIP were able to make their way up towards the site. Eventually got the plant down. Attacking was the issue for them back on Bank, and a solid start here on Cafe. Admittedly, though, when you look at the attacking win rate of this map for this tournament so far, it is the second best, 47%. As much as that meta is super defender-sided, so defender-sided, there's not a single map that is above 50% attacking win rate. This is one of the closer ones. And so therefore, there is the expectation and therefore the anticipation that NIP can do well here to begin, especially considering it is their map pick.
Apologies if sound is bleeding in from the other stream.
10 seconds to go.
Because Bleed up against SSG is coming right down to the wire. Of course, you can watch that over on the primary stream, twitch.tv/Rainbow6.
I would recommend it because it's a pretty big game.
It's quite close.
And you'll probably be back here in a couple of rounds anyway.
Maybe. Who knows? We'll see how that one shapes up. But round number 2 for NIP and W7M. NIP doing a good job dislodging the roam in the previous round and then able to spearhead that into the objective. Composition, though, this time around, perhaps indicating that it will be a little bit more direct. Osa in play, so Talon Shield's going to be used for flank coverage. Gridlock for flank watch, and the Ying of Psycho to help gain control. Perhaps a little bit deep. Music could be a threat as well. Probably the operator that you want lurking around, trying to pinch, find a position or two. There is a roam employed from W7M, so vertical would be a potential win condition for the defense if left uncontested.
Yeah, I wonder how aggressive and how much W7M will commit to said roam. Is it just simply to eventually rotate back up Red Stairs, maybe make your way over towards Trained and Mining? Obviously for NIP, the conventional approach in terms of getting that vert, opening up the floorboards, is that really going to be a factor? They've got the buck, the gridlock is there also in terms of the track stingers to deny any of those rotates, or at least make it more difficult. Massive clear here from Pino, all the way up towards top floor, in through bar, into Cocktail, so really not making sure they leave any stone unturned. A minute and a half, though. Time a big factor now for NIP because they've gone for that massive roam clear, third floor. And now leaves them vulnerable to the time as they make their way over towards the site. Wizard now with the stingers going out over towards Red Stairs. And now Pino can do the work over towards Reading to open up some of these floorboards.
So the vertical now established, or in the process of being established from NIP. Secondary hard breach on the freezer hatch. So the attack posturing for a coffee plant currently, and W7M based on the sound that's being projected and the lines of sight being opened up should be aware of that and looking to reposition themselves for plant denial. Now no nitro cell in hand for W7M, so that's something to keep in mind. They could of course flood that position with impact grenades if they're unable to find line of sight. 45 seconds then on the clock. Pino has done his job very well creating this line of sight. And with all 5 members of the attack still standing, he should be able to post up in this position and hold the vert for late round.
Now, W7M have just not really given NIP much of a chance. They're not over-aggressing up above. They're not really pushing themselves into difficult positions. Hurt's just sitting VIP behind the shield. Just says, all right, well, I mean, if they come White Stairs, I'm ready for them. Philippe walks over towards Prep. They're not really giving much of an entry point. There's that drop down eventually coming through. But of course, who was watching? VIP, that was Hurt. Nice trade at least from Collins. And he has, of course, got those Talon shields and can go and get the plant down on the Ossa. But up close, they might not be aware of JB92. Doesn't matter, because even in the hallway, it's a slaughterfest defensively by the hands of W7M. Collins has to get the plant down. Denied, though. He loses his life. And that is all she wrote. The time runs out. W7M on the board here early for Cafe.
NIP doing a okay job in that round. I think, unfortunately, they had voiced that that was the push they were going to go for. I'm trying to think of a better word for voiced. I suppose projected, that's what they were going to go for, and W7M tuned into that frequency and were able to formulate a plan defensively to deny it. Arguably, they didn't have the best in terms of secondary utility in particular to deal with it, but obviously good positions, great shots. VIP being locked down by hers was a key factor as well. Collins tried to force his way through, but advanced positions from the defense, which read nicely into that attack, were rewarded. W7M back to the sort of form we saw defensively on map 1 of Bank.
Now, I do want to mention the slight spoiler. If there is anyone that wants to know, or sorry, not know the result of the A stream, please close this off. 3, 2, 1. Space Station Gaming has taken down Bleed. After Bleed had a 6-3 lead, they lose it out 6-8 on the second map. Now, why is that important? Well, the winner of this game will now take on SSG, setting up potentially a clash in the lower bracket between W7M and SSG if this continues in the direction that it is currently going. Obviously, NIP looking to change that said direction. And while here on Cafe, and the map pick of NIP. So the winner of this series, of course, now they take on Space Station Gaming. That match not happening, of course, today. That would be, I'm assuming, tomorrow. Nevertheless, of course, we still need to find out who SSG will be playing. They'll be able to watch on how slow and steady for NIP. Not really much being given to them. Herds pops up through the window, maybe wanting to go for this peak. Tell you what, really speaks to the volume of the confidence that Herds is displaying throughout this series. 17 kills back on bank. Despite a couple of shots at this window, he still elects to hold it.
My air jab is deployed.
Well, the air jab's deployed in anticipation for a jump out, although it looks like that first air jab actually has been muted off by Herds inadvertently as that is placed on the red. Whoa! Freebie for Herds. Drops prone and cons upside down. Will feel the wrath of the Azami, or of the mute rather. That's also the hard breach down. So that's a big loss for NIP and a big stumble on a position that they should be anticipating now that it's the second time we're seeing it.
I don't know if it's going to be that much of a matter in terms of reading a fireplace, but not ideal either way. Certainly would rather have at least all 5 players up as well. Down to a minute and 20 left, and it's just repel from NIP. You got to get inside of the building. That's where you can do your best work. We saw that earlier in the opening round. They entered the building off the back of the logic bomb and the EE1D. They got white stairs control. They were able to cut apart W7M, but right now it's just all about this repel game. And it's slow and it's methodical, yes, but W7M are happy to play against this kind of style, this kind of pacing. Hertz continues to just hold this position. The ego vault. The air jab, but no one there to even punish this at all. Oh, and a beautiful shot from Uzi. Never mind, the punishment does eventually come through. The Hertz gets nothing on the vault out. 45 seconds left. Now brings it back. Well, 4 versus 4. Shot over towards default from Pino. He actually thought he was getting maybe jumped out as well, but it's a teammate on the repel. Wizard getting the kill onto Fleetbox. Just barely stays alive. 30 seconds with 3 versus 3. Muzi goes very deep. Where's the trade? Eventually comes through from Pino. Grabs that kit. No. Leaves it behind momentarily. Now goes back for it. 20 seconds. And a plant is required.
The Solace still in play here for the defense. Will JV92 have an impact in this round? Pino's going to drop down, go for the default plant, juggle it to Wizard. Good decision. Wizard lower on HP. The goo mine now needs to be extracted. Pino will keep his in. He needs to play coverage. Lands the first shot, but the goo mine takes him down. JV92 can round the corner, deny the plant, and confirm it for W7M.
Very quickly, there's nothing more they could have done in that situation. Firstly, Wizard has to get that Goon Mine out, otherwise he's going to die on the first tick. I mean, he's basically going to go down immediately there, and he obviously needs to get that plant down, so he had no choice. Secondly, Pino in that situation too needs to provide cover. If he's sitting there trying to stick that, pick that Goon Mine out, then he's going to die. And the plant's also going to be denied. I think he makes the right decision. He eventually gets it down. Fortunately, the swing comes from Pillar side rather than Hallway side, and eventually they lose their life to JV. Those Goon Mines very impactful though, regardless, from the Legion for W7M, and they go 2-1 up here. Really good start for them defensively. They go back to Bar and Cocktail. This was the site opening round where, of course, they succumbed to that pressure. Wizard over towards White Stairs on the entry. But we'll see if they've learned some of those lessons. But at the very least, right now, again, W7M bringing this really solid defensive gameplay that we saw from Bank now over to Cafe.
W7M, again, doing a great job. Players like Herds in particular with those power positions, just able to pluck that initial pick, making it very challenging for NIP, who perhaps time management isn't one of their strong suits at the best of times. You add on to the fact that they're playing from a disadvantage, and naturally most teams are going to find it really, really difficult. So, away from W7M as the first quarter of this match concludes. Now, of course, NIP having a read on these defensive strongholds will perhaps be able to refine these attacks a little bit. Heading into the fourth, we go back up above, arguably, and I think statistically as well, the weakest site on the map. So maybe an opportunity for NIP to exploit things. last time. Getting quick map control, but I think this time around it'll be a little bit more of a traditional push with a focus on getting rift control first initially, opening up those hatches, and then probably contesting this Azami relatively directly on things like the Repel and shop as well once they get control.
Just little moments for NIP that so far in the series has cost them. They've been, by and large, fine, but it's just W7M have just really stepped up their level from what we've seen of them, I think, at this tournament. Starting to probably find a little bit of that groove, really starting to get that swagger back. They're aggressive on the defense. They're making it really annoying for NIP. NIP just kind of stuck on the Repel, hard to enter. Psycho, oh, I said it's hard to enter. He makes his way to shot, but he just loses the nade. Far too convincingly. That was a nice aggressive early push from Psycho to try and open up. But you also on the Ying. Those Candelas now are gone in terms of the late round entry, the late round execution. Down a player as well early for NIP. Nitrocell. Sorry, breaching round there. Open up that window over towards Lounge. 90 seconds left. And again, W7M just finding himself to be quite difficult to overpower.
KZ still inside Lounge. And on cue, he finds a pick. Probably good for another in a moment. It's heard elsewhere, though, to find one. Keys has this attacker on lockdown. It's Boozy with the diffuser in hand. And there is the kill confirmed. Unfortunate from NIP. They cannot break down that defense. It got off to a rough start with the Ying falling first. From there, all of that utility was so difficult to clear.
Well, the initial push into shot from Psycho is fine. I mean, it's actually pretty good. Get aggressive, try and overload a position that clearly is impactful for the defense, where you want to defend that cigar shop position, can then kind of unlock the round a little bit. We saw it there early. Psycho knew the game plan. Shake of the head, because there's an understanding that there was an opportunity that went begging there. But as soon as that death then occurs, you probably need to change into your secondary option for the round, which should have probably been something like a white stairs approach. Instead, it ends up just being a quad stack over towards top red. And that becomes quite easy then for W7M. And credit to KZ as well on the Azami, holding in towards Lounge. He's moving around. It's not an easy position to hold because you're actually susceptible to any kind of pressure from down below. We saw a couple of floorboards get opened up, and he's just constantly moving around. Saw it in some of the earlier rounds too on Bar Cocktail. We saw Herds as well earlier, holding key positions at those windows, being aggressive. So NIP have to kind of be aware of that unfortunately you go for that aggressive play, it backfires. You know that it's going to be even harder to then break down a defense of W7M that has looked so strong in this series. They go 3-1 up, and it really feels like that opening round for NIP feels like a lifetime ago.
The Blitz repick then round 5, and with the Grim no longer banned out, like was on the previous map, Psycho will be filling that role as well. So we could see the changing pace, the pace change up rather, a little bit here from NIP, ramp it up to another level. Maybe try to catch W7M off guard. So we'll keep a close eye on cons throughout this round and see where that Blitz is looking to spearhead the attack. Keep in mind that Souls is in play, so direct counter available, and being able to spot that out and deny plant as well. Top-down drone work here from NIP, so it won't be the snappiest of starts to the round for the attack, but the beauty of this kind of lineup, it comes down to the trigger point. You find enough information, find a window of opportunity. It's all about capitalizing on that. Pino with vertical, DMR doesn't land the shots though, and that defender can skate away. That being KZ.
Yeah, a little cheeky there as well from Pino to understand he's not going to catch him if he just goes straight towards top white. Instead, actually opens up the floorboard to see if he can catch him on the rotate. Game sense. Wizard feels like a lifetime ago where he got that opening 3K to begin in the opening round. Bring the Blitz, they're bringing the Grim. A real change up in the approach for NIP, like you said. Low walk down white. Cons looking for a push over towards the freezer side. Obviously Hurts behind that shield inside of VIP. JV over towards Whiskey. Yeah, map control has just been so prevalent for W7M. I mean, how many times have we seen NIP struggling to get into the build? Oh, that's an aggressive swing from KZ. Could have almost found a double, and that allows Musi to push in, but there's a Nitrocell. The response from W7M is just rapid. Sure, it's an aggressive swing from KZ, but they are able to then play off of his death so quickly, so efficiently. And despite the hive launcher that has been utilized, the red ping, they can't really do a whole lot with that. Finally, Psycho, now on 1 versus 2. Playing off of his own
Hive launcher. Spots one, knows where the kid is, still has 50 seconds and 1 versus 2. And that's going to deny even more time. Nicely done from Nate, actually. The Vulcan canister on top of that kit is just going to buy even more time for W7M.
One shot is all it takes, and Psycho will fall.
Needs to get this into freezer.
Yeah, I mean, one Hive launcher available could dislodge Coffee and put Felipox on an island, but how much can he actually do off this info?
Attackers recovered.
Picks up the kit, 18 seconds. Unfortunately, though, no information as to where Felipox and Nade will be. And as soon as he gets into sight and starts trying to get that plant down, they can both swing. Did get a ping onto Felipox, stepped into the bees, they go buzzing. But as he moves forward, he has to get this plant down. He cannot get off of it. Nade's over towards Bakery. Has he got the sight lines? No. He's going to allow Psycho to get the plant. Psycho's going to have an opportunity. One chance, one shot. Needs to hit the head. And he does from Psycho. He only had the one chance, but he finds it. And it keeps NIP alive. A much-needed round win.
Wow. NIP have been looking for a big standout moment like that to really give the team a confidence boost, and Psycho able to step up to the mark. One Hive launcher in the pocket, 1 shot's worth of HP, and he makes it count. As you mentioned as well, realistically, only one opportunity to pop up, land the shot, get the kill. Otherwise, he would have been hunted down. There's some great work there from Psycho. Fantastic in the clutch. And W7M, I'm sure, will be a little bit frustrated that that round was allowed to slide.
Yeah, I mean, it started off with the aggression again from KZ on that Solus. He loses his life. Yeah, gets punished. But then the trades all come through because W7M have got good position. That was the little moment there for Felipox. I'm not too sure exactly what happened, but he stepped into the bees at the last second, maybe tried to time it. I'm not too sure. Obviously, we were kind of watching the POV of Psycho, and that just gave that little bit of information for Psycho to play off of as he made his way in towards Freezer, gets the kill onto what looked like a disorientated Felipox. Nade was over towards Bakery. He was a long way away, obviously playing time. But he was such a distance away that he could not deny the plant, and a really good pop-up shot from Psycho. 2-3. Those maybe just joining us, not too sure if the A stream is over just yet, but nevertheless, this has been a very dominant performance from W7M back on Bank and to begin here on Cafe. But a real standout round from Psycho. Just gives NIP a lifeline, a chance to maybe try and build on that. This is their map pick as well.
So the final attack then for NIP will be spearheaded from the top floor. Pino once again likely tasked with vertical pressure. He has been strong in that regard so far. He'll need some information though if he's looking to flush out players, and Psycho will be the first to drone ahead. I believe it's Herds inside of Train, and it is on the cap can now confirmed. Muzi meanwhile will look for a pinch now up the red stairs. And if NIP can combine here, there is a chance they're able to place him on an island. The JV92 through the wall hits an insane shot to open up the round for W7M.
Well, that's a tilter for Muzi. It's a tilter as well for NIP. After the clutch from Psycho, you lose that Finker. No adrenal surges, and they went fast again, trying to get a bit of map control. Over towards red stairs, then pushing down the hallway. Now means, of course, Psycho is a little hesitant to make the same push, but either way, it does have to kind of do something here. JV caught towards Pillar, though. Lovely shot from Cons. Finished off by Psycho. Now they got themselves a little bit of control over towards Train and Mining. Of course, it's Reading and Fireplace, though, and they need to get the plant down over in a different site. Cons does get tagged up. Low. Gets onto the drone. Minute and 10 seconds of time. He's got the time to get on said drone. Nitrocell thrown out elsewhere around the map, and it's ineffectual.
Unfortunately, though, for NIP, Herds and Nade both have fantastic angles in towards this objective, so somebody needs to break the cross. It'll be Psycho with the Hive launcher to create said space. What? Almost gets caught dry peeking with the launcher, but he responds and shuts down Herds.
That's why for the montage reel, it was like a 360 with the Hive launcher, and then pulls out the actual weapon that does the damage and gets the headshot. 2 in a row now from Psycho. Previous round into here. 40 seconds left in the round to close out this half. NIP would love a third round. Taking on to the defense into the next half. And as they start to open up and put pressure in towards Reading, they've got good pillars control. Double white stack now for W7M. And on the rappel, outside as well, Cons gets one on to KZ. Nader trade comes through. Does kind of keep W7M in a good spot, but Cons gets a third in the round, and the bees are buzzing once again. Of good measure,
It's down to Nate and a 1 versus 3, and all he has to do is deny the plant if he can find an angle, but not from this position. He'll get one and creates a 1 versus 2, but it will be a retake scenario with one outside and one towards White Stairs.
With the rappel being held, Nade surely won't be able to bring this one back. The retreat down the stairs and the shot through the rappel. Nade's position confirmed by NIP.
Has a Nitro.
Has a read as well down below, but doesn't have a whole lot of time.
And Nitro up there, the rappel.
Will it land?
No, it does, but it doesn't hit the player. That did land on the window cell. Pino far left of it, and that's probably the round. I don't know how Nade would be able to clutch it here without that said utility, unless he's going to try and force Pino in for the rappel. Really smart behind the bomb chassis. No time, though. Time the biggest factor. He is on it. Cons can make his way up White Stairs. Has the red ping. That should be the round. Well done from NIP. They get their 3rd round in the half. It's a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, discipline there from Cons. Did a fantastic job to get his way down White Stairs, and despite being pinged out, wasn't baited to anything back up above. Trusted his teammate on the rappel, and then was obviously close enough to ensure that the last second counter defuse attempt was squandered. As we look back at the final attacking round for NIP, I mean, Psycho did an amazing job to break that cross that was established, allowed the plant then to go down. So many close engagements there for both teams, but Ninjas in Pajamas able to edge out on top. And we'll see if their defense can now stand the test of a very scary W7M.
Again, for those just joining us that maybe didn't see the first map back on Bank, it was actually 3-3 at the half as well, guys. If you recall, from that point, it was 4 rounds in a row to W7M. They actually got the last round of the half, but technically made it 5 rounds in a row to close out Bank after a really solid start from NIP. NIP led Bank 3-2, lost 5 rounds in a row. Well, NIP have now made it 3-3 here on Cafe. What happens from here? At the very least, they go on the defense now. The issue for NIP back on Bank was their attack was clearly not good enough, and W7M's defense was really strong. Well, now they find themselves on the defense of Cafe, looking to close out their map pick and look to send us to a 3rd map and keep the pressure on W7M. The longer the series goes on, the more and more pressure compounds onto W7M. 2-time major champions potentially could find themselves in an elimination map, let alone series, if they lose here on Cafe.
NIP then leading into the mirror. We saw quite a bit of mirror play from both teams over on Bank, and that will transition out in towards Cafe. He went inside of washrooms to help lock down that lounge position. There is counter utility, though, available for W7M, namely the Ash to directly counter them. Could also look to flush it out with some X-Kairos charges below it as well, so that it can't be held. We'll see, though, if Muzi is up to the task of holding this position in combination with the Azami of Psycho. He's been a hot call throughout this match. Cons is flashed out. He's top white. NIP investing a lot of players to help hold the top floor. W7M leaning heavily into the rappel. The drop now finally comes through inside of shop. The Psycho's taken low, caught off guard on that particular cross. No immediate trade, though, from NIP, and perhaps an opportunity to go for the res. Muzi, though, under so much pressure, caught behind the softball, punished. W7M will punish you if you make mistakes. And now in the 1 versus 4, Wizard needs to pull off a minor miracle. But W7M are ruthless. They will hunt you down. No mistakes on that first attack.
I mean, that was just straight out of Assassin's Creed at the end there with the double vault over kill. White Stairs from KZ, clean. What an attack from W7M, and that's a statement made to begin this second half that they are not going to be pushovers. Just because they're on the attack now doesn't mean that NIP are safe. NIP need to be a little bit more proactive on the defense there. Completely outdone by W7M when it came to that utility department. At no point could they really get good control through that white corridor, completely flashed out by the Candelas, eventually then smoked off. They were sort of forced back. One good play was Wizard down below with an Nitrocell. He actually got at least one looking up towards shop, kept a bit of pressure in the round for NIP, but outside of that, everyone else just got completely strangulated on the side. W7M retake the lead. They got 4-3. Again, really highlighting how strong they can be. But NIP maybe with a trick up their sleeve. We go to mining and fireplace here in the 8th round. We'll see if that can be something that NIP can use to their advantage. Again, they did pick this map. This is the time to use your strats. This is the time where you've cooked. And now to present.
You gotta serve it up.
Serve it up. And they have to serve up something better than that last round, because defensively, if you sit back,
You know, you think about Bar Cocktail, a lot of it really is kind of sitting back, but that probably plays into the hands of W7M. We saw that back on Bank, saw that in that round. NIP at their best so far in this series have been when they're proactive, they're aggressive, they're making it difficult for W7M to do things. If they sit back, W7M are more than happy.
Well, we'll see then if change of scenery changes the tide for NIP. The Goyo in play this time, so perhaps an opportunity for Muzi with those Goyo canisters to stall out this push a little bit for W7M. Of course, you can only place so many and deny so many areas for so long. And W7M, again, the experts in Rainbow Six at exploiting weaknesses and finding the easiest passage towards a round win on the side of the attack. Early pressure from Skylight and flashes to come through from Nade. Herds has already established himself inside of Lounge, and NIP have given quite a lot of space already to W7M, much like we saw on Bank.
Yeah, obviously Candela's used here very extensively by JV to clear out that white corridor position, smoked off as well, but it does get them into the map. Something that NIP kind of struggled with in the first half was getting into the map at times. The W7M are more than happy to expend their utility to get themselves into good position, especially the Burt here on a mining site. One trapped in Cocktail. A very difficult task to get out of that position. One, though, I think that has been achieved at the very least, though, for NIP. 90 seconds is all that remains, and there's the good focus towards top white. KZ hunting down, hatch is open, drop is there. Flash does come through, but a little too late. Psycho did lose his life, so Noah's Army. And a good advantage now for W7M, where they've got top floor control, they've gotten a kill. Yes, they expended utility, but it was rightfully so. Nice little swing from Muzi. Outside of reading, in towards kill, and he gets a kill onto Herds. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, opportunistic play there from the defense. And W7M, despite the information gathering rather been really good so far, not as much the case here. You look at that drone economy. Only one drone standing belonging to Keys. So that could well be a challenge for NIP, or pardon me, for W7M to overcome, and NIP can look to exploit that. 45 seconds on the clock, and Cons is down below. Keys is looking to hunt him down, but Wizard to protect. Almost gets a second, but taken low on HP, and he can fall off and play into his goo mines. 30 seconds then, and W7M will find this a very challenging round to convert.
Yeah, that red stairs position should be absolutely inundated with goo mines right now from the Legion of Wizard. He's been alive the entire game. Really difficult position to push through. Nay can't win that battle. That's Kit down as well on the floor. Flipbox 2 finds himself in an awkward position out of this one. JV, the solo over towards Pillars, but coming up for Brown. That's going to be NIP taking this one, evening things up. 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah, clean there from NIP. Again, despite giving W7M a large portion of the map early on, they were then able to bounce back, and it came off the back of that opportunistic play, reading door. You think about the impact that had later on in the round, plus on top of that, just the amount of information that was denied. Now, again, with Siege being incredibly complex to follow, it's hard to know how many of those drones were hunted down by whom. However, with the Solace in play, I'd be willing to hedge my bets that that information was being relayed really effectively by the defense, and W7M really do rely on having good reads on their opposition off the back of that drone utility and knowing where the pockets of base are, where there might be a weakness in defense or a lack of utility or whatever the case may be. They just simply couldn't get the read that time around and be in any real position to bring it back.
4-4 scoreline. NIP fighting tooth and nail to keep their tournament life alive. Losing the first map of Bank rather convincingly, but it was all said and done. After that 3-2 start, they lost 5 in a row, losing it 7-3. W7M's map pick. Unfortunately, as that map went on, W7M just felt like it got stronger and stronger. And so far, haven't really made too many mistakes. But NIP, a little bit more resilient here on Cafe, fighting back and forth with W7M. Their arch rivals, local rivals. So far, putting themselves at least in a position to try as hard as they can to send us to Clubhouse. Well, by Clubhouse is a map that we've spoken about, and it's going to be very difficult for NIP. It's a really strong map for W7M. Once again, this cigar shop setup that we see so often with the mute, the castle barricade as well. We'll see how W7M look to open this up.
Big responsibility on Psycho on that Azami to lock down this lounge position. Make life challenging for the likes of Herds, who seems to have a read already, but Psycho, he gets one. It's untraded. As that angle can't be found by Herds, so KZ falls unanswered, which is pretty rare to see from W7M.
Yeah, it is. And Psycho playing a very difficult position as well, where it can be very easy if you make one misstep, lose your life. But he's also trying to get aggressive, trying to get himself close to these windows. Found one onto KZ. Musi, though, loses his life on the Warden. Not ideal with the Ying on the board. 3 Candelas in the back pocket as well for JV. Now they don't have to worry about Musi. Minute 40. And onto the rappel, and down below goes for Leapox. This is, of course, reading in Fireplace in terms of the site choice. Frag grenade thrown out by Hertz, looking to clear these key barriers. And Psycho at this point probably needs to now back off. Don't have to over-aggress that lounge position. And I like the fact that he's fallen back. Misplay in terms of the Nitro Assault from Cons. And obviously lets that one go. Nade would have been able to just shoot it anyway and would have spotted that had he made his way over towards his hatch. Eventually does do so. And Pino got a kill onto Polipop. Big moments here for NIP. With each kill, with each pressing moment, they get themselves into a better position to extend and get themselves into a lead maybe here on Cafe.
And keep in mind, Shop is still on lockdown from Cons.
Yeah.
So that's not really a win condition for W7M unless there's utility to help out. Now, JV could roll a Candela under that castle barricade, create some space. Won't need to, though, as Cons does actually naturally fall back. 45 seconds on the clock, keeping in mind objective is down below, second floor. W7M still contesting for top floor.
I mean, yeah, they haven't even cleared out really over towards Cocktail yet, let alone anything else really on that third floor. Ping hurts. Might just go aggressive here. Cons up close to the shotgun. An incredible moment here comes to fruition, and Cons does not miss that moment and swings out to Pillar. Nade was not expecting that. Finally, they'll clear Cocktail, but damage done in the round already. In a round that is probably just about over. Unless JV does something big here. Could have got that kill, could have then played off the yellow ping. The time was always going to be a big factor in Cons eventually. Nice rotate. We've got ourselves a game here on Cafe. And VIP have got themselves a lead late in the piece. 5-4 heading into the 10th round.
Again, NIP 2 rounds in a row, finding opportunistic play and punishing rare mistakes from their counterparts in W7M, who have now taken their tactical timeout in this series, trailing here on Cafe, fighting for their spot at 6 Invitational 2024. Of course, if required, a third map does loom, but for W7M, especially considering they're in the lower bracket and looking to go for 3 lands straight, this is a series that they should probably be finishing off in a 2-way fashion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think for W7M, if this goes to a third map, that already again continues to sort of highlight, at least at this 6 Invitational, that they're not at full strength. They're not playing as probably the best level of Siege that they can bring to the table. But as it continues on, at what point do you go, well, this is just the W7M that we've got for this event? At what point can you really sit back and say, are they going to wake up and become the behemoth that we know that they are? I think they're vulnerable. I think they're a team that is certainly vulnerable to the top teams at this event. And we're seeing that even by NIP here on Cafe. Really strong in their approach, the game plan employed, where it's like, okay, we're going to be aggressive in our defense. We're going to extend over the shop. We're going to have this lounge approach on a reading Fireplace defense. Make it difficult for W7M to get map control, get into the map. Then they fall back on their own volition. And the whole way through, W7M never really got into the round because of the way that NIP played it. 5-4 lead, rightfully so, rightfully deserved here by Ninjas in Pajamas. Can they get themselves into a position to establish a couple of map points?
Well, let's wait and see. Round 10 looms, and we're heading to the top floor. In terms of the defensive setup and structure, it's actually probably not going to be too different from what we saw previously. I'm expecting again that shop extension with the castle on the double door, and Psycho will play a huge role inside of Lounge, anticipating that he'll look to play that with Evo barriers. One thing to note though, the mirror is in play, so Wizard will be utilizing that pretty traditional positions, facing again into Lounge. If W7M want to go for that head-on approach, it could prove to be a challenge. No Ash, no Twitch. So there'll be a reliance on the buck down below. And honestly, from the lineup that we're seeing, I wouldn't be shocked if we end up seeing a pivot from W7M to go for a more cocktail-centric push. Herds has been allowed into the map very early on. Again, a huge strength of W7M for the most part of this series is getting these players in play-making positions. Herds with the skeleton key. Can they get this pick up above into shop?
I think that's Cons right above this hatch. It is taken to half health. Oh! He peeks it. What an ego peek. What a kill from Cons. And what a game that he's having. Skeleton key, shot from below. Yeah, I'll still just pick that anyway. Nade thrown in his direction. He runs back in, though, to an open hatch with KZ looming down below, lurking. 4 versus 4. Lovely trade from KZ to reposition himself. That adrenal surge from KZ was also thrown out incredibly quick to try and help out Herds. But he got dealt with by Cons. Over to White Stairs. Barbed Wire getting taken out. Yeah, jab as well already activated, so that's not going to do much in the late round for JV on the Nomad. 90 seconds left, 10th round. Can NIP find a way to get themselves a couple of map points? Really put the pressure on to W7M. Drone, shot out. Still quite a few remaining.
All eyes on Wizard. Key position held. Philippox does spot one cocktail alongside the chassis as he plays that repel. KZ now to push forward, but Psycho to deny. Can W7M now, a player down, respond and deny map point from Ninjas in Pajamas?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because got Philippox still outside on the repel, so he hasn't really got into that map. He hasn't got control the way his teammates had. Now, Hertz and KZ, they got in nice and early, but they lost their lives. 1-for-1 trade. That's going to favor NIP. They're still up that 3 versus 2 advantage. There goes Philippox 2 on the repel. Dead to Pino, and it's only Nade left on the roof. Ninjas in Pajamas are about to send us, maybe, to a third map if they can continue this little onslaught that they've got developing on the defensive cafe. Map, match points, looming. Nade by himself through shop. Over to New Belt. 30 seconds is all that remains. He takes out the default, but they know exactly where he is located. He spots one. He gets the head onto Psycho. And suddenly this can be winnable. With the kit in hand, he can play the plant game. He can go for these kills. Should know roughly where one of these players is located. But Pino doesn't miss his chance. Doesn't miss his shot. And NIP get themselves 2 map points.
Fantastic work there from NIP, and W7M, again, unable to get their teeth into the attack. A lot of it was centered around the Grim and the space that he could make by avoiding things like the mirror windows facing into Lounge. It didn't start off well for W7M, but eventually the trade did come through. JV as well was able to drop the skylight and was in an advanced position, but NIP, their awareness, especially on the side of defense, is the best we have seen in this series so far.
Yeah.
They are minimizing mistakes and they are punishing W7M.
Yeah, really solid from NIP here on Cafe. They look like they're just getting better and better as the map continues. Can they then maybe take that form into Clubhouse if we get there? Of course, admittedly, at W7M, not a team you want to be counting out. 2 rounds, not a lot. They can certainly send us to overtime, but for NIP, this is the best of look in this series, and that's a concern for W7M. Bank, yeah, it was pretty one-sided for the most part. 7-3 to W7M after a strong start for NIP. They kind of looked a little gassed. They got completely overshadowed by W7M's very aggressive defense. W7M's defense didn't do as much here on Cafe, and NIP were able to poke holes in it, get themselves a good first half, and now they're capitalizing on their own defense. 2 map points as we head over towards mining for the first of the 2.
I don't think we can understate how impressive of a half this is, right? Only yesterday, NIP took on Virtus Pro here on Cafe. A match that went 8-6 in favor of VP. Guess how many defensive rounds NIP got in that game?
2.
There you go. Only 2. Now facing the back-to-back LAN winners of W7M, they are doing a phenomenal job at the moment.
Yeah. Admittedly, W7M played Virtus Pro as well on this particular map. Lost that one 3-7, so a little bit of history there for both of these teams against VP. Under the roof we go for Philippox. The Amari being brought as well by Nate, coupled with the Ying, the Ram, sensing maybe a fast play for W7M at some point in the round. Doesn't have to come through straight away, but it certainly can at a moment's notice. The Solus, though, super impactful. Guys, there's only 4 drones remaining already in the round for W7M.
Cons has been a standout player for the defense so far, now holding his pillar position. He'll be looking to scan for information. Flashes to come through, and it's Philippox to get the first. Nade is now in the objective, or rather the map. The SMG in hand, he may pose a threat. Do NIP have a read on this position?
They do now.
I don't think so, but Nade gets flushed out by his teammate.
Just got drone. Psycho should know that he's being completely enveloped around this position. Music, can he help out as well from shot? No, Trey can't come through because of that castle barricade. All Music can really do is hold his own position, hold his own angles, hold his own. Well, the rest of his team falls apart. He too falls as well inside a shop. This is why at no point should you ever count out a 2-time major champions. 5-on-1. Con's the one, as good as he's been. Would take something special, very special. Otherwise, this is very much looking at 6-5. Very much W7M to deny one of these map points. Indeed, it will be flawless. 6-5. And a chance maybe could go begging for NIP here if they cannot close out before overtime. So they decide, let's have a timeout. Let's talk things over. Let's discuss how we want to play this final map point.
W7M going in for the kill in that previous round. And that classic split attack that we've become accustomed to really coming into fruition. Ramping up the pacing as well. Live droning the players that were able to get their feet into the building quickly. Often, or sometimes, the most difficult part of Cafe, just getting in and applying pressure to the defense. But they did a phenomenal job at it. We'll see if this tactical pause, though, for NIP will be enough, because I fear the same. If this ends up going to overtime, that is the environment in which W7M are going to thrive, and it's going to be so much more challenging for Ninjas in Pajamas to close it out post-regulation if they don't finish it right here, right now, and send us to map 3.
It's interesting you mentioned the pace that was picked up there for W7M, and it was really good to see from them. They're already a team that moves quite rapidly when it comes to entries, roughly about 1 minute and 13 seconds in terms of that time on entry and really making their presence felt and known. I think it was even faster in that round, especially bringing the Amaru. They still had the Ying, and they've been utilizing that Ying quite well. The Amaru was able to really just get that sight, well, not sight control, but that Burt above sight. So we got a reading and fireplace for the final map point of NIP, at least in regulation. W7M looking to send this one to overtime, and if they do so, the pressure immediately just goes back onto NIP and tenfold, considering, of course, if this goes to OT, NIP are very much then at the verge of being knocked out of 6 Invitational, having already dropped that opening map of Bank. So reading in fireplace, paramount. It's that team performance, but we've seen some very impactful kills from the likes of Psycho, Hino at times as well. Wizards had some big plays. Cons has been so efficient, 10 kills as well. Who's going to be the one that stands up for NIP? Maybe, though, who's going to be the one for W7M to send this one to overtime?
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So then, it will be a shop lounge combo here from NIP, facilitated by the Castle and Azami. Last time W7M leaned into the Rappel game, they found it tricky to clear, not really given an opportunity to pivot after losing the first pick.
No Ying this time. Interesting from W7M.
Yeah, focus on explosives. Ash brought in. Salma's as well available for nades. Zofia still stands. So in terms of the economy itself for the attack, quite favorable. All comes down, though, to that execution.
This is where moments are made, though, at 6 Invitational in the playoffs. Map point round. Nitrocell. And he gets the kill onto Philippe Pox. Talk about an opening start to the round. Exactly what NIP would have wanted, desired. Yellow ping over towards washrooms. Musi on the Aruni has been pinged out. They're unable to do anything right now, and I love the double stack as well. In towards backstore with the Azami, looking to really keep the pressure on. Forward facing over towards that lounge and shop position. Barricade still up as well inside a shop. And of course, we're seeing an aggressive Cons.
W7M is sitting and waiting. There needs to be an initiative tool here from W7M to clear this key barrier, to create some space. Perhaps some flashbangs from JV92 or explosives elsewhere. Herds on the lurk, though, as JV92 finally drops to the Azami. That now should unlock lounge, and W7M can begin to really get their teeth into this attack.
That's a massive pick. I'm assuming Psycho must have just overpeaked from that backstore position. JV92 opens things up a little bit in terms of that lounge control. Herds has been down below, in towards mining, slipping on in. Trying to maybe catch someone off guard. Oh, the drop! Oh, but he's the one that gets caught! Like Batman dropping down. Herds goes down. JV over towards Piano, and suddenly the round could fall apart for W7M if they can't find a way back. Nade's going to open up shot position. They'll all play off each other. It's all a triple stack over towards this lounge and shot position for W7M, playing off of each other. No real split, no real map control outside of what these three have been able to attribute to the top floor.
Yeah, NIP falling off the roam, content with the amount of time that has been wasted. W7M fighting from behind to keep this map alive. Only 40 seconds on the clock, and they have an opportunity perhaps to pluck a kill. Bit of vert presence here from KZ. Breach charges in the pocket to be deployed on Cocktail down below. NIP giving nothing away for free. It's been the trademark for this defensive half, and it will continue here on the final round of regulation.
Like days of old, it feels like the 22nd medal once again here. W7M, though, forced into it. Certainly don't like this. Nade has slipped in for a default plant. Not sure what the covenant's going to be like here. No Nitro Cell, so certainly nothing from above. Nice kill there from KZ. Over on the belt, over towards Pillars to keep the pressure on. JV, they're somehow doing it. Down to Musi in a 1-on-3. W7M have slipped in somehow towards default plant down, getting the kills, and NIP have been suffocated. Musi towards Pillars, expects the swing from 90. It does come through, needed to hit that second shot. At this point though, for Nade, he just cannot reveal his position. Go prone, hide, and that's probably then the round. He gets away in towards Cocktail, and with that, W7M are going to get away with an absolute steal. Somehow, NIP have allowed this one to go to overtime, but what a play from W7M. There's nothing that Musi can do. The entry is basically a death trap. The round is essentially over, and we go to overtime.
Wow, perfect levels of coordination, discipline, composure.
Insane from W7M.
Had the read brown stairs, second player covering the plant default. That route was allowed to be opened up. And NIP unable to deny the plant. Ruthless from W7M just when it felt like NIP finally had the edge. They were playing with the house advantage for the majority of that round, but what a read here from KZ to drop both players. JV92 playing protection elsewhere, and you can see from NIP they are in pure disbelief. That was not necessarily NIP playing that too poorly. They tried to deny it in a relatively default manner. In fact, they tried to double stack Pillar and flank from behind. Despite that, W7M had the read and executed
They
it.
knew that W7M were going to be planting late round. So what do you want to do to that? You want to double swing Pillar and eventually then overload that position of default, double swing in, either deny plant or at least get the planter after they've already gotten the plant down. They obviously just did not afford the fact that they still had Vert. They, in terms of W7M, on that belt, looking down, get the kill Brown, get the kill Pillar, and suddenly that just completely flipped around on its head. An incredible play from W7M. Would love to know who called that out, because that's not exactly... I mean, it's default for a reason. The round wasn't shaping up in that way. They were able to then utilize what they had gained and then played off of that. It really goes to obviously highlight how good W7M can be. And they make these set plays, and NIP just looked a little bit shell-shocked with the way that that round finished off. Regardless, we go to overtime now. Job done. 2 map points offset by W7M. Now, 2 rounds away from sending NIP out of this tournament. Fortunately, the trip home for NIP is not a very long one.
Brazil is a big country.
Well, it is a big country. Well,
I don't know.
Compared to some other teams, it's not that long.
No. Certainly not. Now, eyes on KZ then. He's inside of Lounge, and this has been a hallmark of Cafe defense in this matchup. The Azami inside of Lounge, often making or breaking it for either team. So we'll see how NIP look to deal with it. They have the tools available. Grenades in the hands of Musi. Hive launcher available from Pino to gather information. And Cons as well. He's jumped onto the Blitz. 12 kills for him so far. He's been huge on defense for NIP. We'll see if he can replicate that here on attack.
Yeah, interesting that he goes onto the Blitz. Not so much, I guess, him individually, although he has been fragging out, but just bringing the Blitz in such a do-or-die round for NIP and not really bringing as much else around it to really make it super strong. I guess the thinker with the Adrenal Surge, Grim, obviously to get some information and then play off of that positional information that you can get from the Hive Launcher. 90 seconds left. What is the plan here for NIP? How fast can they go in terms of this bar cocktail site? Do they just drop Skylight? Top red, Musi already around that red stairs position, but other than that, they don't have really a whole lot being done in this round. Oh my goodness, Hurts with an acute angle, a pixel of an angle to catch Psycho off completely. They lost another elsewhere as well, but Pino did get at least one back on the Grim. Musi now just has to go. Has to make something happen. The smoke to drop off the Blitz and dead immediately. Hurts just denies that drop down. That plan completely just unfolds before the very eyes of NIP. Musi, it's the kills though for NIP, keeping them in this round somehow with 50 seconds left. It's only a 2 versus 3, despite plan A going up in flames. Plan B is basically just run around and click some heads, and right now they're doing a good job of that, Pino and Musi.
40 seconds on the clock. Pino did drone forward and get some space over towards Lounge, but we'll see if NIP are able to capitalize upon this as W7M have fallen back. Line of sight towards the default plant. Ninjas in pajamas taking forever to cook up that attack. W7M with the perfect read and response.
And just like that from 6-4, it's now 6-7. 7 for W7M. An overtime match and series point, and maybe the pressure just really lifting off of their shoulders. When they were down 6-4, they really did kind of get a feeling inside of the server that this one was shaping up to go NIP's way. Regardless of what Clubhouse could or would look like, we may never know if NIP cannot overcome now this match point deficit. Their tournament, their 6th invitational life is on the line at the hands of W7M after having 2 map points, after having 1 chance in overtime to get themselves back into match point territory. They find themselves on the back foot, but once again, they find themselves at least on defense, where they looked pretty good.
And what an unfortunate storyline, or end to the story, I suppose, for NIP if they're knocked out at this point of time. Of course, go back far enough, 6 invitational winners in 2021.
Yeah.
Failed to qualify for the event last year, which was a huge disappointment. They were sorely missed at the event. Having an impact on their return here at SI24, and no doubt given a rough bracket against their counterparts in W7M, but no doubt if they peter out here, especially without sending it to a 3rd map, it would be an immense disappointment.
I think also a little bit of a disappointment too, because NIP's played quite well at various stages throughout this series. Started bank, the middle and later portions here of this cafe, but W7M, every single time there's any kind of threat, look at that from Collins, that's wonderful. Collins has been great, 13 and 10, but very impactful kills. But we've seen NIP in this position before at the end of regulation, where they went up 5 versus 4 in the round. A massive clutch towards default for W7M. And that's the difference, I think, between the two teams in terms of that clutch ability factor. W7M have probably been better in that regard, and far more consistent at as well. Nades come out, looking to clear out and create something there as we got Bar Cocktail once again here on the defense for NIP. No Kendalas, and straight in we go. The Amaru for JV92 was strong last time out. Fakes plans, then pushes over to Plank's top white stairs. No real response, not just straight away. What? And then eventually double pinched as he kept pushing forward. JV was seeking that contact, begged for it. And unfortunately for his sake, he gets on the wrong side, and that's Kit down in a perilous position. KZ, frag grenade to try and dislodge, displace, and maybe recover said Kit.
An aggressive play there from JV92. If he had his time again, perhaps would have gone for something different, but you can't blame him for trying to force something with his team trailing here on this attacking round of Cafe. Well, they're down and out. NIP respond on the defense.
I mean, look, some questions have to be asked there. I mean, I kind of understand JV's thinking. You go for the plant, the fake it, expecting someone top white to eventually look to come in and swing off of the sound cue. Understandable, but he doesn't find anyone initially. And then he continues to push even deeper to the point where you are now vulnerable because you're standing top white. You can be seen all the way from Pixel, any kind of washroom swing, and then, of course, someone on white stairs. That's kind of the question mark there in terms of that play from JV. But outside of that, I mean, just a really solid round from NIP. Again, here opens up cons, Nitrocell. We've seen this already from NIP on the defense. There's that double pinch. Obviously, NIP's defense over towards Cigar Shop has also been pretty good so far throughout this map of Cafe. So everything else was really good for NIP. Just that one little question mark there from JV and for W7M. But I think, for all intents and purposes, he probably could have stuck that plan at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, we'll never know.
We will never know.
I would have faith in NIP probably denying it, and that's why the initial play was probably okay. Probably just overcommitting to it in the end. But again, hard to pin the blame solely on JV92.
7-7. We get ourselves that magical 15th round, though, and well-deserved, might I add. NIP really could have probably hung their heads a little bit. Yeah, they got a little bit beaten up on Bank. Yeah, it was a tough start as well here on Cafe. Their own map pick, down 3-1 to begin with. Brought it back. At one point, winning 5 of 6 rounds. Eventually, then, even establishing 2 map points themselves before succumbing to the W7M onslaught. And now we head down to Kitchen. Hopefully, where we can serve up the main course for what's going to be the most clinical of rounds. W7M looking to send NIP home. NIP looking to continue their journey here at 6 Invitational and head us to Clubhouse. That is what is at stake in this one singular round.
So the lineup here from the attack suggesting that we're going to see top-down control be a main focal point. Obviously, Pino on the buck He's the primary soft breach or vertical player rather, and he'll be looking to get lines of sight. Keep in mind that Flores is also in play, direct counter to the Azami, and can also create rotations if required. Shotgun as well, available to the gridlock, I presume, and flank watch as well. So we'll see how NIP look to execute and how long it takes for W7M to have the cogs turning, because the longer it takes for NIP to set up plays, and we've seen it in the past, the better the chance W7 have for reading into it and quickly formulating a response, a counter, a way to shut it down.
Also curious how aggressive W7M is going to get here, and obviously a very do-or-die round. There's the first contact. Pino swings in towards Train. KZ somehow survives, makes the cross, takes a little bit of damage. The first contact made, Pino's position known over towards pillars. 90 seconds remaining in the round. KZ expecting maybe either a drone to come through, the way that he's kind of positioned that crosshair, or a player eventually to come through mining. The Adrenal Surge, though, handy, at least for Pino. Does mean slight advantage over KZ. They're going for the pinch. They're going for that little pinch to try and get rid of KZ. He's got to be careful. They don't come through fireplace initially. Thinking better of it. There's that drone. There's that information. Should get the kill, and does so. Nicely done from Pino, playing off the live drone. 60 seconds left, and once again, advantage NIP.
No one from W7M able to render assistance. The key thing, though, for KZ is he wasted a lot of time. Didn't give away his life purely for free. Didn't freak out, had the composure to waste as much time as he possibly could. Now with 45 seconds on the clock, the groundwork from NIP needs to be swift. We'll see that Rotero come through from Psycho and he deals with the castle barricade. Will, though, Herds in VIP be the one to flip it around? He's holding VIP, still has the deployable shield, and he's under pressure. Will he be able to rise to the occasion, or can NIP clear him out?
Shield has been blown up in VIP, so a little bit more susceptible now. 20 seconds left, and your life here at 6 Invitationals on the line. JV needs to be cleared out inside of Whiskey. The brown stairs position is something that NIP want to push through. Again, VIP, a little bit vulnerable now without that deployable shield. Drop down successful, and a wonderful shot from Cons onto Herd. He's been the main 2 guy. Goo Mine again, double Goo Mine. In fact, looking for the default plan behind the bomb chassis. Cons will fall. Numbers now with W7M and out of time. Psycho has to get the plant down, and he cannot. Unfortunately, time was the big factor, and W7M will send NIP packing out of 6 Invitational. Once champions, now they fall. Early stages of 6 Invitational. NIP no longer what they once were. W7M continue on their journey and now look ahead to Space Station Gaming.
And just when it looked like a third map was looming, the Legion playing spoils there for Ninjas in Pajamas, who despite their best efforts there on Cafe, unable to close it out in overtime. And that was always the factor that we were aware of, that W7M in OT, they thrive and often survive in those scenarios.
Yeah, disappointing for NIP to go out in that fashion. So close, yet so far. Again, another round, and it felt like they had quite a few of them throughout that game of Cafe, where they got early advantages, they got opening kills, they got good position. But when it came down to that late round execution, for the most part, W7M were just that little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, now it sets the stage, right? That W7M game against SSG, as you aforementioned, is going to be an absolute banger. SSG have been playing very well at this tournament. W7M clearly are wounded and aren't playing at their absolute best just yet. Obviously, this isn't necessarily the point of the tournament where you need to play perfectly, but you need to be so careful in this lower bracket that you don't get sent home early.
Yeah, and obviously we go back to the highlights here back on Bank. Really good start for NIP. The emotions were high. We had this amazing clutch here as well from JV, which really offset what was likely to be a 4-2 half to begin on Bank against W7M for NIP. But from that point on, and basically from that clutch on, it really just came down to an onslaught from W7M. Really good clutches again. That late round execution, that's the difference maker. Those are the little differences that can really set apart the best of the best versus those that are pretty good but not good enough. And I think that's probably the best way to summarize NIP here at 6 Invitational. Good, but not good enough. And clearly just didn't have that clutch factor when it came to those late round plays that we saw from W7M. And I felt like, again, at times on Cafe, yeah, a shake of the head, because there were plenty of rounds that NIP looked good but just didn't finish off their good work.
I think on a positive note, though, for NIP, Cons in particular,
Cons was great. Psycho had some good clutches.
He was insane. And you look back at their match against Virtus Pro, Cons was by far and away the lowest rated player, 0.63, -8 in terms of KD. Wouldn't have guessed that looking at this match where he stepped up massively. Unfortunately, though, probably a little bit too reliant on him, whereas W7M, as we come to expect, very well-rounded.
Yeah, I mean, Herds was obviously sensational back on Bank. Obviously, we saw KZ really stand up to the plate as well on Cafe. You know, this is the thing. NIP had 2 match points. Like, they had 2 match points on Cafe. W7 didn't just, like, kind of scrape by some, you know, low-level APAC team or MENA team or anything. Like, they took down a very strong NIP team that was giving it everything they had to try and keep themselves alive in this tournament. Cons popped off. He had a great tournament. Psycho, yeah, not great in terms of first kill category, but he was probably one of the better players when it did come to that late round clutch and get some kills at times in a couple of really good moments. W7M had to really give their all. They had to play really well, and it was a team effort. Look at those EPSs. Look at the KDs. There's not really many members on the side of W7M, at least on Cafe. And mind you, KZ's stats maybe don't look great here. He was sensational on Bank. So it took every ounce of effort from W7M to defeat NIP. And they did it 2-0. Good news for them. Now they go up against Space Station Gaming. That's going to be a sensational match to watch. Cannot wait to see who wins that. And the fact that one has to go home. Both have played so well at this tournament for SSG and for W7M. Unfortunately, of course, we bid farewell to NIP and their chance at, you know, participating in the arena. That's something that as a team, I think they really would have wanted to do in front of the Brazilian home crowd. But alas, going up against W7M, they meet their demise relatively early in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. And the fact that it only went to 2 and I'm exhausted, I can only imagine what it's like for the players inside of the server as we have a look at the match summary. Herds by far and away the MVP. 178 EPS. A lot of that was off the back of his performance on Bank, of course. If you cast our minds back to the defense, he was so challenging to take down, and NIP struggled to formulate responses. I think it obviously narrowed on map 2, as is naturally the case in this kind of series. However, W7M, too far rounded, stats reflect it, and NIP will need to polish that moving forward.
Yeah, obviously we say goodbye to NIP now. What to for W7M? SSG, how are you going to rate that matchup moving forward in the lower bracket? Obviously SSG taking down Bleed 2-0. Heartbreaking fashion, of course, for Bleed, losing the last 5 rounds of that game. They were up 6-3. Talk about the mental dexterity for SSG to close that out. From down 6-3 to win it out 6-8. I mean, it says everything. Or 7-8.
I feel like SSG probably have that bad boy energy about them, right? And if they knock out W7M and deny them from the live stage, I don't think they're going to get the warmest of receptions.
I don't think they are. All right, well, we've still got another series to come here today, so don't go too far. For now, though, we do head to a break on the B Stream.
Extra B's Grim is going to be used also to pull G2 players out of position. I'm wondering if it will succeed, because G2 could not pull it off on their attack.
A minute left here, and we've had the first sort of exchange of C4s and other pocket bits of utility, but we still have a lot for the pressure and the press on towards the site itself. It's a similar problem. And at this point, it's only really down to G2 to hand them the engagement. They're trying to get themselves stacked up on top of the E-Box hatch. Go for the drop, and Ranger slapped out of the server, resets. He's had a great tournament, great bits, and he's often been able to bite a couple of bodies back into rounds where things have gone away from Liquid. There's Alamau getting one, a little bit lost in the sauce there, Doki. Thought maybe he was under pressure, but as Alamau's able to get his third drop into the box, is it an ace? Are we on for it? No. But he did more than enough to carry the team.
I just thought this is
someone else laugh. I don't even think that was any of the players. There's just someone in the room.
It could be Doki, could be someone in the room. I don't know.
Was it Anne?
You thought Dark Zero SSG was entertaining, at least with the quips between the two teams. This is starting to lift the bar a bit higher up, and Team Liquid respond with a timeout. They realize what's going on. They do not want it to slip away, and using the first round of attack as a probe to see, hey, can we do it or not? What's the failure? We can address that point and immediately react to it.
It did feel like they were, you know, on that last round, like a bit punching indeed, like trying to find where could we go. But the fact is they didn't open up on the Shaiko wall, for example, from E-Box. So it was just a blind drop in into 2 guns aiming there. They were walking into blue as well, but didn't really have a way to truly support the players going for that drop. And talking about the scary gun, you know, it has fallen off, but it's still very scary with the fire rate it has. If you can control that recoil, you're going to be ripping through everybody.
Beautiful. How close is he to the ace? Oh, he swapped onto a secondary there.
Respect my hammer on my name, motherfucker.
It's a family show.
I don't know.
Respect my Ella.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything else.
No, all right. That's fair enough. It's weird for you to not swear on broadcast this week.
I haven't sworn yet this week. Last week.
Carter swore
quite well.
And then he swore. He said, holy bleep, as Parker once did, yeah.
Attackers
and
have located a bomb.
That was his
Was it a holy bleep moment?
It was a holy bleep moment.
Okay,
but
fair
then
enough.
my follow-up was, you really are your father's son. Because Parker did the exact same call at one point. So. Runs in the family. 4-3. They go up towards dorms. We're on the back of a timeout. It was a bit back and forth, but then since 3 G2 rounds tied together in a row, Liquid need to break this momentum and fast.
A different sort of setup. What we saw from Liquid when they were playing here in dorms is they're setting up more for, we're going to make sure that nobody comes up through attic, and we'll put all of our resources towards that. In this case, it's more towards bedroom, which is the classic way where we see defenders and attackers kind of interacting.
We do have Amaru on the board, though, and that means we are going to see some quick control coming in off T3, especially if they have information. However, Uno, being alive is going to reinforce right now.
Yeah,
Doesn't seem like there were. And yeah, we'll close it up. That means it's going to be safe. And well, it's just Heartbreach Gadgets from now on to open that up.
Gives himself a route out for 2 stories. Uno is now in the basement. Trying to sit and wait and cause some problems elsewhere, hoping maybe it's been droned and maybe he will not be droned. The Flores drones have been a consistent rollout. This time to try and get itself through the gates, cause some problems on anything on the other side of it as well. I think, is it immune if you activate it as you jump through the gate?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Basically only destroyable by an explosive, but that basically does the exact same thing if you destroy it by an explosive.
It's true. But can they try and find the first pick here? It's something where this is where we've seen the Liquid wheels fall off throughout this tournament.
I mean, Liquid, they lost the first player and just could not find an answer to it in the last round. And G2 just kept going off of pure extra manpower. Can Liquid bring that back themselves, find that opening? The Amaru is going to be important for it. Going up to the top and tower. Nobody found on there, but might be used to dive into kids' dorms to kind of help the assault on the side.
Oh, Ness caught out an armory, a position he played as Aroma for a long time before, and Doki is able to double down and get himself set up inside Trophy. See if he can maybe find a second follow-on for the fight itself. Palu's putting the pressure from the back end, just gets a little bit of return fire, but they're still sort of fishing, probing, hoping to get a kill. Resets. He's moving in inside the back end, but Bender and Alamau get kills apiece, and he's suddenly locked out alone once again. We find another player alone, far and far away from the rest of the fight. 50 seconds for Palu, but you're thinking of this round on the back of a Liquid timeout on Liquid's map. It's not going to do wonders for the mental.
No, and Palu has been that player where if he's feeling the game, he's really into it, the motivation's up, he'll be screaming, he'll be yelling, he'll be all red from excitement, and that's just not what we're getting in this round.
Well, the round's still on, but
yeah,
I
just
can see
quickly
some shouting back and forth.
I mean, you got to get in their heads.
Yeah, the round is still on.
I tell you, as much as it is easy,
the end of the round.
Yeah, as much as it is easy to get into Alamau's head and break him down, it's the same way for Palu, and you need Palu to play up. Lagonis is a great IGL, but if the players are just not in the zone with him, there's not much that you can do no matter who you are.
I don't know what he was shouting very quickly, but I do have estimations. It's probably along the lines of what we've seen, which is stop baiting, stop stab-batting, come fight us.
Going back to the NA game that we had yesterday, you know, help your team, something along that line, because we got on a lot yesterday. But can we talk about team, NJR? We just had a tactical timeout, though, and it's a flawless round from G2 to respond to. That must hurt to your mental.
Again, that was during the round.
Yeah.
About 30 seconds left.
Let's go for loud call-outs there.
Very, yeah.
Doki being respectful.
I just like that was included.
I'm sorry.
I think Uno was trying to make a call at that point. It's like, you know,
I'm sorry.
Got to talk about the actual game. Like, it's not done yet. You can talk all about what was happening in the hallway afterwards. But yeah, flawless round. Going back towards dining right now. And that must be painful. And I was looking at the last round as well. It was only the 2 hard breach gadgets they had available to them, so they couldn't even open up any of the walls if they wanted to. They did so with Attic, but then they had died everywhere else.
And look at the way that G2 are defending. They're bringing, in my opinion, like the complete opposite in terms of operator lineup compared to what Liquid did on this very exact site. Liquid, they were bringing a Solus, they're bringing a Mira, they're bringing Ops to lock things down. That's the game plan. G2, on the other hand, they're filling themselves. So they have the Warden to help them against flashes, but they're just moving around. Uno already trying to get into people's heads.
Will they try and lock him down on the doors? No, is the answer. Instead of getting themselves set up to try and find a fight, which you expected a little bit, they are droning it out. They're being cautious. They're double-checking everything, and that's getting the other players antsy for a fight. Virtue almost caught out. Maybe didn't know just how close Palu was, and he's a bit lucky to survive, especially against that gun from the pockets of Dockerby. But didn't get the kill, didn't get the bite, so time will tell. It is worth remembering, obviously, that this round, the technical third round of Dining, was the first round G2 won on their attack half, so there is still a lot of game ahead of us potentially. Liquid, if they get this, is still pretty much set up as a back and forth.
It's also kind of bad side, 40% win rate so far for the defense, so the attack generally does take this one home. But that also means that G2 can make a statement here if they win this side and if they do it quite convincingly. Because if you're looking at Liquid right now, they're kind of pushing all over the place. We have someone in big tower, we have 2 people around small tower, we have someone around the master bedroom. They're looking to collapse all into a central point, but if you are getting the opportunities to go into these 1v1 fights and G2 does come out on top, well, that's bad news.
And you can guess the game plan. You got Ram, you got Flores. You want to take control of the top floor, break into that, force G2 out of position, but G2 are bringing the ops that actually can deal with that. Look at that run up, first kill for Doki.
I mean, he's looking at the double window for the second follow-up where you've got still Virtue just holding down. He's not been pressured or threatened since the first engagement. Alamau swings on the resets on the bottom of White Stairs, a famous territory that G2 loves to wrest control of. And now as they just bury themselves on the back, lose out against Volps. Huge take from the range. They're still eyeing up the hatch. They still have 50 seconds, loads of time. They're concerned about this. The C4, if it's thrown well, could be maybe the end of this. He's, I mean, we can see everything we can see. Benja, he's hoping to get a fight at the minute. Instead, sets it and blows it. Not yet. They hop out. They're going towards small tower.
Good to see the goo mines there that were thrown in. They'll slow you down, chip a damage. With gunfights that are going to go through walls, you need that extra bit of damage.
They're going to go for a Dining execute right now, so they're rotated around because Kitchen is not going to be safe. However, Alamau inside of the showers, Benja inside of Dining together with Virtue is going to be a very hard hole to actually break through.
They didn't really have anything for this. They're just going to try and muscle in through, but there's still all the reinforcements, all the defenses, and all the players on that side. Liquid, a little bit of a panic buy environment there of we need to win this round, where do we go? Let's try somewhere else, but it sort of negates all the work because the verticality is great for a Kitchen take, but doesn't really impact a Dining execute.
And it doesn't impact it when you have one person slipping through your back lines. There was nobody on flank watch. There were no drones also to cover White Stairs. And that's how Doki can just walk up. And if anything, even if it was Doki, getting one kill, it wouldn't have mattered that much if it weren't for the fact that there was no refrag immediately. He cost his opponents not just one kill, but up to 30 seconds of slowdown, accounting for extra goo mines.
Of course, that's also the case, but you're starting to think about it. It's like so much utility gets used to prepare yourself for Kitchen, and what do? In the last 20, 30 seconds, you rotate around to the small tower and you just hope for the best. But everybody's located there, showers and inside of Dining. They knew that the rotate was coming due to information being out there, and they were just catching them as they walked into the small towers. So G2 really read that well, and Liquid unable to make anything stick out there.
You asked me. Liquid were playing super defensive on the defense, every single operator they're bringing, etc., all their lineups. G2 are bringing the exact opposite. Liquid are thinking, hey, it's defense. Why aren't they doing it? We're bringing the ops, but it's just not reactive. Another team, or maybe someone that's maybe in the clearer mindset, would have seen, hey, they're bringing the complete different operators. We spot that in the early round droning. Maybe we should swap ops to something more relevant. And here, I feel they've done it finally. Capitao being brought up, that's going to be massive.
Let's see if they can put it in a spin cycle tactically as well as on the site itself. But Doki is still that tactical problem as he's hiding out. No one really better suited for the roam in a lot of comparisons than a Solus who can pay this. Keen attention towards the drone. Do they know? Well, now they know. They'll have the idea of the reveal, but there's a lot of places you can go at this point. It's a little bit of cat and mouse.
Happens to everyone.
Finally gets the removal. They have some cover, but look at the pings coming out. The E1D, Volps is getting a hot droned information, and there's Nesk with the pickup through the window. I think that was from the distance. Yeah, double window sprayed against, and gets the rotate round underneath.
Not a lot of time wasted either by Doki here, so basically just gave away his life. And I mean, this is also what G2 did when Liquid went on the roam. They were very effective at clearing out those roamers, but then they struggled when they hit the site for the majority of those rounds. Whereas G2, well, Liquid actually has been struggling to hit the site altogether, so taking out this first pick, uncontested, should be a good pick for them.
If there's one site you play turtle defense on Oregon, it's basement. And G2 flipped the script again. They lose Doki because they're thinking, hey, maybe we can get an early game pick. Solus, we can sacrifice it, but Solus is going to be very important, if we're still alive, to kind of support into any sort of access into blue and into the hallway from there.
A minute 20 separates Liquid from finding themselves hurtling towards map 2 on an 0-1 and on their opponent's pick. Here, they've been able to wrest some control of the top 2 floors, but the fight is the site itself, and with some pressure coming down on the opposite end for the first time generally, you've got Nesk pushing down onto Freezer. You've got some pressure around Washing Stairs as well. They're going to see if they can try and bait into the first engagement. The kit is rotating over to offer some support here. They're going to maybe see if they can utilize those Capital bolts, the cover of the smoke, to just charge in the back end.
Again, a late rotate coming through. You saw all of them move towards the laundry. Now all of them are going towards the, well, Freezer through laundry right now. So they're not really sure what they're doing. And now the EUD comes in, they are going to execute.
Here it is. The Capital bolts. Nesk starts to scream his way up, and then Virtue screams right back, locked out with the spray across it. Virtue gets the double. There's Lagonis at least stemming the flow of all the bodies being red liquid here. Benja, he's trying to get the wide swing onto laundry. Parlu round on the back stairs, leaving just out of bounds. No, Parlu pops off.
A bit quieter on the other side, I'd say.
A little bit quieter.
I mean, they also know, right? They're on a map, 2 map points behind now. If they were 3 behind, so they still need to be bringing it back. You cannot really afford to, you know, get aggressive or start shouting back at them right now. Not until you're 6-6.
The Capital was a great pick. Like I said, the E1D to lock players down. Yes, you lose 2 on the execute. Virtue popping up, getting 2 kills on the Valk, but being able to clear Doki.
Okay.
So there it is. Now we could see it.
I thought it was double window, but yeah, makes sense.
But in this position, you get the first clear, you hold on to the man advantage, and then you execute with the Capital to block out lines of sight that are also powerful in the basement, and you're good to go. You have the gunfight skills. We know that of Liquid. Nobody takes that away from any team that is here at the Invitational. But to execute the timing properly, they showed that they can. And basement is a tough nut to crack. They got to do it again.
Yeah, again, they are going to be playing in that basement. And now the big question is, are they going to be putting someone on the roam, or are they going to be playing it in that turtle kind of setup? And, you know, for now, you see a lot of people rotating around, but it's just to put those barricades down, just to slow them down a little bit more, just to get a bit of information as well, because those being opened up, that makes noise.
The one thing that highlights the response here more than anything is Uno. Off of the Ella, off of the Scorpion. It's not about respecting it, it's about respecting Volps' Capital game. They are able to utilize the Wamai discs, maybe take away from the pressure onto the bolts itself, which was the last execute. If they do not have those smokes, those fires, where they wanted them, maybe G2 would have felt a little bit more confident to hold some positions and not be caught out by the width of the swings. The drones will still go for the full map clear. You can never truly trust that G2 is entirely back on the side. There are yellow pings towards, I think, 1 player. That's Benja, yeah, just holding the top of these stairs, but Volps has to make noise. Benja will hear that and know that they're coming for him.
One thing that I noticed yesterday, I think, it was a matchup with Team Liquid when playing Dark Zero. I think an EMP would come out at the right moment to disable the Warden that helps with the execute. And I'm wondering if this is gonna be the lesson that Liquid have learned to be able to crack this nut again. EMP down, disable the Warden, flash in, use your smokes with the Capital, and then drop onto site.
WP being used to open up the hatch, going to make sure that there's no trickery going on with the Electroclaw from Benja. Not that he was trying, but you can never be too careful with those kind of claws that come through. You do not want to lose the limited heart breach you have. And as they are rotating through, the pressure is again coming down from multiple different angles, this time Blue, Laundry, and Freezer.
They really want this first engagement to go their way here, G2, but Liquid probably wanting a little bit more. They're being so cautious. The Kaid to play against the chance at the burn here. They have 1 EMP left. They're going to roll it first. That will be perfectly timed Very, very good combo there of utility. They knew what to expect, whether they have the drone on it or not. Liquid, they're making sure that everything is done in a step that is together, something that has been missing from some of their play throughout this tournament. It's occasionally turned into the Nest show or the Parlu show, or even occasionally at the side episodes of the others. It's great to see them all operating at the same level.
Hatches alone are not enough to dive into the site. Remember, you need some players to kind of distract from the backside in the big tower or go off into freezer or maybe even from construction. Not the case here so far for Liquid, but they're still in the setup. And bees are all over the place.
The bees were caught by the discs, and they're probably happy it's those, but the smoke canisters, this will buy them a lot of time here. Very well lined up, very well placed onto the back end, and they still have at least one. The removal of a C4. That is the level of gun skill we're playing with here, but with 30 seconds, it's time for this to turn on. We have the smoke cover towards the back. The players forced out Nest with the drive up where Parley got the triple, but they're going for the plant. In the meantime, it's a 5 versus 3. Lagonis, will he stick it? Well, he's got the perfect cover too. Doesn't find it. Just dropped cold. 15 seconds in a 2 versus 2. Liquid, they recollect, dive all the way to the hard wall as the remaining G2 players double up, but it's all in a bulletproof on the right-hand side. They go either side. They win out the first fight. There's the second. G2 claim Oregon from Liquid.
Beautifully played by them there in the end. You saw them trying to make sure that their execute would stick. The bees coming through, the fire there as well, but the smoke canisters just making sure that there was the opportunity for G2 to move back in, especially with that bulletproof being out there as well. Perfect information being fed through.
Wow, we will throw to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that down.
Welcome back to the B stream here in Brazil. We're coming up, Tim, on another knockout game. It's been a day of slaughter. 8 teams going home across the day, and I'm sure this will probably be the last series of the day to determine which one of these 2 teams will be one of the final 2 going home. I'm Des. This is Tim. Tim, Wolves v Bliss. Where's your head at with this one?
I think I'm gonna have to lean into sort of popular belief, which would be I expect a Wolves win. But Bliss have shown us that they do have the capability to, win those games. They beat Fury earlier, as we can see there. I bracket up in front of us. They got a good 2-1 win. It wasn't easy for them. They had to fight through to get that one done. I just feel like Wolves is probably a step too far.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves did beat W7M, a team that, yes, have been a bit shaky throughout this competition, but you cannot ignore that they are the reigning major champions. And then, of course, seeing them lose to Sonics, that was no massive surprise because Sonics are quietly making a very big claim here to be the overall winners of this tournament. I think they now find themselves down in the lower bracket. And as you say, Bliss have had to battle their way through in what looked like it could have been a quick 2-0 earlier, going 7-0 on their first map. But then Fury did fight their way back in. And the thing is, these 2 teams are no strangers to each other either. We'll talk through that in just a moment, so you can see how things have gone so far today. Here is our schedule. It's been all 2-0s on the A stream so far. Almost a similar story here, but the team of the hour, the one we're talking about at the moment, Team Bliss, with that 2-1 over Fury have meant things have run on that little bit longer. So, will we see another 2-1 repeat? Will it be 6 maps today for Bliss, Tim, or just 5 to play through?
Well, this is it. I think, as I say, I'm kind of expecting to for Wolves. I don't want to write Bliss off. You know, at the end of the day, they've got to this point, and teams do come through and make upsets. But when you look at a lot of those grade icons on the last graphic that we had, those are the teams that have gone home, and they're kind of the ones that you expected. We can have a look at the Team Bliss roster, names that we've become much more familiar with over the last week or so. They have so far done themselves proud. It's been great fun to watch them, and I'm sure nobody would have any complaints at their journey continuing. We always like an underdog to come through and surprise us, and these guys have shown us that they do have that capability.
What I like is now that we saw them across Atlanta and now we're seeing them at SI, they're kind of becoming that household name, right? They're becoming a bit of a staple from Oceania into the international scene. The only thing I'm worried about, again, is that we've seen certain teams, Bleed earlier on today, the APAC Sweethearts, it feels fall down. And we're at that stage of the competition now where big teams are going home. You know, we've seen NIP do it. It'll be G2 or Liquid over on the other stream. There are no kind of there's not really a point anymore where it's like, they can squeak through 1 or 2 more days. I'm sure, no problem. There is no squeaking through anymore, not when the competition is this hot. But here's the French roster for you. Their opponents, it is Wolves, Deadshot, Mowgli, P4, Ibu, and Shinka. Last time these two teams played, actually, back on Clubhouse, they had an 8-7 game, and I was looking back at it. So many names went huge. It was Deadshot, Mowgli, and Shinka all hitting double digits. Wettables on the other side was going absolutely nuclear as well. So these two teams have a real history of proper throwing down against each other. It's going to be a really explosive game as a result. And for Wolves, they're eyeing up that next round matchup already.
Yeah, I mean, if you sat at home and this is, maybe the first game that you've seen of Wolves, you've maybe not seen them before, who should you be looking out for? Deadshot and Mowgli have been the two sort of talismanic players through the tournament so far. They've had some big moments between them, and they are two real critical components of this Wolves team.
Yeah, but so much so, actually, I was looking at a few stats with Fresh earlier on, which we'll talk about in just a second, just so you can see where we're heading. We're getting a repeat of Clubhouse. Again, these two teams have already been here. That second map, really surprising for me. Oregon is Bliss's most hated map. They had not played it the entirety of 2023. Coming into this tournament, they played it against Space Station. They've lost it. And for Wolves, it is by far and away their favourite map. So I think looking at this, if Wolves get map 1, they take this 2-0 curry comfortably. It goes to Consulate, it becomes anyone's game.
Yeah, I think looking at the map bans there, the immediate thing that springs to mind is, like you say, a little bit of concern for Bliss. I feel like coming against a team like Wolves, who've been at Tier 1 for as long as they have as a roster, playing default maps against them is going to be super difficult because teams like Wolves, they have to be proficient. You don't get to their level without having a good Clubhouse, a good Oregon, a good Bank, for example. These maps that are going to come up over and over again. I feel like maybe, if Bliss had thrown a bit of a curveball, maybe a Nighthaven Labs or something, a border, try and just throw in something that's a little outside of the norm, they may have had a little bit more chance. It would have just thrown that little spanner in the works, so to speak. But we can see there the social vote coming in, and you are all thinking probably the same as we are, that this is likely Wolves. 82 to 18%. Big favourites coming in for Wolves. But let us not write off Bliss. I'm going to say this very clearly before I have all the Australian fans coming for me, talking about how we're writing them off.
Well, careful, mate, because Dev Martin's arriving tonight.
Well, exactly. This is what was in my mind. There are two teams in every single server. We see plenty of surprises, plenty of upsets. It's what the game is built on. There is already teams gone home today that we wouldn't have expected to see leave at this point. Wolves, they need to be professional about this and make sure they get the job done.
Spot on. I was going to touch on another really important stat, and that is that Wolves have the second best defensive win rate at this tournament. 71%. That is a nuts figure to have. And you've got two of the worst attacking teams here in a matchup as well, both low 30s in terms of percentages. It's not particularly great for them. And I just worry, Bliss, sure, it's your map pick coming into this, but you're starting on the attack and you've got to deal with Wolves. Man, not really something that I fancy, but as we keep on saying, something is no doubt going to hinge on this Wolves side on the performance of Mowgli and Deadshot. When one's been quiet, the other can stand up, but if both are offline, big questions start getting asked. It was a really fun stat that Fresh pulled out earlier. Of half the rounds that Wolves have played, Mowgli and Deadshot do not get a kill. When that happens, i.e. half of those rounds, they only win 12.5% of those rounds. If you need evidence that a team leans very heavily into their two frontline players of Deadshot and Mowgli, that's the stat for you. When they do not get kills, they win only 12.5% of rounds. But Tim, that's the tale of the tape. That's what the numbers will tell you. As you've said yourself, what really matters is what happens inside of each individual game itself. So let's get ourselves underway with the defense of the downstairs. It's walls on the defense, as we've said. And the scary thing is, Tim, yes, the Tuberal's gone away. Not seen too many bans of that after the nerf. Solus, as I think as we've all said, can be an absolute nightmare for attackers to deal with. But it does leave Azami and Fenrir on the board, which can be so oppressive for attackers to deal with.
To be fair, I think, you know, we and everybody expected to see more of a presence for Tuberau coming on into a 6 Invitational. We thought, you know, potentially there'd be a high ban rate, that he'd kind of ever present when not banned out, but it's just not really something that we've seen overall.
I think in a meta where, like,
we've had some good uses.
Yeah, whereas Army, Solus and that would have been a little bit weaker, then you would see him banned away a lot more.
Yes, I would agree with that.
But I think as it stands, even when he's been available, especially with the Kai pairing that is the most common, rather than Bandit and Tuberau, for example, even when that's there, teams still manage to find a way to deal with it. And I asked a few players, why is that? And their response really came back, is annoying, but not game-breaking in the way that we see Solus, that we see Fenrir, that we see Azami.
Michigan going to be opening up the jacuzzi wall to kick things off. The site at the minute is Church and Arsenal. So it's top floor clearance that's coming along, but it's an interesting defence from Wolves. The reason that I sort of half hesitated in saying that, I'd already checked and written it down, but it's just the amount of utility that's been expended up on the top floor. We've got Azami up there. We've got at least three reinforcements that have been made up on the top floor, all to try and slow down this Bliss push. And it kind of says to me that Wolves have seen something in their attacks and think, no, we can slow them down here. We can burn as much time as possible, and that's what they're playing for right now. Deadshot just leaving a trail of goo mines behind him as he returns to site.
It's not too bad. You've not wasted a whole ton of time, but the utility that you've drawn away, you've chewed through half of the attacking team's drones. You've pulled out an E1D. You've got rid of a phone call. A second one coming in here for Brendo as well. And everything that gets used around the map is not being used for the execute. So what Wolves are really doing is weakening the effectiveness of the execute from Bliss when it comes on through. So far, so good.
Just going to be tricking off a couple of those X-Kairos pellets to begin with as much as possible. They'll only be coming out 2 by 2, so it's not too much of a waste other than time for Sejon. But hey, the game of cat and mouse continues here. Bibu steps up. He will yet take another pair of these off, so it's going to leave likely only 6 at the most by the time we see them banned. One will not open, so he's going to wait. Bibu, smart player here, just going to wait for the next pair to come on. He will then take another 2 out, and it might just reduce their KP. He's going to take nothing out as Oda manages to find the kill to open things up.
Managed to get himself down the bottom of main. They've been so distracted with the impact trick that it's been like a golden opportunity to make things work. Gets a nade kill as well. Really opening this round up while Wolves are distracted with what's going on inside a kitchen. So at this point in a 5 versus 3, there is every chance to blitz their way forwards. However, that dynamic duo of Deadshot and Mowgli step up. Oda still on a nutty one though. Finds himself a 3 in the round. Still 2 more to bring down Mowgli in P4. Few pixels away from this one, but Wedables has now got himself into a pretty dangerous spot. Rounds the corner, but just a bit too slow on that one, P4. Punishes him to a second as well. Wolves will take round 1, but for a second there, French side must have been panicking.
You could have been forgiven for thinking that Bliss were going to come in and take that opening round. Did very well, particularly the opening kill onto Bibu, but Oda's progress down main stairs as well. Absolutely not scared at all. Wanted to get into the mix and did so. But Wolves, they held on very well. They showed us why they are one of the top defensive teams that we have seen so far at 6 Invitational. Certainly not scared. They got themselves a couple of important kills, particularly in blue. It allowed them to focus on where the remainder of the push was coming from, and it was good stuff from the French side.
It was, and now we jump up to gym and bedroom, up on that top floor. And again, I imagine you're going to see this being a staple. Fenrir, Azami being brought up by the defenders time and time again, because both are just so oppressive in the current meta. A lot spoke about them both to death, but the dynamic defenses that the Azami enables, the anti-rush functionality offered by the Fenrir. You walk into a room, suddenly you're nearsighted. Those at long angles are very comfortably going to win a gunfight against you. Well, it doesn't take a scientist to figure out how those rounds are going to end. Unsurprisingly, Wolves extended things out towards the east side here, a full reinforcement up onto red. Some teams would normally defend top red instead and leave one of these open as a rotation, chuck a shield there, put a warden behind it. Whereas here they're saying, you know what, we'll leave it off, we'll keep our defense quite narrow. full reinforcements actually inside of Cash, so really locking themselves down inside of there and almost giving up and saying forget about the hold inside of CC.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times from Wolves. Deadshot will usually play in there, in Cash on the Goyo, and will usually have some support. Previously, it's been Mowgli a lot of the time on the Azami from Construction, but this time P4 is going to be on the Azami, but it is still Mowgli who's on the Fenrir this time, who is covering from inside of Construction. So Deadshot, he's going to make it sort of as difficult as he can for them to come into Cash, and Mowgli's just going to offer that bit of a support. He can peek in, peek onto the door through to CCTV, use that open wall to try and get those angles as well. So it's a really nice partnership from Deadshot and Mowgli to hold on to that area without needing that extension into Red Stairs.
How long it's going to take them to break this one open? Know what's going on. They've got themselves inside a site. They want the wall opened up, probably to force those longer angles and try and get Deadshot out, basically. Say, no, get yourself back towards Destruction. No one's really holding the cross as such to punish him, and that seems to be. You've also got Otter playing in from below here on the books. So Deadshot really starting to feel the heat. Sure enough, needs to get out of the kitchen a little bit sooner. Will find himself going down. Not before, though. P4 has found a kill back onto the other side. So all things said, they've drawn a lot of time, drawn quite a bit of utility in, and still managed to walk away 1-for-1.
Not too bad. Mowgli has been forced back on the Fenrir as well. Brendo just looking to get aggressive onto Master Door here. A couple of more kills needed for Bliss before they can start thinking about getting Fisher Guy in with that diffuser. Smart move there from Brendo, just taking out the couple of Goyo canisters with 1 minute 20 left on the clock. They should be cleared with about a minute to go, so it gives them plenty of time to continue working once that utility has burnt itself out.
There we go. Trying to get themselves worked up.
Impact out.
Always want that control over towards the east to enable use of the south balcony, which they've now completely got. Two players sat around here starting to open things up. One on Construction Door. Brendo, I was going to say, should easily find Mowgli there and does just that. But still, 3 players to find. It's a 4v3 team. 50 seconds to play is a lot of time, and already they're in and getting the diffuser down. There's a lot of time to react around the back of this. Who's going to step across? In fact, it's the boys themselves. It's Bliss taking full control here, getting rid of what they need to. And Shinka, try as he might. That C4, my friend, is about 10 seconds too late here. Getting pushed in, but the shotgun will find one. Still 2 players to bring down, though. Fisher Guy and Sage, both hanging off at the top of stairs here. Got these longer angles established. And Shinka, he's the man for it. We know what he's like in these clutch situations, though, Tim, but simply not going to be done. Sage has seen this one too many times.
Not a tough one for him. Bliss closing out. That was actually a really nice attack from Bliss. I've got questions over Mowgli being on the Fenrir. As I said at the beginning of the round, Mowgli previously, when I've seen it, I'm not saying it's been every single time, but for that hold, Mowgli has been on the Azami, and what it's allowed him to do is sort of place Kiba barricades on the stacks of lumber and challenge onto Construction Window, which is where Deadshot was taking an awful lot of grief from. And I think Mowgli was kind of just struggling to, you know, get involved in that from Construction, and Deadshot was left on a bit of an island all alone, and it was really easy for Bliss to just close him out, get the kill, and push through and take Construction. And then obviously the rest of the push was then built on the back of that. That was the foundation that set them up to get in there. So I feel like I prefer what Wolves have done previously by having the Azami stationed in Construction, because it kept Deadshot alive for a lot longer. For example, when Cash Wall was opened by the Selma at the beginning of the round, previously it's been possible to just put a keeper over the top of that and give Deadshot that bit of extra cover. But again, this time he was just awfully exposed in there.
I'm always nervous about this, Tim. When I see the Chanka come out, I'm just like, you know, it's cool and all. I know he's seen so many changes to Chanka come in to try and make him more viable, but there's a reason why most teams don't bother. Like, yeah, fantastic at opening walls. Like, cool, Smoke can do that with a shotgun. The Gadget's problem for me has always been about denying a small area of ground, and not denying players trying to run through it, because that is still very possible, but it prevents a plant going down. Whereas here, for me, that isn't really the objective. It's much more about stopping Bliss from moving through a certain area of the map. It's about delaying them. That's the whole reason why you've got Bandit to lock up walls. It's why you've got things like the Azami to give them loads of problems to solve. The same story with the Fenrir. So I'm just always a little bit uncertain when I see teams leaning into this when a smoke is available. But that is exactly what Wolves have gone for here. Fit coming in, and they get rid of one. But the other side will get opened up. So it's good play from Bliss to make sure they can guarantee this wall is opened up. Selma's on one side, Exothermic on the other, and Bibu can only trick one of them.
Yeah, making some good progress early in the round. Again, it's something that they've done well over the first couple of rounds that we've seen. They're certainly not scared. They don't move slowly. They get in there and they get involved. Fisher Guy certainly wanting to bully P4 up on the top of the catwalk here. I don't know exactly how that Kiba barricade's been positioned. I think, yes, it should be overhanging enough to prevent the Monty from being able to walk up and past potentially without it being knocked out. So that could be a smart play if that is the case from P4. We'll only know. No, it's not. It doesn't. I thought it was overhanging the stairs. But no, he hasn't been able to position it quite far enough over. But what it does is give him a lot of freedom to potentially get aggressive onto those stairs. But for now, Fisher Guy is just feeding that information in. He's waiting for Sejion to get in underneath and to start to pressure P4 up on the catwalk.
With the red ping coming on in more than anything else, you're bringing out them level of pings when you want to try and make something happen, just to give away the exact location of the defender. You got Brendo on the hard cross. The problem is though, Tim, they're investing a lot of time in trying to get control of Garage here, but not really enough coming on in. C4 down below is great onto Sage. Removes the man that was applying pressure underneath, and now Fisher Guy is all alone. They're going to need someone to come over and cover, and by the looks of it, it's going to be Wettables. Not really your go-to player that you pick out when you think about trying to clear things through a Thermite. Not really designed for that purpose. A flash does come up, but the feet of Fisher Guy being exposed for a second enables P4 to force him away once again. Mowgli into another, and Bliss struggling to even get started with step one in this attack here. A great drop over the top. Wolves retain full control of Garage. Does that all by himself, and he can do nothing. Wolves with a flawless round 3.
Really nice defense from Wolves. Bliss just made no progress in Garage whatsoever, and it was due to the teamwork coming out of Wolves. You saw the Nitro over the top from Bibu, which prevented the pressure onto P4. Mowgli then gets involved, finds himself 2, including taking the Monty down. P4 is then able, as you see there, to go over the top rope with a big elbow onto the Thermite, take him out of the round, and just makes it all very difficult. And it was those 3 players working in tandem together that just did a fantastic job of keeping hold of that catwalk. Wolves, they lock down a second, and they won't mind that. A 2-1 quarter, 4-2 half potentially on the defense. They'd love 5-1 if they can get it, but 4-2 is kind of that benchmark that they're going to be looking for.
This image gives me like a wrestling match, hearing about him over the top rope and this elbow drop onto the Thermite below, pounding him 6 feet under. Beautiful. It was a little bit that. It was a little bit too comfortable for them. And we were talking about this a bit in the green room yesterday about, seeing more potential Capital bans coming out on this map. And it's because of how effective it is at taking control of Garage. So on the Cash CC site, it becomes really hard to hold things down. But obviously here, not quite part of the wheelhouse for Bliss, not even opting to bring it along. However, Tim, we are seeing something quite fun coming along. It's going to be the fuse for Brendo. Seen this a couple of times, looking more to get inside a kitchen and inside a hallway and essentially force all defenders away from below. A really smart adaptation, I feel, when Wolves have been doing a lot of impact tricking on towards the Hibanaret's Kairos. Now, obviously in this round, there are only 4 of the impacts that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen rather than the 6 that we had before. But it's all about that time-wasting tactic. The fuse will help them make a lot of inroads inside of that basement.
I think Brando just got a little bit lucky there, not to find himself losing his life. So there's a number of things that Brando can do here with the fuse. As you've said, you can go in there, put one down actually next to the hatch, on the hatch, and just prevent anybody from playing underneath, much like you see in here. Alternatively, you've always got the option of using it for those vertical angles as well, because there is a little bit of a limitation on the soft breach. They've got a lot of soft breach charges to work with, but they need to make sure that they're not losing anybody on them. So sometimes pop a fuse charge through the window, it'll blow out the kitchen floor. It's another option as well, but I think we're likely to see him trying to get the kitchen hatch with it, surely. I have 1 more remaining, and surely going to be to support the hatch going after last time with the trouble that they have.
Yeah, very surely inside the kitchen for that one. It wouldn't really make sense otherwise. At least they know there's a Valkyrie camera and where it's stationed. IQ on side, the respect being shown by Otter for that exact purpose. Bibu's got no choice here but to get away from the danger as the hatch is now opened up and can electrify that triple wall. Again, a small change this round. That has been fully closed off because they were very aware of Otter's charge down main stairs last time, up to that triple wall. The 3K that he netted off the back of it. Shouldn't really see the opportunity open up again here.
Starting to see those impact tricks come out. We don't have the fuse supporting the getting of the kitchen hatch, but it will indeed be got, I'm pretty sure, somewhere in there. Soft breach charges are being used by Sage now to open up that floor, give the vertical angles, and I think that Bliss are looking pretty good here. 1 minute 10 left to go. All hatches open. That's not ideal, though. P4 manages to come down and get a double. They've missed him, Des. They've not picked up on the Valkyrie, and that is a big mistake from Bliss.
Real stinger as well, because they've been so good and diligent at getting rid of the Valcams themselves, but
Of course, there to be Valk cams, there have to be a Valk somewhere. And if you can't see her on site, you'll be causing trouble. And speaking of trouble, Tim, found himself now right above this hatch. This is a real undoing of all the work that Bliss have done to get ready for this round. B4 makes it a 3. But with that vertical, he denies any kind of drop, and all Brendo can do is look on from blue stairs like, well, guys, that's not a very good Aussie accent. Team, what do you want me to do now? I'm sort of stuck. I'm waiting. I didn't actually try to do one, but I was like, you know what, I'll remark now that it's not an Aussie accent. I promise you it's a British one.
Gus and Xenox are just waiting for you to get back to the green room.
I mean, thankfully, our audio isn't on the other games on.
They want a word. Mowgli is going to pick up Brando.
That's about as far as we get, I think. Now, you got to do your French accent now.
My French accent's very good. Leo complimented me yesterday on my pronunciation.
I'll tell you what I'll give Carter really high props for his Lasergates impression.
Very, very good, isn't it?
Yeah.
I will also say, anything beyond Lasergates, it goes suddenly downhill. But he must have been practicing those 2 words particularly, because I will be generous, and I'll give him a 7.5 out of 10.
I gave him a 7 out of 10, see. So I'm glad that we released a line now thinking, but we were sat here and I was like, right, are you ready to do your best Tim impression when we were casting earlier in the week? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, when we go to overtime, you've got to say the phrase. And he was like, what, Lasergates? I was like, no, we're going to overtime, Des. Come on, man. He's got more than one catchphrase. It was brilliant.
Honestly, I don't know. Kids nowadays.
Well, Bliss are down 3-1, as you can see on your screens. It's not been the ideal start for them. We've seen quite a number of teams actually take tactical timeouts at this point. If you're down 3-0, it always comes in then, if not a little bit sooner. Some teams today taking them at 2-0, but at this kind of point when you know you need an attacking round or 2 on the board, this feels like the sort of opportune moment. Instead, going to hold on to that one, and we're going to see this extended hold again out towards the east side. Identical setup. Full lockup of cash, and it's going to be, can they get Deadshot out? What are you chuckling at now?
I've just realised, you know, occasionally when just in my natural speech a really northern phrase comes out. I've just realised that I've just said a really northern phrase that a lot of people internationally especially probably have no idea what I meant. I said nowadays. Nowadays means like, these days.
That's not a northern, that's not a common thing in the UK.
Is it common UK? I thought it might just be my sort of region.
No. We say nowadays all the time.
It means these days for anybody watching who is like, what is this on about with nowadays?
Yeah, there's phrases there. I imagine most international viewers wouldn't understand that one.
Oh, dear me. 5 versus 5 then, still in round 5. It's going to be gym and bedroom attack.
Oh, the placement!
Time! Absolutely beautiful from Bibu. Bibu, yes! As he goes in, just launches that Nitro out of the breach and finds his man. Fisher Guy has been able to wander into the shower, though, and he's giving him a bit of a rinsing inside a side, but Bibu comes in and shuts him down. 3 versus 1. Brendo, they know where he is. He's trying to have a little workout in the gym, but the only workout he gets comes from Mowgli with the Nitro. Beautiful stuff from Wolves, and that's going to be another successful defense.
Well, trying to speedrun the round apparently there didn't quite work to success. It's a remark I've made throughout the tournament a good few times. Attacks will be fast, they will be frantic, because you can't afford to sit and just chew through layers and layers and layers of defensive utility. Love this C4 from Bibu, though.
The timing.
The best thing is he got the blitz, and the blitz was really the tip of the spear for that attack. He was the X factor almost to make things really work for them. Just nice, smart stuff.
That sort of timing only comes from doing that 1,000 times
you know
over.
What it comes from? It's from being Wolves and attacking in exactly the same way and knowing what teams are trying to do.
I just mean, even the physical, mechanical, like, understanding exactly when that wall is going to disappear so that the Nitro is basically about to hit the wall, it disappears and through it. It's just beautiful. Absolute poetry from Bibu. Fantastic stuff.
Sender. Once again, we're going to see this attack, though, onto Cash and CC. Remarked about the Chanker earlier on. Clearly, it's very much part of Wolves' playbook here, with it coming out for a second time. Chinka last time found himself positioned at the top of red, so able to deny, no doubt, onto the catwalk if required, able to do so in towards construction, able to even do so onto the breach. Lots of things that he can do from there and do it many times over, although again, it's only good at denying a small static piece of land. You can afford to run over it, and you won't take heaps of damage, just enough that you may well find yourself dying in a bullet or two less. Last time round, Bliss really got stuck inside of the garage, though. I'll tell you what, that's another fun one. Sometimes I say garage, sometimes I say garage.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. I noticed
gets me.
I noticed this a few years ago, and I noticed that it was the more that I'd played with sort of American and US friends.
Honestly.
That I kind of just slipped into it to be polite. It was just like, I'd just say garage, you know, rather than garage.
Oh my God, guys, in the garage.
And it was just like, because that's what everybody was saying. It just,
Yeah.
you just sort of slip into it and it fits. And I feel like within Siege, we do use quite a few of like the American pronunciations for things like that.
Don't even get started on the debate around ground floor, first floor, all that kind of malarkey.
That I will not back down on. It is ground floor. Ground floor is where the ground is. First floor is after the first flight of stairs.
The thing is, I get the argument, because the ground floor is technically still the first floor in a building.
Yep, but no. I refuse to accept it.
But no.
It's ground, first, second. Basement. Below.
Oh, Christ on a boat, man.
Just to clarify, I wasn't saying that basement's on top of second. I'm not, you know.
We're not that backward in the UK, I promise. You hear that kind of stuff down in Aussie. That's how it goes down there. Down goes Bibu. At least not out yet, but at least put onto his backside in the doorway. But now should be able to get recovered once he's a bit more safely inside of Cash itself. And P4's the one really tucked in the corner of sight still. Able to do a little bit of work. Could keep her off one of these sides of the breach if he wanted to. Shinka's going to find himself finished out there, and that's the Chanka gone Tim, one of those critical ones. But guess who? It's Deadshot into a couple of kills, and Mowgli is still running around. Going to find himself in another firefight with Sage, who almost goes down. Wetables now in trying to look for his man. He's going to find him as well. Is this going to be that sort after the second round? It's down to a 2v1. 2 flashing health bars as well. A single shot onto Sage will be enough. But you could argue the same for both P4 and Bibbo on the other side.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy closeout for Sage here. He's at least got that RQ scanner, so he can pick up some gadgetry if he needs. There's nothing that he needs to worry about in terms of traps or anything that that may not be visible. But he, for the time being, is just going to be taking these angles. The biggest problem he's got is that he's against 2 very smart players, P4 and Bibu. They're not going to peek this on low health. They know they don't need to. They're just going to wait for him to move in. There you go, P4. You know, the patience from Wolves there. They are just waiting on that ADS, waiting for him to come in. A great art from Wolves, 5-1. I think Bliss, they could maybe have had another round. A 4-2, I think, wouldn't have been too wild. I think that would have been probably a fair reflection as well. But Wolves, they've certainly earned their 5-1. They're looking good.
It comes back to everything that I said at the start around stats, right? 2 of the lowest attacking win percentage teams here in this matchup. And you've also got Wolves, who have got the second highest defensive win rate of 72% coming into this. So a 5-1 half, honestly, not all that unexpected. 4-2, if nothing else, would have brought that percentage down for Wolves. So instead, boosting it ever so slightly. But now we get to see Bliss on their defense of their own map pick, and it's on Wolves to figure things out.
We'll see just how successful Bliss can be on the defense. I think really they could do with rounds 7 and 8 going straight in the bag. Their first and second choice rounds, sites rather. I like Wetables on the Oryx. It's bringing something a little bit different. Get those hatches opened up. Let's get a little bit of vertical transfer as well for the Oryx. Just really keep them guessing. Let them... There you go. Thank you very much. Let them clear out that top floor. Let them drone it. Let them think it's, safe. And then get yourself back up that hatch and get working around. I like this from Bliss. They're certainly not, cowering inside a site because they're 5-1 down. They're happy to get out there in the map, take a little bit of a risk, bring the Oryx. I think it's good.
Really comes down to me is how effective they are then at stopping Wolves going fast when they realise that 2 or 3 players aren't on site. And this is the problem, look, literally as I say it, I speak it into existence. 2 or 3 players walking their way down main stairs. Already found one in the back, but that was a saving swing from Otter. Wow. Man has kept his teammate alive, but Mowgli's in. He's found 2. Wolves have got full control of the site already. And it's going to be a bit of a battle back now for the side of Bliss to get on site and stop this one going through. Shinka still with another call in back pocket as well. They've still got so many tools to play out this post. Planty hits him, and straight on the doorway there, Shinka finds himself 1, but down to a 2 versus 2. The Aussies may well have pulled this back, Tim.
Could have done, but Mowgli with an important kill onto Brendo. Just gets the flashbang out, finds the last inside of blue, and just when you think Bliss might be able to run it back, up steps that man Mowgli. Not Not only did he put the diffuser on the ground, he got the final 2 kills as well to close things out. It was a nice push from Wolves, just recognising the space was there. I'd, waxed lyrical at length about Bliss having this top floor and being willing to play aggressively, but the problem was that it was too much of a focus for them. They took their eyes off the prize, which was inside a sight, and they've let Wolves walk on in there. It was unfortunate because you thought that Oda might have just broken the back of it when he got that kill onto P4, but no, it just wasn't enough. Mowgli went in, carved his own path. I think he ended up on a 4K.
Yeah.
Shinka with the only other one. Great round from Mowgli.
Great round from the team overall. I commented on it at the time, but when you've got 2 or 3 players in the room, if a team drones that out and just goes, okay, we know what's going on here, we're now going to rush. You can see exactly what it's going to turn into. And for Wolves, I was looking at the drone count and just thinking, okay, then, well, how many drones are they losing here in the prep base? Are they figuring out there are players upstairs? Are they seeing that site is empty? They lost no drones at all during their prep phase. So either that screams, we're much more trying to protect our angle into site. We've got them down main hallway, for example, and bottom of main, and that is it. Or they've actually gone downstairs and figured out, okay, actually, there's only a couple of players here, and we haven't got to worry about losing drones. There's no Solus to worry about, for example. She's banned away, and 2 players aren't going to be able to pick off too many. Either way, they read into the situation extremely well and capitalized. So Bliss here, I think you'll find them being fair whack more cautious, Tim.
They are already. You can see all 5 of them pretty much back down on site. Brendo is the only one, with any sort of roam game to his name, really, and that's basically stood at the top of blue stairs, so not really too much of a roam order, just giving a little tickle on main stairs as well, but I don't think it's going to take much at all for these 2 Bliss players to be forced back. Wolves, I like what they're doing though. There's no presumptions being made here. They've droned out the top floor. They're going in, taking ground, and they're going to start moving down to the mid floor. As you can see, they've got players just scarpering ahead of them there. Oda not wanting to get too involved in that gunfight, wanting to keep a numbers, not advantage, but at least keep the numbers up towards the end of the round. And then, I like this from Deadshot, just going to be working at distance with that skeleton key. If you keep getting nitroed in your ranked games, consider taking that one away. Get yourself one into logistics. You can do it from up there, and you're nice and safe.
Open up absolutely everything, and you also don't mean that you get a defender taking control of stock and shooting everything out, or Logi, sorry, and shooting out everything from above, as we saw Wolves doing on their defensive half, and just denying Kitchen away from the side of Bliss entirely. But now at least they have got this full floor control. They've got everything they need here, Tim, in terms of setup. Based on that last round, no massive denial coming out the other side. Even bottom main is fully in the French side's control right now. So they're really dictating exactly how this is going to play out. On the side of Bliss, I can see a couple of players sat inside a church. You've got one out in blue, one in Arsenal, one playing inside of dirt right now. So very standard in terms of setup. No one really playing deep Arsenal, so not playing too close, which means bottom main actually is quite exposed, and Wolves could look to make use of that.
Wolves are doing a great job of clearing utility here as well. You just see the nade being dropped in to clear the FNAT that was covering the Molotov drop. If they get, I was just going to say, there's no wall denial either, so there's a real opportunity to open up the bottom of this church wall, which really makes it difficult for Bliss then to play inside of there. That's exactly what Bibu's going to do, and Mowgli goes at the same time. You see the beauty of the Kiba barricade being taken out by the Gon 6 to enable the opening kill for Mowgli. Deadshot goes in and gets a double, and this is surely a slippery slope for Bliss now. 2 versus 4. Wolves are just running all over them in the basement, Des.
Trying to do what they can, but couldn't quite complete the kill. Still got the numbers advantage. You got Deadshot then holding on Moto. Fisher Guy coming in close, finds his man, and the diffuser goes down as well. But I was going to say the hatch. They were exposed to the hatch, and P4 has held there for the majority of this round. Wettables can now watch main, but 2 have dropped in towards Moto. He's got to win something here. He finds one. It comes down to just one more. Sees him at range, and Bliss are kept in the game by Wettables.
Such an important 1v2 there, showing some real prowess to hit that headshot behind the bar. Mere pixels that were available. Absolute beauty coming in from the Australian side to hold on to that one. But boy, did they need to hold on tight. Wolves were throwing everything at it. And just, I commented on it at the time, the beauty of the teamwork coming in. I don't know who was, I'm pretty sure it was a Gon 6. That was what it sounded like. Just as the Kiba barricade dropped for Mowgli to push in and get the kill onto Brendo. It was just fantastically worked from them, and it's actually going to trigger, despite getting the round, a little Bliss timeout. They've decided they're going to have that chat and see if they can string together another couple of rounds.
You were right. It was that gone 6.
Gone
shit.
Gone six.
It's gone to shit.
That might have been what Brendo said.
It's all gone to shit. No, it had the gone 6 and behind of the butt because then he immediately switched over to his gun. And it's that Mowgli and Deadshot pairing that's really tickled you, that one. Gone shits. I don't know what the hell was going to come out of my mouth then, to be honest with you, Tim. Sometimes that just happens. But no, immediately it was Deadshot switching over. And what you're seeing time and time again in this game is Deadshot and Mowgli as a pairing, just stepping through on these entries. It doesn't matter if it's up on the roam together. They've always kind of got each other's backs. If Mowgli falls, Deadshot is immediately there to capitalize and keep the ball rolling. And just as a dynamic duo in this game, it's super, super impressed by them both.
Right, we're going to see a top floor defense. It's been 2 basements so far for Bliss in round 7 and 8. They are successful at the second attempt. So this time it's going to be up to Gym and Bedroom. And I'm interested to see what they do here, whether they try to keep hold of red stairs or not. They do have the Warden on side. We've got 2 rotates. We've got 3 rotates. I'm just watching the top down. You will see shortly. Brendo just finishing off that wall. So there is no rotate back from the top of red, which would suggest that Sage will not be playing there on the Warden. So they're at least going to give up that little bit of space to Wolves. Wolves, oh, look at this. It's hard breach central, Des. They've got 3 of them on board. Hibana, Ace, Thermite, all there. They're going to get themselves almost certainly into CCTV quickly. They're going to open construction wall. I'd expect them to maybe open a little bit of top red. Certainly CCTV through to Cash. Jacuzzi, you pick a wall, Des. They're opening it.
You'd hope so, for sure. The instant response from the other side.
Thatcher as well.
I was about to say, kill Thatcher. That's the way that you win this round as the defenders. They've got quite a lot to deny with, mind you. You're looking towards the Bandit. I'm looking towards the Mute. They're going to be really critical in this defense, and at least with how things are spaced up so far, it's not too far off how Wolves defended. It's looking at keeping Cash completely closed off and having a player inside of there. They've got double mute jammers down on the triple wall in there, for example. Everything is about trying to slow Wolves down. Wolves seem quite happy to engage with that given their comp they've brought along. It's not a hit site fast and hard style comp, but they've really kind of said forget about trying to take Cash for now. Instead, opening up the single wall, probably going over towards the west breach, and that will be enough for them.
Now they do have some soft breach options as well. P4 does have the soft breach charges, so with that wall not being reinforced, they could take that choice. I can tell you that Bliss is still stacked pretty heavily over this side. There was 3 until a few seconds ago when Brendo returned to site, but we do still have Wettables and Oda over this site trying to hold on. It's in fact going to be the Flores drone that will do the soft breach work for us. Oda, I bet he's snuck away here, Des. I'll bet that Wolves aren't aware of this. Out goes a goo mine, and that's going to give him every bit of information he needs if Wolves try to push in here. This is a real litmus test for Wolves' drone in.
Oh, that is cheeky. But they were so aware. And he still finds Bibu and drops down into the basement, slips away. What a kill to find as well. I think the Wolves already opened up, and we've already commented, Tim, there are so many hard breaches in the round, it doesn't matter that much, but you're taking off a critical gun here as part of Wolves' attack.
Great stuff from Oda there. I think Wolves just failing to pick up on him, and he took his choice. You either wait for the flank or you go for the big peak to kick things off. And boy, as he kicked things off, Bibu down. As we say, at least one of those exothermics had already been used on construction wall. I don't think the second had been used, but the Selma chargers will do just as good a job of the wall there. I think even bathroom wall's been got as well. So it's very difficult inside a site, but I tell you what, they don't mind. They just say, right, instead, you want to make it difficult inside a site, we'll come and have a little look out of the windows. We'll get aggro. Fisher guy holding his position on the rotate. Well, P4 down. This is all going in the direction of the Aussies at the minute, but Mowgli spins on a dime and slams Wettables inside of CCTV. Beautiful stuff from him.
I've said it so many times over. You give some teams half a second, they'll take an absolute mile. Mowgli making a 4 to close out the map. Absolute screamer of a performance. 16 kills across 9 rounds, and the French team dominate the Aussies here on Clubhouse.
Mowgli won that round, I think it is fair to say.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic play there. But, you know, Wolves on the whole have impressed me. They've come out and they've won those rounds. They've done exactly what they've needed to do. They've recognised when there's been space. They've gone in and taken it. They've been aggressive. They've been patient at the right times. They've played a good game, a good roam game with P4, for example, in that round. Mowgli's had some huge moments. I'm thinking church attack where he gets kills. 4K putting the diffuser down as well. Another 4K in the last round there. Just great stuff all round from Wolves.
28-8 between Mowgli and P4.
Yep.
Absolute domination from those two in that game. I know we were talking about Deadshot and he had a couple of rounds, but P4 and Mowgli, take a bow. I think I'm with you. Basically, solo gone on to win that. And my concern even looking forward now, going into Oregon, Wolves' favorite and most successful map versus one that Bliss have not played all of last year. They played it once, only against SSG at this competition, and lost. What does that say about their chances coming in? It's going to be rough. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, map 2 awaits. Interview.
A lot to play with, and a kill from Doki, but not the other.
Almost swung around either side, but again, this game from Liquid, they are making sure that every loose player has at least 2 of the Brazilians either side of them. It's a 3 versus 3 with a minute on the clock. They're still trying to aim an angle their way. You look at what they've lost, and it's maybe the herald of an A push and maybe the design towards the B, but with Hard Breach, with Dockerby for some crowd control, and with the IQ, they have a great selection of guns and a little bit of utility for what is going to be the swing on towards the site itself. But the concern here is that verticality, 2 C4s and a pulse, all the intel that they can utilize to build behind anything that is attempted on the second story. It's turning into a little bit of a nightmare here for Liquid.
Virtue missed them though. Luckily, Uno was watching the hatch because they all were rotating around when he was watching the opposite side of it. They did not know where they are. Now the Nitro is going to be prepped as the plant is being attempted. Uno gets shut down as Reset pushes in.
2 versus 2 at this point, and they pulled off the kit. They find the kill though. Virtue swung his way up. They look away at the worst possible second. They don't have the connection. Resets through the wall. I mean, Liquid, they read it perfectly, knew where they needed to have a player and sort of said, look, you stay up there, I'm going underneath. I have a couple of G2 players and my bullets have their name on them.
I will say it is a very ballsy move from G2, like Hap mentioned at the start of the round, to take this split site to play on. It's beautifully set in the way that it is. You're playing the vertical. You're also getting a trade kill every time. You get 1 kill and then you get refract. It's okay. It's fine. You keep that amount of those numbers for you to use. But the ability of Resets to drop down here on the Habana, get the first kill, and get into position to close down the second is beautiful. That's why this site is so tricky to play, because and went with a pulse solo, because you need to get the intel and then use the Nitro cell. You need someone to remain with you. And I feel that in the round, the Fenrir didn't really get to do what they wanted to in slowing things down and cutting off those line of sight.
I think that G2 might have gone a bit too aggressive there when it was the 3v3 situation. They saw someone coming down from Spiral, they tossed the Nitro cell rather than holding the close angle. The post was going up the staircase as well towards the upper sides rather than playing it below, guiding the Nitro cell with the cardiac sensor. So you basically left your teammate there in a 1v2 situation. I think if they played that a bit more passively, not that that's a G2 playstyle, quite aggressive, but they might have been able to bring it across the finish line in that case.
We might be about to do a little bit more Brazilian juggling, which is when you juggle a Brazilian in and out of a window on a second story for a bit to try and play against utility. Reset will be the one that steps into the shoes that Alamau had pretty brilliantly before, but Volps doubling down on the blitz. I mean, it was successful until it suddenly wasn't, but you could have made it perfect, and they'll know that more than anybody else. So instead, they'll see if they can try and lead with that iron flashy fist.
What do you do now with the Amaro? We saw how G2 were able to utilize the operator themselves of just trying to baiting for a plant. Can Resets pull something off in the same way, or does he have another game plan?
He's either going to be playing this from below and go up the hatch, or he's waiting for the blitz to make a good move, but as he goes in, it's just complete shutdown from G2! Only Palu left! There's only been 10 seconds gone since the first kill. And he's looking like, team, where are you? What? Why are you all dead? What happened?
That is when Brazilian juggling goes bad and you unfortunately get in, but you have already exploded. They've thrown the utility and timed it well with your push. And that is, in a way, the negative thing about the E1D, because if the defenders don't care...
There it is.
If the defenders don't care to be spotted, then they'll know that that sound means they're about to try something. So let's just throw our C4s, pop our Goyos, play against it. We'll either waste it to an E1D or we'll waste an entire team.
It's like when some teams and some players will do it. This is like a great reaction. It can backfire, of course, but you're in a kind of dead or maybe I'll die a bit later situation. Somebody's flashing you. What do? Do you sit back and just take it and die 2 seconds later? Or do you just say, you know what, they're going to pop the flush, I see the flash coming at me, I'm going to fire, and hopefully I can get something. We saw that on Clubhouse, I think, yesterday, and it played out wonderfully. In this case, everybody collapsed in, and then everybody was just vacuumed immediately out and vacated out of Consulate.
I think he's saying I'm having a great time playing Rainbow Six Siege with you all.
I love Rainbow Six.
I love Rainbow Six Siege.
In Portuguese.
In Portuguese.
Now,
I think that's what's being said. I don't speak very good Portuguese, though.
A big thing about these top 4 executes we usually have is the Ying, but that got removed in the bans, of course, because usually what you see is a lot of flashbangs being tossed out, which makes it so only the Warden has the opportunity to take the fight. The other thing you then do is toss out those C4s, but that's the bait that goes with it. Candela goes out, there comes a C4, Candela goes out, another C4, and then you can go for a plant. That's not going to be there now.
It is that interesting ban removal as well of the mute that was played by Liquid here. How much of a problem they think that would have been towards this map and this hold. Sure, it's a limitation on the drone game, it's a limitation on a game that I said they did very well, but there's several ways for a team of these two teams' caliber to stop against that game, to play against that game. So maybe it's a focus on walls or just, you know, some of that utility drive that is mute the best option to take out of this defense? Time will tell.
I mean, the mute gadget is not as strong as it used to be.
Yep.
You could block out the entirety of like yellow stairs in the past. No, obviously, we're many years beyond that at this point. But if Liquid deem it that, hey, maybe this is something that's blocking us out, maybe it'll just deny our drones. That's something to think about. What I did like is Volp swapping from the Buck off to the Ram. They got the droning in. They got the intel. Hey, we're going to need more vertical top down. So let's just bring the Ram. It'll open everything for us. But you do need that top 4 control, and you need to avoid nitro cells being flung at you.
Heavy roam game, though, from the side of G2. Only 2 players are currently on the site. The rest is playing around that first floor, which, of course, directly leads into the verticality that is going to be playing into the site itself. And as long as they can just stay out here and support one another, Liquid might be up for a bit of a surprise, because we saw some missed information in the last round. If they miss information again this time, they're going to be in trouble.
Well, there's the grenade that they for a second wanted to swing into, but they're in a position where they just clear utility. There is a dangerous game. Trying to jiggle peek. Nesk usually doesn't always go your way, and they have realized that. Pull back instantly. Nesk with the lockdown on the roam. It's a double down as well with the Nomad. They're going to make sure that their sight is focused and driven. They have bodies above and bodies below. And Doki, how long are you going to sit here in a situation that becomes thinner and thinner as time goes on? Benja's behind the desk, and Alamau is behind. Nesk gets the take. Doki gets Volps as well. In and amongst the chaos, they've been able to take a couple of bodies and fight for the trouble. I said don't always peek on that swing, but Doki takes out resets. There's Benja. He's sort of saying, I'm sorry, mate. I don't have your ticket. You've got to go elsewhere. This desk is closed. Look at this.
Flawless again, back-to-back flawless that we're seeing from G2 here. And again, the heavy roam game out there, and they're just winning those gunfights, leaning into it, not being afraid to back down, but then lean back in twice as hard.
And that's the heavy roam, is that it seems like G2 are baiting Liquid into a position where they feel they're comfortable. So whether they do, hey, we're playing all the way at the bottom, sure, you can take the top floor, use your Ram, take your time, because we don't care. We're going to be playing closer towards yellow stairs. We're going to shut you down there, because we know now that you're going to be able to kind of send Nesk over to that position. Well, he's the first eliminated. And what do you do when you're trying to breach? Well, you end up losing more and more ops because your vertical play was not successful in bringing anything, because all the other ops are actually in, you know, indestructible positions. Defended at the end to isolate. Get in their heads. There you go. Get in their heads. 5-4 for
Honestly,
G2. This might break the mind of Team Liquid.
Well, they haven't taken their time out. They still think they can pull it back. They're only 1 round below. Before, it's 2 rounds in a row. It's the second time this map 2 rounds have been threaded together.
5 seconds left.
And we are going back to the split site here, and I'm still like thinking that G2 should have won that if they played it a bit more passive rather than the aggression that they showed when it was a 3-on-3 situation. The roam game, that's fine. You can have that out there. Actually bringing the Capkins now just in case there is another blitz running through, so you might be able to blow them up before they are successful. But if you're able to just slow it down a little bit more in those final seconds, use the teamwork and the synergy between your gadgets and utility, they could be finding themselves with some good success here.
Counteract the gadgets. What do? You bring in the Brava. It's a good reaction from Team Liquid. Hopefully they're able to cancel out as much of the utility from Fenrir as possible, because yes, it wasn't that big of a deal in the last round, but had they actually committed to the execute, Team Liquid that is, then Fenrir would have become an issue.
Yeah, would have become an issue, that's for sure. And of course, you know, at that point as well, back in the first round that they played in defense, it still was on the opposite side of the map, just holding off any rotations that came in from that side. So, good operator that you really need to take care of. Hatches are being open up though, so there is definitely an approach towards that basement site. Let's see if it will last this time.
Still trying some crime, and this time an F dot is stolen. Uno, the man who owns them, is going to be disappointed, but he might sort of taper that by shooting people in the face. He's ready for a fight, and Alamau is ready for an appearance. Emergency exit, keenly watched, which will buy some support.
Bit of a cakewalk on that first map, I think, here, Tim, for Wolves, dismantling Bliss and putting themselves just one map away and progressing to face off against the winner of G2 versus Liquid. Never really troubled throughout, Mowgli especially putting on one hell of a show.
Yeah, I sort of voiced concerns at the beginning when we saw the map choices. I didn't know about, you know, kicking things off with two pretty default maps against Wolves. Clubhouse has, you know, got away from Bliss realistically, and as you pointed out with the stats to back it up before we went in, Oregon is not likely to be any easier. You know, they haven't really played it at all, haven't Bliss, and it's going to be a tough one for them. But, you know, that said, there's two sides to every coin. Wolves can't have prepped for them, they can't have watched the VODs because they ain't there, so maybe Bliss can bring a few surprises to the table. But honestly, with the way that Wolves were playing in that last one, how dominant they were, particularly, as you say, Mowgli and P4, absolutely, look at that. 190. I don't know what the highest EPS has been so far at SI24, but that must be pushing it, or if not, it.
Very much so, yeah. Again, I mentioned this before, but just outright domination by Mowgli and P4 throughout that game. You know, the rest, just they were there for the ride. It's the only way I can really describe it.
And they were there.
They were there. They existed.
The thing is,
server.
they played the parts. Deadshot, couple of important double kills to swing rounds. Bibu, beautiful nitro to stop a rush.
Can't forget that
really
Deadshot gone 6 either.
Can't forget the Deadshot gone 6. Gone 6, Des.
Gone 6.
Gone 6.
I thought it was gone 7.
No,
That's exactly what I said.
No, you didn't.
Either way, it really tells the story down the right-hand side of the screen. It was outright domination by the French side. And now we go into Oregon. The only real saving grace here for me is that Wolves start on the attacking side. That actually we're seeing Bliss starting things out on the defense. As we touched on, this is Wolves' favorite map. It is a map we have barely seen Bliss play. It's been a perm ban for the longest time. They've only played it once. They've lost it. On paper, this should be another win for Wolves.
Yes, I think, you know, it's fair to say. As I said, coming in, Siege isn't played on paper. It's played in the server, so you never know what's going to happen. But given map 1 and how dominant Wolves were, you have to. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Bliss, you've really entertained us. It's been fantastic to watch you. But as the social vote says as well, you know, you have to expect a Wolves. You know, don't get me wrong, you might hope for a Bliss win, but you have to expect Wolves to be triumphant realistically on Oregon.
You do, and the hopes of APAC may well die with this map, Tim. But as we've already said, 8 teams were going home today, and this will be, depending on how,
it's always the toughest day of the tournament, realistically.
Depending on how G2 Liquid ends as well, they might not be the last team going home this day. It could be one of the teams over there instead. Feels mad to say that G2 or Liquid are going home today, doesn't it? Before we even got ourselves to the live stages and before playoffs was even finished. Absolutely bonkers.
It really does. It really does.
And one of these have got to join them. Let's get into the bans then to kick things off. Bliss are going to start out on the attacking bans. They're going to take away the Dakabi. No surprise at all. One of our highest bans that we've got at the competition.
We'll see as they continue. Wolves will pick up an attacker for us as the second one before we move on to our defenders. It's going to be Grim. Again, you know, we've seen a few. I wouldn't say one of the highest rates necessarily, but certainly up there. Grim getting involved in the banning phase, maybe more than he himself would like.
I think really what we've seen is a lot of teams making use of that alongside things like the Lion, because it's one of those classic things where it's, hey, if you move, you're screwed. If you stay still, you'll get screwed. And what we've seen, I think, from Bliss in the first map a couple of times over is making use of that. And because it's got so many of the Kawan launchers in back pockets, being able to fire those out and just completely suppress an area of the map or a certain room where you know there is going to be no attacker left inside, or no defender left inside, sorry. It's just a really potent operator right now. So that being taken away may well change some things up at least a little bit. It does mean the Ying is open here that we spoke about a number of times. And Mowgli's asking that exact question. What are you going to play now that the Grim has been taken away? Are we going to see that Capital? Are we going to see Monty? Are we going to see Ying? So do expect in that second half, we'll see quite a lot of Ying, as we are starting with now. P4 bringing that out for an attack down into the basement.
So we will see just how aggressive, that's what I'm watching for from Bliss here. They did try on Clubhouse to get themselves out into the map. It did not work. Wolves recognised that quickly, got themselves into sight, threw a diffuser down, and it just didn't pan out well for them. They then chose to try and turn up on site, and it wasn't much better. But we will see whether they choose to get anybody out into the map here. For the time being, there's plenty running upstairs, likely mostly to get hatchers. Wetables all the way up to tier 2. Just wondering, I think he's just chasing drones. I don't think he's intending to play up here necessarily. He's just having a little look around. Looking to maybe get a little bit aggressive. I don't know. Maybe just try to slow things down a little bit. We'll see when that spawn comes in. He's watching his cams. Wetables definitely feeling it.
I mean, he's got a bulletproof cell in back pocket. I'd like to see him put that down somewhere around site before he goes throwing himself out of windows now that he's prepped that jump out. As much as Jaeger is the go-to dispensable defensive operator, arguably the biggest example of it, your ADSs are down. Cool. What more is there for you to do? There's no recharging gadgets. There's no active gadget that you can use as the round wears on. Like you're seeing with the rest of them here, arguably Valkyrie, another one that you'd see in a similar vein, but she does have that C4 that can prove to be of great use the longer the round goes on.
Bibu just, I love that look at the it's just it's something that we don't often comment on, but I always just think it's a thing of beauty when you've just got that drone 10 feet in front of somebody and they're just moving aggressively through the map. You know, the comms, the teamwork, everything about it. It's just such a simple thing and such a staple of Siege, but I love it.
Would you hot drone me like that?
You could hot draw me, Des.
You reckon?
No, you're the gunner. You're the gunner of the two.
On the left, mate. You'll be screwed.
Well, that's it. You don't want me droning you.
True, actually, Lisa.
You need to be my eyes, Des. You need to be my eyes, man.
Tim, on your left, on your left, on your left. Tim, no! There's a number of times that I'd be calling that up being unbelievable. Brendo's going to start things off. Mowgli, our resident fragger in the last map, is the one to pull down first and foremost. Brendo popping on them specs, looking extra cool as we see the Candelas come flying on through. And look at that, a couple of kills fly the way of Wolves incredibly quickly. A drop straight into Brendo's line of fire. Gets himself one back on the other side, but immediately it's down to a 2 versus 2. But it's a pinch coming in from Bliss here. All to do for Shinka. He is the clutch master. That's what we know him as, but has got to win both Freezer and Pillar here. He's taking a back away. Has to be careful because that only gives Bliss time to reconvene here, pull together, try and make this play work.
Shinka, he's just going to be holding himself inside a sight, but super low health. Needs to really pick his moments. And he's going to go for it straight away, as there is no push coming in to stop him. Fisher Guy finally moves. Shinka comes off the diffuser. He's got what he wanted, but with them both low health, he's going to flash himself. Not ideal from Shinka. Himself low health and the others pretty stacked in terms of HP. It's going to be very, very difficult for Shinka to get anything out of this. And it was well played by Bliss. Nice and calm. No chasing the kill. That's when you lose those rounds. But no, they just held their position, waited for that bit of intel. It was a sound call that came through in the end. But the comms were good. And Bliss get themselves a good first defense.
Quite ironically, that's where a Grim would have been really beneficial to the side of Wolves. You had the Warden of Brendo just sat on Pillar basically the entire round. Didn't really need to move his feet. And gets himself 3 kills, a lot of them through. The flashes of the Candelas too. It's really showing why a lot of teams love bringing things like a Thatcher to try and dispatch of a Warden. Or, as mentioned, things like a Grim to force him to move. At least then you could drop in and go for a pre-fire in an all things equal gunfight, except you have that additional information. So, great use of the Warden there in round 1. Now we go up to this top floor, Tim. We'll see if Bliss can keep on building a defensive advantage, because heaven knows it'll be hard to get when they go on the attack.
It certainly will. This is it for Bliss now. They need to get some momentum up here and start getting some rounds. I mean, you know, I suppose I've already commented on them picking default maps or sort of allowing default maps to come through. And I don't, you know, maybe it's not the end of the world. We haven't seen them play it very much. But as I often say, you know, you're not going to be a pro team that's reaching the 6th Invitational if you have no Oregon, for example. You know, it's a map that these players should be well versed in. It's been in the pool for the longest time. So, you know, even if it's not something you choose to play regularly, it's something that you should still be able to play and should be at least reasonably competent on. So intel plenty in abundance throughout the map. We've got the Vault cams have been positioned around. We've got 2 bulletproofs as well, all sorts to try and read the positions of the Wolves attack.
I'm just seeing Astro here and just thinking back to the good old days. And those are the only 2 operators that you ever see on the attacking side very consistently, because their soft breach potential, because there were more charge breaches, or sorry, breach and charges in the back pocket of the Ash, for example, because Sophia used to be a bit of a demon with the gun until we had the reworks come through that have slowed things down a bit. Either way, both are here for different purposes, no doubt. Normally seeing the Ash come along when there's a mirror on the defensive side. Of course, one not here, but Bibu's in a great spot underneath, under Armory, trying to see what he can find. Absolutely nothing to be found, but Mowgli, shock horror, has found himself a 2K. That is becoming very much a theme throughout this series, Tim.
Yeah, great stuff from Mowgli, just creating a bit of space there, managing to take out Sage, who was inside of Armory. Days was certainly numbered. Kiba barricades or not. Shinka now positioned in there, able to keep a hold of Armory corridor. Meanwhile, the rest of Wolves seem to be rotating around towards White Stairs and Double Window, and the push is not going to come through Armory. Here we go. Deadshot takes out the Frostmat on the inside, gets himself into a plantable position, and he's just going to go for it, Des.
Trying to do what he can here as well on the backside. Has got down with most of this as well. They can't see him on the angle. They've got Mowgli, makes it a 3. Of course he makes it a 4, Tim. He's just going through this team like a hot knife through butter. Far too easy for Mowgli and the rest of Wolves.
What was the kill record we had set the other day? 50.
We'd need a 3-mapper for him to break that, I think.
I'm joking. I jest. I don't think there's any way that Mowgli's going to see anything too close to that. Yeah, KZ.
Oh, mate.
Absolutely beautiful. KZ setting the new LAN kill record. And it was a fantastic performance. Unfortunately, W7M will lost the game, but still KZ's performance was, of course, a standout. But Mowgli has been a standout performer here so far against Bliss. 18 in the last map, 4 here. That's 22 in total. But as you say, I just don't think he's going to get the rounds or the longevity needed to be touching anywhere near those dizzy heights.
Yeah, you need some long maps here. You really need to see the other side
plenty of
fighting
rounds,
back. And
3 maps. You need like everything to go in your favour, really.
You need the other side to be more competitive, and it's not really to say that Bliss aren't giving it a go. Like, I would say they're actually giving it the very best.
I think they're playing very well overall.
When Mowgli's walking 4Ks for fun, it's hard to really find a response is the problem. The only concern about that I have is, we always say about Wolves, there comes a certain point in the tournament where the wheels just come off. Where Mowgli has a bad day and Deadshot has a bad day.
Maybe
I talked about
time.
the results earlier. Yeah, but we've been saying that for years, Tim.
Maybe not this. You know me, I'm the eternal optimist, Des. Maybe not. Maybe this is the one.
And you are absolutely insufferable as a result of it.
Maybe Liquid are beating G2 on the other stream. Who knows?
Tim, they've just lost 2-0.
Who knows? Maybe not.
We know, Tim. I just told you it's 2-0.
But maybe, Des.
In an alternate universe,
Let me
Tim.
dream.
I'll let you dream, mate. You keep dreaming. All right. Bibu, I'm looking once again at the Amaru pick coming in here. They don't care about the Amaru. They're saying, you know what, straight towards sight, but he's dropped himself inside a kid's window. We've seen this one a million times over. However, Bliss have found 2 kills back for themselves, so have at least held most of this attack at bay. Deadshot still in quite a commanding position, but downstairs is where things look a little bit ropey right now. Yes, they've got control of top floor, but C4s can come flying up from below, retakes can come on through. So wherever they choose to make this plan happen, they've got to be so careful. The first one, almost finding Bibu.
Deadshot's going to get this done. There's nobody in a position to do anything about it. The cover comes in, but it might be too little too late. P4 taken down, and that's going to be it. What a great retake there from Bliss. They didn't really worry too much about the diffuser going down. They just focused on where those attackers were, shut them down, and they will get the disable on that diffuse. Good stuff.
It was nice, I think. The fact that you had this all-in attack coming out of the side of Wolves, and Bliss managed to plant their feet. They dealt with the Amaru coming in. They dealt with everything except Deadshot, realistically. And even when they realized they'd lost control of sight, their first thoughts are, right, we drop back down to the sort of being underneath the site. We've got 2 C4s in hand. We can still play forward to Nile. And they almost managed to get rid of Bibu with it, I believe, putting him down to about half HP. Just really good reactions from the Aussie side to deal with the aggression coming out of Wolves. Now we move back down into that basement as we step into that second quarter of the game. See if we can see success down here once again. Last time, everything came as a result of Brendo on Pillar. So I wonder if Wolves change things around a little bit and bring along a Thatcher to get rid of the threat of the Warden.
Yeah, good stuff from Bliss so far. 4-2 half on defense wouldn't be the end of the world for him. It'd be a very good start indeed. And then they can, you know, try and work things on the attack. It's the second half that's going to be tougher for them, but still, they can only play the half that they are in, and they're doing it very well at the minute. Just limiting Wolves to 1 successful attack so far. As you quite rightly called, we're going to have the Thatcher brought along. That's going to make the Warden, Brendo's game much more difficult. He's going to find himself having that gadget disabled and unusable and likely being pushed by Candelas very quickly thereafter, so long as they can get the timing right, and Wolves have already shown us that they are quite capable of doing that.
It is that big if on it. I called for it after round 1. We are seeing it get brought out, but they've got to make sure, 1, Bibu is alive that late in the round, and 2, that Brendo is in the right spot. So it will require throwing drones at the problem to get the information they need to figure these things out, and then it requires a team play for things to follow on through. So keep a close eye on Bibu. He will be a big part of this. Each EMP that comes out may well follow up, as you say, Tim, with a Candela off the back of it. Now, a lot of Bliss being forced back down towards site. They've already paid the price on Clubhouse of being too aggressive on their roams, Tim. Just got rushed on the bottom site by Wolves. So this time round on Oregon, making sure they're at least much closer to site than previous.
Wolves still working to get themselves inside of the map safely. Mowgli and Deadshot have managed to get themselves into kitchen. They're going to be pushing across that mid floor, looking to get the hatches open. And P4 is already on the way with that work as well. That's going to be at least laundry hatch open. He'll come and do security. He's going to need a little bit of support if they want to get that freezer hatch open. And it's going to mean going down and taking out a Kaid Electrical. Many ways that they can do it. They've got a Thatcher. They've got a Twitch. They've got Flores drones. They've got everything that they might need.
They just worry if they have to start using Bibu's EMPs for these hatches, and there's nothing
they
really
could just
left.
go and shoot it.
They can, but you're always at risk of being swung out from the sort of like cabinet at the end of freezer. This is what I'm slightly mindful of. However, job has been done. Things have been opened up. 1 EMP burnt so far, and onwards they march.
They do. P4 will be opening up the last hatch. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, though. This hasn't... Ooh, and there comes the tuber out. We spoke about this. Operator's impact. Fisher Guy manages to pick up Mowgli inside a freezer. Great start. This has been a good defense so far from Bliss. Using that tuber out, look how much time they've wasted. 2 minutes gone. Wolves haven't even started towards site yet.
They're still just holding things on here. Every single time it comes out, there's another tuber out to get tossed on. Still got one more in back pocket as well, so we'll be down to a matter of, what, 25 seconds? And then they've got to try and make everything happen in those last 20, which means no real mistakes to be afforded to the French side. Here we are with Brendo. On goes the glasses, and he's able to just pick off whoever the hell he needs to. Once again, they're getting really upset by this Warden. Deadshot, the last one left standing. They can find nothing. Bliss are going to find themselves up 3-1, Tim.
Great start from Bliss. I think there's going to be many happy Australians out there at the minute watching on, doing fantastically well against Wolves on, you know, what should be, it is Wolves' map pick, but what should be Wolves' map, really. You know, they are fantastic on this map, but just not able to deliver on the attack so far. It's been very tight, very solid from Bliss, not really giving them much opportunities. I love that they've managed to get the entry onto Mowgli 2 rounds in a row. Mowgli having such a big impact in that first map, and now very little. He's had that 4 kills, and that's been it. He hasn't had a sniff over the last couple of rounds, and that's something that Bliss need to continue if they can.
Keep it rolling. Keep on taking these rounds away from Wolves, because it's going to be so critical when the sides switch. And again, second best defensive team that we've got at the competition. Maybe number 1 after how the series has played out so far, to be fair. To upset Wolves on their defense is going to take a massive effort. And more than anything else, catching out Mowgli is proving to be the secret sauce to success. Truthfully, not really that big a secret, Tim. We all know how well he's been playing so far today. Meeting in kitchen coming up then. Capcan on side. Brendo switching over towards that. And it's Fisher Guy donning the duties of the Warden coming into the round number 5. Let's get underway. See how things play out.
Yeah, a bit more of a challenge now coming in for Bliss, being that they're on that third choice site. Going to try to hold on to Meeting. They do have a top floor presence. Order at the minute is up in attic. Going to be moving into dorms. Wettables out in small tower. So they are trying to hold as much of the map as they can, but absolutely shut down by Mowgli. He has his revenge on the entry. Managing to pick up one, but Fisher Guy, he's there for a trade at least, taking down Deadshot. 4 versus 3 as Brenda manages to find Shinker. And this is looking good for Bliss once again.
Full-on panic, really, as Wolves just storm their way in towards Trophy. Looking to take a few trophies of their own, but ultimately only managed to find the one, lose 2 players in the process. I am really impressed at how good Bliss have been at dealing with this rapid aggression coming out from Wolves. It upsets so many teams. It's what we've seen teams like G2, like DZ, like Sonics have great success with. Is fast-paced, aggressive attacks the defenders just aren't ready for. But the Aussies have dealt with it incredibly well up till now.
P4 going to be out of the window now, knowing that the lateral push needs to be worked as well. Wettables is currently inside of shower corridor. Not really being challenged too much. Gets aggressive onto the window, but manages to sneak away. Doesn't really need to take the extra rotation. One was already there, but Wettables manages to find the kill onto P4, so we'll forgive him for the extra impact nade used. Mowgli is going to be slammed as well. Wettables has done a great job cleaning up from showers with a 3K.
Very, very clean. Showers references, we love it. The Wettables player inside of showers being
Cleaning
clean.
up, honestly.
Just too easy.
Just taking things to new heights.
Aren't we just? Yeah, really setting the standard for comedy in Siege, aren't we here?
Round 6, and Bliss are absolutely, I think it's fair to say, pretty much running over Wolves so far on the defense. Wolves really haven't been very competitive inside of this. There's not been many rounds where I've thought, yeah, they're going to win that.
Yeah.
You know, the round that they did win obviously was very good. They got themselves in and got the diffuser down, but it was a rush. They got away with it. They tried it again. It didn't really work. Bliss were able to get them on the retake, and Bliss are looking absolutely solid here. We commented on the way in that Oregon isn't a map that they play well. I'll tell you what, I know 5 people who'd like to disagree with you. It looks like it is a map that they play.
And the backroom staff who are like, and I took that personally. The prep that must have gone into this game is unreal, to be fair. Looking absolutely fantastic. And if they get this here, it goes 5-1. I could see a world where they win this, if not at the very least take us through to overtime at the end of the match.
5-1 will be absolutely huge for Bliss, because I think it's fair to say the attacking half is always going to be the more difficult half for them on a map they don't normally play. But that being said, if they can get themselves onto 5, they only need to find one site that they can win on, and that could be your third choice site, the easiest site. You can go on, just win that twice, 7-5, bang, job done, you're on to map 3, and all of a sudden maybe Wolves have got a bit of a sweat on.
I would start to be worried at this point if I was Wolves, to be honest. Like, not really seeing their attacks come to any real success outside of the one that we saw much earlier on. P4's been quiet this map compared to the previous. Again, reminding you that it was him and Mowgli putting up massive numbers for his team previously. Already P4's down to half HP on arguably the most critical operator as part of this attack for Yink.
Mowgli taking a bunch of damage as well, and Bliss doing, oh, very good orders timing just off there, a fraction of a second later, and he gets himself a nice kill. But I tell you what, Wolves have been softened up once again inside of Small Tower. They're trying to push across from that side, but they're just being held at bay. They're making absolutely no progress. Realistically, at the minute, they haven't moved order out of kitchen, and Bliss, they are not for moving.
They are not. Only 60 seconds in, and it already feels like there's been quite a bit of back and forth between the two. Two damaged players on the side of Wolves at this point. A bit of utility exchange between the two as well. We would be forgiven for thinking we were about 1:15 left in the round at this sort of stage, but Wolves still trying to get themselves set up. Yes, they've got the showers control. Small Tower is theirs as well. We've still got a lot of work to do to get themselves all the way across and start looking up towards this top floor. Honor into another, but a good trade coming back across, and immediately elsewhere, Wettables responds. Every single time it feels like Wolves are making some kind of progress, there's just a response on the other side. And speaking of progress, Mowgli in this game finds himself 2 in the round, down to 3 versus 3.
Yeah, like you said, they're playing as a team fantastically well. They're always there for the trade. Fisher guy's going to pick up
Bandit
Mowgli.
shotgun, my favourite.
Such a standard pick. 3 versus 2. You know, putting it to work one way or another, getting the job done. And that is what Bliss have been able to do so far. Absolutely, you know, dominant again inside of this round, realistically. And Wolves are now left with a big window push, just trying to get inside of the map.
It's funny because of how often we do not see the shotgun coming out, but I love it in this position. Given how strong shotguns are as well, a couple of pumps into P4, sees him down. Bibby went through the window, easily closed out as well. A 5-1 half for the Aussie side. Everything you could ask for and more, I think, Tim.
Absolutely. I think it's time that Wolves need to wake up if they want to be getting this one done in 2. You know, we sort of expected coming in that might be the likely outcome, and there is still a little bit of siege left to play yet, but I think there's a few people, you know, sort of sat around thinking Wolves were going to win this, and Bliss, you know, we weren't familiar with your game, and you've really turned up and started to deliver here on Oregon.
What I'm always nervous about, though, Tim, as I always say, 2 halves to a game of Siege. And now Bliss have got to come out and perform better than Wolves on the attacking side. Reason why I say that is, again, with it being Wolves' map pick, I would go and check that I'm being lazy. You can basically guarantee Wolves have opted to start on defense in overtime because they get that choice as the pickers of the map. And given how defense already looked, I would wager if we get to 6-6, Wolves things close out with 2 rounds in overtime. We've got to see Bliss come out with a stronger half than just 1 attacking win.
The key, I think, for Bliss winning this round, particularly down on the basement, is going to be moving Wolves players. And that is going to be particularly positions like Pillars, Freezer. They are going to be two positions that are very difficult to clear out. Elbow, potentially, with Shinka playing there on the smoke. It is not going to be easy for Bliss to get themselves in, get established, and make life difficult for Wolves. Wolves are going to want to lock themselves down inside a site. Fisher guys coming in with the Monty, and that could really help things, you know, with that task that I've said. Maybe go down Freezer, push onto that door, force your way into Highway, and that's going to clear out Pillar. It's going to make Wolves move around. That's going to be the big key here for Bliss. Now then, I think there is one player or no, it's Deadshot. He's just up at the top of Laundry Stairs. He's going to move back down. I thought that Wolves were just leaving one out in the map, and it was going to just make me question Bliss's sort of drawn efficiency, making sure that they were checking absolutely everywhere. It looks like they are on with it, but 1 minute into the round, and they're making reasonable progress. They're confident they've got the map. They're opening hatches.
Tells you a lot when a team brings along those light screens with them as well. That's the thing I'm looking forward to the most here. Monty's one thing, of course, very, very slow, does draw things to a little bit of a pause at frequent occasions. The same story with the Flores. Really here, Sage for me is going to be the difference maker. You don't bring along the light screens unless you have a plan ready for the round. Maybe there's a little bit of counter prep that's gone in here against Wolves, especially knowing that if this map was available, Wolves would take it without question.
Randall's just going to hold the angle from rear stage stairs at the minute. He just wants to prevent anybody flanking up there. When the time comes, particularly when electrical hatch has been opened, that's when he's going to start applying pressure and pushing down a little bit more. Order manages to get down into Freezer. So much as I suggested, the three positions that they're trying to push is where Bliss have gone for, and those are the players that they're going to need to move. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, and as of yet, Wolves are still fairly comfortable. However, Fisher guy, he is in there. He's going to be like a big magnet on this Montagna. He's going to take a lot of attention from Wolves once they know that that shield is inside a Laundry. Gonna just dip out for the minute, get the reload done safely, and then he'll likely move his way back across to become a bit of a nuisance.
That's exactly it, but I like how no one's gone down early on, which means the plan can be executed exactly the way that Bliss want. It's not like Wolves have got up there and disrupted them by taking out a couple of operators early on, and even now we're burning through the smokes, for example, still with 40 seconds on the clock with more light screens to deploy. Looking good for the Aussies.
Certainly is. They can try to work in behind this. They're just going to try and soften up that wall. They know that one's on top of the machines, but they just can't get the angle. The ping goes out. Otter's going to have to remain patient. 25 seconds left to go. It's still 5 versus 5. Not a single kill has been found. Mowgli is using that gadget to as much as he can, but it's not really buying him anything. He's going to be challenged on the door there. First kill is going to be essential because you feel it could be a domino effect, and it goes in the favour of Bliss. Wettables onto Deadshot. It's 4 versus 3. It's 6 seconds left to go. Fisher guy needs to think about getting that diffuser down. 2 versus 3, and Wolves somehow hold on.
It's a great retake, to be fair, coming into Laundry. Just players sweeping in from Cubby, in from Rotate, taking everything over. Once the Monty left the room, they realised there was no real front line for the side of Bliss, and everything started to fall from there. The information had disappeared. He'd gone up Highway and in towards Supply. Well, you saw the outcome, but I'll give it to them. Really interesting round. Really cool ideas coming out there. And for a second, it did look like Wolves were going to buckle under the pressure, Tim. But so ultimately, they persevere. The French side come out on top, 5-2.
Yeah, you really think, you know, I'm looking back over the stats, and I think Wolves would really help themselves out getting a few entries here. It's been a little bit sparse for them over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. They've only had 1 entry, so they're playing at a severe disadvantage. Even when they're on the defence, they're still not picking it up, and I think that would be really something for Wolves, because it just really starts to knock the confidence of Bliss a little bit, maybe, if Wolves could get aggressive in that early round. But a good start for Wolves. As a Bliss fan, you sat there, and I think you'd have been expecting this to happen. You know that Wolves are going to make a run back at you here. You know, it was fairly unlikely, I think it's fair to say, that Bliss were just going to come in and take 2 attacks and it'd be 7-1 and done. We know that Wolves are going to have a run back. Where we're really looking is those tertiary sites. If Bliss can actually grab one of the primary sites, Laundry or Dorms, it's going to be a huge, huge thing for them, because it really does set them up, you know, for the win full stop. So we'll see whether they can do it here in round 8. It's up to the top floor. It's Dorms this time. P4 just inside of T2. Now then, are they aware of his presence?
Needless to say, I think maybe Mowgli might be regretting taunting Fisher and saying, well, we've banned away the Grim. What are you going to play now? Cappy, Monty, Ying? The answer is turning into being Monty. And Monty is so hard to play against, and you don't have the tools to deal with him. Thankfully they do. You know, the Azami helps on one side. You've got a couple of impacts to play behind as well. You've got Legion as well available to you to slow down the Monty. But I do expect through a lot of this half, unless things start going tragically wrong for Bliss, you're to see this Monty getting picked time and time again.
Interestingly, we saw P4 rotate back into Attic then and didn't have time to reinforce as he went. There was shots raining in around him, so he just had to leave it. So they've sort of given them Attic half soft. They've got the breach onto the wall as well with the Selma, so now full access to Attic for Bliss, and that's inside of the first minute. Deadshot, he's working around underneath. There's still somebody from Bliss outside of Garage at the minute. It's Order on the Flores, and these two could potentially come together, especially if Deadshot hears that barricade opening up. For the time being, he's just going to be holding an angle through Split. He's just stood inside of there in the corner, keeping himself. Through Split, Des.
Where's that?
It's just outside of Meeting, Des.
What's it called, Split, Tim?
Because there's a split route in and out of it, Des.
Ah, got it, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
First time in my life I got confused by that.
Deadshot's dead.
Yeah, and that tends to happen. It's at that moment where you just know things are going horribly wrong, and it's only gone from bad to worse because, Tim, both Deadshot and Mowgli have gone down now. We keep speaking about them as that go-to duo. Again, remembering Fresh's stat from earlier in a round where those two do not get a kill, which they have not this round. They only win 12.5% of rounds. This could prove to be that round for Bliss.
And again, the entry goes away from them. So once again, Wolves on the back foot as they have been so consistently. I don't think anybody realistically saw this coming on Oregon. You know, a map that we know that Wolves are so strong on. And how Fisher Guy just trying to maneuver in around that goo mine will be taken out. Not inside of his legs, so he's
it's like an elephant being scared of mice, isn't it? When you see those goo mines
just going to tiptoe around this goo
yeah,
mine.
like, it's there, get rid, make it go away. And that's exactly what his team are there for. However, he's into a great position here to make things happen. Turns his back, so we've got the shield down as well, facing out towards the attacking or defending team. They found themselves another Tim, but here comes Bibu, finds one. Right sort of idea, but doesn't win the gunfight. Bliss are going to find that round that they so sorely need here, Tim. And it turns out again, Monty is the terror. Bliss are up at 6-2, up to map point. And we could find ourselves going through to Consulate.
Fisher Guy's playing a great game on the Monty. That much is absolutely for sure. And like you say, I think Mowgli eating his words a little bit at this point. And he came in there. Maybe he gave him the idea with mentioning the Monty. And maybe he wished that he had him.
I hate Xenox, man. He just walked in the room giving it the big one because I was taunting him after map 1. All right, Wolves in for a timeout. They know things are not going according to plan. You can tell that by looking at the screen. 6-2. The French side find themselves down. I did expect difficulty coming into this map because Bliss were the ones starting on the defense. I don't think I quite expected a 5-1 half though, Tim, and it's running now that momentum into the second half as well.
And I love to see it. You know, we come in and obviously we say, yes, you know, the expectation is probably for Wolves, and I think most Bliss fans, you know, would probably have said the same, that it was going to be a difficult game and that Wolves, you know, had a good opportunity to get a 2-0 win. But we love to be surprised, as we love to be proved wrong. And that's exactly what Bliss are doing right now. Absolutely dominating on Oregon. Wolves just not at the races. As you say, just taking that tactical timeout. The Deadshot kill sort of says it all. I mean, I called it about 3 seconds before he died, but Bliss just pushed it so well. They knew exactly where he was. The flashbang came in. There was absolutely no chance for him whatsoever. And it's just Bliss have put Wolves in that position so many times throughout this map that it's been a joy to watch, realistically. We've had two. You know, yes, both maps have been dominated by one team or the other, but we said it after we came off the first map, you know, and Wolves had won. We said it was still a great clubhouse to watch because Wolves were just so electric and so fun to watch. And I'm going to give Bliss the same compliment here. They've been an absolute pleasure to watch so far on Oregon.
You know what the terrifying thing is if we get onto Consulate? Bliss have never lost Consulate. And amongst the teams they've played on that map are, guess who? Wolves. And they beat them 7-2. So there's already a massive story coming into that map 3 if we see ourselves get there. It's a big hill for Wolves to climb here. And of course, as a reminder, let's not forget, the team that the winner of this game would have to play is G2, given they beat Liquid. That's already feeling like a pretty scary matchup to face off against tomorrow.
Honestly, you know me, Des. You know that I absolutely love a surprise, like, deep run into the tournament from a team that we maybe don't expect it from. But Bliss going fantastically well. Can they keep doing it? Like you say, their eyes are just going to be fixed on Consulate. They'll know those stats. They'll remember that 7-2 game. And they are going to be absolutely locked and loaded and thinking, just get us to Consulate and we'll have you. And Wolves, I'm sure, will remember exactly the same. P4 is going to be in a sticky situation at the minute. He's up in T3. He's taken a lot of damage. The drones have gone in. They know for sure that he's up there, and it's going to be a real challenge for him to get away. He actually manages to do a bit of damage onto Sage, and Deadshot picks up Wettables. Sage manages to get P4 though in the trade, and that's going to be 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Mowgli's got himself out there. Not the end of the world. You've lost the Oryx and the for Pit 4 P4, 1 and 7 across the game. You're not exactly losing a strong gun in this game is the way that I would look at it. On the other side of things, though, the Capitao going down, real stinger. Because those smokes, the fire, massive parts of the game and massive parts of an execute into this site for the side of Bliss.
Yeah, definitely a big loss there. You can't always pick when you're just going to stick your head out and have a look out of the window who you're going to get necessarily, but definitely come away with an absolute treat with the Capitao going down. Brendo is going to be looking to move inside of the building pretty soon, I would imagine. It's shaping up to look like there could be a bit of attention towards Master and Closet. Oda is just at the top of Freezer stairs at the minute, so Bliss just a little bit disparate, just sort of spread out, and they need to come together really and decide exactly where this push is coming.
Decide now exactly how they're going to push their way through. By the looks of it, with the committal of these Flores Rotero drones in towards Trophy and Master side, going through a keeper barrier, now onto the shield inside a Trophy. The goal is to just slowly massage Wolves away from playing on the east side. And you can see now how the majority of players have actually drawn back in towards these top 4 rooms themselves. And that does open things up for the side of Bliss. Sage on one last little drone run around to figure out what's going on. Anything else to have to worry about? Nope. Explodes itself. And that means this east side is there to the taking.
It just runs out of time on the Rotero drone, and it will destroy itself. Mowgli going to be trying to hold Brendo out here. The bulletproof cam is in use, and P4 is sat on it at the minute. It will be defended by that ADS as well, but Brendo just goes in and says, I don't care. You can know I'm here. I'm going to take the fight. I'm going to win it. Order trying to push in, shut down, and all of a sudden, Wolves get a big 2. Shinka keeps them in this. Deadshot joins the party. It's 1v1. It's Shinka. The clutch master closes it out for Wolves and keeps them fighting for another round.
Closer, no doubt, than Made of Lights, but it came so close to Bliss careering us through into map 3. And what a scoreline to do. It would have been 7-2, just as dominant as that first map for Wolves. Heaven knows how things could have then played out on Consulate, but for now at least, we keep on moving. Wolves need to win 3 more rounds to send us through to overtime.
My heart rate just went through the roof with that as it came down to the 1v1. Honestly, whoo, edge of the seat stuff we are witnessing as Wolves try to fight their way back into it. They were a couple of bullets away from going to map 3 then, and with Sinfisher guy do it already, definitely deserves his shout. 9-4, going fantastically well, but look across the team. Wearables 9-5, Brendo 9-5, really stepping up together to get this job done.
Team effort, Tim. Team effort. And we asked this question back on Clubhouse a little bit. You know, what does happen when Deadshot or Mowgli don't show up to the races? And we've been waiting to see, yeah, it sounds bad to say it, but a classic Wolves thing at a major tournament is to see their big players just slip off and not perform at the level that they have been throughout the rest of the competition. And sadly for Wolves, that often comes around about quarterfinals times. They've held on till now. They're still in this game. They can still get 3 more rounds on the boards. They've still got a map 3 that we can go to. But I do just worry, are we getting to that stage of the tournament where you are going to see the French side kept quiet?
In goes the first Rotero drone, going to be usually aimed towards elbow, so we're clearing out this bit of utility. Just stops it short of the mute jammer there. Will take out the barricade, will take out the barbed wire, will not take out the Vulcan canister that is on the wall. Shinka going to be holding out in elbow for as long as possible. Plenty of smoke canisters in pocket, still 3 of those remaining. We'll wait until the pressure mounts before trying to get any more aggressive. And to be honest, Shinka's going to wait there for a while because Bliss have rotated away. Instead, they're focusing down into Freezer as they have done before. They paid a little bit of attention to Laundry last time. The Monte was, you know, very useful for getting them in there, and they've gone with the Blitz instead this time. The chase is on. Wettables going after the Warden there of Mowgli, but he manages to get away elsewhere. Brendo picks up P4, and it's another good entry for Bliss.
The Warden of Mowgli was something I was going to talk about because, again, we've got the Thatch coming out for the attacking side when looking in towards a Warden on the downstairs. Now, Brendo plays that pillar spot. They'll know that Mowgli will be trying to do something similar here. If they can unseat him and clear him out, the rest of it becomes pretty open for them. So keep an eye out on the Ying when you see the Candelas light up on the left side of your screen. When you see Wettables start his march on forward, it's probably a sign that just a few seconds prior, Otter has got those EMPs out and they're starting their march towards victory.
Wettables is very slowly walking towards bunker here, but I'm sure that Shinka is going to be aware of it very, very soon. He's stood so close to that double door. I don't think you could get all the way there without him hearing. Mowgli is ready for the challenge on to rear stage stairs. He's just going to provide a little bit of support. Shinka dropping the smoke canister. Mowgli needs to keep them off rear stage. There goes the Warden gadget activated. He's watching for the drop. He knows there's one on the stairs. Mowgli is pulled a little bit pillar from post here and just can't quite find his angle, but does in the end take down Fisher Guy. Wettables on the rush though. It works. It's 3 versus 2, and Wolves, they stand up tall once again. 2 versus 2, Des.
Wettables has found his man into another as well. The shield comes up big for them towards the tail end of things. They hold on and career us through to map 3. I don't know what was louder then, us or the Aussies next door shouting at that map win.
We could certainly hear them, and it's a well-deserved celebration that they take. Bliss have done fantastically well there. They've come out on a map that they don't show us very often, and they've absolutely commanded their position on there. It was great to watch. What a performance from them. 7-3, and they take us all the way to Consulate. And honestly, after those first 2 maps, I feel like this really warrants a third.
That history of being at 7-2 is one thing, but a dominant map apiece just really sets you up for a tantalizing Consulate game. And I don't know what to expect. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be fun. Do Bliss finally overcome the curse, though, and move past other teams? Because throughout this whole competition, they've been like 7-5, 8-6, 8-7, always just missing out. Does that change against Wolves, who it feels are becoming their rivals at these events?
You've also got to remember, I'm going to remind everybody, just in case you need a bit more tension on this one, the stakes. The winner continues on. They need 2 wins, only 2, including this one, to go through to the live stage. So after this, 1 more will get them there. The loser...
Just 1 win against G2. No big deal.
No big deal. The loser goes home. The stakes could not be higher.
Absolutely huge. Well, we've got a break to go to. Let's get ourselves ready and warmed up for map 3. See you guys in a few. comes down to this. A final map of Consulate to decide which team goes on to face G2 tomorrow and which one goes home. A dominant affair on map 1 from the French side of Wolves until on map 2, Oregon, a map that Wolves have played and will always claim is their best map, to a map that Bliss have never played, is absolutely overrun by the Aussies. Who knows what happens on map 3 of Consulate, but one thing's for sure, Tim, it's going to be a banger.
Well, this is it. We thought that Wolves were going to be way better on Oregon, given the sort of statistics that we saw on there, but Bliss showed us that statistics mean absolutely nothing. They ripped them up, they threw them out of the window, and they came away with a fantastic 7-3 win, and certainly deserve any credit that they are given for that one. Wetables and Brendo going fantastically, almost with identical EPSs, 5-1 between them on the entry. Just going absolutely brilliantly.
On the other side, that constant question that comes back, what happens when Mowgli and Deadshot are quiet? Well, you can kind of see it for yourself. They don't always get the wins that they so sorely need. Still more to come, I'm sure, though, from this series, from not just those players, but from both teams too. I know we spoke a lot about Wetables on that past fixture. Previous one was all about Mowgli. Who's going to be the hero when it really counts? It determines whether or not you're getting a flight home or if you're going through to tomorrow.
Let's not forget Fisher Guy as well. Certainly had some moments on Oregon and able to really bully at times on the Monty. Interesting to see whether we get that Monty back come through this time or not.
I don't imagine you'll see any more taunting this time around about what band they're going to have.
I think he'll be a little bit more subdued in the old chat, if I had to guess. But yeah, we are in one way or another, no matter who wins this, we're in for an absolute treat. There's a little bit of me that wants to see every single round of this that we can do. We've had, 2 maps where one team or the other have been able to dominate. Now let's have an absolute brawl between the two of them.
Well, I know that there is a little box on that bingo card about a Dares and Ace map 3 OT. This could be the one that delivers it with the way things have played out so far. As said, looking back at history, Wolves won this map 7-2 when they played against each other. So on paper, it looks like we know who the winner is going to be. But given how Oregon went, I'm just almost like, stats, paper, get it out. It does not even count for Toffee coming into this final map.
Nah, forget about it. It's all about just getting in the server. For me, I think the first few rounds are going to be very important because you know what's at stake here. Loser goes home. Lose a couple of rounds, that's going to start weighing heavily on you. I sort of feel like maybe more so for Wolves than for Bliss because I feel like Wolves have got expectation on top of them as well, Bliss. And I'm not saying, in themselves they might not expect to be able to go on. I'm sure they will at this point, but equally, the expectation of them, they've surpassed that. They've done really well at the tournament, and if they can continue on, everything's a bonus surely at this point.
I'm just nervous about the fact that Wolves start on defense. We've seen both teams have really good defensive halves across their games, and the one who started on defense got that 5-1 lead, that strong lead to begin with, were the ones who ultimately ran away with the map, able to squeak out just a couple more attacks to get over the line. So that's why I'm a little bit nervous about the prospects for the Aussie side, but it's been crazy, this competition. When teams do manage to finally figure out how to attack something proficiently, the other side can do nothing but look on and see themselves fall to the aggressors.
So that's
a pretty fair split. Yeah, many were stacked towards Wolves. Not just at the start of this series, but after map 1. But now, things looking much more even between the two teams.
A lot more people jumping on the Bliss bandwagon now, and I'm sure that they will not mind a few more voices cheering them on. Because Oregon, they certainly got it done and gave us plenty to cheer about along the way. Can they continue it on Consulate? That is the question on everybody's lips. This is our last game to finish up of the day, and it is an absolute cracker that we've got on the cards potentially here. I hope both of these show up on Consulate. I hope that they both give their absolute all, and whether they go home or not, can at least walk away happy with their performance.
I actually got the result the wrong way around, by the way. It was Bliss that 7-2'd Wolves here on Consulate.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, Wolves 7-2'd them? No, absolutely wrong. It was the other way around. You think I'd remember such a turnaround like that? However, I said, this tournament, lots of change. Meta has changed. And heaven knows what we get coming into it as well. We'll load in just a second, waiting for our teams to be fully ready, and then we can get underway. So for now, we can just sit there and stare at that wonderful 60-40% weighting a little bit longer, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a nice look at the reworked Consulate. You could be forgiven if you've, maybe been away from CG Esports for a little while. You've come back to check out the 6th Invitational 2024. First of all, well done on making a great decision. Second of all, yes, Consulate has changed a little bit. We had a rework a little while ago. The new version is in the pool. You will find that there are lots of little rooms now instead of the sort of big, vast open spaces that we used to have. So it's a little bit of a defender's paradise. Lots of corners that need to be covered off. Attackers certainly having a bit of a wild chase sometimes, looking for those roamers, and the windows nowhere near as effective.
Don't forget as well, I feel like we're allowed to talk about it now. It's like at what time of year you're allowed to start talking about Christmas. And some people will say to you, start of November.
Or the one just gone or the one coming up?
The one coming up. I'd say normally start of December is a good time, but don't forget,
I think it's
reveal
a bit
panel.
early.
It is. Reveal panel coming up on the 24th as well. Already super excited. We started to see the teasers coming out today as well. We've seen co-streamers being announced for the live finals. This weekend's already shaping up to be incredible.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait. I cannot even explain. I've been waiting for years, ever since I did LATAM in 2020. I've been desperate to get to Brazil for a Siege event because I know how passionate the fans are out here. They absolutely love their Siege. We've seen a couple events before. We know how loud they get. We know how intense it is. And I, for one, cannot wait to get into that arena and watch all these teams play out, because there's going to be an awful lot of fans there who appreciate every single move that the players are making, and they're going to be watching it with bated breath, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And Sao Paulo has been great so far, and it's going to get even better.
I'm sure it shall. The Monty band coming out. I'm not surprised, because Bliss did kind of bully them around with that at the end of that second map, sorry. And admittedly, I think even with that taken away, you may have to see a Ying follow. Bliss going to take that way here. Again, I think it's just been very, very impressive throughout the series. Admittedly, different use cases from both teams there, but mainly trying to push in towards Pillar on that downstairs of Oregon. Solus, a staple ban throughout the series. We've seen a lot of Azami and Fenrir being picked up because those two have not been banned away. And our last ban coming out from Wolves on the defensive side is going to be the Valkyrie that we have seen a few times throughout the series.
Yeah, reasonably expected there. I did suggest that the Monty might come along after the impression that Bliss made, particularly Fisher Guy. So we will get into things. It's going to be round one. It's going to be Wolves on the defense. It's going to be Consulate. And one way or another, in 12... or, dare I say, maybe 15 rounds time, Des, we are going to have a winner and we're going to have a loser. Somebody on the way home and somebody on the way through to a matchup with G2 tomorrow to decide whether they make it into our arena here in Sao Paulo or not. But let's kick things off here. And now, Consulate, it's going to be top floor and it's going to be Wolves holding.
And no surprises at all. We've got those same three operators coming along. The Azami, the Fenrir, and the Warden being brought along. Warden, I think, very, very strong. Again, knowing that we're seeing a lot of flashes being brought along. Some teams aren't playing Ying, but you often see 9 to 12 flashes in back pocket. And where we've really seen teams run over others on the attackers, and they've made great use of those flashes. Full white screening, multiple defenders, and just charging their way through the map. Still plenty of opportunity to see that, of course, in this game from Bliss, even without the Ying on side. Defensive-wise, we're starting things off, Tim, as you can see, up here on this top floor. And this central hallway that divides the two halves of this top floor, such a big point of contestation. Very commonly see teams attacking out towards the east side of things, getting control of break, getting control of hallway, and then looking for an execute into the site itself.
We've got the Nomad with Brendo, which would suggest maybe some window play will be coming in. No Amaru, so we don't expect the rapid plant in through there, but the air jabs could potentially be used just to prevent any exterior aggression coming in from Wolves, and we'll see whether they try that as we continue. As you say, if they do choose to go into admin, which looks like it could be the case, we've got Brendo and Oda over that side at the moment. If they choose to go in there, they're going to have to deal with that corridor. They're going to be somebody positioned likely behind the shield. It's going to be Bibu in by the vending machine, and he's going to make life as difficult as possible. He's got everything he can. Mute Jammer. He will have no doubt an FNAT down by the stairs to prevent anybody pushing across too aggressively. For the time being, he does move off though and just leaves that position, and that could be a little bit of a mistake because the push is indeed coming from the admin side.
And hopefully Bliss read into this as well and start moving nice and quickly. They did see the FNAT already on those stairs coming up from Visa's side. They'll be conscious that's maybe not the best angle to come pushing up through unless they manage to get rid of it. He was back into spot though, and ready to sit and hold and wait and really pray at this point, I think, because we've still got 100 seconds of the round to play. This is going to be rough for Bibu. They've blocked a lot of it off here as well with the sense when light wall coming across, sorry. Sage starts off, Bibu falls, and they've managed to clear things out nice and easy there just by obstructing Bibu's field of view. And maybe this is where you see someone like P4 being better placed to play behind that shield.
Yeah, great play from Bliss there. We said how much of a sticking point that corridor can generally be, but they've navigated it without a problem. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. We've got the Nomad of Order just stacked up on that meeting door. It's actually Brendo, sorry, just ready to potentially go in. Wetables joins with the diffuser, and there is going to be an opportunity to get a plant down. They're swarming all over site, just like the bees that we can see active. Shinka is trying to fight back. He's trying to get something going, but you can't hide behind the vending machines. You're going to get shut down. Brendo manages to find the kill, and that's 3 versus 1. I'm surprised this diffuser isn't going down yet, Des.
Yeah, Oda getting in with the 2K really opened things up for the side there. Similarly, actually, how to the last map started as well. Was marching through with a 3K, I believe it was, early on with the line, and things continue with a strong start for the side of Bliss. An attacking round win at that, Tim, is arguably the most important thing to note, because as we've seen throughout this series, we've seen both teams start off strong on the defense, and the attack is where things have really then been decided in the second half. So, can things continue this way for Bliss? Can they get an early lead over Wolves? If they're slow to wake up, the Aussie side could well be sending the French team home.
Well, for the first time tonight, Bliss are overall in the lead. They haven't, as of yet, been in a position to be in front of Wolves on the grand scale of things. But what a fantastic first round it was from them. They dealt with Bibu's position brilliantly, got themselves inside a meeting, and, you know, they had the opportunity maybe to put the plant down even sooner than they chose to go for it, but they knew that the kills were there, and they were confident in going on and taking them. And right now, you know, I remember what I said at the beginning, that the expectation was, you know, that Wolves would be potentially poised for getting through this one, even with a 2-0, but I'll tell you what, I don't mind being forced to eat my words, and right now, Bliss, they're pushing me to do exactly that. Love to see it, love to see it.
At what point do you think they'd really start getting worried on the side of Wolves, or any of their fans potentially at home that may be watching, of course, on Twitch right now, or YouTube, or anyone else? Take your pick. Starts to get nervous, I think, if you find yourself going down. Even 2 attacking rounds, 3, though, suddenly you start thinking, oh, crap. Because really the benchmark that's been set by top teams at the competition, looking at teams like Sonics, like FaZe, like DZ, like G2, it's really come from getting at least 3 attacking rounds and a half, and then to seeing the other side crumble when it comes to their attacking start. So to already have one of those 3, brilliant start for the Aussie side, but now got to keep on converting it into more. A few changes coming into the attacking as well as the defensive lineup here, to be fair. Still going to see the Azami and the Fenrir sticking on side, but away from the Warden, for example, the Mute staying as part of it, but the Mozzie doubling up with that Mute for some intel denial alongside the Legion is the key thing to watch out for.
Going to see the due diligence being paid. We're going to have default cams going out. Nitro will be pulled just a little bit too soon. Deadshot not finding his man, and also giving a vertical angle back through onto himself. So he's just going to move to the other side of the wall there so that he's not overly exposed. Mowgli on the Legion, preventing any push down spiral. I like this from Wolves. They've got themselves active in the middle of the map. They're not giving up any ground willingly. They're not just allowing Bliss to go in and push onto site. They're starting to play into time, really, as a factor, trying to use that clock as a 6th man, and just trying to burn the seconds away from Bliss. But 1 minute 30, Bliss are going to start pressuring them soon, and they've no idea. They run into it completely blind. Brendo with a great opener onto P4.
And then Deadshot currently slightly tries to scurry his way away, but he's been pinched on the other side here. 1 behind, 1 in front. What can he really look to do about it? Mowgli, I thought, was going to pop up and help out, but no, he's left his man. Deadshot, though. He's found Oda on the stairs and managed to get away from things here. Real scary opportunity where Brendo, even if he was a little bit quicker, could have gotten behind him and saw the pinch come in, but no. Manages to slip the net, and now Wolves are the ones in a commanding number position.
Bibu finds Wetables. He also tries to take the hard breach off the hatch, but the impact nade will be unsuccessful, so that will leave the hatch open. 54 seconds left to go, and still plenty of time here for Bliss to work on this 3v4 and soften up sight a little bit. Just looking for the long angles through towards the back of sight. Brendo's going to hold that. Bibu taken down from above. It was the hatch that he tried to stop being opened unsuccessfully that he gets punished from. Official guy finding another important one. 3 versus 3, but you just wonder, where is the opportunity to plant if they need it?
Oh, the longer angle, though, it's Deadshot. The man they missed out early on, he gets one back, Sage into another, down to a 2v1, and Deadshot's going good. Makes it 3 in the round, 1 more to find! But Fish goes huge, gets himself a couple, and closes out the round.
Well, Bliss make it 2-0, and they are starting to get some momentum on the attack. It's looking absolutely great for them in the first 2 rounds. Fisher Guy closing out a close round there, much closer than round 1, and I think, to be honest, that one's going to sting for Wolves because it was so close coming down to that 1v1 effectively at the end. Mowgli was down, but it was still there for Deadshot to win.
Admittedly, mainly off the back of Mowgli. It's not Mowgli, sorry, Deadshot. As I mentioned, a 3K for himself in the round. Really thought he was going on for a 4, but it was Fisher who came out on top with the shots through the smoke to convert it into a second attacking round win. And Tim, I said 3 really was the golden standard that many of the teams who have done well on the attack have met. Bliss have already found 2. They win another. Wolves are going to be in disarray.
You just wonder about the mental for Wolves at the minute. I'm not, I'm sure that they will have come in here knowing that they would have had a game off Bliss. They wouldn't, for a second, have dared to think that, this is going to be easy work. We can get this done. But they will have come in here, I'm sure, confident and hopeful that they could get themselves through to that EU matchup with G2 to decide who goes on to the live finals. But right now, Wolves are seriously on the back foot, and you've just got to wonder how much is this a position that they're prepared for? How much is this going to run away from them quickly? They've got to get out of their heads and into the server.
I mean, I said several times over as well, it pins on these 2 players, Deadshot and Mowgli. Mowgli's had a terrible start to the map so far. I know at 0-2 you're going, well, it's not that bad, Des. There's plenty of time to fix it in, but he hasn't been a big influence on the outcome of those rounds as a result of going down early. Sure, Deadshot came close. Tell you what, speaking of close, there's a pixel angle, and now Mowgli, a speaker into existence, I swear to God, finds Brendo early on. Good start for Wolves.
I think that's desperately what Wolves needed. They need to get aggressive now. Bibu tried to play in behind the shield previously. He can do now because they've got the entry kill. But I think just allowing Bliss to play their attack, to come on in, use their utility, that was their undoing. And we saw how easily Bibu was taken out of that position. So I like what they've done there, Wolves. Get aggressive, get in there, take the fight to Bliss. Let them know that there is nothing, not a single inch, going to come easily for them on Consulate.
Well, they've got the sense on side again. We saw them use this to great effect last time round to unsettle the Fenrir of Bibu. Sat in behind that shield in the central hallway. Also got the Azami dancing around, dropping. Oh!
How's that for siege time?
Odar becomes Odin, shuts down Mowgli. He's the one that you want out of the round. 4v4, still early on, but the Azami gone. The charge is offline. A lot harder now to lock down that central hallway. And sure enough, Wolves seem to agree as Bibu has abandoned the hallway. Means Bliss can advance on forward, and now they're breathing down the neck of Wolves on this site.
That's it, they've given up a lot of map control here on the top floor to Bliss now. 1 minute 15 seconds, they're waiting for that Goyo canister to burn out. Not convinced that there isn't somebody behind the vending machine, but I think after the nade goes off, Sage is now satisfied that that is the case. Just being held at bay by Shinka for the time being from the top of Spiral. Bibu manages to get a big double order, answers back, but Deadshot's there, and that leaves us now 1v3. Fisher Guy, he's had some big clutches. Does he have another one in him? That's the question.
Oh,
that's 1v2. Can he make it 1v1? He's got all the time in the world. He could dip away from this. He can choose when and where to take his fights. But for now, he's going to keep pushing from the closet.
He's got time to play with here as well. He's got to see patience from Wolves. And patience is shown. They finally get themselves on the board. 2-1 to Bliss.
Wolves going well, a good round for them. They needed something to try and turn the momentum. And for me, Bliss need to be careful that they don't let Wolves back into this. They've got the opportunity. It feels like they've got Wolves on the ropes and they just rain in body blows into them, Des. But Wolves, they've managed to push back. They've found that bit of energy to get themselves back into the fight. And they are the sort of team that can just hit you with that big haymaker. And Bliss need to be careful that they don't allow that to happen.
Could it be the start of the turnaround and the swing back towards the French side, or the Bliss keep this party rolling? On towards one of the off-sites, the split site, Tim. We used to love seeing this back in the old days of Consulate, normally opening up the entirety of the floor inside of Tellers and playing it from below with a pulse with C4s. Not a whole lot has changed, as you can probably see here. We've got 3 C4s in back pocket. We've got 2 bulletproof cams that no doubt will be positioned inside of this site upstairs, and you look to play denial from below. Bliss can then either say, cool, we accept that challenge and try and make a plant happen inside of the site itself, or they can sweep their way across from garage all the way towards the B site and look to hit things a bit more directly, or as a third option, coming from the east, going through secret or box or whatever the hell you want to call it, and make a plant happen from the far east side.
Yep, Mowgli's going to be positioned out on the yellow stairs. We've got Shinka and P4 all the way back deep inside, so Wolves are really trying to hold on to the entirety of this map on that basement level, and it's a big one to try and cover off in its totality. Is Consulate a lot of space to cover.
This one here, looking in towards secret. With it currently being electrified, they need Sage to come over. I believe he's just rounding himself over to join the team. Here he is now. So a whole team effort here. A little bit of team bonding to get themselves inside a secret, and with the Ossa on side, I think it's quite well orchestrated at that point exactly where the push is going to come from. It's going to be down this server hallway, cross into server, in behind the Ossa shield. If only it were that simple, Tim, because P4 is stationed ready and waiting in quite an aggressive angle here with the shotgun in hand. Will be able to fall back here to the rest of his team at a moment's notice. Everyone else making sure that the main site upstairs is for now at least still closed off and secure.
One of the big difficulties for Bliss now, if this doesn't work out, is they've only got 3 drones left on side. Done a great job of clearing them out. And there's the support P4 needed, but no, went for the nitro at a bad time. Shinka and P4 both losing their lives, and that is a great start for Bliss in this round. 3 versus 5, Deadshot taking a lot of damage, and still a minute 30 left.
Love our Fisher's just gone in there and dropped Shank straight onto P4. 5v3 is a great spot to be in, although I'm looking towards Sage and thinking, okay, boys, they need you. Where are you, my man? You rotated off somewhere. In fact, it's just rejoined the team back as a 4 again. That wall taken out by the EMP will get opened up, and suddenly angles start to come online for Fisho to get in, get this shield down, and make a plan happen against just Mowgli and Bibu.
Mowgli's made his way back down, and this could be that Bliss aren't quite aware of him just in the server stacks there. Bibu holding an alternative angle. Mowgli gets 1. Can he find 2? He knows he's playing against a shield now, and things are going to get rough. Vertical pressure as well as Fisher Guy manages to find Bibu. Plant going down. There's so little that Mowgli can do here. Surely a matter of time, and there it is. Sage picks up the final kill, and what an attack coming in from Bliss. You suggested, Des, that Consulate might just be their map, and they really are showing exactly why that's the case.
Oh boy, and more than anything, Tim, forget about the Monty. It was those 3 attacking rounds that I was looking for, and they have found them. I did a quick dig just now to look at actually what the defender stats are like for Consulate and how things are currently shaped up. It is one of our more defender leaning maps at 62% so far at this tournament.
Tell that to Bliss.
I know, they're really shaking things up in that sense. And understandably, Wolves want this tack time out because things are going from bad to worse. A reminder, they lose this map. That is it. Your tournament is over. It doesn't matter how well you played during the group stage. It doesn't matter how well you played in the upper bracket. It doesn't matter how well you've done with anything, Tim. If you can't deliver here when it's needed most, it will be another tournament. The Wolves find themselves leaving early, and they'll be once again asking those questions about themselves. What do we need to do to go deeper at these tournaments?
Exactly, it will be a big disappointment. It's so tough to, I don't want to call it a mistake. It's one of those things that happens. You're trying to get the nitro out, but you just feel from Shinka's perspective there, you've got your own player down there, and I think that's probably what he realised. He went out to get the nitro, and then kind of 2 things happened. I think he kind of thinks, oh, P4's down there, but also, oh my word, there's 3 of them down there.
Target paralysis.
Yeah, I need to have my gun out here, and that you can't take the peak with the nitro there. You know the push is coming. You know the shield is there. P4's feeding that information in, and it's a tough one. On a different day, the nitro sails out. He gets a double or a triple. He saves the round, and I'm saying how fantastic it was. So I'm not being critical. It's just it was an important turning point of the round because he couldn't make that challenge. Everybody ended up dead in terms of that hold. P4 and Shinka both ending up dead, and it was a tough one for Wolves. But 3-1 it is for Bliss. They've done fantastically well. I love how simple that pushdown secret was for them. As soon as the flashbang went in, you knew that they were coming away successful from that push.
Taking a drone back upstairs with them here. Dead shot on the Mozzie. Picked out one of those so far. No doubt looking for a couple more across the round just to strip that information away from Bliss. Paired up alongside the Mute once again. The theme across a few of these rounds so far for the French side. I'm wondering what's going to change massively about the defensive side of things. It, of course, was their timeout. They're the ones who realize the defenses are not going according to plan. It may just be they've seen a few sites rotated through and think, okay, there are small things we can fix on each site here. Let's talk about it. Or you might see a drastic change in the way that they approach them too.
Sage already established inside of the map. He's looking, he's got the red ping information. He knows that Mowgli is playing it a little bit aggressive at the top of Spiral, and he's thinking about potentially just picking him up. They're aware, Brendo, there of the potential flank coming in. They need to clear out this top floor. They cannot leave this alone, Bliss.
Well, this is the thing. They've got a bit of a pinch going on here as well. A bit of a pinch between the players. Mowgli with a few shots does actually start hitting Sage. Not enough to finish him off by any stretch of the imagination, but enough to remind him we are still here and we are still deadly.
Everywhere Mowgli looks, there are blue silhouettes on our screen. They are completely surrounded here, and it's going to be difficult for Deadshot and him to get away with their lives. What they need to do is try and take a few with them. Brendo is on the hunt. Mowgli manages to find one. Order is there for the trade, but Deadshot gets another. 3 versus 3, but the damage is done. This is what I said. It's not, they cannot escape from it. They were surrounded, but they have to take a couple with them, and that's exactly what they've done. Well played there from the 2 roamers on Wolves.
From the 2 roamers, but also from the attacking side as well. It was 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, back and forth. Every time someone got a kill, there was a trade within a second or two straight after. It's a good team play being shown by the roamers, but also by Bliss. Obviously a little bit unfortunate here. They've lost 1 more out to P4, which means there's just 2 left to try and make this attacking round work.
Yeah, and that is going to be difficult on a basement attack. Wettables is definitely a point to the credit. Having the book in hand can go in and start opening up some of those verticals. He's getting a little bit of information as well, which would suggest that there is a drone in sight just telling him, and that is meaning that Wolves are being chased out and out and out of sight. Sage on the ram as well. Really the 2 perfect operators to be left in this sort of situation, because they can absolutely shred the ceiling above the head of Wolves, but time is going to start becoming a factor. 30 seconds. Wolves, they've dipped out of sight. They're happy to hold at range, and they're going to force these drops.
Make use of the noise coming out of the ram here to make this work, and sure enough, lies down. Frog spreads straight in towards the back of sight. They try and make a plant happen here if they want to, but one's already gone down. Finds the Azarmi, gets the down. Can Wettables do it all? Being challenged from a couple of different angles here, and he's got no time left. He's going to have to try and stick this plant, I think, otherwise it's done. He pulls off, gets rid of Shinka, but P4's done enough. Hides himself away. Couple of seconds more, that could have been a very different outcome, and Wolves get another defensive round.
Wolves are fighting absolutely tooth and nail here. All credit to them. They are absolutely, despite the performance from Bliss on Consulate so far, Wolves are refusing to roll over. This is not a wolf that's going to have its belly scratched. They are there to take a bite out of the opposition and nothing less. They are absolutely fighting for their lives in this tournament, keeping it close, 2-3. They will be absolutely desperate for a 3-3 half to give them at least half an opportunity when they get onto the attack.
Little side note, but I just saw the University of Wolverhampton sponsor on Wolves' jerseys, and I always remind myself every now and then, it's like, it's mad that a place, half an hour down the road from me is an esports team that I'm commentating on. Still feels absolutely bizarre. And for those who don't know, of course, Wolves, they're not the Wolves, as you hear so many people say. They are Wolves because they're Wolverhampton Wanderers.
It's short for Wolverhampton.
Yes, it's a football team that we've got in the UK, and seeing them in esports is a wonderful thing to see a team getting involved in a different sport as well, one a little bit outside the norm. And of course, the support for this French side after Team Vitality bowed out has been excellent to date. No doubt proud of them, but always wanting to see, can they push things to new heights? And Wolves always asking themselves that exact same question. As I've already mentioned, they make deep runs, and the wheels just kind of come off as they get towards the most kind of upper end important stages of that competition. Normally top 8 is where they expect to end, and sometimes fall a little bit short, but really want to be able to consistently push past that. And it's really got to start with this map. A comeback here is what they've got on their mind, but Bliss have already put up a massive challenge before them.
Shinka taking a little bit of damage there. I don't know how random that spray through the barricade was, but I think there was maybe a little information to hand as well to suggest that the cap can had been played in and around that area, so not ideal for Shinka to be taking that damage so early into the round, but also not critical. He gets himself back to site and can continue playing there. Going to be working the windows. We've seen every time they've attacked onto this site, it has come from admin and then in through meeting door. Fisher Guy does manage to spot out the double stack of the EDDs, so they will be cleared out, and that will allow them then to push on and up towards meeting door. Nobody is covering that vending machine that we spoke about earlier, so access in here is fairly free.
Yeah,
Shinka is below.
The setup.
Is he below? Shinka is below with a Nitro pre-place though.
Yeah, Deadshot as well is hanging around down there, so they're trying to play things a bit differently rather than holding on to a space that is normally so easily overwhelmed by the Aussie side. Looking to play from below, famously called Coffin historically, Tim, as well, for that exact purpose. You step in there, you're getting C4'd. This time around, no one's falling down too early on. half the round has gone by as well, but at least we're seeing this lineup change out of Wolves. Kind of force Bliss to pause and reassess.
This is kind of exactly what I wanted out of this match. I said I wanted plenty of it. It's close, it's within one round, and you can feel how cautious both teams are starting to become. Neither of them wants to give anything away too easily. Morgan manages to pick up the first, but look at that from Wolves. It's a collapse within half a second. Bliss fall apart, and Wolves take their final defense. They level it up 3-3, and that's uncharacteristic of the Bliss attack so far. They've known everything that's been going on ahead of them, but not that time.
No, I think it was just really good play out of Wolves. They sort of sprung a trap as soon as Bliss crossed the line. As soon as the trigger was there, they came to life. The Vigil getting away without being seen as well just maybe shows a little bit on the droning side of things there, perhaps just missing that crucial bit of information. And Bibu on the Echo of all things to charge forward and get a 2K at the end is a little bit bonkers. You're seeing kind of in the outline at the top of your screen now, just starts his move after getting one kill and marches on to pick up the pieces from where the Vigil fell. Good stuff to close things out. Wolves do get that 3-3 split, but Tim, saying that Wolves get that 3-3 split, it feels a lot more like Bliss are the ones getting it. 3 attacking rounds is fantastic.
Yeah, they've done really well. Wolves have managed to get 2 rounds since the tactical timeout. So, you know, whatever interjection Liloon had during that time, Bibu as well, no doubt, talking to the team, giving them the direction. It certainly worked. They've got 2 rounds. It was well timed. They've steadied the ship. 3-3, and I've got a feeling that we could be on for an absolute classic third map.
Sure hope so, Tim. I sure hope so. I think a lot is going to be told in these first couple of rounds here, more in terms of the quality of Wolves' attacks than anything else. We mentioned coming into the series, these 2 teams are bottom 5 at the whole competition for attacking win rate success to date. Wolves, 71+% it was on the defensive side of things. That no doubt has fell, given how that first half went, much more like 50% on Consulate. But I do worry about their attacking prowess. If Bliss can put up a good show on the defense here, they're the team going on to face G2 tomorrow.
Nerves are a funny thing, Des. They can change those statistics in a heartbeat. You know, defenses that were once so strong can fall apart, and attackers that struggled can find that bravery and that adrenaline that will push them through the rounds and win gunfights they might otherwise have lost. And that's what the French fans, have no doubt, are going to be hoping for here. Wolves shaping up towards an admin take. There isn't too strong a presence inside the meeting corridor from Bliss here, and they do have one player out there. Wetables is inside of Coffin at the minute, just trying to again pressure this admin push, not allow them in, not allow them to get boots on the ground.
Yeah, so far Bliss opting to play a much more mobile, light defense out towards this side. Wetables inside a Coffin. You've got the Frost also dancing around Break, as you can see here. Similar spots where Bibu was playing, but no shield to support it. And interestingly, leaving the third panel into admin, soft there that you saw a second ago, with a lovely rotation for it, it means that he can help support onto these window holes alongside Wetables. So I like how Bliss, you know, halfway into the round, have really got up in the face of Wolves and stopped them from getting this admin control. And this, I think, is where the French side will start to panic. They're going to have to start using quite a lot of utility to get their way inside. You can see flashes coming out. You can see Grim canisters coming out too, because they realise Bliss have held them at bay. Really good defense from Bliss so far.
Yeah, they've done a great job of burning 2 minutes there. P4's looking to get aggressive, but they're only just inside of admin. Like you said, they need to recognise here the corridor is free. They can take the ground. They have to take the ground. They need to move forward. They're just checking that bottom area near the vending machine on the drones now. They will recognise nobody there. Instead, they're trying to hold here Bliss from the top of Spiral Stairs, but smoke canisters still in pocket can burn even more time. This is going to be down to a last 30, maybe even 20-second bloodbath to come in, and Wolves, they just need to hope that they come out on top of it. Sage, he could have a field day here. There's 2 out ahead of him. He can't find either as Mowgli manages to find the opener. 4 versus 3 though, as the kills start coming in. 20 seconds.
Still 2 to hold on though, and they come through for Bliss. Great first round hold. I commented on it earlier on, but the hold out towards admin was sublime. And although Wolves might have started a good push at top Spiral, elsewhere, things went by the wayside, and the Aussie team pull out ahead first in this second half. Up to 4-3 they go.
That was really, really good from Bliss. Fantastic defense. They didn't even need to hold meat in corridor. They instead aggressed beyond it and just burnt so much time inside of admin. Wolves just didn't have the key to that lock. They couldn't get themselves in. And like you said, they had to mix things up. They had to adapt, which they did. They were flexible. They said this is going to have to be a spiral push instead. And it just didn't work out for them. You feel like they just played in to the hands of Bliss, who were there ready and waiting to shut them down. And they did exactly that. Great stuff from the Australian side. They go ahead once again by the finest of margins. And Wolves, they're going to keep looking for that first attack.
Right, down we go to Expo then for the second round of this half. Going to be a big vertical round, I expect here, Tim. So not hugely dissimilar to the previous round. You'll probably see Bliss getting themselves up on the top floor and looking to hold things through vertical angles they'll establish inside of what's normally the go-to sites on the upstairs in terms of meeting and in terms of office. So for Wolves, I'd expect to see them coming again towards admin, pushing their way in from there. I don't think we'll see too crazy an attack like you've seen sometimes on this site where it's an Amaru into site window. There's a frostmap waiting for them, for example. No doubt Bliss will be aware that so many teams have tried to attack in that way. Best way to get around it? Do not give them the option to push in because of those frost mats and everything else you'll throw at them.
Again, it's going to be about a top floor take coming in from Wolves here. A number of the Bliss players, 3 at last count, are up there. And again, are just going to try to burn as much time as possible. Wolves need to find kills. It's the only way that they're going to discourage this kind of hold from Bliss. You know, the more times that they are successful, the more times that they burn 2 minutes, the more times that Wolves just feel like they can't set foot in the map, the more they are going to do this. A lot of utilities been reined in. They try to send the blitz. Wettable shuts it down. Order as well. This is looking good for Bliss once again. A minute wasted, 2 deaths, and they are sitting pretty.
And Mowgli finding 1 through Bathroom's huge. Makes it a second as well. Finds out Fisho. Just those angles not being respected as much as they should be by the Aussie side. Still find themselves in a 4v3, mind you. And I think Mowgli, rightly so, is quite scared about that yellow stairs soft wall. We're going to take a Bliss player to pop up there with a shotgun, for example, and do him in from that closer range. So instead, has rotated himself away, looking more directly in towards yellow itself. We'll then try and make the step forward from there.
I think there's going to be a few fingernails getting bitten down amongst the Australian fans here, Des. They sat there thinking they're doing it. They're really doing it. This might be the moment that we get that big victory that pushes us even deeper, that gets us that grandstand matchup against G2 to decide who goes to the live stages. And it's getting exciting for Bliss. Brendo, he's holding this angle. Wolves are not going to play into it. Looks like they're going to head straight down yellow here, but this could be a real problem for them.
Stop the snake walk down as well. All 3 players just backed up quietly, but given away by the FNAT. We're used to seeing that one. The gunshots should give the game away. Mowgli gets Brendo to 3v3. Oh, Oda's in such a great spot as well. Unless they're willing to check this corner, he could get himself a pretty easy double off the back of this one. He'll see the gun barrels coming through first. But do they know about his presence? I don't think they do.
I'm not sure that they do. The red ping's coming out. He's telling Order all that he needs to know. The ram comes through. That gives him his opportunity. He gets one. Can't get the other. Mowgli and Shinka do it. And Wolves level things up. 4-4. And Bliss, they've got to feel hard done to in that round. They had it in the palm of their hands. There's 5 versus 3 after the first minute. And they just couldn't stop the Wolves' attack.
You can just see exactly where this game is headed, Tim. Blow for blow between the two, the 3-3 into the 4-4. And I imagine it will carry on with this sort of trend. Not going to see a repeat of that site, though, coming out from Bliss, instead heading down into the garage. And even that gunfight there, just seeing Oda get the jump on one and immediately get traded out, it's just literal back and forth between the 2 teams. So hard to call how these rounds play out.
It's been absolutely fantastic. So if I'm just looking at the minute quickly at how the entry has gone, and even that, there is very little to separate them. Just looking through 1, 2, 3, 4 each. There is absolutely nothing. A sheet of paper could not separate these 2 days. They are so close in terms of entry, score on the scoreboard, kills across the players. Everybody is involved. Everybody is contributing. And right now, everybody desperately wants to win. And everybody at home desperately wants to see as many rounds of this as we possibly can.
Well, looking at the lineup in this round for Wolves, immediately your eyes are drawn towards the Ossa and the Capital. I spoke about Capital to the death, but Ossa, more than anything else, normally the one that you see stepping in with those shields and getting the diffuser down from the safety of cover, supported, of course, by teammates around. But I expect to see Shinka drop that and give it away to Bibu as this round wears on. If nothing else, it suggests that you will see a pretty standard execute coming in here. Don't think we'll see anything too fancy, like trying to work their way down Spiral or a backstab up through server. It's going to be pretty stock standard. Let's get the breach open and see what we can do.
It's kind of smart because there are players up on the top floor and there's not too much that they can do. Yes, they can flank down yellow, but you only need one person to hold that and you can do it from outside of the map. So it's not actually too difficult to prevent those flanks coming down, especially with air jabs on the board as well. That could completely lock off yellow stairs. So if they get this breach open, Wolves can just go brute force and try and get in. They've just got to be cautious over these vertical angles from Piano. Or through Piano, rather.
They let the wall get opened up there. I really thought when I looked up and down the roster and saw 4 more impacts in back pocket that they'd be able to deny it, but no, don't quite get away with it. Mowgli again refuses to go home. He's found himself waking up in the second half a little bit, brings down Fisher Guy. 5v4. Everything is about, again, the Ossa, that diffuser, now in the hands of Bibu. Shinka's traded that one away now that the wall has been opened up. Still trying to find his way in, by the looks of it, through yellow, Tim.
Wettables has taken a lot of damage along the way as well. The Vigil, he's going to be sneaking down. He will get past the drone. The impact nade trying to stop the air jab, but no, that is going to signal the presence of Order on the flank. And this is what I said. It's so easy to lock down that yellow stairs flank realistically. The Ossa shield pointing in that direction, the flashbang out. It's all going to force Order back. But what progress are Wolves making towards getting this diffuser down? And the answer right now is not too much. Bibu, however, manages to get in with the shield. An important kill onto Wettables. He's going to be able to get the plant down here, Des, potentially. But the vertical could be an issue. But Bibu sees him. He finds the kill. He starts putting the case down.
But they can see him as well. It doesn't matter about the Ossa shield when you're not having someone cover that angle. You are offline, your gun not available. While the diffuser is going down, it's still a numbers advantage for Wolves though. Can Oda, can Brendo do anything to bring this back? Finds one, not intentionally, but the Capcan does all that he needs.
They can't be losing lives like that, Wolves. They will recover the diffuser. There's an opportunity potentially for P4 to put this down, but no. Wolves made a conscious choice not to clear the top floor, Des, and it's really starting to bite them in the backside because they've lost multiple opportunities to put the diffuser down, and here comes Order. He gets one.
Brendo, he's
Shinka
on for 4.
has leveled it, but the diffuser is down, and Bliss hold on.
That was an unbelievable giveaway by Wolves. A fantastic defense by Bliss, don't take me wrong, but they had everything. They had the cover. They had main breach. They'd killed 3 players on the side of Bliss. They'd even got the reverse vertical. Bibu had done everything, but he can't cover himself when the diffuser is going down. And as you say, Tim, they can see top floor. Look, 5v2 at this point. And it was so well played. Brendo, you got to give him the shout out especially. 4 kills in the round for him.
I feel like part of the problem there potentially for Bibu was that he'd put the shield down a little bit too soon, so he couldn't get in behind the pillar. You know, really, if he can get in behind that pillar, it prevents that angle that he gets fired upon from, but it was just absolute chaos inside of the site. Everybody did everything they could to get that job done. As I say, Wolves made a conscious choice there. I said at the beginning of the round, if there's a number of people off in the map, there is the potential for leaving them out there in the cold, so long as you can deal with the vertical angles from Piano, and that is the bit that Wolves overlooked, and they were punished for it. Bliss 5-4, and this one just rumbles on with nobody able to take clear advantage yet.
And that reminder, Wolves do not have attack timeout. Bliss win this round and put themselves at 6-4. There's no time for pause. There's no time to come up with a plan to get those 2 rounds that you desperately need to steal away. We'll have to figure things out live and in the moment. Here turning over towards that blitz. Once again, Wolves have really enjoyed leaning in towards shields. Arguably, with the Monty Band coming on through after seeing Bliss really bully them with it last time around. Shields in this game at least have fallen onto the French side's favour instead. As you saw from that Ossa last round, it does not secure a round win.
No, I mean, hopefully they'll pay attention to the vertical as well. I don't know if the plan is going to be to go in through CEO window right now. P4's out there with the diffuser. Mowgli's there on the gridlock with the track stingers, so there could be a thought of potentially planting inside, but there is order underneath on the Thorn. They have to be aware of that, because if they go in there, the floor's already opened up. They're just going to get shot from beneath, so they need to be very careful here, Wolves, to make sure they don't have to clear the entire map, but they do have to clear enough of it. They have to make sure that they're in control of those danger areas. In this case, Piano.
Hold on for now. Wolves
and they've got to clear this out.
And they've got to really be explosive if they're going to pull this off. You know, there's no Ying on side to really make this pop. No Maro to zip in. It's going to be a pretty standard execute off the back of it, but the Grim is going to be a huge part of it. P4 unleashing hell with those hive launchers. Traps coming in too, but the player dug in. They've found him out with the Grim. They know that Wedables is close. They've got to win the one, and they do not do that. Managed to get him out in the end from up on high. However, Blitz is inside, and Bibu's now got to crack this one wide open if they're going to make this work.
The timing just wasn't there for them. Deadshot didn't manage to find the one behind the desk. Mowgli does manage to recover the diffuser. Takes an awful lot of damage doing it. If you're going to go for a plant there, Des, there are two areas that you need to check. One is Piano, the other is behind the desk, and then you can control the half wall from the window. And they just failed on that second one, and Wettables punished them for it. Well played from Bliss. It was a gamble, it was a risk, but it paid off, and right now they are fighting hard to keep Wolves out of this site.
Still got one smoke in back pocket as well. Of course, not a lot of HP available. They've given it over to Shinka instead, who went in for a plant then a second ago, but has not managed to complete. No! Oh, I thought it was for a second. Brendo got that one, but no, it was Sage on the backstab. Has found one onto himself. The Blitz finds one back, but he's down. He's out. Wolves have only got two left, and these could be the last couple of kills to send Bliss through to map and series points.
Shinka does have diffuser in hand. That is a point to the credit of Wolves, but Bliss, they're just going to hold their lines of sight now, exactly like that. Brendo shuts down Mowgli. Beautiful return fire from Shinka for the trade, but it's a 1v2 with 15 seconds, and they know exactly where he's coming from. He doesn't have time to alter it. He doesn't have time to change. He doesn't have a boost. He just has to go in, and Fisher Guy is there with the shotgun, led prone, shuts down his man, and the Australians are on the verge of knocking out Wolves.
We hear you, boys. We hear you. French hearts being broken. Aussie ones being
What
complete.
a story, though. What a story.
I can't help but come back to how the tournament's gone for them as well. So many games have come so close. 7-5s, overtimes consistently. You know, arguably 5 rounds change, and Bliss were coming into this as an upper bracket team and storming their way through. That's just how close it's been for them, and it feels now with the two... They've thrown bigger leads in this, Tim. They've got a 2-round lead, but the thing is, this time it just feels that little bit different. 1 round is all they need, and Wolves go home.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. There is a big difference between the next round they need to win and the 6 that they have won before it. Do I believe that Bliss can do it? Absolutely, Des. They've converted me, and it's been fantastic watching them throughout this game. They have made an unreal competition of this, and Wolves, I will say, I dare say, you know, they'll know they've been in a game after this one, win or lose. Bliss have certainly left a mark. So we come into round 11. Will Wolves guarantee all 12, or will Bliss be able to finish it here and now and send Wolves packing back to France?
Whew. Well, it's definitely built up to be that map we thought it was going to be. We said those first two, a little bit stompy, a bit one-sided. The first one to Wolves, the second to Bliss. And we had no idea what to expect coming into Consulate. Sure, there's that history of Bliss winning 7-2. And although history does tend to have a tendency to repeat itself, at SI, not quite. Not when these kind of stakes are on the line. You go home if you lose this one, Wolves. It's your last chance to work a little bit of magic. On that defensive side of things for now, again, they've abandoned their way out towards the east side of the map. And rather relying solely on C4s, they've got Wedables playing on at the C on the pole, below with that C4, but also with the information game. A couple of C4s could be the difference here as well. Fish out a couple of those players, and they've already found one. Down goes Shinka, but the immediate trade is there. Deadshot, getting rid of Oda.
It is something that Wolves have done well. Both sides have done well, to be fair. It's not really fair to just single Wolves out. Bliss have always had the trades there. The man count has been very even generally. There's not many rounds that we've seen sort of 1v4, 1v5. It just hasn't happened because these two teams have been playing exactly as that. They've really had each other's backs, and right now we're sat in a 4v4, and we're going to see how the rest of this one plays out.
I was going to say, please not like this.
Hopefully we're going to see. And there we go. We're back in.
We will. All sorted. All sorted. We've got a way around this now. We have the technology. It's been resolved. 1 minute and 15 left. I'm worrying for this point for Wolves. Yes, they've got this vertical control, but look at where Bliss are playing. Pretty much all of them out of line of sight, have just stepped off site, ready for a retake when it comes down to it. Enough control in their hands in this last 60. A single slip up by Wolves. Could be seeing them go home.
That's it. If they get this wrong, and I'm not sure that they're aware of Sage, he's watching the hatch from 2 floors down, Des. He's got a real angle here,
man.
and that's exactly where Bibu's going to drop with the diffuser. And if that happens, it could be good night, Wolves. Sage, he knows that they're there. They're just teasing him at the minute. He's watching for those pickles. There he goes. He's got around it. Sage has let him drop Bibu. He's going to start getting the diffuser down, but Sage, he uses the impact nade. It won't stop Wolves, though, as the diffuser is planted, but the kills come in. Brendo picks up the first. Who will be successful?
All they needed was that one kill. It just came in half a second too late. Diffuser would have been stopped. And now they've got to retake top floor, Tim. That ground they didn't bother about holding has to be theirs. Brendo's getting in. They're trying to push top floor while he's trying to make it happen, but they can find absolutely nothing. Fish drops in. Going to try and stick the same himself. It's a 2 versus 2. Peels off, but the vertical is there. P4 has got the cover, and they won't be able to do it. All the way up to 12 rounds for this one, Tim. Last chance saloon for Wolves to send us to overtime.
What an absolute screamer we are witnessing to finish the day. I tell you what, if you were getting ready to go to bed, forget about it, because the adrenaline is going to be sky high at the end of this one. I know I've got about another 6 or 7 hours left in me after this before I'll be able to sleep. What an absolute treat so far, and this is really delivering on everything we hoped it would be. Bliss 6-5. That is one opportunity burnt to close this one out. They have one more before we go to the dreaded overtime.
The dreaded?
Not for us, for them.
Highly welcomed, I think, Tim, is the answer you're looking for there. For them, though, yes. Let them be the ones that relish in the moment. Let us enjoy it. And they can be the ones to deal with the pressure.
Here we go then. It's going to be round 12. The calm before the storm. Wolves, last time around, were able to get good top floor control. They were able to work their way into sight and get that plant down. And then the post plant was fantastic as well. They kept that verticality in place, and there was absolutely nothing that Bliss could do. But Bliss so far have been great on the defense of playing these extensions away from sight, of finding kills and burning time. And are they going to be able to make a repeat of that? Or will the sheer weight of this round that they need to haul over the line just prove too much for them, Des?
2 really defining moments in that last round was Bibu managing to get the drop through the hatch just narrowly as well. A couple of shots could have been enough. And also the kill that came onto Bibu about a quarter of a second after he managed to finish the plant. It's a matter of timing in 2 different separate moments in that round that made the difference. Clearly, Bliss feel they've still got the answer. We're back on that same site again. They feel that what they've got in mind is the right solution, and that it just came down to those 2 moments that went against them.
Shinka's going to be getting the closet open. That's just going to give a little bit of access. He's going to need some support there if he is to do that. No Thatcher on side. They've got the EMPs for Deadshot, but he's going to have to make his way over there if they want that wall opened up. It doesn't have to be done immediately. Hibana can breach that remotely at distance, so they can wait, but time is ticking by. 1:10. There we go. There's the pocket EMP, which will allow those X-Kairos now to be detonated. That might just make Bliss feel a little bit less comfortable to hold on to meeting.
Even if someone doesn't play the angle, it's still that phantom pressure that comes on through, that there could be someone stepping into Cubby and looking to challenge into meeting itself. And so through sheer pressure of that, it will force Bliss to at least dedicate some of the mental resource over towards it, to have a player aware that that vertical angle could be assumed at any given moment. And that's why you're seeing Fisher Guy still hanging up on that side of the map. KB Cool rings out through the map, the first of two. Deadshot still with one more in back pocket, but no one has gone down here, Tim. You can feel that tension, and I speak it into existence once again. It's P4 to fall, a second as Mowgli comes down to Bliss are into a 5v3.
It looks like they could do it, Des. They've got the man advantage. They've got the map control. Wolves, it's now or never. You find these 5 kills or get the diffuser down or you go home. It's as simple as that. Deadshot taken down. Bibu low health. Shinka's going to try to plant, but no. Bliss, they do it in style with a flawless round. The Aussies are not down under right now, Des. They're on top of the world as the 6th Invitational dream continues for Bliss.
Absolutely huge series. It started a bit slow, but things accelerated for the Australian side. But the French, not quite the same story, Tim. Mowgli still having a big performance on 12 kills, but once again, they've got towards a significant stage in a competition and just fallen short, and to a team who, as I said, they've already played 6 maps against each other over the last 3 months. Add that tally to be 9. These guys are rivals destined to face one another. What a performance. But sadly, Tim, the reward that awaits you is a game against G2 tomorrow.
The thing is, let's be honest, Bliss have just come into a game that realistically is of that kind of scale. You know, Wolves are a team who play regularly against G2, win, lose, you know, they're there with them. And Bliss have just come in and they've just taught Wolves that they, you know, can do the job. So they are not going to be scared of G2, and G2 need to be watching that VOD and prepping for tomorrow. They need to be prepared for this Bliss team to take it to them.
And bring it to them, I'm very sure they will. What a series they've just put up.
Playing without fear.
That's it. I mean, that last map as well, like the genius setup they had in the prior to last round, back in round 11. Just super smart approach to it. Yes, it didn't work out, but you've got to appreciate the ideas for the times that they do work out. And even then, to have the goal to go back into the same site in round 12 and get that over the line to close out the series just shows a little bit of confidence building in these boys. APAC is still here, Tim. And they're still ready to play.
What a matchup we have just witnessed. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Bliss. And right now it's kind of difficult to not just get behind them and think, you know, what a team. If you were coming in here as a neutral and thinking, who should I support? Who should I back? Who should I cheer on? It's difficult to have watched that game and not think, you know what? I'm going to get behind Bliss.
That wasn't the most Aussie thing I've ever just seen. Is Xenox coming into the room, beer in hand, fist pumping like, yeah, get in.
Telling us to shush. I'm telling you to shush. I haven't given him any beef, to be fair.
I've given him a bit of stick, to be fair. I'll take that one happily on the chin, because to see these boys...
Bliss have earned it. What a performance.
They absolutely
What a performance. As I said coming in, you know, we did expect Wolves to win. You know, I'm not going to say any different, but ultimately, I love being proven wrong. I love eating my words, and that is what Bliss have just delivered. Absolutely unreal. You can see how close it was there. We don't have any 170, 180 EPSs. We're all down around that line, but they did a great job, almost all above average, and they've really stuck together as a team there. 12, 9, 10, 8, 8, across the board of kills for Bliss. Everybody has played their part. Fantastic stuff.
It's Wettables on the entry for me as well, up at 5-0.
5-0.
Absolute demon.
Difference maker.
Yeah, and on the other side, Mowgli, the only player really finding an entry, the rest of the team falling short. And I think looking at the stats for Wolves, it really epitomises the questions that many have about this roster. When Mowgli and Deadshot don't deliver, even sometimes when they do, what can the rest of the team bring? And the answer in this series really has proven to be not a whole ton, unfortunately. Unless we see Mowgli and Deadshot firing on all cylinders, they have struggled. On the other side, as you say, a balanced performance across the board. It's mad to think that Bliss are now one series away from playing in front of a Brazilian crowd. I'd be shocked if even that crowd can't get behind them, unless, of course, we're against a Brazilian team.
That might be a bit of an issue, but otherwise, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think they are the sort of team that people will just want to cheer on so long as they're not playing against their own team. Basically, we've got the summary there for the entire series, and we can see Wettables coming away with a very well-earned MVP there, particularly on the entry. 7-2 across the 2 maps, 28-22. Just great play from him. Mowgli,
has to have a shout, you know, has done really well across on that other side. But those EPSs, they tell the story for Wolves. You've already picked up on it yourself. We can't, you know, ignore it. We can't avoid it. Mowgli was a standout performer. We just needed a little bit more from everybody else. And I think it's fair to say that Bliss did a great job of stifling them. It's not necessarily down to the players. Bliss have done a great job to prevent them from getting up there.
And here you can see the 4 games that will take place tomorrow. We have 2 streams running still, 2 best of 3s on each. Sonics versus FaZe, DZ versus VP, W7M against SSG, and G2 against a team that many wouldn't have placed here. It's Bliss. That is a bonkers potential final bracket that we've got. Tomorrow that will come down to 6 teams, and they will be the ones that go through to our live stage.
We will have all of our answers by the end of tomorrow. What a day it has been. I want to take the opportunity to say commiserations to the 8 teams that we've lost today. You've all played your parts in a fantastic 6 Invitational 2024 so far. You've done yourself proud, but the road has to come to an end somewhere, and it has for them. And to those who are still fighting, who are still looking to get to that arena, congratulations and keep on going.
I just love that we have a split across regions as well. It just really goes to show.
No idea who's going to win.
Many were fearful we'd come into this and see every single team on that live stage be Brazilian, all bar one. 5 teams that were here for them could have all made it, but no. Instead, we're whittled down to the few that we've got, and it is going to be one hell of a close to 6th Invitational. But of course, again, more games still to come tomorrow. That's us all done for here today, though. Again, tomorrow, 2 best of 3s on either stream, 4 in total. I can't wait to get back and watch them, Tim. It's been an absolute delight today.
Absolutely cannot wait. That's going to be my entire day tomorrow. We won't be covering any of them. We're happy to just sit back and watch, and we'll be cheering. We won't say for who, but for plenty of teams, I'm sure.
Well, that's it done for us. Then let's throw some highlights to wrap out the day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night's rest, and see you bright and early in the morning.